In a world where the ordinary meets the extraordinary, Lin Chen finds himself in the enchanting realm of the Hehuan Sect, awakening a divine massage system that can elevate vitality and enhance cultivation. But this isn't just any journey. Lin Chen is destined to turn the tables, becoming the master while the sect's Saintess becomes his apprentice. With his unparalleled massage skills, he navigates the complexities of the cultivation world, confronting alluring temptations and dangerous intrigues. As he delves deeper into this mystical domain, he discovers that survival hinges not only on skill, but also on wit. Will he rise to the challenge, or will he fall victim to the very forces he seeks to master? Join him in this thrilling adventure of self-discovery and power. In a realm where the ordinary meets the extraordinary, Lin Chen awakens a divine massage system in the enchanting Hehuan Sect. His unparalleled skills turn the tables, making the Saintess his apprentice. As he navigates a world filled with temptations and dangers, survival depends on both skill and wit. Will he rise to the challenge, or become a victim of the forces he seeks to master? Join him in this thrilling adventure of self-discovery and power. Chapter 1. Traversing Hehuan Zone, Enchanting Liu Feifei. In the days of rooting, unseen by anyone. In the days of breaking ground, astonishing to behold. The early stages may unfold slowly. Obtaining the Holy Maiden for the first time will only occur after the 40th chapter. For adults only. The scene was chaotic. Someone exclaimed, "Don't stop." Lin Chen gasped, "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." His body trembled violently as he found himself utterly bewildered. Moments ago, he had been in a luxurious presidential suite, attending to a stunningly beautiful woman, but after an overwhelming exertion, he fainted. Upon awakening, he discovered himself in a quaint, antique chamber, where the faint aroma of sandalwood wafted through the air. Most alarmingly, a breathtaking beauty stood before him. She appeared to have just emerged from a bath, her body draped in a semi-transparent garment, her damp hair cascading loosely over her shoulders, droplets of water still glistening at the tips. One hand rested casually over her heart, inadvertently accentuating her alluring curves. In the dim light, her exquisite contours flickered in and out of view, her skin beneath the sheer fabric radiating a lustrous sheen akin to pearls. She approached Lin Chen, her gaze imbued with a certain perilous allure. "Little Lin Chen, weren't you just exhilarated?" she teased. "What caused you to suddenly wilt?" Liu Feifei's voice was sweet, yet laced with temptation. "It's time for the second round." Lin Chen's heart raced uncontrollably. He struggled to process the memories flooding his mind. It turned out that the original owner of this body also bore the name Lin Chen, a servant of Hehuan Zone, specialized in providing massage services to the sect's disciples. The alluring Liu Feifei was an outer disciple of Hehuan Zone. The crux of the matter was that the previous owner had not come here for a mere massage. He had been deceived. The original body was entangled with Liu Feifei. Liu Feifei had experienced a setback in her cultivation, falling from the 6th layer of qi refinement to the 4th, and fearing punishment from the law enforcement hall. She sought to absorb the original owner's yang energy through an illicit technique to stabilize her realm. When the original body discovered this scheme, he chose to self-destruct rather than yield. The original had spirit, yet he was utterly foolish, Lin Chen sighed inwardly. Now it was his turn. He certainly could not meet the same fate. Liu Feifei stood before him, her delicate finger caressing his face. "Little Lin Chen, why are you so tense?" Her fingertip radiated warmth. "I chose you because I found you handsome and heard you were quite skilled. I even bestowed my precious first time upon you." Lin Chen swallowed hard, disregarding her flirtation. He had to find a way to escape, otherwise he would not survive this encounter. "Sister Feifei, you appear rather unwell. Have you been overexerting yourself in your cultivation recently?" he inquired cautiously. Liu Feifei's expression shifted instantly. "What do you mean?" Her tone turned wary. "I merely meant that I could give you a massage to help you relax," Lin Chen quickly clarified. "Earlier was just a simple touch. Now I can provide you with a comprehensive deep tissue massage, guaranteed to be 10 times more comfortable than before." Liu Feifei narrowed her eyes. "Are you stalling for time?" "Of course not." Lin Chen feigned an injured look. "Sister Feifei, look at my cultivation at the 1st layer of qi refinement. I couldn't possibly escape. I genuinely wish to help you relax. The pressure of your recent cultivation must be quite taxing on your body." Liu Feifei remained silent for a moment. Indeed, she had been anxious due to her recent decline in cultivation. She had also used some aromatic herbs, and the experience was not as delightful as she had anticipated. Could it be that he had surrendered? Then go ahead and massage me. Liu Feifei reclined backward, lying flat on the bed. She decided to indulge for a moment. After all, he could not flee. You have only 15 minutes. Once the massage is over, we must proceed with what is necessary. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, he had preserved his life. He approached Liu Feifei, preparing to begin the massage when suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is performing a massage. Activating the massage super system activation successful. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. A system. Truly a system. And it was a massage system. This was his salvation. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Heavenly grade technique, Yin-Yang Harmony Hands. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Heavenly grade technique, breath concealment technique. Congratulations, host. You have received 100 cultivation points. Would you like to spend 50 cultivation points to upgrade your medical skill level to massage therapist, beginner, and unlock sinew relaxation finger technique? Yes, Lin Chen shouted inwardly without hesitation. In an instant, a plethora of profound information regarding meridians, vital energy, and spiritual powers surged into his mind, as if a master who had immersed himself in this art for centuries was imparting his lifetime of wisdom. This surpassed the so-called clinical experience from his previous life by countless degrees. Scanning massage target scan complete. Target, Liu Feifei. Cultivation level, 4th layer of Qi refinement. Desire value, 40. Condition, damaged meridians due to failure in breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, obstructed spiritual energy circulation, and blocked vital energy. Urgently requires meridian unblocking. Recommended massage focus, Jianjing point, Fengqi point, Tianzu point, Dezui point. Massage technique, start lightly, then increase pressure, begin with points, then move to areas, complemented by spiritual energy guidance. Successful massage will yield rewards. Chapter 2. The first massage, rewarded with spirit stones. Lin Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and began to massage according to the system's guidance. His palms glided over Liu Feifei's smooth back, gently pressing on her Jianjing acupoint. Liu Feifei couldn't help but let out a soft moan. This technique truly has some skill to it. Lin Chen did not respond, focusing intently on the massage. The system's instructions were incredibly detailed, clearly marking the location, pressure, and duration for each acupoint. His fingers moved across Liu Feifei's shoulders, and with each press on an acupoint, he could feel the slight tremble of her body. Comfortable. Liu Feifei's voice grew softer. I never expected you to have such talent. While massaging, Lin Chen secretly observed her reactions. From Liu Feifei's expression, it was evident that she was truly enjoying the massage. Her furrowed brows began to relax, and the hostility on her face dissipated considerably. Feifei, have you been cultivating too hastily recently? Lin Chen tentatively asked. How do you know? Liu Feifei opened her eyes to look at him. I can tell from the tension in your muscles, Lin Chen said earnestly. Moreover, the flow of your spiritual energy seems somewhat obstructed, likely due to forcefully attempting to break through a cultivation stage. Liu Feifei's pupils contracted slightly. How could this little attendant know such things? How did you notice? I merely inferred based on experience, Lin Chen continued, massaging her Tianzu acupoint. Feifei, cultivation is not something to be rushed. Haste makes waste. What did you say? Liu Feifei's voice suddenly turned cold. Lin Chen realized he had spoken too much. What I mean is, the body is the foundation of cultivation. If the body encounters issues, it could hinder your progress instead. Feifei, see for yourself, after the massage just now. Isn't the flow of your spiritual energy smoother? Liu Feifei closed her eyes to sense it. It truly is. The previously blocked meridians are now much more open, and the circulation of spiritual energy has also sped up. Where did you learn this massage technique? My ancestors specialized in massaging cultivators and passed down a secret technique. Lin Chen casually fabricated a reason, using the Hehuan Yanyuan hand to conceal the system's existence. Combined with the insights from our Sect's Hehuan Yanyuan hand cultivation method, I gained some understanding. I hope I haven't embarrassed myself in front of Shija. Liu Feifei was half convinced, half doubting. However, she had to admit that Lin Chen's massage made her feel exceptionally comfortable. That long-lost sense of relaxation nearly lulled her to sleep. Continue. Liu Feifei closed her eyes again. We won't do anything else today. Focus solely on massaging me. Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he didn't have to worry about his life for the time being. He continued following the system's guidance, massaging acupoint by acupoint. Jianjing acupoint massage completed. Ding. Obtained 1 cultivation point. Fengqi acupoint massage completed. Ding. Obtained 1 cultivation point. Tianzu acupoint massage completed. Ding. Obtained 1 cultivation point. Half an hour later, Lin Chen was drenched in sweat, his body on the verge of collapse. With only the first level of qi refining, his spiritual energy was already pitifully scarce and now nearly depleted. Sensing his condition, Liu Feifei opened her eyes to look at him. "Why does your complexion look so poor?" "It's nothing, just a bit tired," Lin Chen forced himself to say. "Feifei jia, let us end the massage here for today. I'll come again tomorrow to continue." Liu Feifei sat up from the bed. She felt her physical condition had improved significantly. The previously stagnant qi and blood now flowed much more smoothly. She even felt as if she were on the verge of a breakthrough. "Your massage technique is indeed quite good," Liu Feifei nodded. "Come again in 3 days. Remember, don't tell anyone about today's events." Her gaze suddenly turned stern, "Especially regarding my cultivation stage. If I find out you've leaked even a single word." "I understand, Feifei jia," Lin Chen quickly nodded. "I want to say a word." Only then did Liu Feifei nod in satisfaction, tossing Lin Chen 3 low-grade spirit stones. "Go now, and remember to come on time in 3 days." Lin Chen felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, hurriedly gathering his things to leave. Just as he reached the door, he heard the system's notification tone. Ding. First massage task completed. Rewards obtained, 30 cultivation points. Current cultivation points, 80. Affection value, 7. Current affection, 45. Favorable. Chapter 3. Cultivation points. The essence of the system. Lin Chen returned to the original owner's residence, closed the door, leaned against the door panel, and gradually sank to the ground as his legs gave way. It was indeed a perilous beginning, yet he had managed to survive. He opened his palm, revealing 3 lustrous lower-grade spirit stones, accompanied by a sheen of cold sweat. He began to meticulously reorganize the memories of his predecessor. Earlier, he had only selectively assimilated information while merging with Liu Feifei. It turned out that this place was the western border of Jinyu continent, within the realm of Song Kingdom. The Hehuan Sect, located in a remote area, was deficient in spiritual energy, its martial arts incomplete, and its cultivation system exceedingly eclectic. The sect was renowned for the Hehuan Heart Sutra and various dual cultivation secret techniques, with its founding ancestor having uniquely devised a massage auxiliary method, enabling the Hehuan sect to once dominate the Song Kingdom. The original owner, possessing 5 spiritual roots, could only enter the miscellaneous workers' dormitory. Due to his strikingly handsome appearance, he had chosen the seemingly easy role of a servant. Little did he know, this very visage incited the jealousy of the servant leader, Li Changfeng, resulting in relentless ostracization. This morning, he was directly assigned to serve the outer sect sister, Liu Feifei, only to find himself ensnared in a trap. Now, Lin Chen clasped his hands together, expressing gratitude to the original owner for his selfless sacrifice, granting him a second chance at life. He vowed to utilize his dexterous hands to captivate the celestial maidens. He promptly summoned the system within his mind. A functional interface materialized in his consciousness. At the top was Lin Chen's identity information, with a handsome silhouette on the left, followed by Lin Chen, Masseuse, beginner. Cultivation points 80. On the far right was a question mark. Intrigued, Lin Chen directed his thoughts toward the question mark, which revealed a sub-interface detailing the system. 1. Cultivation points. Acquired through massage. These points can enhance the levels of the yin-yang harmonizing hand technique, as well as augment abilities in alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, and auxiliary martial arts. 2. Desire value. The mutual inclination towards dual cultivation between the target and host. The higher the value, the more fervent the desire. Upon reaching a full value of 100, a certain boon will be conferred. After perusing the system's introduction, Lin Chen felt a newfound sense of assurance. Cultivation points were indeed the foundation of the system. He then returned his focus to the main panel, where several circles were displayed. At the center was a bright large circle labeled Yin-Yang Harmonizing Hand, surrounded by smaller gray circles representing alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, and spells. He proceeded to examine the description of the large circle. Yin-Yang Harmonizing Hand. 1. Basic healthcare, regulating qi and blood, healing internal and external injuries, assisting in cultivation, prolonging life, enhancing innate qualifications, and aiding others in breaking through. 2. Corresponding medical level, massage apprentice, masseuse, spiritual healer, chi, and blood master, with others awaiting unlocking. 3. Abilities can be unlocked through cultivation points, leading to an upgrade in medical levels. 4. Current unlockable abilities. None. Tip. Check back after accumulating sufficient cultivation points. Lin Chen comprehended that massage was the means to acquire cultivation points, which would enable the unlocking of additional skills, improvement of massage techniques, and enhancement of supplementary abilities. He recalled his experience of massaging Liu Feifei. Despite the brief duration, his own spiritual energy had quickly waned. It was evident that cultivation was fundamental. Without cultivation, spiritual energy would be insufficient, rendering all efforts futile. He must urgently enhance his strength. Clenching a spirit stone, he activated the rudimentary technique Yuxing Liantai. However, the spiritual energy from the stone entered his body like a drop in the ocean. After a painstaking cycle, his cultivation showed no progress whatsoever. How disheartening. This mixed spiritual root was indeed a burden. Lin Chen struck the ground in frustration, his face a mask of anxiety. Relying solely on his own cultivation, when could he hope to seize control of his destiny? Suddenly, a few miscellaneous servant attendants in the courtyard lowered their voices, excitedly conversing. Have you heard? The former Saintess has been rendered powerless. The new one, named Qin Ruoxiu, is said to be a genius with a heavenly spiritual root. Moreover, I've heard this new Saintess disdains luxury and is clearing out the original batch of attendants to select new personal aides. If one were chosen, that would be a meteoric rise. Lin Chen's heart raced. If he could become a servant to the Saintess, his status would vastly surpass his current standing. More importantly, once he secured favor with the Saintess, Liu Feifei would no longer dare to act against him. Just as his thoughts swirled, the courtyard door was kicked open. A managing disciple, with an impatient expression, scanned the gathered crowd. All attendants, come to the courtyard, he commanded sternly. Within moments, regardless of whether they were resting or cultivating inside, all attendants had gathered, Lin Chen included. Enough of the noise. Stand at attention. The managing disciple's gaze swept over the crowd, occasionally pointing with his finger. You, and you. As his finger approached Lin Chen, it appeared he was overlooked, and he continued to point at others. You can be counted. Ultimately, he selected over 10 young and striking attendants, each with varying levels of cultivation. The managing disciple beckoned them with a decisive tone. The new Saintess requires attendance. Follow me. Chapter 4. The selection of the Saintess. An opportunity to cling to power. The steward disciple pointed out a dozen young and handsome attendants, deliberately skipping over Lin Chen, as if he were invisible. Please wait a moment. Lin Chen immediately stepped forward to inquire as he saw them about to depart. Such a rare opportunity was not one he could afford to miss. The steward disciple, one of Li Changfeng's lackeys, was Wang Ping. He glanced at Lin Chen with impatience and asked, "What do you want?" "Wang steward, I am Lin Chen. May I inquire why I was not included in the candidate selection?" Lin Chen lowered his tone. Wang Ping scoffed. "Choosing who to select is my prerogative. Do I need to explain myself to you?" Lin Chen felt a surge of anger, but dared not show it. He slightly bowed, trying to convey humility. "What you say is true, Steward Wang. However, I have heard that the new Saintess is fair-minded, and this selection aims to choose capable individuals for her service. I humbly believe that my proficiency in the He Huan Yang Yuan show could alleviate her concerns. If, due to personal biases, an opportunity to serve the Saintess is missed, I wonder if she might hold you accountable for that responsibility." His words trailed off, yet his meaning was unmistakable. Wang Ping's expression darkened as he pointed at Lin Chen. Are you threatening me?" "Not at all. I am merely considering the best interests of the Saintess." Lin Chen lowered his gaze, maintaining a humble demeanor and speaking without a hint of provocation. Just as Wang Ping was about to lose his composure, two figures approached gracefully. "What is happening here?" A cool voice rang out. It was Su Yun's Hang, the steward of the miscellaneous department. Beside her stood the voluptuous and alluring Hong Xiao, an elder from the outer sect, dressed in a scarlet gown. The selection of attendants for the new Saintess was of great importance, prompting her visit to the miscellaneous department to understand the situation. Upon arriving, they had overheard the dispute. Wang Ping's arrogance immediately diminished, and he quickly bowed in greeting. "Greetings, Madame Hong Xiao. Greetings, Steward Su." Madame Hong Xiao's gaze swept over the tense duo. finally resting on Lin Chen with a hint of intrigue. You claim your Hehuan Yang Yuan show has reached a proficient level? Indeed. Excellent. Madame Hongxiu nodded and addressed Wang Ping. In that case, he qualifies as well. You need not rush off. Remain as an examiner and personally assess whether his proficiency is genuine. Yes, madam. The selection officially commenced. In the first round, they assessed vitality. As Madame Hongxiu's eyes scanned, Lin Chen felt a gentle surge of spiritual energy circulate within him before she uttered a soft hum. From over 100 candidates, fewer than 50 remained. In the second round, they evaluated skill. Wang Ping sat in a chair, and when it was Lin Chen's turn, he snorted derisively. Begin. Let me see how skilled you are. Without a word, Lin Chen extended his fingers to rest upon Wang Ping's rigid shoulders. Target: Wang Ping, second layer of Qi training. Status: Qi stagnation. Right shoulder meridian has an old injury due to improper practice. Desire value: -10, disgust. So he has an old injury. Lin Chen smiled inwardly, channeling his spiritual energy to activate the soothe tendons and activate meridians technique. His fingertips, seemingly gentle, precisely penetrated the muscle layers, reaching the blocked meridian. A peculiar rhythm emanated from his fingertips, producing a sensation of soreness, numbness, swelling, and warmth that erupted from the old injury, coursing through his entire body. The chronic pain that had plagued him during cultivation now felt as if it melted away, replaced by a warm current flowing through him, bringing immense relief. He nearly let out a satisfied moan, drawing the attention of the surrounding attendants who cast curious glances at his sudden exclamation. Wang Ping, oblivious to the gazes around him, was immersed in the rare sensation of unimpeded spiritual energy. Before long, time elapsed. Lin Chen withdrew his hand and stood quietly to the side. Wang Ping remained frozen, seemingly lost in the lingering comfort. You pass. Under the elder's scrutiny, he dared not feign results. After this round, fewer than 10 remained. In the final round, I shall personally oversee. Madame Hongxiu reclined lazily in her chair and beckoned Lin Chen forward. You first. Lin Chen approached and began to apply pressure to her wrist acupoints. Target: Madame Hongxiu. Cultivation: 9th layer of Qi training. Status: Yin and Yang imbalance. Requires special Yang energy for harmonization. Desire value: 0. At this pivotal moment, Lin Chen did not dare to be careless. He activated the yin-yang harmonizing technique, allowing a stream of yang energy to flow from his fingertips. Madame Hongxiu immediately sensed the difference. This boy's spiritual energy is remarkably pure and harmonious. Having cultivated seductive arts, her own energy often bore a hint of chaos and heat, necessitating careful harmonization. Yet now, the tranquil energy flowing from his fingertips felt like a clear spring washing away the tumult within her. The new Saintess was born with a water spirit root, making her prone to excessive yin energy and stagnant qi. This kind of peaceful and yang-oriented energy was precisely what she needed for continuous adjustment. This lad is simply the perfect remedy for the Saintess. After only 3 seconds, the soothing sensation dissipated. Madame Hongxiu opened her eyes and looked at Lin Chen, whose face had turned pale. His only flaw was also his strength, a mixed spirit root, making his internal energy more robust at the same realm. As for his cultivation level, once everyone had demonstrated their abilities, she slowly rose. This time, 2 individuals have been selected. Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Finally, Hua Jiyu, a graceful girl with twin ponytails, stepped out of the crowd, her face alight with joy. Madame Hongxiu presented them with 2 rewards, a jade slip and a jade vial. The formulas for the Yang Yuan Dan and the Gathering Spirit Dan are gifts from the Saintess in advance. Her tone turned serious as she regarded the 2 before her. From this day forth, you shall serve the Saintess. Remember, in serving her, you must be cautious in your words and actions. However, before you begin your duties, you must first attend a 3-day training course. Yes. Thank you, Saintess. Thank you, Madame Hongxiu. Lin Chen and Hua Jiyu bowed in response. Chapter 5. Refreshing? The Dependence of Jiyu. Hua Jiyu trailed closely beside Lin Chen, falling into a moment of silence before softly speaking. Lin Chen, brother? Lin Chen halted in his steps, momentarily taken aback by her address. He turned his head to meet the girl's clear, curious eyes, and offered a gentle smile. A single word conveyed a warmth deeper than any affirmation. Upon returning to their residence, Lin Chen settled cross-legged and ingested the Yang Yuan Dan. The elixir transformed into a soothing warmth as he immediately began to circulate his energy. After a night had passed, he examined himself internally. The power within his danshin had merely thickened imperceptibly. The constraints of his pseudo-spiritual roots felt like invisible shackles. He recalled the instances of massage he had performed, 20 points for Liu Feifei, 10 for Wang Ping, and just 5 for Madame Hongxiu. Lin Chen speculated that a more comprehensive and precise technique would yield greater results, likely influenced by the target's cultivation level. Cultivation points. It was imperative to accumulate them as much as possible. In the early morning, during the training session, Lin Chen and Huajiu arrived early, awaiting their lesson within the hall. Madame Hongxiu entered gracefully, donned in her signature red skirt, her gaze sweeping over the two. "You both possess a basic understanding of the He Huan Yang Yuan hand," she stated without any superfluous words, diving straight into the essence of the technique, which lay not in brute force, but in the mastery of energy, harmonizing both internal and external practices. She turned her attention to Huajiu. "You lie down." Taken aback, Huajiu quickly complied, lying on the soft mat and exposing a slender portion of her neck. Madame Hongxiu did not make physical contact, but instead pointed her fingers, resembling a sword, with a faint wisp of spiritual energy swirling around her fingertips as she lightly pressed on Huajiu's shoulder well. "Lin Chen, observe. The meridians here are blocked. The flow of spiritual energy is akin to an ox stuck in a mire. Ordinary massages can only invigorate the superficial energy and blood, providing a temporary solution rather than addressing the root of the problem." Her fingers gently twisted. "Ah!" Huajiu let out a suppressed cry of pain, her body tensing instantly. "See, forcing the passage will only exacerbate the injury." Madame Hongxiu withdrew her hand. "However, our sect's secret technique, in conjunction with the specially formulated He Huan milk, can dissolve stagnation without a trace, allowing the energy and blood to flow freely, thus swiftly enhancing the practitioner's cultivation. Remember, you are bridges, not battering rams." She resumed her seat, raising her delicate hand. "The He Huan milk is precious. You are not yet destined to encounter it. Today, you shall learn how to become a competent bridge. You both will practice on one another, experiencing the flow of energy and blood within each other's bodies to identify the blockages." Lin Chen's gaze fell upon Huajiu. The young girl was rubbing her shoulders, her expression tinged with discomfort. "Lin Chen Gidge, may I go first?" Lin Chen smiled gently. "Allow me to go first." Huajiu's cheeks flushed as she repositioned herself. Lin Chen extended his hands and placed them upon her shoulders. Target, Huajiu, for spiritual roots. Realm, Qi refining. Second layer, status, multiple meridian blockages, sluggish energy flow, cultivation slowing down. Affection value, 25, curious and fond. His fingertips, warm and delicate, began to circulate the yin-yang harmonizing hand. The sensation of stagnation within her body becoming as clear as the patterns beneath his touch. "Jiu, relax." His fingertips gently pressed against her shoulder well, as a wave of gentle spiritual energy seeped in like spring water. They began to pulse in a unique rhythm, transforming the gentle energy into countless tiny whirlpools that enveloped the stagnation. Huajiu felt an unusual tingling replace the prior discomfort, causing her body to yield slightly. Suddenly, Lin Chen's fingertips executed a deft twist. It was as if a dam that had long been sealed burst open under the pressure of a mighty torrent. Boom! A surge of warm energy erupted, cascading down her meridians with unstoppable force. Huajiu could not help but emit a cry of exhilaration. The sudden sensation of unblocking was an unparalleled delight she had never encountered in her cultivation journey. Not only was her physical discomfort alleviated, but it also cleared the long-standing frustrations and grievances within her heart. Madame Hongxiu, who had been meditating in the distance, subtly twitched her eyelids. After a moment, Lin Chen withdrew his hands. Huajiu slowly sat up, moving her shoulders and neck, her face alight with disbelief and joy. "Lin Chen Gidge, you are amazing. I feel the bottleneck loosening." Her eyes sparkled with shock, gratitude, and admiration as she looked at Lin Chen. Ding! Target affection value 1540. Ding! Gained cultivation points 15. 100 an hour of mutual practice swiftly passed. Madame Hongxiu's voice resonated once more. "Lin Chen, now it is your turn to provide me with a massage." Lin Chen stepped forward, placing his hands upon Madame Hongxiu's fragrant shoulders. He stole a glance at her ample bosom, feeling as though such peaks should not exist in the mortal realm. The sight of her exposed calf, adorned with a red ribbon at the ankle, ignited an impulse within him to kneel and worship. Lin Chen's mind was a flurry of thoughts, and he silently admonished himself. He quickly steadied his heart and took a deep breath. Then he activated the yin-yang harmonizing hand once more, sending a faint warmth, barely perceptible, into her. Ding, target affection value 5 Tinging. Gained cultivation points 10. 110, Madame Hengziu's body suddenly stiffened. Though the warmth was subtle, it was as delightful as the previous day. She savored the sensation in silence. Within merely 3 seconds, the comfort swiftly ended. Experiencing that unique pleasure once again left her yearning for more. Suddenly, she inquired of Lin Chen, "Your technique possesses more finesse than that passed down by the sect." Lin Chen's heart raced, and he bowed respectfully. Perhaps it is a family technique of massage, combined with the sect scripture, the He Huan Yang Yuan hand, that has yielded unexpected results. I hope it does not amuse you, madam. Madame Hengziu pondered over his words. A day of training concluded rapidly. Upon returning to his quarters, Lin Chen opened the door, only to find his steps halted abruptly. On the table in the quiet room lay a note. At the hour of Su, 3/4. Liu Feifei. Chapter 6 Midnight Massage. Liu Feifei. It has barely been 3 days, and she has come again. This woman truly regards him as her exclusive practitioner. Although he feels helpless, he cannot refuse the opportunity for cultivation that has presented itself. Liu Feifei is an outer disciple. He recalls that during the sect's entrance examination, he was assigned to the miscellaneous hall due to being only at the first level of qi refinement and possessing a mixed spiritual root. Knock. Knock. A slightly weak voice emanated from within. Come in. Lin Chen pushed open the door. Liu Feifei, clad in a loose, plain long dress, reclined on a soft couch, her complexion pale, with a lingering aura of melancholy etched upon her brow. Upon his entrance, she did not rise, but merely lifted her eyelids slightly. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. Summoned by senior sister Liu, Lin Chen had no choice but to heed her call. Enough with the nonsense, hurry up. My internal energy is blocked again, Liu Feifei said with a hint of impatience. After feeling relieved from Lin Chen's previous massage, she had become overly eager during her cultivation, aggravating her previous injuries, leaving her in a worse state than before. If this lad cannot heal her, she might have no choice but to regard him as a disposable furnace. Lin Chen said nothing more and gestured for her to lie down comfortably. As his hands made contact with her back, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding, multiple severe blockages in the target's meridians detected, with hidden injuries within. He infused the insights he had recently grasped in class into his technique for relaxing the meridians. His spiritual energy flowed through his fingertips like a warm, gentle stream, gradually seeping into the governing vessel at her neck and shoulders. Crack, crack. The tightly wound muscles of Liu Feifei emitted a series of delicate sounds. This lad's technique seems even more exquisite than last time. A flicker of expectation flashed in her mind, but the next moment, a sharp, excruciating pain surged from deep within her meridians. She could not suppress a muffled moan. Ding, the target's internal injuries are entangled with spiritual energy flow. The host's cultivation level is too low to forcefully clear them. Lin Chen's heart sank. Though he did not reveal it, he could distinctly sense that the blockages within Liu Feifei felt like cold iron blocks, firmly welded to the walls of her meridians. His meager spiritual energy at the first level of qi refinement was akin to a wooden piece attempting to scrape rust off iron, utterly insufficient. As time passed, beads of sweat trickled down Lin Chen's forehead. At last, he gradually withdrew his hands. Liu Feifei immediately turned to sit up, closing her eyes in concentration, cycling her cultivation technique. A fleeting expression of joy crossed her face, only to be swiftly replaced by disappointment. The most tormenting sensation of fullness had subsided, yet the root of the blockage remained untouched. Is this all the effect you can muster? Liu Feifei's eyes snapped open, her gaze sharp as a blade. Lin Chen, are you toying with me? A pressure akin to the fourth level of qi refinement bore down upon him. Lin Chen felt a weight in his chest and staggered back 2 steps, only steadying himself after colliding with the door. This woman certainly turns hostile faster than one can turn a page. Senior sister, please calm your anger. Lin Chen suppressed the tumultuous energy within him. Your injuries stem from a forceful push in cultivation, resulting in damage to your foundation. This is not something that can be remedied in a single day. The fact that I have managed to stabilize your condition today is already fortunate. Fortunate? Liu Feifei laughed in anger, slowly rising and striding towards Lin Chen. I gave you a chance, yet you are ineffectual. Since your hands are of no use, perhaps you should exert your strength elsewhere. She pointed her finger at Lin Chen's dantian. Give me all your qi and yang essence to assist me in breaking through. Wouldn't that be better? Lin Chen's heart sank. He had no doubt that this woman would truly go through with it. Senior sister. His gaze intensified, his tone firm. I am now the attendant of the Holy Maiden. Liu Feifei paused, a flicker of confusion in her eyes. When did you become the Holy Maiden's attendant? Find a better excuse. She had been solely focused on recuperating her injuries these past few days and was unaware of this development. Just the day before yesterday, I passed Madame Hengziu's assessment. If you do not believe me, you may inquire. A sense of dread filled Liu Feifei's heart. If he truly was the Holy Maiden's attendant, then to provoke him would be tantamount to courting death for an outer disciple like her. However, the thought of her falling from grace and possibly being expelled from the outer sect, or worse, becoming another's furnace, quelled her fear with a reckless gamble. Her expression darkened further. The Holy Maiden? Humph. Once you become a cripple, will the Holy Maiden still stand up for you? Observing the changes in her demeanor, Lin Chen felt a sense of foreboding but maintained a calm exterior, his tone even steadier. Senior sister, you are mistaken. If you truly intend to use me as a medicinal supplement, your injuries would be the real calamity. Liu Feifei was taken aback. What do you mean? Stepping closer, Lin Chen met her gaze directly. Senior sister's injuries, as I mentioned earlier, are due to a forceful push in cultivation, damaging your foundation. Yet, this is merely the surface. The deeper issue is that the internal injuries and spiritual energy flow within you are entangled, forming a kind of energy deadlock. This deadlock is exceptionally resilient, intricately woven, and to disturb it even slightly could affect your entire being. If you forcefully absorb my meager yang essence in a bid to break through, it would only further entrap you, potentially sealing your vitality with no chance of recovery. A chill gripped Liu Feifei's heart as Lin Chen's words struck a nerve. She had sensed the complexity of her internal condition, far beyond that of an ordinary injury, yet she was reluctant to acknowledge it. His words were like a sharp blade, slicing through her denial. What do you propose we do? Her imposing demeanor had weakened by 3 parts. Lin Chen felt a measure of calm return, knowing he had initially quelled her anger. Seizing the moment, he unfurled a carefully crafted treatment plan. This deadlock cannot be resolved in a single attempt. We must proceed in 3 steps, each interlinked, to dismantle it. The first step is to solidify the foundation and stabilize your declining realm. My earlier efforts have already shown some effect, ensuring that you will not worsen today. Subsequently, I will come to stabilize your condition every few days. He observed Liu Feifei's expression, noting her slight nod before continuing. The second step is to soften and dissolve the deadlock. This requires a special medicinal catalyst known as Huarong Chao, which possesses a highly yang nature. Alongside 7 complementary yin herbs, I will refine it into a bruise-relieving ointment using my unique technique. This ointment must be applied to specific acupuncture points daily, supplemented with my warming technique, to gradually soften the energy deadlock and loosen its grip. The third step, and the most crucial, is to unravel the threads. Once the deadlock has softened, I will employ the method of guiding energy back into flow, meticulously peeling away the blockages strand by strand. This process is fraught with peril and demands exceptional control over spiritual energy from the practitioner. A moment's negligence could jeopardize both our lives. However, should success be achieved, not only would the injuries of Shija be completely healed, but her foundation could also be re-established, perhaps even transforming misfortune into fortune, allowing her to rise anew. Liu Feifei was momentarily taken aback, as these terms and theories were entirely foreign to her, leaving her with a sense of profound mystery, and she found herself believing 7 or 8 parts of it. She scrutinized Lin Chen with suspicion, inquiring, "You, who emerged from the Zei Hall, understand so much?" Lin Chen responded with composure, "It is a family legacy. I possess a slight understanding of the arts of Qigong. It is precisely this quality that the Holy Maiden has chosen to keep me by her side for guidance. You have just experienced my techniques, which differ significantly from ordinary massage, do they not?" Liu Feifei fell silent for a moment, reflecting on the extraordinary nature of Lin Chen's method, which far surpassed her previous understanding. Taking a deep breath, she coldly declared, "Very well, I shall trust you this final time. I will procure the fire velvet grass and the medicinal paste." With a flick of her finger, A barely perceptible spiritual mark quietly embedded itself into Lin Chen's arm. 1 month. This serves as both a reminder of time and a death warrant. If after 1 month, you cannot present that so-called bruise-reducing and flesh-repairing ointment, or if your method proves ineffective, even the holy maiden cannot protect you. With that, she averted her gaze from Lin Chen, returning to her soft couch to meditate, though her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Chen secretly exhaled in relief, having temporarily stabilized this erratic woman. 1 month's time I hope for a breakthrough. Chapter 7 Training concludes. 2-year countdown. As Lin Chen walked along the quiet, dimly lit path, the cold sweat on his back had yet to dry. Were it not for the borrowed, family legacy jargon designed to intimidate, he might have faced unforeseen challenges. The training continued for the next 2 days in the practice room, where Hua Jiu was diligently channeling her spiritual energy into Lin Chen's back acupoints under guidance. Suddenly, her complexion paled, and she emitted a muffled groan as the spiritual energy she infused became chaotic and frenzied. A trickle of reversed blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. The tumultuous energy, driven by impatience, was a grave error. The figure of Madame Hongxiu appeared silently behind her, and with a flick of her finger, a gentle stream of energy calmed the turmoil within Hua Jiu. She glanced at Lin Chen, whose expression mirrored her own discomfort, and sighed. Do you understand why the cultivation realm of the Song Kingdom pales in comparison to that of the Eastern great nations? Both Lin Chen and Hua Jiu shook their heads. The spiritual energy here is inherently thin and disordered. Of the energy you absorb, 30% consists of useless impurities, which easily leads to stagnation within the cultivator's body. Not only does the cultivation speed slow down, but the spiritual energy of early-stage cultivators here is far inferior to that of those in regions rich in spiritual energy. This is also a key reason why you early-stage cultivators can only descend to the roles of ordinary laborers and attendants. Madame Hongxiu seemed to have opened a floodgate of discourse as she continued. The Hehuan Yang Yuan hand of our Hehuan sect is not merely a simple technique for stretching and invigorating the muscles. When practiced deeply, it can regulate the flow of qi and blood within the cultivator, smoothing out subtle blockages in the meridians. More importantly, it can harmonize the dual energies of yin and yang within the cultivator, merging emotion, spirit, and power into a delightful unity, producing a wondrous effect. This is one of the reasons our Hehuan sect once dominated the Song Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen fell into deep contemplation. Madame Hongxiu's gaze swept over them both, and her tone shifted. Our Hehuan sect, though seemingly prosperous, is merely scraping by in the shadows of the 3 great sects, Tai Sword Sect, 1Fa Immortal Gate, and Xiansha Demon Sect. These words weighed heavily on Lin Chen's heart. If the sect was so beleaguered, their situation as lowly servants was surely dire. Seizing the opportunity, he bowed respectfully, saying, Madam, my aptitude is lacking. I possess a mixed spiritual root, making the path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. I earnestly request your guidance on how I should proceed on my journey. Hua Jiu also looked nervously at Madame Hongxiu, sharing the same dilemma. Madame Hongxiu regarded Lin Chen and replied bluntly, a mixed spiritual root, indeed a dead end. Her words were devoid of any consolation. To attempt to refine this chaotic spiritual energy for foundational cultivation on your own is akin to dreaming. Unless you find the long-extinct time fruit or essence liquid to cleanse your marrow and refine your veins, the situation is grim. Lin Chen's heart plummeted. Is there truly no other way? He asked, unwilling to accept defeat. There are alternatives, such as perfect elixirs. She exclaimed. However, alchemists capable of crafting such elixirs are exceedingly rare in today's cultivation world. Scarcely more common than the rarest treasures of heaven and earth. She then shifted her gaze to Lin Chen's hands. Yet, there is always a path forward. If the cultivation method fails, then pursue the path of technique. Your hands exhibit considerable talent in the art of massage. Ordinary disciples know only that the Hehuan Yang Yuan hand serves others, but they remain ignorant that, if mastered to the legendary level of Hehuan resonance, it can seize the dual energies of yin and yang, compensating for personal deficiencies. When you can accurately control the flow of qi and spiritual energy in the body of the recipient, you may quietly extract a trace of the purest primordial spiritual energy for your own use. This is far more effective than a decade of arduous cultivation. Stealing primordial spiritual energy. The revelation struck Lin Chen like a thunderclap, illuminating the fog in his mind. Was this not the very efficacy of his yin-yang, he hand? He recalled the system's description of the yin-yang he hand. Basic health care, regulating qi and blood, healing internal and external injuries, assisting in cultivation, and even treating severe wounds, prolonging life, enhancing aptitude, reversing life and death, and even resurrecting the deceased. Could it be that the He-Huan Yang-Yuan hand was an extension of the Yin-Yang He hand? Confusion clouded his thoughts, and he resolved to explore these mysteries in due time. As the training approached its conclusion, Madame Hengziyu's expression suddenly turned grave. Today marks the final day of your training. She paused, her gaze piercing like iced daggers as it swept across both of them. Lastly, there is a matter pertaining to your lives and fortunes that must be firmly etched in your minds. Lin Chen and Hua Jiu felt a chill run down their spines, and they held their breath in anticipation. You are the personal attendants of Her Highness, the Saintess. Your fates are intertwined. You rise together, and you fall together. Madame Hengziyu's voice was devoid of warmth. The sect has decreed that if the Saintess fails to successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage within 2 years, or if she is replaced by another candidate. Her words were deliberate, laden with an invisible pressure. At that time, all of you personal attendants will be treated as discarded goods, sold to other sects of demon cultivators, to serve as furnace cauldrons, harvested until death. What? The revelation struck like a bolt from the blue. Hua Jiu's face drained of color, her body swaying perilously. 2 years. Another countdown to death. Lin Chen felt a chill surge from the depths of his heart, the ominous tether of fate seeming to throb painfully on his arm. The month-long deadline and the 2-year death sentence loomed over him like twin mountains, nearly suffocating him. Stepping out of the training room, Hua Jiu closely followed Lin Chen, her voice quavering with tears. Brother Lin Chen, what should we do? I don't want to become a furnace cauldron. Lin Chen's throat felt parched, and the cold dread in his heart surpassed even that of Hua Jiu. Yet he understood that in this moment, he could not panic. He was her brother. He halted, turned, and gently placed his hands on Hua Jiu's shoulders. Jiu, I know you are frightened, and I am too. But crying alone will not help us. Lin Chen's tone was gentle yet resolute. We cannot sit idly by, or we will truly become furnace cauldrons. He gently wiped the tears from her cheeks. The He-Huan Yang-Yuan hand. Madame praised it highly. Mastering it is our means of survival. He raised an eyebrow, his tone slightly lighter. So let us not cry. Rather than frowning here, let us channel that energy into practice. He took her cool hand and pressed it against his heart. Madame Hengziyu is right. This technique requires mutual reflection between us. How about we start tonight, and you come to my room to discuss it? He winked playfully. Hua Jiu gazed at him, her tears suddenly transforming into laughter. Your heart is racing, you little trickster. Chapter 8. New massage skills and the first encounter with the Saintess within Lin Chen's residence. He immersed his consciousness into his mind, where the system panel materialized before him. At the top of the panel was Lin Chen's information, cultivation points, 120, massage practitioner, beginner. In the middle section of the panel, several circles appeared, with a slightly brighter large circle at the center labeled Yin-Yang harmonization hand, surrounded by smaller gray circles representing Dan Dao, Qi Dao, Fu Dao, and Fa Shu, encircling the central circle. His thoughts focused on the large circle, revealing a sub-interface. 1. Function. Basic healthcare, regulating qi and blood, treating internal and external injuries, assisting in cultivation, up to healing severe wounds, prolonging life, enhancing potential, reversing life and death, even resurrecting the deceased. 2. Corresponding medical pathway levels, massage apprentice, massage practitioner, spiritual healer, qi and blood master, others to be unlocked. 3. Abilities can be unlocked using cultivation points, thereby upgrading medical pathway levels. 4. Currently unlockable ability, warm yang nourishing hand, consumes 65 cultivation points. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen unlocked the new ability. Cultivation points minus 65, remaining 55. Successfully unlocked warm yang nourishing hand. An introduction to the warm yang nourishing hand, along with relevant techniques and experiences, flooded Lin Chen's mind instantly. Warm yang nourishing hand utilizes palm spirit energy combined with kneading techniques to warm the surface of the body and shallow meridians, dispelling surface cold and improving peripheral circulation. Suitable for individuals with cold constitutions. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. The Saintess, Jin Jiu Yi, possessing a delicate constitution, would find this technique particularly beneficial. A warm current rose from his danshan, gathering in his palms. This sensation seemed capable of penetrating flesh and reaching the meridians. After a few moments, Lin Chen not only fully assimilated the new skill, but also refined his control over the strength and subtle manipulation of his spiritual energy. As night fell, there was a gentle knock on the door. Hua Jieyu entered, a hint of shyness and nervousness evident on her face. "Brother Lin Chen, I've come." Lin Chen approached her, warmth spreading across his face as he softly replied, "I'm glad you're here. Don't be nervous. This concerns our lives." He gestured to the bed, saying, "Come, lie down first. Let me demonstrate the essence of the He Huan Yang Yuan show. I've just gained some new insights." He paused, adding half-jokingly, "But I must warn you, my technique may make you feel a bit overwhelmed." Hua Jieyu's cheeks flushed deeper, and she softly replied with a shy obediently lying on the bed, though her breathing was slightly unsteady. Lin Chen quietly activated the warm yang nourishing hand, gently applying the newly awakened warm spiritual energy to her skin. As Lin Chen's massage deepened, Hua Jieyu felt her internal qi and blood flowing smoothly. A fine sheen of sweat gradually emerging on her skin, causing her thin garments to cling to her form, outlining her burgeoning silhouette. Each movement of Lin Chen's fingertips, each adjustment in strength, was accompanied by Hua Jieyu's barely audible shivers. Jieyu, is that shiver from comfort or ticklishness?" Lin Chen teased lightly, his fingertips deepening the warm energy, asking if she felt a warm current rising from within, dissipating her earlier fatigue. Hua Jieyu shyly buried her face into the soft cushion, unable to respond. Ding, desire value 1. Ding, desire value 1. After a considerable time, Lin Chen completed a round of practice. "See, could I try now, Brother Lin Chen?" Hua Jieyu's voice carried a hint of breathlessness. Lin Chen complied, lying down as well, the unique fragrance of a woman enveloping him. When Hua Jieyu's slightly hesitant and nervous fingertips touched his skin, Lin Chen could sense her spiritual energy was refreshing but lacked his warm penetrating quality. He patiently guided her. "Yes, let your spiritual energy deepen. Focus your intention on your fingertips. Imagine it as a warm spring. Yes, just like that. Do you feel your spiritual energy becoming more lively?" Through such guidance and mutual experience, Hua Jieyu's understanding of the He Huan Yang Yuan show deepened, as did Lin Chen's application of the warm yang nourishing hand. Hua Jieyu felt her control over spiritual energy improve, her eyes sparkling with newfound confidence. "Brother Lin Chen, your technique is truly remarkable. I've learned so much," she exclaimed sincerely. Lin Chen smiled. "You did well too. It seems this technique truly requires both of us to practice together to master it. We must continue to practice mutually. Don't you agree, Jieyu?" "Yes, I will listen to you, Brother Lin Chen." Cultivation points 5. The next morning, Lin Chen and Hua Jieyu were led by the stewardess to the Saintess Hall, Shihi Palace. Upon entering, a maid in green emerged. "Follow me, remember the rules, and do not disturb the Saintess." As they stepped into the hall, a chill greeted them. This coldness did not stem from ice, but radiated from deep within the palace. The gauze curtains hung low, and upon the cloud bed sat a solitary figure. Merely seeing her silhouette was enough to captivate one's spirit. When she slowly turned, Lin Chen felt his breath catch. Clad in a flowing white gown adorned with cloud patterns, her long, dark hair was loosely held up by a white jade phoenix hairpin. Her skin was fair as snow, her features exquisitely delicate. The fabric brushed against her ample bosom, yet failed to conceal an alluring softness. Lin Chen felt a silent awe within. This was the newly appointed Saintess, Qin Ruo Shui. Her beauty and grace were beyond the reach of the mundane. Yet her extreme chilliness starkly contrasted with the concept of harmony. The icy aura surrounding her was not an affectation, but emanated from her very essence. "Greetings, Your Highness Saintess." Lin Chen and Hua Jieyu bowed respectfully. "Rise," she commanded, her voice as clear as a mountain spring. The maid in green softly inquired, "Your Highness, which attendant shall assist you today?" Qin Ruo Shui's gaze swept over the two without pausing. "The one on the left." Hua Jieyu's face instantly paled, and her body trembled ever so slightly. She approached the soft couch, took a deep breath, and channeled her spiritual energy to her fingertips, cautiously beginning the massage. Moments later, beads of sweat covered her forehead as she stepped back, her eyes filled with disappointment and anxiety. Qin Ruo Shui did not scold her, merely closing her eyes in weariness. It was a familiar disappointment. "Next," announced the voice of the green-clad maid. Lin Chen stepped forward steadily, approaching the edge of the soft couch. Qin Ruoxiu lay reclined upon it, her graceful curves accentuated, with a pair of long, smooth legs elegantly intertwined. Yet at this moment, a trace of unyielding frost lingered between her brows, marring the beauty of her form. Lin Chen bowed his head, introducing himself. "I am the attendant Lin Chen, here to attend to Her Highness the Saintess." She replied without even opening her eyes. Upon making contact with the Saintess's shoulder, the system interface materialized before him. Target, Qin Ruoxiu. Cultivation level, 8th layer of Qi refinement. Physique, Hehuan's sacred body, not fully awakened. Desire value, 0. Current condition, excessive Yin energy causing stagnation of vital energy, with signs of cold poison subtly eroding the meridians. Chapter 9. The efficacy of massage, the Saintess's reward. Observing the system's diagnosis, Lin Chen understood his course of action. "I shall first awaken the muscle fibers at several critical acupoints, and then proceed with the Hehuan nourishing technique." His voice shattered the silence. It is never detrimental to speak a word before beginning the massage. Stealing his resolve, a premeditated plan flashed through his mind, guiding the qi back to its origin and warming the yang to dispel the cold. "Your Highness, I require Hehuan cream." Qin Ruoxiu's delicate fingers stirred slightly, and from a nearby alabaster vial, a dollop of cream floated gracefully into the air, halting before Lin Chen. "The final bottle. Your hands must prove effective." Her tone was devoid of warmth. Lin Chen's expression turned solemn. "I shall not fail my mission." A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils, reminiscent of flowers yet not quite floral, akin to musk yet not entirely so, stirring his spirit gently. "This is the priceless Hehuan cream." Lin Chen warmed the cream in his palms, quietly activating the warming technique, his hands quickly becoming as warm as jade. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon." He placed his warm palms upon Qin Ruoxiu's icy jade neck, evenly applying the Hehuan cream to the acupoints of Yuzhen, Fengqi, and Dazui. His fingertips, imbued with the cream's warmth, kneaded the 3 acupoints with a unique rhythm, as gentle warmth seeped into her skin, dispelling some of the deep-seated chill. The frown on Qin Ruoxiu's brow unconsciously softened. The efficacy of the Hehuan cream in his hands seemed magnified several-fold. As Lin Chen sensed the medicinal power penetrating sufficiently, he altered his technique, applying pressure to the 3 acupoints, pressing each one 300 times. The force varied from light to heavy, akin to the ebb and flow of tides. A faint sound escaped from behind the gauze curtain, quickly stifled. After a brief moment, Lin Chen felt the stimulation of the acupoints had reached its peak. Summoning his courage, he spoke. "Your Highness, may I request a change of position?" A profound silence enveloped the chamber. In the past, which attendant had not trembled in fear, fearing to provoke her, let alone make such a request. With a flutter of her lashes, Qin Ruoxiu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze settling upon him, devoid of any anger. She complied with his request, her exquisite form undulating gracefully upon the couch. Lin Chen's resolve solidified, and his hands remained in motion, tracing downward along the governing vessel and the bladder meridian. He intertwined the warming technique with the method of relaxing tendons and invigorating channels, channeling spiritual energy into his fingertips, alternating between nurturing warmth and gentle pulses. The usually stagnant, icy chill within her began to truly melt away. Qin Ruoxiu distinctly sensed the cold energy within her, which had hindered her cultivation, being washed away by warm currents. This long-lost sensation of ease nearly lured her into a state of bliss. It was an experience she had never encountered since breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The daily struggle against the chilling energy not only hampered her cultivation speed, but also destabilized her resolve. If this continued, not only would she struggle to retain the title of Saintess, but her very life might be at stake. For the first time, turmoil stirred within her heart. This Lin Chen is indeed different. Half an hour later, Lin Chen gradually withdrew his hands. His spiritual energy had been entirely expended, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. He furrowed his brow. The energy of the 1st layer of Qi refinement was ultimately but a drop in the bucket. Qin Ruoxiu felt enveloped in warmth. Nearly 1/10 of the cold energy within her had been dispelled. More importantly, she faintly sensed that the bottleneck in her cultivation, which had troubled her for so long, seemed to have shifted ever so slightly. She regarded Lin Chen's somewhat pallid complexion and mused, "This individual possesses unique skills. If only his cultivation were higher." "You have performed admirably." Qin Ruoxiu sat upright, her voice still frosty, yet no longer as distant as before. "Speak, what reward do you desire?" Lin Chen bowed deeply. To alleviate the worries of your highness is the duty of a disciple. I dare not presume to seek a reward. If I say there is, then there is. Qin Ruoxiu's tone brooked no argument. Lin Chen kept his head bowed, his thoughts swirling. Although the lady in red had provided him with guidance to cultivate the He Huan nourishing technique to great success, achieving mastery or uncovering its secrets was no simple task. Not only was his own realm low, but how could he be assured of seizing the essence from another? Furthermore, a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage had a lifespan of merely a century, with foundation building still far off. Rather than worry about improving his innate quality, it would be wiser to utilize external means to compensate for his deficiencies and elevate his cultivation first. Lin Chen lifted his gaze, his expression earnest and resolute. After awakening my spiritual roots, I once aspired to ascend the path of enlightenment and seek a thread of longevity. However, my poor innate quality renders cultivation arduous. I boldly request a beginner's manual on alchemy, hoping to supplement my talents with elixirs. His heartfelt words caused Qin Ruoxiu to regard him with newfound respect. Among the disciples of the sect, who did not wish to ascend to greatness in one leap, seeking only dual cultivation, spirit stones, elixirs, and magical artifacts to enhance their realm or bolster their power. Yet Lin Chen sought to learn the art of alchemy, a pursuit not easily mastered, demonstrating a commendable disposition and resolve. She needed him to grow stronger, thus rendering her own healing efforts more effective. After a brief pause, Qin Ruoxiu instructed the green-clad attendant by the door, Xiao Chui, fetch 300 low-grade spirit stones, and retrieve a copy of a comprehensive guide to herbal elixirs from the treasury for him. Yes, Lin Chen's heart soared with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous bestowal. Desire value 2. Cultivation points 20. 80. Xiao Chui swiftly returned with the spirit stones and an ancient animal skin manual. Qin Ruoxiu's voice resounded once more. From this day forth, you and Huaju shall be dedicated to my care, remaining at my service. During other times, you may cultivate as you wish. Lin Chen and Huaju bowed in acknowledgement and exited the Shihi Palace. The sunlight outside was somewhat blinding, and Huaju appeared despondent, her words unspoken. Lin Chen patted her shoulder, offering a reassuring glance, and hastened towards his quarters. Upon closing the door, he eagerly opened the animal skin manual. 300 spirit stones were indeed a considerable sum, but this tome, capable of unlocking new paths, was the true priceless treasure. As he turned the pages, he was met not with illustrations of herbs, but rather torn paper adorned with an eerie diagram of female meridians. The blood and qi swirling vividly, with pathways starkly diverging from those of ordinary individuals. At the center, near the heart, a blood-red vortex was strikingly ominous. In the lower right corner of the illustration, a fierce script warned, "This is the Yin Sha absolute vein, not the He Huan sacred body. Those who dare to channel yang energy through it shall face retribution, turning to withered bones within 3 months." Chapter 10. The Novice in Alchemy and the Malevolent Path. Lin Chen's fingertips brushed over the sharp characters, sending a chill racing up his spine. The ink was fresh, evidently inscribed not long ago. Was it that maid, Xiao Chui? Was she warning me or misleading me? Lin Chen's mind raced. His extraordinary massage system had clearly indicated that the Saintess possessed the He Huan sacred body. Yet this torn paper declared an inescapable fate of death due to the malevolent path. Did the other party wish to prevent the Saintess's cultivation from advancing? Or was there a larger conspiracy at play? Whatever the case may be, this situation ran deeper than he had imagined. Lin Chen folded the paper and tucked it closely away. Regardless of who was behind this, the thorn had already been planted. He was merely a servant by the Saintess's side, his life intricately tied to hers. Any disturbance could lead to his utter ruin. To grow stronger, he had to do so swiftly. He retrieved the spirit stones gifted by the Saintess, an amount that once seemed astronomical to him, now merely served as his initial capital. His gaze settled on the book-detailed introduction to medicinal herbs and elixirs, and he endeavored to scour his mind for knowledge regarding alchemy. However, the result was a blank slate. As if he had never encountered this field before, Lin Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly, refusing to be disheartened. His previous incarnation had only recently entered the realm of cultivation and had received minimal guidance from Li Changfeng, struggling even with basic training. Thinking of Li Changfeng, he realized he had not crossed paths with him since the Saintess's selection of attendants, yet Lin Chen held his memory close. This seemed to be a lingering obsession of the original owner. And with his own weak abilities, compounded by Liu Feifei's death warrant and the Saintess' 2-year foundation-building target, he could only bide his time for revenge once his strength had increased. Casting aside these distractions, Lin Chen took a deep breath and opened the book to its first page. The first line conveyed the glory and hardships of an alchemist. The path of alchemy consumes vast resources. Only those with exceptional talent and substantial wealth may pursue it. Yet, once success is achieved, the elixirs produced are inexhaustible, and wealth and status become easily attainable. In summary, alchemists were exceedingly rare, and their training process was costly beyond measure. However, once they achieved success, the elixirs they crafted became hard currency, bringing forth wealth and prestige. Lin Chen glanced again at the 300 spirit stones on the table. While it seemed substantial, in the abyss of alchemy, it was but a mere drop in the ocean. He continued to read. The illustrated guide meticulously depicted various foundational spiritual materials, detailing their appearances, medicinal properties, and growth environments, accompanied by textual explanations. It further summarized the crafting of several common elixirs, such as the Gathering Spirit Pill, Nourishing Essence Pill, Meridian Opening Pill, and Detoxification Pill, outlining the common reasons for failure, such as improper heat control, conflicting medicinal properties, and insufficient purification, all analyzed thoroughly. Finally, it provided the effects of various elixirs and the target demographics. Nourishing Essence Pill, suitable for early-stage Qi practitioners, replenishing vitality and restoring energy. Gathering Spirit Pill, essential for early-stage Qi practitioners, accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy. Meridian Opening Pill, crucial for mid-stage Qi practitioners, aiding cultivators in breaking through meridian shackles, a true hard currency within the sect. Additionally, there were detoxification pills and coagulation ointments. Lin Chen read intently, almost engraving each word into his mind. This knowledge opened a gateway to a new world for him. He took out the Gathering Spirit Pill recipe given by Lady Red Sleeve. Comparing the two, and many obscure aspects suddenly became clear. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detected subpar recipe, Gathering Spirit Pill. Would you like to consume 20 cultivation points to upgrade it to the perfect recipe, Gathering Spirit Pill? Lin Chen's heart stirred. He recalled from the system's introduction that cultivation points could enhance the level of his yin-yang harmony technique, as well as his supplementary skills in alchemy, weaponry, talismans, and spells. He hadn't realized that he could also upgrade recipes with these points. Without hesitation, he silently commanded the upgrade. Ding. Subpar recipe Gathering Spirit Pill has been upgraded to perfect recipe Gathering Spirit Pill. A surge of new information flooded his mind, and Lin Chen eagerly studied the perfect recipe, exhilaration coursing through him. The new recipe not only streamlined the process by 30%, but crucially, it replaced 2 expensive auxiliary materials with several cheaper herbs possessing similar properties. This system is incredible. With a thought, Lin Chen summoned the system panel once more. The small circle representing alchemy, previously dim, now shimmered with a faint hue of light. It seemed that through studying detailed introduction to medicinal herbs and elixirs, he had grasped the foundational knowledge necessary to illuminate this corresponding skill. Focusing his thoughts on the alchemy circle, he allocated 10 points to it. Cultivation points -10, 50 boom. A torrent of fundamental yet profound alchemical knowledge surged into his mind. The subtle changes in heat, the timing of medicinal extraction, the intricacies of spiritual liquid fusion, and the incantations for producing pills, all experiences and insights flooded him, as if he had spent decades at the alchemical furnace. Everything becoming instinctual, Lin Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance igniting within them. Now, as he gazed upon the perfect recipe, each step and every ingredient's ratio appeared as clear as if he were observing the patterns on his palm. He felt absolute confidence that he could successfully produce a pill on his first attempt. It was time to procure some materials and put this knowledge to the test. Lin Chen tucked the spirit stones and recipe into his robes and stepped outside. Within Yihuan's sect, whether serving disciples or attendants, all transactions involving spiritual materials, resource sales, or miscellaneous tasks were conducted at the Miscellaneous Hall. The Miscellaneous Hall, located at the outer gate's periphery, managed all servants and lower-tier disciples. In the eyes of the sect's higher-ups, servants and miscellaneous workers were indistinguishable, both regarded as lowly tools. All disciples with miscellaneous spiritual roots, 4 or 5 spiritual roots, and cultivation levels below the 5th layer of qi were under the jurisdiction of the miscellaneous hall. These disciples undertook the most arduous tasks while receiving the lowest monthly stipends: cleaning, planting spiritual rice, raising spirit beasts, and participating in the creation of low-level spiritual devices, low-level elixirs, and low-level talismans. At that moment, outside the miscellaneous hall, the area was bustling with low-ranked disciples scurrying for a few spirit stones. Upon entering the hall, Lin Chen made his way directly to a trading counter. Behind the counter sat an extraordinarily beautiful woman. Chapter 11. Refinement of Qi. Second layer, a woman clad in gray silk, with cascading jet-black hair, possesses an exquisite beauty. The contrast between her grand stature and delicate features is striking. One might say she is as magnificent as mountains and rivers. This is Su Yunzhang, the steward of the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. He did not dare to gaze for long, quickly regaining his composure and bowing to a woman behind the counter. The attendant Lin Chen greeted Elder Su. Su Yunzhang's gaze lingered on him for a moment. No need for such formalities. As the attendant of the Saintess, you are also considered part of my Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. She paused. What brings you here today? In response to Elder Su, I wish to purchase some alchemical materials, Lin Chen replied. Su Yunzhang's eyebrows slightly furrowed. You wish to practice alchemy? She was well aware of Lin Chen's qualifications from the day he entered. With a mixed root of spiritual energy, his cultivation would be much slower than that of ordinary disciples. Her tone carried a hint of admonition. Lin Chen, while your curiosity is commendable, the art of alchemy is profound and requires extraordinary talent. As one with a mixed spiritual root of the 5 elements, your path is already several times more arduous than others. Every spirit stone should be utilized wisely. Invested in purchasing elixirs to directly enhance your cultivation. This is the proper course. Her words were straightforward, yet not entirely dismissive. Rather, they served as a realistic counsel. Why squander your precious spirit stones and time on such an ephemeral hope? Su Yunzhang continued. The lifespan of a qi-refining cultivator barely exceeds a century. As one grows older, the path becomes increasingly challenging. You should seize your youth to elevate your realm. Lin Chen felt a stir within. His tone sincere yet resolute. Thank you, Elder Su, for your guidance. I am aware of my limited aptitude and the difficulties of the alchemical path. However, I hold a keen interest in the art of elixirs and wish to attempt it, even if I do not succeed, so that I may have no regrets. Su Yunzhang observed him quietly. Seeing his steadfast gaze, she ceased her admonitions. Everyone has their own path to tread. Since you are resolute, I shall not hinder you further. Please proceed to register your purchase at that counter. With that, she turned, seemingly occupied with other matters. Thank you, Elder Su. Lin Chen watched her depart, feeling a newfound admiration for this seemingly aloof, yet warm-hearted steward. Their previous conversation had also facilitated a smoother transaction. After purchasing 5 portions of materials for 250 spirit stones, he promptly used the remaining 50 spirit stones to rent an alchemical room designated for disciples in the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall. This alchemical chamber was equipped with specialized ground fire and formations, significantly easing the challenges faced by lower-tier cultivators in alchemy. However, the cost was steep, requiring 50 spirit stones for just a single day. Upon entering the alchemical chamber, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He inhaled deeply, calming his racing heart, and laid out the purchased materials on the table. The knowledge from a detailed introduction to the 100 herbs alchemical formula and the foundational experiences of a first-tier low-level alchemist flooded his mind with clarity. Particularly, the perfect formula for the gathering spirit pill. Every step, every material's characteristics and proportions were etched in his memory. Lin Chen opened the specialized alchemical furnace and activated the formation, watching as the ground fire surged. Its temperature restrained within the confines of the furnace. He then began to recall the techniques of warm yang and the relaxing muscle and joint manipulation. A thought sparked within him. The clinical experiences that had once provided unparalleled satisfaction to countless clients now endowed Lin Chen with a profound mastery over force and a heightened sensitivity to subtle changes, far exceeding that of an ordinary apprentice. At that moment, he endeavored to apply this exquisite control to the art of alchemy. Following the steps outlined in the formula, he began processing the materials. Purifying, extracting, merging. A trickle of spiritual energy flowed from his fingertips, gently yet precisely enveloping the materials. Initially, he had anticipated a chaotic first attempt, with the risk of furnace explosions and failed elixirs being quite common. However, as he began his work, he found everything unfolding seamlessly. Each herb's medicinal properties were vividly clear in his perception, and his spiritual energy acted as the most obedient assistant, flawlessly executing his every intention. The minute fluctuations in heat and the degree of liquid fusion were easily grasped, thanks to his refined sensitivity honed through countless massages. There was no hesitation, no struggle. After several hours, when the last vestige of medicinal power was fully integrated, a gentle fragrance began to waft through the air. He gradually withdrew his spiritual energy and, moments later, opened the furnace. Nestled within lay a round, plump pill, radiating a faint azure glow. The pill's quality was exceptional, with its fragrance contained yet clearly indicative of perfection. Could it truly be this effortless? Lin Chen found it hard to believe. He had not anticipated that his experienced hands would yield such remarkable results in alchemy. After resting to recover his spiritual energy, Lin Chen proceeded to refine another batch of materials. Drawing on the success of his initial attempt and his profound understanding of the perfect formula, the subsequent refinements went equally smoothly. In the end, he procured 5 gathering spirit pills of perfect quality. Inhaling the refreshing aroma, Lin Chen felt a surge of enthusiasm. Without a moment's hesitation, he returned to his dwelling, sat cross-legged, and consumed one of the perfect gathering spirit pills. According to a detailed introduction to the 100 Herbs alchemical formula, the gathering spirit pill, a low-grade first-tier elixir, possessed gentle properties, ideal for early-stage qi refining disciples to accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and enhance cultivation. The efficacy of a perfect quality gathering spirit pill was exponentially superior to that of ordinary elixirs. In the next moment, a wave of gentle yet potent medicinal energy erupted within him. He immediately focused his mind and devoted himself to refining the essence. Soon, Lin Chen encountered a dilemma. The potency of the perfect gathering spirit pill was overwhelming, causing a significant 1/3 of the energy to be wasted in the process. During his initial training, a senior brother had mentioned that aptitude and cultivation techniques were the 2 primary factors determining refinement efficiency. Lin Chen could not alter his innate talent, so to enhance his refinement efficiency, he needed to elevate his cultivation technique. He recalled that the system had indicated it was possible to allocate points to his cultivation methods. With this thought in mind, he resolutely allocated 20 training points to the 5 elements body refinement technique. The foundational cultivation of 5 elements body refinement was instantly elevated to mastery. He had adeptly harnessed over 90% of the medicinal potency of the perfect gathering spirit pill. A fortnight slipped by quietly. While refining the elixir, Lin Chen also devoted his days to providing therapeutic massages for the holy maiden, Qin Ruoxiu. In the room, Lin Chen's tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open, a glimmer of brilliance flashing from the depths of his gaze. His aura surged, and the originally nascent energy of the first layer of qi refinement had remarkably amplified several-fold. He had successfully ascended to the second layer of qi refinement. Lin Chen slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, feeling the significantly enriched energy within him, a contented smile gracing his face. Over the course of 2 weeks, having consumed 3 perfect gathering spirit pills, he had finally achieved a successful breakthrough to the second layer of qi refinement. The enhancement of his energy not only bolstered his confidence, but also allowed him to distinctly sense his mastery over the 2 massage techniques of yin and yang harmonization, which had become increasingly effortless. Surely, the efficacy of these massage techniques had also improved considerably. Lin Chen pondered thoughtfully, resting his chin on his hand. A burgeoning desire to immediately seek someone to test his skills stirred within him. Should he engage in a profound exchange with the enchanting senior sister Liu Feifei, or perhaps challenge the charming junior sister Hua Jiyu to a demonstration of techniques? Chapter 12. Is the Saintess in trouble? In comparison to the polite and formal relationship with Liu Feifei, Jieyu seems to be more approachable. He and Hua Jieyu are indeed like grasshoppers on the same boat. Moreover, he is keenly interested in discovering how much his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement has enhanced his unique massage skills. Reflecting on the busy yet fulfilling life of the past half-month, Lin Chen has diligently adhered to their agreement, helping Liu Feifei stabilize her cultivation, thereby ensuring her patience with him. During the remaining time, he has been refining elixirs and diligently assisting the Saintess Qin Ruoxiu with her health. Not only has he successfully suppressed the chilling energy that had been gnawing at her, preventing it from worsening, but he has also been rewarded with 300 low-grade spirit stones. The Saintess has praised him for his excellent value. Most importantly, he has accumulated a total of 120 points. At last, he has secured a firm hold on this significant ally. With a determined heart, Lin Chen quickened his pace, arriving at the residence of Hua Jieyu with familiar ease. "Jieyu, are you there?" With a creak, the wooden door was pulled open from within. Hua Jieyu, still in her twin buns, brightened at the sight of him, her simple attire contrasting with the radiance of her small face. "Lin Chen Gij," she called out sweetly, her joy evident as she quickly stepped aside to let him in. The small room was sparsely furnished but impeccably clean, just like its occupant. Lin Chen stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Jieyu, I've made some progress in my cultivation recently and have gained new insights into the He Huan Yang Yuan Shou technique. I came to see if you would be willing to spar with me." His tone carried a hint of teasing as he emphasized the word spar. Hua Jieyu, perceptive as ever, understood his implication immediately. Her face flushed a deep crimson, spreading from her cheeks to the delicate nape of her neck. Shyly, she lowered her gaze but quickly lifted it again, examining Lin Chen with wide eyes, her surprise almost spilling over. "Lin Chen Gij, you have reached the second level of qi refinement?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow noncommittally. "That's wonderful," Hua Jieyu exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she grasped his arm. "I knew you were the most formidable." A warmth surged within Lin Chen as he gently led her towards the bed. "All right, enough small talk. Please lie down and allow me to try my new techniques." Hua Jieyu obediently nodded, reclining on the bed, her heart filled with anticipation for Lin Chen's newfound insights. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen let his qi flow through his fingertips. The energy at the second level of qi refinement was significantly more refined than before, moving smoothly without any hindrance. His hands rested lightly on Hua Jieyu's back. "Warm yang nourishing hand," he silently chanted in his mind, feeling a gentle warmth radiate from his palms, far purer than before. He could distinctly sense the warmth penetrating her skin, softening any stiffness within her meridians. This warmth was no longer merely surface level, it reached deep into her channels. Hua Jieyu's back quivered slightly, releasing a suppressed, nasal hum reminiscent of a lazy cat's purr on a spring day. A delicate shiver coursed through her spine, causing her toes to involuntarily curl. Subsequently, Lin Chen's finger techniques shifted, unfolding the Shu Jin Hua Luo method. Each motion, pointing, pressing, kneading, and pinching, carried a unique rhythm. Every acupoint, every inch of muscle texture, and every blockage was clearer than ever before. The enhancement in his qi had indeed sharpened his perception by several folds. His fingers seemed to possess a life of their own, skillfully navigating the various acupoints on her back. He found a delicate balance between her slightly curled toes and gently trembling shoulders, varying his pressure with precision, effectively addressing the blockages. Ah! Hua Jieyu felt electric waves of sensation erupting from his fingertips, spreading throughout her limbs. The sensations were a delightful blend of soreness and numbness, causing her entire body to feel as if it were expanding. Her breathing grew rapid, uneven, and beads of sweat formed at her brow. Her body instinctively swayed in rhythm with Lin Chen's techniques, the exquisite interplay of discomfort and relief overwhelming her senses, prompting her to bite her lip to stifle the moans threatening to escape her throat. She sensed that something within her was gradually being unblocked and activated. Lin Chen withdrew his hands, gaining a clear understanding of his transformation. The essence of his qi was the root. The stronger the root, the more vibrant the branches and leaves. The efficacy of the yin-yang he shou indeed correlated closely with his cultivation level, and its enhancement exceeded his expectations. Observing the flush of ultimate comfort on Hua Jieyu's face, along with the lazy satisfaction etched across her features, Lin Chen felt an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Hua Jieyu slowly sat up, stretching her limbs, feeling an unprecedented lightness. Her watery eyes gazed at Lin Chen, filled with admiration. "Lin Chen Gij, you are amazing. This is so much more comfortable than last time. I feel as if I could float. And I am on the brink of a breakthrough. Of course, I will teach you," Lin Chen chuckled, fully aware of the remarkable effects of the yin-yang he shou combined with his cultivation on fellow practitioners of the same level. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the teaching details with Hua Jieyu, the wooden door of the small room suddenly burst open with a loud bang, as if someone had violently forced it open. A flustered matron rushed in, her face pale with panic. In her haste, she nearly stumbled over the threshold. Grabbing Lin Chen's arm, her voice trembled. "Lin Chen, quick, Something has happened to the Saintess. Both Lin Chen and Hua Jie were taken aback. Matron, what has happened to the Saintess to cause you such alarm? Lin Chen steadied the matron's arm, attempting to calm her. The Saintess has been forcefully breaking through her bottleneck during seclusion, and the backlash from the cold energy has occurred. She is in dire straits. The matron took a moment to catch her breath, her eyes filled with dread. A message had arrived from the Xinnu Dian, summoning everyone to gather immediately, without exception. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a sudden chill in his heart. The backlash of cold energy? How could this be? He had meticulously examined Qin Ruoxiu earlier that morning, and that chilling force had clearly been suppressed. How could it suddenly erupt? The three did not dare to linger, hastening their steps towards the Zai Palace. Lin Chen's mind was consumed with a singular thought. The Xinnu must not come to harm. Chapter 13. Exhausted, yet rescuing the Saintess upon stepping into the grand hall of Zai Palace. A chilling and brutal aura assaulted Lin Chen. He shivered, his internal energy momentarily stagnating. Surrounding the cloud bed within the hall, several venerable matrons bore grave expressions, yet found themselves utterly helpless. One among them had just attempted to channel her energy into the Saintess, only to let out a muffled groan and stagger back. Her arm now encased in a layer of frost, as she painfully sat cross-legged to dissipate the cold. Witnessing this, the others' faces grew increasingly grim. At this moment, Madame Hengziu and Su Yunzhang hurriedly arrived, approaching the eldest matron. Sisterly, what is the situation? Madame Hengziu's voice was subdued. The matron shook her head, her lips trembling. It cannot be contained. The Saintess's cultivation has stirred the latent, extreme cold energy, spiraling out of control. The moment our energy enters her meridians, it freezes and assimilates like water into ice. We are utterly powerless to assist. Su Yunzhang furrowed her brow tightly. The Hehuan Saint body is indeed so tyrannical? Even Elder Li's pure Yuan Gong cannot withstand it? It is not merely tyrannical, another matron added, a tremor in her voice. It is ferocious. It resembles a feral beast with a will of its own. I have never encountered such an aberrant cold energy. Madame Hengziu gazed at the cloud bed, letting out a soft sigh. The Hehuan Saint body is 1 in 10,000. Its backlash power is indeed beyond ordinary means. All eyes converged upon the cloud bed. Qin Ruoxiu sat cross-legged, her complexion as pale as paper. Strands of white cold energy darted across her surface like living entities. With each intrusion, her body stiffened further, and with each egress, a fragment of vitality was siphoned away. Her tightly bitten lower lip bled, instantly turning into dark red ice crystals due to the freezing cold. Hua Jie stood beside Lin Chen, her small hand clutching the hem of her garment tightly, her heart heavy as she watched the Saintess's suffering. Instinctively, she glanced at Lin Chen, recalling his warm and powerful hands that could dispel all fatigue. An impulsive thought surged forth. The girl, innocent and unmindful of hierarchy, mustered her courage and called out to Madame Hengziu, Madame Hengziu, let Lin Chen Gige give it a try. His massage technique has improved. The effects are particularly good. As her words fell, all eyes turned toward her. Elder Li, who had previously suffered frostbite on her arm, seized upon the remark like a lifeline and urgently turned around. Who is Lin Chen? Preposterous. However, before Su Yunzhang and the others could respond, a younger matron sharply reprimanded. This is utterly absurd. The life of the Saintess hangs by a thread, and you dare to jest? What can a mere attendant of the second level of chi refining do? She paused, a chill emanating from her. The cold energy within the Saintess is extraordinary and overwhelmingly tyrannical. I have heard that those who attempt to guide it with yang energy will inevitably suffer backlash, becoming nothing but bones within 3 months. Are you trying to send him to his death or harm the Saintess? Her words thickened the already heavy atmosphere in the hall. Some matrons who had retained a glimmer of hope turned ghastly pale upon hearing this. The younger matron, noticing the change in expressions, reveled in her triumph and exclaimed again, with his meager skills, should he rashly intervene, if that cold energy erupts entirely, resulting in the demise of the Saintess? Who will bear this tremendous responsibility? Can you all shoulder it? Get out of here and stop causing chaos. Hua Jie, having never witnessed such a scene, turned pale with fright, her neck retracting as she hid behind Lin Chen, her eyes reddening with grievance. Lin Chen gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Yet, within him, turbulent waves surged, provoked by the notion of inevitable backlash. Be quiet. The reprimand came from Su Yunzhang. her gaze icy as she shot a glance at the younger matron. When did the Saintess's hall come under your command? She turned to Madame Hongziu, her tone steady yet firm. Given the circumstances, any method is worth attempting. A hint of hesitation flickered across Madame Hongziu's face. Although she acknowledged Lin Chen's massage had merit, the stakes regarding the Saintess's safety left her indecisive. Just as the group wavered, Qin Ruoxiu on the cloud bed mustered her remaining strength to utter a few words with great difficulty. Let him. Come. You all. Leave. With the Saintess's life hanging in the balance, no one dared to utter another word. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, ultimately bowing and withdrawing. Lin Chen swiftly stepped forward. Madame Hongziu, Hehuan milk. He called out just before the hall door closed. A streak of light flashed, and a jade vial landed precisely in his hand. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's internal energy surged with unprecedented vigor. Your Highness, remove your outer garments and lie down. Qin Ruoxiu complied, laboriously shedding her outer layer, revealing a back as smooth as jade, yet now marred by ice crystals. My apologies. Lin Chen poured the Hehuan milk into his palm, quickly warming it, and without hesitation, pressed his hands against the icy surface of Qin Ruoxiu's back. Warm yang, warm the body, he silently urged, unleashing his energy without reservation. This time, the warmth was no longer gentle but akin to a furnace, imbued with resolute masculinity, forcefully imprinting upon her acupoints. The moment it touched her skin, it collided violently with the ferocious cold energy. Qin Ruoxiu shuddered violently as a searing, needle-like force thrust into her nearly frozen meridians. The excruciating pain intertwined with warmth nearly caused her to lose consciousness. Lin Chen's temples throbbed as he felt his energy being voraciously consumed and assimilated by the cold. Frost rapidly formed on his fingertips, yet he forcefully channeled his energy, turning the frost into vapor. Your Highness, maintain your focus and follow my guidance. With over half of his energy expended, he finally tore open a rift in the solid ice. With a fierce shout, Lin Chen's fingers shifted abruptly, moving with incredible speed. Soothe the tendons and activate the meridians. His fingers blurred into motion, each precise tap, press, knead, and stroke infused with all his strength, directing the condensed yang energy into the stagnated areas of Qin Ruoxiu's back. However, the cold energy within her body proved more stubborn than he had anticipated. His reservoir of spiritual energy was rapidly dwindling. This was it. Lin Chen concentrated all his remaining magical energy into a single fingertip, directing it forcefully at the core acupoint on Qin Ruoxiu's back, where the backlash was most severe. His fingertip instantly turned a ghastly white. With a resounding thud, it seemed as though an explosion erupted within Qin Ruoxiu's body. Lin Chen's vision darkened, and he could no longer sustain himself. His body weakened, collapsing onto the ground. In a final, desperate gamble, he successfully cleared the most critical blockage for Qin Ruoxiu, granting her a precious moment to breathe. Without Lin Chen's sustaining warmth, the chilling energy surged once more. However, seizing this opportunity, Qin Ruoxiu swiftly ingested a pill, forcing a breath of energy within her. With her fingers forming seals, she commenced her cultivation technique. Time trickled away. As Qin Ruoxiu completed her final hand seal, she pushed her hands upward with all her strength, and a visible torrent of cold air poured forth from the top of her head, dissipating into the air. The violent chill within her body finally subsided. She exhaled deeply, the pallor on her face restoring to its former hue. As Qin Ruoxiu opened her eyes, the coldness vanished, returning her to her usual, serene demeanor. She turned her head to glance at the collapsed Lin Chen, lost in thought. Approaching him, she placed a pill in his mouth to help him absorb the medicinal power. Moments later, Lin Chen slowly awoke. Struggling to raise his head, he found himself meeting Qin Ruoxiu's gaze. Your magical energy. Qin Ruoxiu paused. Why does it carry a trace of pure yang energy? Chapter 14. Arranged for a massage by the Saintess. Qin Ruoxiu vividly recalls that in the early morning when Lin Chen was treating her, he was merely at the first level of qi refinement. Now, he has ascended to the second level. Furthermore, why does his magical energy carry a hint of pure yang essence? This sensation is markedly different from before. The purity and refinement of his energy far surpass that of cultivators of the same rank. Otherwise, he would not have been able to perform the healing just now. Lin Chen struggles to steady himself, his breath still unsteady. Upon returning to the palace, he recalls a fragment of an incomplete mundane martial art passed down in his family, known as Ran Shui Duan Gu Gong, originally intended for physical strengthening. Given his limited aptitude, he thought to integrate it into his massage technique, hoping to discover an alternative path. To his surprise, he inadvertently cultivated a slight trace of yang energy within his magical essence, which might amuse the palace. Had it not been for a fortuitous breakthrough in cultivation, the effects would not have been so pronounced. This is the explanation he had meticulously prepared. By attributing everything to a non-existent mundane technique, he not only clarifies the source of the yang energy, but also aligns with his predicament of erratic experimentation due to his mixed spiritual roots. Qin Ruoxiu's gaze flickers momentarily. This individual has indeed carved out an unconventional path, demonstrating a certain resolve. Disciples with mixed spiritual roots are often regarded as outcasts by their sect. Within the sect, those with pseudo-spiritual roots who can establish a foundation are exceedingly rare, taking centuries to emerge. The difficulty of breakthrough lies in the requirement that each spiritual root must accommodate a sufficient amount of spiritual energy. Only when each root is fully attuned can the opportunity for a breakthrough arise. As one ascends in realm, the difficulty of cultivation increases exponentially, necessitating vast resources. His ability to reach the second level of qi refinement is already a testament to his exceptional willpower. This skill in massage aligns perfectly with his circumstances. Had it not been for him today, the outcome could have been dire. However, his talent is somewhat regrettable. Yet, Qin Ruoxiu suppresses her thoughts, regaining the saintly composure. Your efforts have been commendable. This is your reward. With a graceful gesture, 2 jade vials and a hefty pouch of spirit stones land before Lin Chen. Yang Yuan Dan, Ju Qi Dan, and 500 lower-grade spirit stones. Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness. Lin Chen accepts them, his heart brimming with joy. With these, he now possesses 800 spirit stones, sufficient to purchase materials for alchemy. At that moment, the system's voice resonates in his mind. 30 cultivation points, 15 desire points. Hearing the system's notification, Lin Chen cannot help but smile. Qin Ruoxiu assumes his joy stems from the reward. You may take your leave to rest. Understood. Lin Chen exits the grand hall. Outside, Lady Hengziyu and Huajiu immediately gather around, their expressions varying. Lin Chen, how is the Highness? Lady Hengziyu inquires first, her tone urgent. Rest assured, madam. The Highness is no longer in danger. The young maid who had previously scolded him lets out a cold snort, turning away with disbelief etched on her face. Lady Hengziyu's tense shoulders relax as she exhales a deep breath, hastily entering the hall with the others. Before the young maid enters, she shoots Lin Chen a disdainful glance, which he chooses to ignore. As the hall doors close, Huajiu leans in closer, lowering her voice and excitedly shaking her fist. Brother Lin Chen, I knew you could do it. Just look at that maid's face. It turned green. Lin Chen merely chuckles softly. He casts a glance inside the hall, where Lady Hengziyu and the others are inquiring after the Highness before preparing to leave. However, the leader of the servant quarters, Su Yunzhang, pauses and whispers something to Qin Ruoxiu. The following morning, as dawn breaks, Lin Chen completes his routine massage for Qin Ruoxiu, dispelling the lingering chill from her night of cultivation. Her complexion has improved significantly. Today, you shall accompany me to a certain location. Qin Ruoxiu rises. Of course. Lin Chen follows closely behind her, traversing the corridor until they arrive at a courtyard. This is the residence of Su Yunzhang, the leader of the servant quarters. The spiritual energy fluctuations here are subtle, clearly indicating the presence of a formation. Qin Ruoxiu casts a sound transmission talisman. Moments later, the formation activates, and Su Yunzhang personally emerges, wearing a warm smile. Sister Ruoxiu, why not take a few more days to recuperate? I am in no hurry. Lin Chen ponders thoughtfully. Yesterday, he noticed Su Yunzhang exchanging glances with the Saintess during their conversation. There seems to be more than meets the eye. Since Qin Ruoxiu has brought him along, it is evident that this matter pertains to him. Moreover, Su Yunzhang referring to Qin Ruoxiu as sister suggests a deeper connection than he initially presumed. Qin Ruoxiu does not elaborate further, merely stating, Elder Su, your old ailment has recurred recently. Please allow him to treat you. Having spoken, she turns and departs without hesitation. Lin Chen observes her retreating figure, fully comprehending his position. The Saintess is paving the way for her, while also extending goodwill towards the leader of the servant quarters. He is being regarded as a token of appreciation, a gesture of goodwill. Elder Su, your junior is at your service. Lin Chen withdraws his gaze and respectfully bows to Su Yunzhang. Su Yunzhang scrutinizes him carefully, reflecting on the limited information she possesses about Lin Chen, her eyes displaying both scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible anticipation. There's no need for such formality. My stubborn ailment has confounded many, leaving them powerless. If you can alleviate the Saintess's worries, I wish to. Give it a try. She gestures for Lin Chen to enter the room and indicates for him to take a seat. Without unnecessary preamble, she gets straight to the point. The Saintess's cold poison is quite formidable. Given your ability to mitigate it, you must possess unique skills. She pauses, finally revealing her true intention. My situation is even more complicated than the Saintess's. If you can truly assist me. Su Yunsheng's expression suddenly turns serious. I owe you a debt of gratitude, and I will help you shed your identity as a servant. What? Shed my identity as a servant? Lin Chen stands abruptly, staring at Su Yunzhang. She does not appear to be jesting. Su Yunzhang does not rush him, allowing him to contemplate. After a long while, Lin Chen decides it is best to assess the situation before proceeding. Please, elder, lie down. I will do my utmost. Su Yunzhang reclines on the couch, shedding her outer robe to reveal her back. The smooth curve of her waist accentuates her alluring form. Lin Chen places his palm against her skin. The moment his fingertips make contact, his heart jolts. This is not merely an old ailment. Instead, it is a profoundly insidious curse. Chapter 15. The true cause of Su Yunshang's illness. Target: Su Yunzhang. Cultivation level: Qi refining stage 10 sealed. Status: afflicted by a chronic, insidious curse, spiritual energy stagnated, vitality waning. Optimal solution: a perfect grade Jingmei detoxification pill, complemented by advanced massage techniques to facilitate toxin expulsion, followed by the unsealing of the curse. Desire value: 0, at the bottom of the system panel. A line of blood-red text pierced Lin Chen's consciousness. Warning: the curse within the target's body possesses a weak backlash characteristic. The host's cultivation level is insufficient. Forced probing or adjustment will provoke a curse attack. A curse. A chronic, insidious poison. Lin Chen's heart trembled, curiosity compelling him to instinctively channel a hint of spiritual energy deeper. This slight intrusion seemed to awaken a dormant viper. A chilling, bone-piercing black aura abruptly surged forth from the acupuncture points on Su Yunshang's back, coiling around Lin Chen's fingers like a maggot, frantically burrowing into his meridians. Lin Chen's complexion paled, his internal 5 elements body refinement technique instinctively activated but was easily penetrated by the black aura, offering no resistance. In a moment of desperation, he focused his thoughts, invoking the unique warmth of yin-yang harmonization, concentrating it at his fingertips. With a hiss, the black aura, as if encountering its nemesis, emitted a faint shriek, reluctantly retreating back into Su Yunshang's body. Lin Chen swiftly withdrew his hand, taking half a step back, cold sweat beading on his forehead. On the couch, Su Yunzhang seemed to sense something, slowly sitting up and pulling her outer robe to cover her smooth skin. She did not turn around. Her voice trembled slightly. What now? Forgive me, disciple, for my inadequacy. Lin Chen steadied his mind and organized his words. The elder is not only afflicted by chronic, insidious poison but also by a extremely malevolent curse. Su Yunzhang abruptly turned her head, her gaze sharp as swords, piercing Lin Chen's face. Did you see clearly? Her eyes were a mix of horror and disbelief. My cultivation is shallow. I can only glimpse a fraction. This curse intertwines with the poison, coiling above the Qi Si and sealing key acupuncture points such as the purple palace and flower canopy, which has led to the elder's stagnation in cultivation. The sharpness in Su Yunshang's eyes gradually faded, replaced by an abyss of desolation. After years of seeking medical help, countless alchemists and physicians had only diagnosed it as stubborn, peculiar poison. However, this mere second-layer Qi refining attendant had unraveled the mystery with a single sentence. Is there a remedy? Her voice carried a mix of hope and fear. To unbind the curse, one must first bind it. This curse is executed with cruelty and cannot be shattered by external force. Lin Chen paused, then shifted his tone. However, if a Jingmei detoxification pill is utilized to neutralize the toxicity and weaken the curse's foundation, followed by specific techniques for nurturing and conditioning, there may be a 50% chance of gradual dissolution. A Jingmei detoxification pill? Su Yunzhang frowned. She had attempted this pill before, with negligible results. Lin Chen added, it must be of exceptionally high quality to be effective, and the disciple's cultivation must reach at least the 4th layer of qi refining to barely implement it. Su Elder, I am currently powerless. Su Yunzhang fell silent. High-grade pills are rare and costly. Elevating a faux spiritual root from the 2nd to the 4th layer in a short span is unrealistic. Hope once again dwindled. She had believed that this youth could alleviate the Saintess's cold poison, but ultimately, it was an extravagant wish. Lin Chen felt a pang of despair as he prepared to speak again, only to see Su Yunshang's gaze suddenly drift past him, staring out the window. In her hollow eyes, a fierce, consuming flame ignited. She recalled the letter, the threat that if she did not comply within a year, she would be left to suffer a fate worse than death. Despair is a more lethal summons than poison. When despair reaches its peak, only reckless madness remains. Suddenly, Su Yunzhang laughed, a sound tinged with madness and resolve. She swiftly retrieved a jade slip from her storage pouch and hurled it at Lin Chen. This is the formula for the Jingmei detoxification pill. She stood, advancing toward Lin Chen with determined steps, the flame in her eyes blazing brighter. I care not for your spiritual root or your methods. 1 year. I grant you but a year. Resources, spiritual stones, everything you require, I will procure, as long as you fulfill your conditions. Her voice rose sharply. Once accomplished, my life will belong to you. Lin Chen's mind whirled, momentarily at a loss for words. He gazed at Su Yunshang's desperate face, feeling her madness, and his heart softened. Disciple shall not disappoint your trust. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Chen reflected on the situation with Su Yunzhang, convinced he had done nothing wrong. If successful, he would gain a favor. If he failed, it would not matter. Yet, an urgency gripped him. He produced the remaining 2 perfect gathering spirit pills from his bosom. A thought crossed his mind, to sell them for a substantial amount of spiritual stones to acquire more cultivation resources. However, a more terrifying image flashed in his mind, being captured by a certain force, imprisoned in a dark chamber, reduced to a pill slave, forced to refine pills day and night. This was too perilous. Lin Chen hesitated no longer and swallowed 1 gathering spirit pill whole. His faux spiritual root, at that moment, resembled an insatiable abyss, greedily consuming every ounce of medicinal potency. His meridians expanded with pain, and his magical energy solidified amid the torrent. Days later, as the last trace of potency from the 2 perfect gathering spirit pills was exhausted, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. He had reached the latter stage of the 2nd layer of qi refining. A breakthrough remained just a step away. 5 perfect pills were barely sufficient to elevate him a minor realm. He could not help but smile wryly. The consumption of this faux spiritual root was indeed a bottomless pit. If those favored by the heavens knew that 2 perfect pills had only allowed him to advance a small step, they would surely be enraged to the point of losing their composure. Yet, his progress over these few days equaled that of others' months, or even years of arduous cultivation. Patience was essential. Lin Chen calmed his thoughts and began to assess the current situation. He possessed 800 spiritual stones, and the ordinary pills granted by the Saintess remained unused. Being at the 2nd layer of qi refining, his strength was still too weak. He thought of Liu Feifei. More than half of their 1-month deadline had passed. If there was no progress, he could not guarantee that she would not entertain other thoughts. Moreover, he needed to gather cultivation points. After a moment, Lin Chen found himself standing before Liu Feifei's courtyard. Sister Liu, Lin Chen has come for a follow-up consultation. Come in. A voice laced with a hint of languor echoed from within the room. Lin Chen pushed the door open and beheld Liu Feifei seated in a meditative posture upon a cushion, seemingly just concluding her practice, her delicate gauzy garment accentuating her breathtaking curves. She opened her eyes, their depths resembling tranquil waters as they swept over him. 2nd level of qi refinement? She arched an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across her features. Fortuitous. Lin Chen replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Liu Feifei rose gracefully, the sheer fabric flowing with her movements. She circled around Lin Chen, an enchanting fragrance enveloping him. She was acutely aware of her own injuries. The depletion of elixirs had hindered her recovery, and the day of her breakthrough seemed a distant prospect. This man before her represented one of her scant hopes. Coming to a halt before Lin Chen, she extended her slender, jade-like finger, directly pointing at his chest. Merely claiming luck would not suffice. Her fingertip bore a subtle chill, and her voice was imbued with unabashed allure. Let me see, has your skill also progressed? Chapter 16. The change in Liu Feifei's attitude with the esteemed attention of the Saintess. Lin Chen gradually became bolder in Liu Feifei's presence after spending time with her on multiple occasions. He offered a subtle smile in response to her words. Since my senior sister has taken an interest, it is only fitting for this junior brother to accompany you. Without any hesitation, he confidently seated himself beside her, which momentarily surprised Liu Feifei. Calmly, he gazed at Liu Feifei and said, I have come to assist you with your condition every few days. This is the third visit. Surely, you are more aware of the changes in your body than I am. He shifted the conversation, feigning concern, and inquired, by the way, senior sister, have you managed to find the main ingredient for the Huayu Shinji ointment, the rare Zhiyang Huorong Chao? If it proves too elusive, we may need to discuss our month-long agreement further. The so-called Huayu Shinji ointment was merely a ruse he concocted to buy time and alleviate the crisis. Liu Feifei, perceptive as ever, caught his underlying intent and shot him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling with mischief. You little rascal, she remarked, not angered but rather amused, letting out a soft laugh. Rising to stand before Lin Chen, she revealed a delicate leg, smooth as jade. Emerging from her gauzy dress, resting on the edge of the bed, her voice, laced with a hint of command, was languid yet assertive. Want to extend our month-long agreement? Very well, but first, ensure you complete the task at hand. Isn't it simply a matter of doing the work well? Lin Chen responded, lightly caressing her alabaster leg, the skin as silky as satin. Liu Feifei smiled at him, unflinching, allowing him to indulge in his playful antics. Senior sister, this acupoint is blocked. Lin Chen exclaimed. You naughty boy, if it's blocked, then help me knead it, she replied, leaning to one side with an alluring posture, her figure subtly glimpsed through the sheer fabric, eagerly placing her petite foot upon his knee. The pristine toes gently curled. Truly a captivating enchantress. Lin Chen thought to himself, wary of continuing down this path. Senior sister, I shall begin now. He placed his hands upon her leg, employing the warm body technique. The warm spiritual energy slowly seeped from his palms. Liu Feifei seemed enveloped in sunlight, relishing the soothing sensation. Just as she anticipated this session to proceed as usual, Lin Chen suddenly shifted from palm to fingertip. Utilizing the Shu Jin Huoluo finger technique, his fingertips transformed into precise drills, applying a spiraling force directly onto the Yong Quan and Tai Shi acupoints on the soles of her feet. These two locations were exceedingly sensitive. Liu Feifei gasped, caught off guard, her muscles tensing instantly. A sharp pain intertwined with a peculiar numbness surged from that point, penetrating her mind. Junior brother you. Senior sister, please remain still. During your breakthrough, a strand of your spiritual energy went awry, accumulating here and forming stagnant energy. Allow me to help you disperse it. With a soft sound of acknowledgement, Liu Feifei fully entrusted Lin Chen's expertise. As Lin Chen intensified the pressure of his fingertips, the spiraling force seemed to come alive, forcefully stirring the mass of stagnant energy. Liu Feifei's toes clenched tightly, yet could not help but relax, the sensation of numbness intensifying. Just as she was on the verge of crying out, a wave of clarity surged through her, as if numerous gates had burst open, her internal energy rejoicing. After a brief incense's duration, Lin Chen withdrew his hands and stood up, a slight sheen of perspiration forming at his brow. Liu Feifei gradually retracted her jade foot, acutely aware of the transformation within her body. The warmth coursing through her meridians surpassed the previous two experiences combined. A qualitative shift from quantitative change. The injury that had plagued her for months was now genuinely healed, and as long as she adhered to her training regimen, the restoration of her powers was imminent. Her gaze toward Lin Chen had transformed. It was no longer filled with playful provocation, but rather held a depth akin to autumn waters. Lin Chen observed this change, a slight smile gracing his lips, revealing a semblance of amusement. He produced a jade vial from his robe and placed it upon Liu Feifei's abdomen. Liu Feifei, puzzled, looked at Lin Chen and asked, "What is this?" "It is a Yang Yuan Dan bestowed by the Saintess." He emphasized the word Saintess deliberately. Upon hearing this, Liu Feifei shivered slightly, a flicker of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. The Saintess. She quickly comprehended Lin Chen's implication. He wished to convey just how significant he was in the eyes of the Saintess. After a brief moment of silence, she accepted the jade vial. This elixir was precisely what she needed for her recovery. A smile graced her face, the alluring demeanor still present but softened by an absence of the underlying chill. "Senior brother's kindness is well received," she said. "Next time you come across something good, Remember to save a portion for me." She leaned in, eager to draw closer. Lin Chen, sensing the moment, stood up and decided not to linger any longer. "Senior sister, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for Liu Feifei's response, he departed. What an uncouth young man, Liu Feifei thought to herself, slightly miffed. Upon exiting, Lin Chen headed straight for the miscellaneous hall. He utilized the remaining 800 spiritual stones to exchange for ingredients to concoct 10 spirit-gathering pills. Gritting his teeth, he spent an additional 100 spiritual stones to purchase the cheapest storage bag, which had only half a unit of space. Finally, he rented the alchemy room for 2 days at the cost of 80 spiritual stones. In his pocket, only 20 spiritual stones and a few empty jade vials remained. Inside the alchemy room, a wave of heat enveloped him. Lin Chen focused his mind and began the alchemical process. With prior experience, this session proved to be more efficient. Just as he was about to bottle the pills, a loud banging echoed against the stone door of the alchemy chamber. "Get a move on in there. Just a mere servant. Are you laying eggs in the alchemy room?" "I'm in a hurry." A brazen voice emanated from outside. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Disturbances during alchemy were most unwelcome. This individual was truly insufferable. He swiftly stored all the pills in his bag, a glint of sternness flashing in his eyes. Considering the time, his rental period was about to expire. Lin Chen opened the stone door and stepped outside. Standing there was an impatiently dressed disciple, his cultivation at the 3rd level of qi refinement. Upon seeing Lin Chen emerge, the disciple was about to unleash a tirade, but suddenly caught sight of the gleaming badge at Lin Chen's waist, signifying his status as a Saintess attendant. His words faltered in his throat, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. Lin Chen noticed the change in his expression and deduced the reason behind it. With a cold glance, he chose not to speak and turned to leave. Though he harbored a desire to confront the other person, their cultivation level surpassed his own. As he made his way back to his residence, Lin Chen contemplated his situation. 10 perfect gathering spirit pills would be sufficient for him to attempt a breakthrough to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. However, that was not enough. He needed to acquire more resources swiftly in order to ascend to a higher realm. Just as he reached a corner, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows. Chapter 17. Hua Jiyu's Rescue. Ascending to the 3rd level of qi refinement suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared, startling Lin Chen. Upon recognizing the visitor, a wave of unease washed over him. The figure was none other than the brocade-clad disciple from outside the alchemy chamber, accompanied by a man whose presence exuded a heavy aura, revealing his cultivation at the 5th level of qi refinement. Lin Chen had not anticipated that he would pursue him so swiftly. And even with a companion, the brocade disciple, noticing Lin Chen's gaze, wore a smug, sinister smile. "Senior brother, it's this brat. He possesses numerous elixirs." The 5th level disciple stepped forward, a palpable pressure enveloping Lin Chen. He scrutinized Lin Chen from head to toe, as though assessing an insignificant insect he could easily crush. "Hand over half of the elixirs you just refined, and we shall consider this matter resolved." As an outer sect disciple, he typically would not venture into the servant quarters. However, having a cooperative relationship with the brocade-clad disciple, he would periodically deliver materials for alchemy, which would then be sold in the market for further cultivation resources. Today, he had just delivered materials and received a message from the brocade disciple midway. Naturally, the brocade disciple embellished the tale, enticing him to return. Lin Chen's heart sank as he pondered an escape. He slightly bowed, speaking with a tone that was neither servile nor arrogant. "Esteemed senior brother, I am a servant of the Holy Maiden. All elixirs I refine must be submitted to her. Are you certain you wish to seize the Holy Maiden's possessions?" "Preposterous." The brocade disciple interjected immediately. "What significance does the Holy Maiden have that she would covet your trifling elixirs? Do not use her as a shield." The 5th level disciple chuckled derisively, amusement evident in his expression. "You are quite naive. Hand over the elixirs obediently. Will you surrender them yourself, or shall I take action?" A chill ran through Lin Chen. Engaging in a direct confrontation offered no hope of victory. The Holy Maiden's token could instill momentary fear, but it was clear that they were undeterred. Was he truly prepared to part with half of his elixirs? At that moment, a clear, slightly anxious voice echoed from around the corner. "Lin Chen Gij. I knew I would find you here." Hua Jiyu hurried over, her skirt held up, a sheen of fine sweat glistening on her forehead, as though she had genuinely been searching for someone. Upon seeing the standoff, especially the 5th level disciple, her steps faltered, and a fleeting panic flashed across her face, quickly transforming into a resolute urgency. What are you doing? The Holy Maiden urgently summoned Lin Chen back, claiming there are pressing matters to discuss. Do you dare delay the Holy Maiden's affairs? Her words tumbled out in a rapid, fervent manner. The brocade disciple was momentarily taken aback, then quickly retorted with a fierce demeanor. Who are you to speak? Would the Holy Maiden send a mere servant to convey her message? I am also a servant of the Holy Maiden, and it is my duty to deliver her message. Huajiyu stood tall, unflinching as she met his gaze. The Holy Maiden has just concluded her cultivation and requires Lin Chen immediately. There is no time to waste. If her training is delayed, can you bear the responsibility for the consequences? The fifth-level disciple furrowed his brow. Stealing elixirs could be done discreetly, without witnesses, and thus, no one could pursue the matter. However, if they truly delayed the Holy Maiden's cultivation, there would be witnesses, and that would lead to significant trouble. Furthermore, if trouble did arise, he was uncertain if the powerful figure behind him would shield him from the fallout. Otherwise, he would not dare act so recklessly. He scrutinized Lin Chen and Huajiyu, attempting to detect any signs of deceit on their faces. Lin Chen felt as though he had heard a heavenly melody, though his expression remained troubled as he inclined his head toward the disciple. Senior brother, I understand the urgency of the Holy Maiden's summons. I dare not delay. Would you permit us a brief moment? With this seamless exchange, the atmosphere shifted. The disciple's expression fluctuated, and with a cold snort, he unleashed a wave of energy that pushed the brocade disciple aside. You dare to rob someone under the Holy Maiden's protection? He glared at the brocade disciple, feigning ignorance. With a huff, he turned and departed. Once they had retreated, Lin Chen grasped Huajiyu's hand, and they finally exhaled a sigh of relief upon reaching a corner. You scared me to death. That man was at the 5th level of chi refinement. Together, we wouldn't even equal his strength. She exclaimed, her heart still racing. You performed admirably just now, Lin Chen remarked, offering her a grateful smile. Of course, who do you think I am? Huajiyu lifted her chin, but soon her expression fell. However, Lin Chen, we cannot continue like this. They will undoubtedly return to cause trouble. Her concern mirrored Lin Chen's own thoughts. Ultimately, they were still too weak. After a moment of silence, Lin Chen took out a jade vial from his storage bag and handed it to her. Take this. Huajiyu accepted it, uncorking the vial, and a rich fragrance of elixirs wafted into the air. She peered inside, her mouth agape. A Juling Dan? And another. The quality seems even better? Lin Chen gently pressed her hand down. If it weren't for you today, I would have been in serious trouble. Take it, do not refuse. He continued, one may walk swiftly alone, but together, we shall go far. We are companions, and only by growing stronger together can we stand firm. His warm palm enveloped her hand, and the sincerity in his words brought a sting to her eyes. She bit her lip and nodded emphatically, clutching the jade vial tightly. Her cultivation had stagnated at the peak of the 2nd level, unable to progress further, always lacking that final push. These 2 elixirs were undoubtedly that needed impetus. Remember, regarding the elixirs, do not speak a word. Cultivate in secret, understood? Huajiyu nodded earnestly. Understood. After bidding farewell to Huajiyu, Lin Chen continued on his way back to his residence. He closed the door behind him, his demeanor hardening, devoid of any warmth. The day's events pierced his heart like a needle. He settled into a meditative posture without hesitation, retrieving a perfect Juling Dan from his storage bag and swallowing it whole. Boom. The overwhelming, pure medicinal power erupted within him, akin to a surging river, cleansing every inch of his meridians. There was not a trace of toxic impurities, only the most pristine spiritual energy. Lin Chen synchronized his mind with his body, guiding this torrent to assault the barrier of the 2nd level of chi refinement. 1, 2, 3. As the power of the 3rd Juling Dan was fully absorbed and refined, his internal energy finally reached a critical threshold. Crack! The bottleneck shattered with a resounding noise. He successfully ascended to the 3rd level of chi refinement. Lin Chen's eyes snapped open, a fleeting brilliance illuminating his gaze. Gradually, he opened his palm, feeling the surge of power within him, now several times more potent than before, and whispered to himself, this is merely the beginning. Chapter 18. Your spirit, I shall soothe. As Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, a familiar panel unfurled within his consciousness. His intent directly landed upon the circular emblem of the yin-yang harmonization technique. The accumulation of cultivation points had surged significantly. It was time to ascertain what new skills could be unlocked. The moment his intent made contact, he was greeted with delightful information. Current unlockable ability, Tranquil Slumber Technique, cost, 80 cultivation points. The name itself suggested a connection to the spirit. He had amassed a total of 260 points, gained from refining medicinal pills and daily massages for the Saintess. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to unlock it. Notification, Tranquil Slumber Technique unlocked. Cultivation points -80, remaining 180 points. A torrent of information regarding the Tranquil Slumber Technique flooded his mind. Tranquil Slumber Technique, a gentle massage combining specific acupoints on the head and neck, paired with guided breathing to calm the mind, focusing on the spiritual aspect. This technique stabilizes the target's spirit, increasing the probability of successfully breaking through realms. The effectiveness scales with the host's cultivation level. Immediately, countless details regarding the operation routes, acupoint locations, and the appropriate pressure became imprinted in his memory, as if he had practiced it countless times before. An uncontrollable joy surged within Lin Chen's heart. The efficacy of the Tranquil Slumber Technique seemed tailor-made for the Saintess, Qin Ruoxiu. Her cultivation of the 9 revolutions harmonious body technique necessitated exceptional stability of the spirit. If this technique could indeed assist her in solidifying her spirit and enhancing her chances of breaking through, its value would be immeasurable. What stirred his excitement further was the mention in the skill's description that its effectiveness would improve as the host's cultivation advanced, indicating immense potential rather than being static. The following morning, Lin Chen arrived at Qin Ruoxiu's tranquil chamber, his aura concealed by the breathing technique, disguising him as a late-stage practitioner of the second layer of qi refinement. Having recently broken through to this layer, displaying the prowess of the third layer would undoubtedly raise suspicions among the observant. Qin Ruoxiu sat gracefully on a meditation cushion, adorned in a pristine white palace gown, her skin glowing softly in the morning light. Saintess, Lin Chen bowed respectfully. Qin Ruoxiu nodded slightly, her voice cool and clear. Let us begin. Lin Chen stepped forward, hesitating momentarily before speaking with utmost respect. Saintess, I had an epiphany regarding the harmonious nourishing technique yesterday and have comprehended a new method of adjustment. This method emphasizes the spiritual aspect and may aid in stabilizing your mind and refining your energy flow. However, it requires your cooperation during the process, adjusting your breathing and relaxing your mind. Qin Ruoxiu's autumn-like eyes lifted to meet his, scrutinizing him. Internally, a tempest of surprise surged. How could a mere new servant possess such profound insights? Yet, she concealed her astonishment. A new method? What is required for cooperation? When I perform the technique, I will guide you in adjusting the rhythm of your breathing. You simply need to follow my lead while simultaneously operating your usual technique for stabilizing the spirit, achieving a harmonious union for greater effect. Qin Ruoxiu pondered in silence for a moment. She recognized Lin Chen's massage techniques were indeed extraordinary. He possessed a natural talent for the art of massage, effectively alleviating the internal turmoil caused by her practice, thereby enhancing her cultivation speed. His recent claim that this newly comprehended method could benefit her spirit piqued her curiosity. However, this servant's audacity seemed to be growing. You may proceed. Yes. Lin Chen positioned himself behind her, taking a deep breath. With the cultivation of the third layer of qi refinement, employing the abilities of the second layer resulted in a refinement of several folds. His fingers gently yet accurately landed on the fengqi acupoints on either side of Qin Ruoxiu's neck. The sensation of the tranquil slumber technique was unlike the penetrating force of the muscle relaxation technique or the warm diffusion of the warming body technique. It was as soft as a feather, imbued with a peculiar rhythm, as if he were caressing her spirit rather than merely massaging flesh. Saintess, please follow my guidance. Inhale. Qin Ruoxiu complied, initially with some reserve. Yet, as Lin Chen's almost imperceptible energy flowed through several key acupoints in her head, an indescribable tranquility began to spread from her Beihui acupoint, gradually enveloping her entire consciousness. It felt akin to a celestial melody playing in harmonious rhythm. She instinctively adjusted her breathing to align with this melody. The calming technique she usually practiced accelerated spontaneously, as if her spirit was being gently lifted by a tender hand, dissolving all restlessness and stagnation. This servant. A flicker of surprise crossed Qin Ruoxiu's mind, but she quickly dismissed any distractions. Her entire being sank into an ethereal state, clarity surpassing all she had previously known. Time passed unmeasured until Lin Chen withdrew his fingers. Qin Ruoxiu slowly opened her eyes, their brilliance reflecting a newfound vigor. Notification. Cultivation points 30, desire points 5. She gazed up at Lin Chen, as if attempting to see through him entirely. Well done. Continue this tomorrow. A succinct phrase encapsulated everything. Day by day, Lin Chen continued administering the tranquil slumber technique as the primary focus of his massages, fortifying Qin Ruoxiu's spirit, while simultaneously refining the remaining gathering spirit pills, diligently strengthening his own spiritual power. Cultivation points 20. Cultivation points 15. 1 month later, on a night illuminated by a radiant moon and scattered stars, a formidable aura erupted within Qin Ruoxiu's tranquil chamber, sweeping through the entire space. Her magical energy surged with unprecedented might, amplified several-fold. She had achieved the 9th layer of qi refinement. As she felt the overwhelming power within her, far more potent than before, a smile blossomed on her usually composed face, a smile never before revealed to others. Since her breakthrough to the 8th layer of qi refinement, she had been plagued by the cold energy accumulated in her dantian, alongside the frequent turmoil from practicing the 9 revolutions harmonious body technique, which had significantly slowed her cultivation. Faced with both internal and external challenges, she had remained tense and vigilant, never daring to relax. Now, having finally broken through to the 9th layer, despite the lingering cold energy within, she firmly believed that, given time, she could completely eradicate it and advance to the foundation establishment stage. This success was largely due to the assistance of her servant, Lin Chen. Qin Ruoxiu slowly opened her eyes and instructed the attendant on duty outside, "Summon Lin Chen to me." Chapter 19. Balancing borrowing and alchemy. Hua Jiyu respectfully accepted her task, saying, "Yes, Your Highness, the Saintess." Meanwhile, Lin Chen's cultivation faced a significant obstacle. The Zhuling Dan had been completely refined, yet his cultivation had not ascended to the 4th layer of qi refinement as he had hoped. Moreover, the benefits of the perfect quality Zhuling Dan appeared to have diminished conspicuously. Relying on the Zhuling Dan was proving to be insufficient. Could it be that my pseudo-spiritual root is truly this inadequate? Ordinary disciples can effortlessly use the Zhuling Dan to break through to the 4th layer of qi refinement, let alone with a perfect Zhuling Dan. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, a hint of irritation creeping into his heart. Just then, a melodious voice called from outside, "Lin Chen Gij." Lin Chen Gij. He dissipated his cultivation method and rose to open the door. "Jiu Mei Mei, it is quite late. Do you wish to engage in a midnight chat with your elder brother?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a trace of his habitual mischievousness. Hua Jiyu's cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she lightly stamped her foot. "What time is it? Still jesting. The Saintess has summoned you. Come quickly with me." The mention of the Saintess stirred Lin Chen's heart. He pondered the reason for the summons. He followed Hua Jiyu at a brisk pace toward Shi Palace. "I am not entirely certain," Hua Jiyu whispered. The brilliant light that just erupted in the quiet chamber suggests that the Saintess has made progress in her cultivation. Before long, the two arrived outside the Saintess's hall. A clear voice emerged from within. "Lin Chen, enter." "Jiyu, you may withdraw." Hua Jiyu cast a curious glance at Lin Chen. He shrugged, indicating his own confusion. Stepping into the quiet chamber, Lin Chen found Qin Ruoxiu seated in a meditative posture, her aura flowing with a depth that surpassed her usual demeanor. Upon opening her eyes, her gaze fell upon Lin Chen, softened slightly from her typical chilliness. The effectiveness of the calming technique he had imparted was indeed remarkable. It not only stabilized her restless energy, but also subtly refined her consciousness. This breakthrough was undoubtedly attributed to his method. "Lin Chen." Qin Ruoxiu's voice, having shed some of its habitual frostiness, now carried a touch of warmth. "Your calming technique has greatly contributed to my successful breakthrough. Speak, what reward do you desire?" Although Lin Chen had his suspicions, hearing that the Saintess had ascended a realm genuinely filled him with joy. He bowed respectfully, maintaining a humble demeanor. "To alleviate the concerns of the Saintess is my duty. I dare not ask for a reward." Qin Ruoxiu, seemingly accustomed to his rhetoric, intensified her tone slightly. "Once I have spoken, I cannot retract my words." Lin Chen pretended to ponder for a moment before replying. "I humbly request a prescription that could enhance my cultivation. Might the Saintess possess any that would be of use?" Qin Ruoxiu's delicate brows furrowed. "A prescription? You are knowledgeable in the art of alchemy?" Her gaze swept over Lin Chen, recalling the foundational alchemy booklet she had casually given him. Could it truly have sparked his understanding? I have recently delved into the basics of alchemy and believe I have gleaned some insights, managing to successfully refine Zhuling Dan. Hence, I wish to study more prescriptions to advance further in the path of alchemy. My progress in cultivation is also due to the grace of the Saintess, allowing me to approach this field and fortuitously step into the realm of alchemists. Lin Chen's words were meticulously crafted, both elevating Qin Ruoxiu and subtly highlighting his own worth. Qin Ruoxiu contemplated briefly. You possess a pseudo-spiritual root, making your path in cultivation infinitely more arduous than that of others. If you truly have a talent for alchemy, it should indeed be utilized wisely. Advancing your cultivation is the right course of action. She naturally welcomed Lin Chen's improvement, as it would enhance the efficacy of his restorative techniques. I happen to have a prescription for Ling Yuan Dan, which bears similar properties to Zhuling Dan, but focuses more on replenishing vitality and accelerating the absorption of spiritual energy, perfectly suited to your current needs. A jade slip flew from Qin Ruoxiu's sleeve, gently landing before Lin Chen. Ling Yuan Dan. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. This was a mid-grade first-tier elixir that seamlessly complemented the Zhuling Dan. He cautiously accepted the jade slip, but a hint of embarrassment crossed his face. Your Highness. I have recently exhausted a considerable amount of spiritual materials in my pursuit of refining Zhuling Dan, and my pockets are utterly empty. Might it be possible to advance some spirit stones for my current needs? As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Chen felt a twinge of regret. Qin Ruoxiu regarded him silently, her expression inscrutable. Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Indeed, in critical moments, one's skin thickening seemed futile. In the midst of his embarrassment, a small storage pouch floated before him. 1,000 spirit stones. Remember to return them. With that, Qin Ruoxiu closed her eyes, appearing as though she had never spoken. Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly bowed in gratitude before exiting the quiet chamber. Upon returning to his residence, he immediately examined the jade slip. Beep. Detected inferior prescription Ling Yuan Dan prescription. Would you like to expend 30 cultivation points to upgrade it to a perfect Ling Yuan Dan prescription? Yes, he replied without hesitation. A brand new perfect Ling Yuan Dan prescription had been imprinted in his mind. With another thought, Lin Chen's consciousness delved into the alchemy section of the system panel. Alchemy, 20 cultivation points. Would you like to confirm the expenditure of 20 cultivation points to elevate the alchemy level? Confirm. In an instant, knowledge, insights, and techniques related to mid-grade first-tier alchemy flooded into his consciousness, as if he had been born with them. On the system panel, the alchemy section shone even brighter, displaying the characters 1 intermediate. Having tasted the sweetness of the perfect Zhuling Dan, Lin Chen's current goal crystallized: to earn cultivation points, enhance his medical knowledge, refine his alchemical skills, and pave his path to immortality with elixirs. He immediately set off toward the miscellaneous hall. He approached the innermost counter, where Su Yunzhang was personally attending. Elder Su, Lin Chen bowed respectfully. Su Yunzhang raised her gaze, momentarily pausing on him. Completed the second layer of qi refinement? What brings you here? I wish to purchase a batch of materials for Ling Yuan Dan. A barely perceptible arch of her brow indicated her surprise. Ling Yuan Dan, your alchemical skills have reached the intermediate level? I have had occasional insights and wish to give it a try. Excellent. You are indeed diligent. Su Yunshang's eyes flickered with satisfaction. If he could leverage elixirs to expedite his cultivation, there might be a greater chance of success. The Ling Yuan Dan was already the highest grade prescription material available at the miscellaneous hall. In the days to come, should you have any needs, feel free to seek me out. My heartfelt gratitude to Elder Su for his guidance. Lin Chen felt a gentle warmth within, bowing once more in respect. Soon, he procured 2 sets of materials for the Gathering Spirit Pill, along with a substantial 7 sets for the Spirit Origin Pill. Although the efficacy of the Gathering Spirit Pill had diminished, refining a few superior or even exquisite ones remained of some utility. If inquired by any curious individuals, he could simply claim to have fortuitously obtained a couple through arduous refinement. After renting a pill refining chamber, Lin Chen took a deep breath and commenced the alchemical process. With prior experience in crafting the Gathering Spirit Pill and his cultivation having advanced, he found his mastery over the flames and the infusion of spiritual energy had reached new heights. Particularly, the stringent requirements for merging the properties of spiritual herbs in the refinement of the Spirit Origin Pill now seemed effortless in his hands. Through the night and into the following day, he toiled without rest. It was not until the dusk of the next day, as the shadows lengthened, that he successfully refined all the spiritual materials. Lin Chen gazed at the results, quietly resting in the pill furnace, a smile gracing his lips as he reached out to take one, inhaling its fragrance. It was a success. Chapter 20. The Shattered Heart of Tao. Liu Feifei's Night of Despair. On the other side, shortly after Lin Chen departed with Hua Jiu, Liu Feifei arrived at the entrance of Lin Chen's courtyard. She softly called out several times, but received no response. A note was discreetly slipped inside. At the third watch of the night, Feifei. Upon returning to her residence, a shadowy figure loomed at her doorstep, causing her brow to furrow. It was Li Changfeng. Liu Shijia, he greeted, bowing slightly with a facade of humble politeness. Liu Feifei detested this insincere smile masked beneath a veneer of humility. "Come in," she commanded, stepping inside. "What is it? Between us, everything has long been settled." She referred to the earlier arrangement he had made for her to have attendance. Li Changfeng followed her into the guest room, and as he entered, he subtly flicked his fingers hidden in his sleeve. A pinch of colorless and odorless powder quietly mingled with the air. "Shijia, you jest," he spoke softly. "I merely wish to reminisce with you." Liu Feifei had no intention of reminiscing. She was about to insist that he state his purpose or leave her to her cultivation when a sudden wave of weakness drained her limbs of strength. Her body softened, collapsing into a chair. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of agitation and despair surged within her, inundating her spirit and gnawing at her resolve. She looked up in horror, fixing her gaze on Li Changfeng. "You have poisoned me?" Not only did she feel her body succumbing, but her thoughts too began to spiral into confusion, her once steadfast convictions teetering on the brink of collapse. The humility that adorned Li Changfeng's face vanished, replaced by a sickly delight. "Liu Shijia, fear not," he approached, bending close until his face nearly touched hers. "I simply wish to clarify a few matters." Liu Feifei's fury ignited. As an outer sect disciple who had endured countless trials to reach her current standing, how could she be so treacherously undermined by a mere attendant? "This is the outer sect's territory. How dare you?" Her voice, though hoarse, was a facade of strength. Li Changfeng emitted a sharp, mocking laugh. He extended a finger, lightly pressing it against Liu Feifei's stagnant dantian. "A first-grade mid-tier, Rugu-san. Oh, and a touch of Shixin-san. Do you believe I could not acquire it?" Liu Feifei's complexion turned ashen in an instant. "Shixin-san. This substance could corrupt one's mind and destroy one's foundational path." She bit her tongue sharply, the pain forcing her to cling to a thread of clarity. Yet that despair clung to her like a relentless parasite, growing ever more suffocating. Li Changfeng was pleased with her reaction, and he quickly fired off a series of questions. "What transpired the day Lin Chen massaged you? How many times have you met? What makes him so special that even the holy maiden regards him with favor?" The final question struck a nerve. Images of Lin Chen's warm and powerful hands, the peculiar warmth that soothed her inner wounds, involuntarily flashed through her mind. "His hands are cleaner than your heart." Liu Feifei's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "His skills are true artistry, unlike certain individuals who lurk in shadows and resort to despicable tactics for pity." Li Changfeng's expression darkened instantly. He abruptly seized Liu Feifei's chin, yanking her from the chair and dragging her roughly to the ground. "Wretched girl," he hissed, pressing his foot down on her hand and grinding it mercilessly. "Do you think you are something? A waste with 3 spiritual roots, relying on unorthodox methods to ascend to the 5th layer of qi refinement, now with a damaged foundation, unable to stabilize your cultivation. Mere refuse." The piercing pain surged through her, but what hurt more were his every word. The effects of Shixin-san magnified the terms waste and refuse 1,000-fold in her consciousness. "Have you placed your hopes on another attendant? A pseudo-spiritual root even more useless than you? Ridiculous. Do you expect him to help you regain your peak? Do you not realize that in my master's eyes, both you and he are mere insects that can be crushed at any moment? You seek longevity and pleasure, yet you cannot even see the most basic realities. All your struggles, all your hopes, are nothing but a joke." His words pierced through Liu Feifei's heart like burning needles, amplifying her fear, inferiority, and unwillingness. Her belief in cultivation, her hopes for the future, began to shatter under the dual assault of his malicious words and the medicinal effects. "No, it cannot be," she murmured, her gaze growing vacant. "I finally glimpsed a sliver of hope." Li Changfeng crouched down, producing the note that Lin Chen had not had the chance to read, waving it before her, then, right before her eyes, disintegrating it into ash with his spiritual power. Is this it? Liu Shija, awaken. Even if he could assist you, what then? Before my master, a mere flick of his finger could render you without a grave. All your struggles are worthless before true power. Worthless. Liu Feifei's pupils constricted sharply. All her years of perseverance, all her years of bearing humiliation. Was hope merely a farce? Was it all just a joke? Crack. A sound, faint yet unmistakable, akin to the shattering of glass, echoed from the depths of her dantian, audible only to her. That was her heart of Tao. It shattered. The last glimmer of light in her eyes extinguished completely, leaving her as a soulless puppet, slumped upon the ground. Tell me, what is it about Lin Chen that makes you rely on him so? Li Changfeng, with a wicked gleam in his eyes, posed this crucial question. Hua Yuxingji. Liu Feifei ultimately could not maintain her composure. Now I understand. Li Changfeng received his answer and, satisfied, released her, looking down from his elevated position at the shell that lay on the ground. Remember, do not entertain thoughts of revenge. His voice was frigid. Behind me stands a presence you could never provoke. With that, Li Changfeng turned and departed, his figure quickly vanishing into the night. He hastened to a secluded cave on the outer Sect's back mountain. Under the moonlight, a graceful figure draped in sheer fabric stood with her back to him. Li Changfeng knelt, burying his head deeply. Master. The figure did not turn, lightly flicking her fingertip, causing a stray leaf to fall, and the spirit plant emitted a faint, sorrowful wail reminiscent of a baby's cry. Li Changfeng's body quivered almost imperceptibly. The mouth of the ant had opened. Lin Chen had once promised to concoct a miraculous elixir known as Hua Yuxingji Gao for her, a remedy designed to mend foundational injuries when paired with specific massage techniques. The figure behind the veil fell into a moment of silence. Hua Yuxingji Gao. It seemed vaguely familiar. Qin Ruo Shui, your fortune is indeed remarkable. After a prolonged pause, a voice as chilling as ice echoed through the air. She cast aside a jade vial. For you. Li Changfeng was overjoyed and swiftly caught it. Investigate. The voice lacked any warmth, commanding a thorough inquiry into the origins and formulation of this ointment. It is. Chapter 21. From this moment forth, you shall be my path. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Chen was halted by an imperceptible sense of unease. The items within the room bore the marks of having been disturbed, yet no notes were visible. Over the past few months, only Liu Feifei had visited this place, utilizing such means to communicate with him. Lin Chen promptly secured all windows and doors, plunging the room into darkness. He grasped a handful of medicinal ash and scattered it into the air, his hands gracefully dancing as the ash settled upon the floor. Upon closer inspection, distinct shoe prints emerged from the dust. Lin Chen discerned that there were two sets of footprints, and notably, they were not of a woman's size. Could it be that something had transpired with Liu Feifei? He regarded her as a crucial ally in his forthcoming endeavors. If she were to falter, the original plans would undoubtedly necessitate a complete overhaul. Lin Chen resolved to uncover the truth. The gate of Liu Feifei's small courtyard stood ajar. A gentle push revealed a waft of metallic scent, a stark reminder of blood. The interior was dimly lit, and in the corner, a figure was curled up. The once enchanting woman, who had often sought to tease him and gain the upper hand, now resembled a discarded rag. Her clothing was torn. A dried streak of blood lingered at the corner of her mouth, and her eyes stared vacantly into the abyss, as if her spirit had long since departed. Lin Chen's heart sank. This was no mere injury. It was the profound stillness that followed the shattering of one's resolve. He approached slowly, crouching down. Liu Shija? The lifeless body offered no response. Lin Chen sighed. While he and Liu Feifei shared no deep bond, their connection was primarily one of mutual benefit. Yet, witnessing such a vibrant life reduced to this state stirred compassion within him. Furthermore, he harbored a nagging suspicion that this incident bore relevance to him. Extending his hand, he placed his fingertips upon her wrist. Coldness and silence enveloped him. The spiritual energy within her was chaotic and disordered, her vitality in retreat. Most alarming was the dimming essence at her core, which flickered like a candle in the wind. He retrieved a Yang Yuan Dan, pried open her mouth, and administered the pill while channeling a stream of pure magical energy to aid its dissolution. With his other hand pressing against her temple, he initiated a calming spell. At last, a flicker of vitality returned to Liu Feifei's ashen face. Her hollow gaze slowly focused upon Lin Chen. Her lips quivered, and raspy, fragmented syllables escaped her throat. Li Changfeng. Through her halting narrative, Lin Chen pieced together the entire situation. A chill settled in his eyes. Li Changfeng. This individual's malevolence surpassed his expectations. My path, shattered. A murky tear slipped from Liu Feifei's eye, and she once again teetered on the brink of despair. Everything was a farce. A farce? Lin Chen's voice pierced through the air like a needle. To have one's resolve obliterated by a mere gesture, reduced to this ghastly state, was indeed a ludicrous affair. Liu Feifei seemed struck by his words, abruptly lifting her head to gaze at him. You, Li Changfeng was correct. In the presence of true strength, you and I are but insects, easily crushed. Yet, Lin Chen's tone shifted, his gaze sharp as a blade. Even insects possess the right to struggle. Are you willing to accept such a fate? He assisted Liu Feifei to sit cross-legged. Your foundation has been entirely destroyed by him, which is fortunate. It spares me the effort of mending what was already flawed. Now, I require you to construct a palace atop this desolation. The process will be agonizing, but should you endure, your future shall far surpass your past. Seated behind her, Lin Chen slowly raised his hands. Lu Shija, I beg your pardon. His palms, devoid of gentility, precisely pressed against the center of her back. The warm yang healing technique. The robust, pure yang spiritual energy surged into Liu Feifei's icy meridians like molten lava, causing her body to convulse violently. Pain. Liu Feifei trembled as her meridians, already weakened by Li Changfeng's torment and her own despair, felt Lin Chen's power as a second assault rather than a cure. Steady your mind, Lin Chen commanded, guiding his energy toward her dantian. His gestures transformed from gentle manipulation to a forceful intrusion, as threads of spiritual energy penetrated her stagnant acupoints. This was not mere regulation or unblocking. It was a violent effort to breach the dam channels. In Liu Feifei's consciousness, Li Changfeng's venomous words echoed like specters. You are merely an insect, easily crushed. All your hopes are but a jest. These thoughts manifested as dark chains, ensnaring her fractured resolve tighter with each passing moment, inflicting excruciating pain whenever she attempted to concentrate. Surrender, simply perish. A voice within her heart whispered temptingly. At that moment, a force both domineering and warm burst into her shadowy realm like a radiant sun. Do you truly believe what he said? It was Lin Chen's voice resonating within her mind. Is your path defined by a few spoken words? Then what have you been cultivating? What is the essence of your pursuit of immortality? Lin Chen's strands of energy began to forcibly dismantle the mental chains. Liu Feifei observed as each liberated thread drained Lin Chen's complexion of vitality. Restoring her shattered spirit was a monumental strain upon him as well. Look at me. Lin Chen's voice rang out once more. Liu Feifei found her consciousness irresistibly drawn to him, witnessing as Lin Chen's energy meticulously reconstructed the foundation from the ruins of her dantian. The process was slow and arduous. Her fragments of resolve were tenderly cradled by that force, attempting to piece them back together. Now, it is your turn. Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of fatigue. I have laid the groundwork. How the edifice is erected depends on you. Rise, or you shall remain eternally ensnared in this wreckage. Liu Feifei's body trembled, filled with an unwillingness so potent it threatened to consume her very essence. Why? Why must my years of enduring humiliation be invalidated by his mere utterance? Why must my fate be dictated by another? She emitted an anguished scream, stifled to the utmost degree. The remnants of her will coalesce into an ethereal hammer, purposefully striking against those shattered fragments of her heart, not to piece them together, but to shatter them, reducing them to finer particles, transforming them into the purest dust. From destruction, a new foundation would arise. Since the old was no longer tenable, it must be utterly annihilated. And from its ruins, a new soul would be forged. Lin Chen did not anticipate the effectiveness of this approach. He immediately intensified his spiritual energy output, fully supporting her nearly self-destructive and frenzied endeavor. Time seemed to lose its meaning as, within Liu Feifei's dantian, those spiritual particles began to whirl and coalesce spontaneously. A faint yet extraordinarily pure and tenacious light flickered back to life amidst the ruins. It is done. Lin Chen withdrew his hand, swaying slightly. His complexion visibly pale. He quickly retrieved a top-grade gathering spirit pill and placed it by Liu Feifei's lips. Swallow it, to stabilize the energy. Liu Feifei slowly opened her eyes. In those orbs, The former allure and impatience had vanished without a trace, replaced by a serene resolve born from destruction. She did not glance at the pill but instead reached out, grasping Lin Chen's wrist with an astonishing grip. Her nails dug deep, the strength of her hold remarkable. She fixed her gaze upon him, enunciating each word deliberately. From this moment forth, you shall be my path. Chapter 22. The true essence of yin and yang harmonization, her rebirth and madness. Upon finishing her words, Liu Feifei grasped the elixir and began to restore her spiritual foundation. Time seemed to elapse without notice, and her aura swelled, the fluctuations of her qi at the fifth layer reigniting vibrantly. Gradually, she opened her eyes, the lifeless calm within them replaced by a fervent possessiveness. She uttered no words, merely fixed her gaze upon Lin Chen, akin to a dying lone wolf that has identified its only lifeline. That statement, "You are my path," was not a mere vow, but a mark far more profound than a soul contract. Lin Chen felt a chill at her intense stare, and just as he was about to speak, Liu Feifei lunged towards him. This was not a mere embrace. It resembled a drowning individual clinging desperately to the sole piece of driftwood, exerting all her strength to hold him tightly. Her face buried in his chest, her body trembled violently. Lin Chen stiffened, acutely sensing the unreserved reliance and sense of belonging emanating from the depths of her spirit. To accept her implied embracing a tremendous karma and trouble. Yet, to reject her risked unleashing a more uncontrollable threat from a fifth-layer qi cultivator with a warped heart. The balance of pros and cons was assessed in an instant. Lin Chen reached out, encircling her delicate waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. This was a signal. Liu Feifei relaxed her body, raising her head. There was no shyness on her face, only a madness and devotion that seemed to forsake everything. She clumsily yet forcefully pressed her lips against Lin Chen's. In silence, their garments slipped away. As their skin made contact, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy erupted within both of them, far more potent than during her previous healing. The newly awakened heart of the Tao within Liu Feifei functioned like a ravenous furnace, voraciously absorbing Lin Chen's yang energy. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's yin-yang harmonization technique instinctively activated, continuously refining, compressing, and reciprocating this exchanged power. This was not mere flirtation, but the most primal and thorough mingling of spiritual energy and resonance of souls. This was the true essence of yin and yang harmonization. Time passed unmeasured until Liu Feifei let out a satisfied sigh, lazily curling up in his embrace, her breath finally steady, her cultivation more solid than ever before. In that moment, a tremendous flow of information surged into Lin Chen's mind. Detected deep yin-yang harmonization between host and target. Target's heart of Tao submits, gaining 50 cultivation points. Gained special reward, talent feedback, trace amount. A warm current flooded through Lin Chen's body, as if his pseudo-spiritual roots had been slightly widened. More astonishingly, the pure yin essence returned from Liu Feifei, combined with his yang energy and the warmth of the talent feedback, formed a tumultuous torrent of energy. This force surged directly towards the barrier of his third layer, qi cultivation. Lin Chen's heart jolted. Disregarding the tender moment, he immediately guided the uncontrollable power. Within his danshan, Lin Chen's consciousness became akin to a skilled rider holding tightly to the reins, carefully directing the three energy sources. He first centered his own spiritual power, gradually nibbling away at Liu Feifei's yin essence. Whenever his spiritual energy waned significantly, he would crush a spirit elixir, drawing upon its medicinal potency for replenishment. Under the resonance of multiple abilities, the efficiency of refining the spirit elixir surpassed any previous attempts. Boom! A muffled sound resonated within him. The solid barrier crumbled effortlessly before this sudden surge of might. The whirlpool of spiritual energy within his danshan expanded wildly, and a new cyclone quietly took form. Fourth layer of qi cultivation. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance passing through them. Liu Feifei, cradled in his arms, seemed startled by the sudden surge of his aura, her eyelashes fluttering as she opened her own eyes. She sensed the wholly different fluctuations of spiritual energy within Lin Chen, momentarily taken aback, then a breathtaking smile curved her lips. She reached out her slender fingers, tracing gently across Lin Chen's chest. "Master, you are stronger now." She tilted her face upward, her gaze fervently entwined with his, burying her face deeper. "Master." Her voice carried a nascent hoarseness, almost inaudible. "Master." The words spoken by Li Changfeng echoed in her mind. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. There was no resentment or bitterness in her words, only a cold statement of fact, as if to declare that a filthy thing needed to be cleansed, and the power to cleanse it lay in her master's hands. This was the madness concealed beneath the stillness. Lin Chen gently patted her back, offering no words. Liu Feifei soon fell into a deep slumber, her dual exhaustion of mind and body necessitating profound rest. Lin Chen, however, found no inclination toward sleep. He sensed an indescribable change within him, yet soon this feeling returned to tranquility. It appeared that the true mystery of the yin-yang harmonization technique transcended mere massage therapy. He recalled a question he had posed during the training with the red-sleeve lady regarding breaking through barriers. So that was it. He donned his robe and rose, moving to the window, the night breeze scattering the remnants of lingering warmth, leaving only a chilling clarity. Li Changfeng. Lin Chen was never one to vocalize his hatred, but all that Li Changfeng had done to Liu Feifei, to his former self, and the latent threat to his present self must be eradicated swiftly. Li Changfeng must die, and he hoped that day would not be far off. This man targeted Liu Feifei, yet the root lay in himself and the Saintess Qin Ruoxiu. He and Qin Ruoxiu were already intertwined in fate. If she were to fall, he, the repeated benefactor who had stabilized her injuries, would only face a fate worse than being drained. Fourth layer of qi cultivation was still insufficient. Lin Chen clenched his fists, feeling the surging magical power within him. He needed greater strength, not only in cultivation but also in lethal means. In the days that followed, Lin Chen maintained an absolute low profile. After Qin Ruoxiu stabilized at the 9th layer of qi cultivation, she seemed to have found a method to control the 9 transformations of the harmonious body technique, no longer requiring Lin Chen's daily adjustments. Although this meant a reduction in cultivation points, it granted him substantial uninterrupted time. Gains and losses are a fair exchange. In the small room, Lin Chen sat cross-legged. He placed a perfectly refined spirit elixir into his mouth, commencing the process of refining its medicinal energy. Time became meaningless amidst his cultivation. As the 3rd elixir was refined, his cultivation had firmly settled at the latter stage of the 4th layer of qi refinement. The 4 months of arduous training had not been in vain. The potency of the pseudo-spiritual root far surpassed that of his peers at the same level. Lin Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He rose, stretching his limbs, and a series of delicate cracks echoed from his joints. He had grown stronger, yet it was still insufficient. He meticulously assessed his assets: cultivation points, 500, spirit stones, 0, elixirs, 1 ordinary Yanyuan Dan, 1 gathering spirit Dan, 1 exquisite gathering spirit Dan, and 2 perfect Lingyuan Dan. Alchemy, intermediate level 1, medicine, novice master, cultivation, latter stage of the 4th layer of qi refinement. Alas, not only was he impoverished, but his abilities were also lacking. Lin Chen sighed inwardly, feeling quite helpless. He needed to acquire some spirit stones to continue refining elixirs. He pushed open the door, preparing to seek out Huajiu, whom he had not seen for a long time. Just then, a figure stood quietly outside his door. Chapter 23. The most precious garment of the maiden opens the door to cultivation for him. Outside the door stood Huajiu. Just as he was about to seek her out, she appeared. Huajiu seemed to have waited for a while, her fair complexion tinged with a slight blush under the night sky. Lin Chen Gij, let's talk inside. Lin Chen stepped aside to allow her entry. Jiu Maime, do you have something to discuss? Huajiu twisted the hem of her garment, appearing somewhat anxious. Lin Chen understood she had something to say. There was no need for her to feel shy with her brother. Well, Lin Chen Gij, thanks to the wonderful elixirs you gifted me, I was able to successfully break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken to reach this realm. She lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with sincere gratitude. So, I would like to help you with a massage as a form of exchange? The last 2 words slipped from her lips softly and quickly, as if afraid someone might overhear. Lin Chen understood this was her way of showing appreciation. Indeed, after 4 months of tension, it was time to relax. All right, he replied with a smile, but we must adhere to my rules. With a thought, he plunged his consciousness into his mind. The system's interface materialized within his mental space. His focus landed on the yin-yang harmonization technique. It was a perfect opportunity to see what skills could be unlocked while also engaging in a bit of sparring with Huajiu. He had amassed a significant number of cultivation points that had yet to be spent. This was partly because Lin Chen had just recently broken through to the fourth layer of qi refinement, partly because his previous cultivation had been methodical, primarily focused on refining elixirs with no other uses for the points, and partly due to his habit of accumulating cultivation points, believing they should be used wisely. Now, with the elevation of his own cultivation level, and that of the Saintess, his massage technique ought to ascend to a new tier as well. Cultivation points, 500, current unlockable ability, massage therapist, intermediate, cost, 100 cultivation points. Without hesitation, he chose to redeem it. A wave of new insights and techniques flowed into him like a warm current. New skill unlocked, stagnation dissolving finger. Stagnation dissolving finger integrates the essence of muscle relaxation and warmth, allowing the practitioner to condense spiritual energy at the fingertips, penetrating the meridians to initially dissolve hidden blood stasis and energy stagnation. Lin Chen meticulously contemplated the introduction of his new skill. Compared to the earlier techniques that targeted only the surface, this new finger technique operated on a deeper level, its effects far surpassing the mere sum of its parts. For individuals of higher cultivation than his own, the previous massages merely provided superficial relief, while the recipient needed to harmonize their own techniques internally to produce results. For instance, his massages on Liu Feifei initially could not address her fundamental injuries, only offering a fleeting sensation akin to an anesthetic. However, for those of equal or lower cultivation, such as Hua Jiyu, they could indeed aid in her cultivation. Now, with the upgrade, it represented a deeper level of massage technique. Not only did it possess anesthetic effects, but it also carried anti-inflammatory properties. It was significantly enhanced compared to before. Lin Chen turned to Hua Jiyu and said, "You've just broken through and your foundation is still unstable. Let me help you solidify it first." "MHM." Hua Jiyu obediently replied, lying down. Lin Chen activated the stagnation dissolving finger, his fingertips surrounded by a faint halo of spiritual energy, as he pressed on several acupoints on her back. A gentle, penetrating warmth flowed from his fingertips into Hua Jiyu's body. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. In his perception, while Hua Jiyu's spiritual energy circulated smoothly, there was an almost imperceptible chill lingering at a concealed meridian node in her left shoulder. This faint chill was so subtle that it would have gone unnoticed without the enhanced sensitivity of the stagnation dissolving finger. Could it be that her prolonged stay in the Saintess palace had inadvertently affected her? Lin Chen kept silent, discreetly injecting a pure stream of spiritual energy, which immediately dispersed and resolved the chill. Moments later, he withdrew his hand. Hua Jiyu flipped over and sat up, her face alight with surprise. "Lin Chen Gidge, I feel so light. My left shoulder, which always had a slight ache and numbness, is completely better. Moreover, your technique has improved." Each time Lin Chen massaged her, it offered her a new experience. Lin Chen merely smiled without offering an explanation. Hua Jiyu looked at him, suddenly biting her lower lip, her cheeks flushing. "Lin Chen Gidge, now, it's my turn." Seemingly gathering her resolve, she turned and entered the inner room. When she emerged again, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. She had changed into a light pink fitted skirt that reached just above her knees, revealing her fair and slender calves. This was not the standard attire of the Hehuan sect. Rather, it was a simple design imbued with the warmth of the mortal realm. This is the best garment my mother made for me while I was at home." Hua Jiyu's voice was soft yet clear. "I want to wear it to give you a massage." This was not a matter of romance, but rather a clumsy ritual of trust. Lin Chen's heart softened, and he closed his eyes. The maiden's delicate hands rested on his shoulders. Her technique was not as professional as Lin Chen's, primarily derived from her understanding of the Hehuan Yang Yuan hand, supplemented by his shared experiences. She was not well versed in seductive arts. However, each of her movements was executed with utmost sincerity, even drawing upon her own spiritual energy to gently flow into him through her palms. Unintentionally, she would reveal a hint of youthful innocence, yet at certain moments, she deliberately maintained a subtle distance from him. The intertwining of her purity and shyness created an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Lin Chen's constitution was that of a pseudo-spiritual root, a blend of the 5 elements, making him particularly discerning regarding spiritual energy. However, when Hua Jiyu's mixed yet pure 4-element spiritual energy, intertwined with her warmth and essence, clumsily penetrated his body, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. The chaotic magical energy within his danshan, which had long struggled to harmonize, was gently stirred by this external, equally impure spiritual energy, creating a subtle resonance. It was akin to a still pond disturbed by a small pebble. In that fleeting moment, Lin Chen captured an unprecedented insight. It became clear that the cultivation of a pseudo-spiritual root did not solely rely on purification. It could also be about inclusivity and resonance. Lin Chen opened his eyes. A fleeting brilliance gleamed within them. Gazing at the young maiden before him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes averted, Lin Chen could hardly be oblivious to the sentiments stirring within her heart. However, the precarious environment in which he found himself, coupled with the latent dangers and their modest cultivation levels, compelled him to suppress these feelings deep within. Only by acquiring sufficient strength for self-preservation could he contemplate greater matters. Lin Chen Gij, I did not press well, she lamented, a hint of disappointment shadowing her countenance. No, you did splendidly, Lin Chen replied, sitting up, his words resonating with sincerity. This unintentional act by Hua Zhiyu had unveiled an unexpected opportunity for him. He regarded her thoughtfully. Retrieving 3 elixirs from his storage pouch, 1 Yang Yuan Dan, 1 ordinary Juling Dan, and 1 exquisite Juling Dan. The quality of the perfect elixir was astonishing, yet the exquisite one was already the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could fathom. Take them, Lin Chen Gij, this is far too precious. I cannot. Take them, Lin Chen asserted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. In this place, only by growing stronger could one endure. I do not wish for a day to come when I can no longer hear you call me Lin Chen Gij. With tears brimming in her eyes, Hua Ji nodded earnestly, carefully stowing away the elixirs. Shall we take a stroll, perhaps? She suggested, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Chen. Chapter 24. A formidable foe approaches. The deadly provocation of the Crimson Lotus Demoness. The two wandered along a verdant path, this rare leisure time undoubtedly serving as an essential balm on their arduous journey of cultivation. After parting ways with Hua Zhiyu, Lin Chen strolled alone on the grassy path. Within his mind's eye, the flicker of enlightenment born from the resonance of exotic spiritual energy sparkled like distant stars. The path of refining a pseudo-spiritual root might not solely lead to the barren avenue of purifying magical power. Embracing the concept of resonance, the vista beyond this window intensified his fervent yearning for the future. As he turned a corner, a cacophony of muffled sounds of blows and pleas for mercy interrupted his contemplation. Useless. You can't even handle such a trivial matter. A sharp, scornful voice rang out. Lin Chen halted, turning towards the sound. The head of the attendants, Li Changfeng, stood with a foot planted on the back of a robust attendant, relentlessly pressing down. Lin Chen recognized this attendant as Wang Zaiho, a man of few words but great strength. Wang Zaiho's pleas echoed. Please, Captain Li, spare me. I promise I won't dare again. Without a second thought, Lin Chen advanced. Li Changfeng, emboldened by his cultivation at the 4th stage of qi refinement and his role as head attendant, had long been a thorn in Lin Chen's side. In the past, he had lacked the ability to confront him, but now, having reached the 4th stage himself, though only revealing the 2nd stage through his concealment technique, Li Changfeng could not see through his facade. The sight of Li Changfeng abusing his power ignited a deeper disgust within him. This was an opportunity, a chance to assess the value of his identity as a favored disciple of the Saintess, while simultaneously winning the hearts of the people and delivering a warning. He remained silent, merely standing there. Li Changfeng's actions ceased as he turned to see Lin Chen, his expression darkening instantly. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Lin the Great. His tone dripped with thinly veiled derision. Lin Chen appeared unfazed, his gaze settling on the crumpled Wang Zaiho before he addressed Li Changfeng. Captain Li, what a display of authority you have. Wang Zaiho is my friend. Lin Chen's voice was flat, as if stating a simple fact. To act against him in my presence is to disregard me, or perhaps to disregard the Saintess. Li Changfeng's bravado immediately diminished. While he might dismiss Lin Chen, he would never dare to disregard the Saintess. Lin Chen, do not think you can use the Saintess to intimidate me. Li Changfeng retreated his foot from Wang Zaiho, grumbling as he turned away in frustration. Wang Zaiho struggled to rise, bowing deeply to Lin Chen, his voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you, senior brother Lin. His face bore bruises, and blood stained the corner of his mouth, making him appear quite pitiful. It was but a small effort. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. You should return to tend to your injuries. He rummaged through his storage pouch, intending to offer a healing pill, but found only high-grade pills unsuitable for casual gifting. Wang Xiaohu, overwhelmed with gratitude, limped away. The nearby attendants, who had been covertly observing, regarded Lin Chen with newfound respect. In the past, he had merely been seen as a handsome youth favored by fortune to enter the Saintess's palace, a mere first-stage qi refiner. Even when news spread that he had become a favored disciple of the Saintess and advanced to the second stage, they dismissed him as lacking true skill. Yet today, witnessing Lin Chen boldly confront the head attendant Li Changfeng on behalf of an ordinary subordinate, they recognized his courage and loyalty, which transformed their perception of him. Awe, curiosity, and a hint of envy filled their gazes. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, as this was merely the first step of his plan. Not long after, a jade talisman in his possession warmed slightly. Qin Ruoxiu's cool voice emanated from within. "I am tired. Come and massage me." Lin Chen pocketed the talisman and quickened his pace towards Zai Palace. Inside Zai Palace, the atmosphere remained as frigid as ever. Qin Ruoxiu, clad in a simple white palace robe, sat gracefully on her cloud bed, eyes closed in meditation. "Your Highness, the Saintess." Lin Chen addressed her. Qin Ruoxiu nodded slightly, her eyes remaining shut. "Let us begin." As Lin Chen stepped forward, ready to raise his hand, the flames of the candles flickered violently. A rich and overpowering lotus fragrance abruptly filled the entire palace. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he turned sharply. Unbeknownst to him, a figure clad in fiery red had appeared at the entrance. The woman, dressed in a form-fitting ensemble that accentuated her alluring figure, leaned against the doorframe with a beguiling smile, resembling a crimson lotus blooming at the edge of hell. "Xia Ningyu." Qin Ruoxiu's eyes opened, radiating icy disdain. "Sister Xia, what brings you here uninvited?" Chuckling lightly, Xia Ningyu glided into the hall, the peculiar fragrance following her. "Sister, as the newly appointed Saintess, I have come to offer my congratulations. I also wish to ascertain what makes your Zai Palace superior to mine." Pausing, her tone shifted to one of provocation. "However, while the position of Saintess is indeed esteemed, it must be held with stability. Sister Qin, your foundation is still shallow. Do take care not to end up like certain individuals, briefly glorious before fading away." Qin Ruoxiu's expression remained unchanged as she replied coldly, "Thank you for your concern, sister. I am well aware of my responsibilities. If that is all you have come for, then please take your leave, for I wish to rest." Xia Ningyu seemingly ignored the subtle dismissal, her gaze shifting to Lin Chen, who stood quietly by her side. "Is this the treasure your sister has recently acquired?" Xia Ningyu scrutinized Lin Chen with interest. "I have heard that your progress is attributed to him. He seems rather handsome, a fine exterior." She shifted her tone, a barely perceptible pressure of spiritual energy enveloping Lin Chen. Ninth stage of qi refinement. Lin Chen's internal magical energy instinctively surged, silently resisting the pressure. A flicker of surprise flashed in Xia Ningyu's eyes, quickly replaced by a wider smile. She beckoned Lin Chen with a finger, her voice laced with an unyielding command. "You come here. I am weary today as well. Let me see what exceptional qualities the person trained by Sister Qin possesses." As her words fell, the air in the hall seemed to freeze. A chill swept through Qin Ruoxiu's aura, and a subtle crack appeared in the jade armrest beside her. Lin Chen's mind raced with thoughts. To refuse would be to strike a blow against Xia Ningyu, and she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to retaliate. To acquiesce would be to invite humiliation upon oneself, and would also reveal one's own vulnerabilities. He stepped forward, not casting a glance at Xia Ningyu, but instead inclined his head slightly towards Qin Ruoxiu. "Your Highness, I am Lin Chen, a dedicated attendant of the Zai Palace, at your service." He deftly returned the ball into her court. The charming smile on Xia Ningyu's face froze. Qin Ruoxiu observed Lin Chen, who stood with his head bowed, and a flicker of approval passed through her eyes before she turned to Xia Ningyu, her voice icy. "Sister Xia, do you think you are worthy to touch my people?" The smile on Xia Ningyu's face vanished entirely. She gazed intently at Lin Chen, then glanced at Qin Ruoxiu, suddenly breaking into a laugh once more, her mirth vibrant and unrestrained. "Ah, what a loyal protector you are." She advanced towards Lin Chen, her crimson figure radiating an intense heat. "If Sister Qin is reluctant, then I shall certainly test the waters." She halted before Lin Chen, exhaling softly, extending her delicate fingers directly towards his chest. Chapter 25, A Massage for You? "Apologies, but you do not deserve it." Upon hearing those words, Qin Ruoxiu's phoenix-like eyes glinted with menace, her aura swelling with indignation. How could she endure such blatant provocation? Just as she was about to rise, a hand obstructed her path. It was Lin Chen. Qin Ruoxiu froze, a flicker of confusion passing through her icy gaze. Lin Chen, bypassing her, offered a deep bow to Xie Ningyu. Senior Sister Xie, please do not be angry. Given your refined disposition, it is only right for the junior to comply. However, my skills are lacking. If I fall short, I humbly ask for your understanding. He then turned to Qin Ruoxiu, bowing once more. Your Highness, since Senior Sister Xie insists on allowing me to display my inadequacies, I shall comply. We cannot allow it to be said that the Holy Maiden Palace lacks hospitality. With this statement, he elevated his personal humiliation to the dignity of the palace itself. Observing his bowed demeanor, Qin Ruoxiu's gaze softened slightly, and the chilling aura surrounding her gradually dissipated. She resumed her seat, maintaining her aloof posture, yet silently acquiescing. Humph! Xie Ningyu let out a cold snort, her disdain nearly overflowing. Leaning languidly on a nearby soft couch, her garments slipped to reveal a delicate, snow-white neck, resembling a proud swan awaiting the service of attendants. Lin Chen approached, his mind racing. This performance had to be executed flawlessly. If he excelled, it would affirm that Qin Ruoxiu's advancement was due to him, attracting endless trouble. If he faltered, he would tarnish the reputation of the Shi and He Palace, leaving Qin Ruoxiu in a precarious position. He needed to strike a perfect balance, a point befitting mediocrity. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen extended his hand, his fingertips gently resting on the warm, smooth shoulder before him. The sensation was soft. He deliberately suppressed all special abilities bestowed by the system, shielding the perception of yin and yang, and merely employing the technique known as He Huan Yang Yuan Shou, a method familiar to the attendants of the sect. This technique, well practiced by any attendant with a few years of experience, would reveal no flaws. Moreover, Lin Chen had always mastered his true massage skills with the He Huan Yang Yuan Shou method. His movements were neither hurried nor sluggish, the pressure perfectly calibrated. He neither rendered her entirely unresponsive nor allowed her to experience a bliss that penetrated the soul. He flawlessly replicated the demeanor of a 3-year novice, devoid of talent, relying solely on a modicum of brute force. Initially, Xie Ningyu remained reclined, exuding an air of languor. After a while, she shifted restlessly. Moments later, she furrowed her brows. What sort of massage is this? The pressure is inconsistent. The acupoint's vague. It merely leaves my flesh sore and swollen, offering no real relief. Is this truly Qin Senior Sister's prized possession? Unable to contain herself, she finally spoke, her tone dripping with sarcasm. You can't even locate an acupoint. Is this merely scratching my skin? Lin Chen continued his motions, feigning ignorance of her mockery, maintaining an expression of utmost deference. The junior is rather dull. Let me apply a bit more pressure. As he exerted slightly more force, his fingertips inadvertently grazed a hidden sensitive spot along her scapula. Xie Ningyu's body jolted, an unexpected sensation surging through her, nearly propelling her off the couch. She whirled around, her charming eyes now ablaze with fury, fixing a fierce glare on Lin Chen. He promptly halted, his expression perfectly portraying confusion and innocence. Senior Sister, did I cause you any discomfort? Xie Ningyu glared at him, her chest heaving with agitation. Yet words eluded her. Pain. No, it was not pain. It was an odd sensation that made her hair stand on end, both embarrassing and infuriating. Was it merely a trick of the mind? Suppressing the strange feeling, she reclined once more. Continue. Lin Chen complied, his technique remaining unremarkable. However, this time, while kneading the Jianjing acupoint, his knuckles inadvertently brushed against a sensitive sinew. Xie Ningyu could no longer contain herself, her body electrified. Her arm succumbing to a wave of numbness. She shot up as if stung by a scorpion, forcefully swatting Lin Chen's hand away. Enough. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, a faint flush of anger gracing her enchanting face. Whether from rage or embarrassment, she could not discern. What sort of massage is this? So crude and indecent. She abruptly stood, her gaze flashing with irritation towards the silent Qin Ruoxiu. Senior Sister Qin, you allow yourself to be served by such a worthless attendant? Pointing at Lin Chen, her disdain was unabashed. It seems this attendant has no talent whatsoever. Keeping him is a waste. Why not give him to me? I could use someone to tidy the courtyard, letting him hone his skills. It would be a practical use of resources. Having failed to gain any satisfaction from the massage, she opted for a more direct approach. A holy maiden must not appear incapable of protecting her own attendant. Should word spread, what face would she have left? At last, Qin Ruoxiu rose, stepping forward to shield Lin Chen behind her. He is mine, and I am well aware of his skills. She fixed her gaze upon Xian Ningyu. You need not concern yourself. Xian Ningyu's alluring smile froze entirely. She glanced at the impassive Qin Ruoxiu, then at the seemingly aggrieved Lin Chen, her anger boiling over. Today, her dignity had been utterly shattered. Taking a deep breath, she composed herself, adjusting her garments, her eyes sharp as blades as they cut through Lin Chen. Ah, what a devoted protector you are. She turned back to Qin Ruoxiu, her cold smile re-emerging. Senior Sister Qin, you would do well to hurry. Should I establish my foundation before you, the position of Holy Maiden may very well pass to another. With that, she swept away, the rich scent of lotus dissipating in her wake. Within the palace, silence returned. Lin Chen exhaled deeply. The inevitable had indeed arrived. From Xian Ningyu's recent words and actions, it was clear that her visit was ostensibly a display of power over the Holy Maiden, but in reality, she was testing his true abilities. He was about to express his apologies to Qin Ruoxiu when her voice rang out. You possess quite the audacity. The subordinate merely felt that this individual harbors ill intentions, Lin Chen replied, lowering his head. Her purpose may extend beyond mere provocation. Oh, Qin Ruoxiu raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Li Changfeng, Lin Chen uttered, revealing 3 simple words. He recounted the recent events experienced by Liu Feifei. They all wished to know whether your highness's advancement in cultivation was indeed related to me. Thus, did you deliberately conceal your prowess to dispel her doubts? Indeed. Lin Chen nodded, allowing her to believe that he was merely a useless vessel, thereby preventing her from associating him with your highness's cultivation. In this manner, your highness would encounter fewer unnecessary troubles. Qin Ruoxiu fell silent. After a long while, she gently spoke. Such petty cleverness is utterly ineffectual in the face of absolute strength. Only by cultivating one's own power can one achieve true foundation. Lin Chen felt a jolt in his heart. I understand. I have a vague feeling that I am on the verge of achieving perfection in qi refinement. In these few days, you shall come to assist me in massaging and conditioning, aiding me in stabilizing my vital energy. Once I attain the perfection of qi refinement, I shall ensure your rewards are plentiful. Lin Chen's heart trembled, immediately flooded with overwhelming joy. Yes, Chen is willing to assist the Holy Maiden every day in loosening her muscles and invigorating her. Qin Ruoxiu did not glance back at him, slowly walking towards the cloud-wreathed bed. In the midst of the hazy moonlight, her figure appeared as ethereal as an immortal. She did not turn around, merely raising her hand to gently pat the space beside her. Chapter 26. He truly accomplished at Qin Ruoxiu's loss of composure. Indeed, Lin Chen ascended to the bed and commenced his massage of Qin Ruoxiu. Today, her words flowed forth more abundantly than in previous encounters. Perhaps it was due to her impending breakthrough, or perhaps Lin Chen's treatment had fostered an unconscious sense of reliance within her, one she had not yet recognized. He had restrained his breath to the perfection of the second layer of qi refinement. Preparing to employ techniques from the authentic fourth layer of qi refinement, the Huayu Tongzi finger. As Lin Chen activated his technique, the spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips coalesced into a tangible essence, gently pressing upon the Fengqi acupoint on Qin Ruoxiu's back. This method emphasized the penetration of spiritual energy, representing an advanced fusion of the muscle relaxation technique and the warming method, far surpassing the gentle adjustments of the past. The energy at his fingertips was akin to fine threads, sharp and heated like red-hot steel needles, precisely piercing through. Qin Ruoxiu's delicate figure trembled suddenly. The sensation and technique were entirely different from what she had experienced before. A scorching and domineering force surged through the acupoint and violently coursed into her meridians. Wherever it passed, the cold, stagnant energy accumulated within her blood, and qi retreated in panic, as if facing a formidable adversary. And even some of it was forcibly refined and evaporated. Particularly, the most stubborn cold energy deep within her dantian seemed to be stirred by this force, attempting to replenish the cold energy in her blood. It was akin to a puddle of water. When a portion of the water is drawn away, the remaining water would naturally flow to fill the void. Startled, she immediately activated the Zhuzuan Heon Shengdiju, attempting to guide this external force to strike at the core of the most obstinate cold energy within her dantian. However, merely 2 breaths later, That scorching force ebbed away like retreating tides, leaving no trace behind. Qin Ruoxiu slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, and a hint of lingering desire flickered in her opened eyes. If only it could last a little longer. Lin Chen appeared to have exhausted all his strength. Beads of sweat forming on his brow. He bowed slightly, his voice tinged with weakness. "Forgive me, Your Highness. This newly comprehended technique consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy. With my cultivation at the second layer of qi refinement, sustaining it for 2 breaths is already my limit." He took a breath, perfectly exhibiting a blend of yearning and helplessness. If only I could break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. My spiritual power would be more refined and profound. Surely, I could extend this duration considerably, and the effects would be greatly enhanced. It became evident that he had indeed grasped a new method. Qin Ruoxiu's icy gaze fell upon him, remaining silent. A mind as sharp as hers could not fail to discern the underlying implications in his words. Once again, he displayed his familiar audacity. This man possessed an extraordinary talent for massage, yet regrettably, he also had many schemes. Instead of responding to that, she inquired about another matter. "What of your alchemy skills?" Lin Chen's heart stirred, yet his expression remained that of humble earnestness. "Reporting to Your Highness, I have successfully refined middle-grade gathering spirit pills, fulfilling my duty. However, the spiritual stones you previously bestowed have been entirely consumed in my practice." He lowered his head slightly, appearing somewhat embarrassed. "If I could obtain a few more gathering spirit pills, I might be able to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement." Qin Ruoxiu regarded his facade of earnestness mixed with a genuine need for resources, and she found it somewhat amusing. This fellow was indeed shrewd in his calculations. Nevertheless, his words contained a kernel of truth. The effects of the Huayu Tongzi finger had genuinely surprised her. That brief experience had instilled in her a glimmer of hope for eliminating the hidden dangers within her body. If it truly could achieve greater efficacy, as he claimed, it would undoubtedly be a substantial aid in her imminent breakthrough. Moreover, the fact that he could refine middle-grade gathering spirit pills within such a short time frame was impressive and worthy of her admiration. This investment seemed worthwhile. She remained silent for a long while, long enough for Lin Chen to feel a twinge of anxiety. At last, she flipped her delicate hand, and a storage bag landed before Lin Chen. 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Whether you use them for alchemy or direct absorption, I wish to see you at the 3rd layer of qi refinement within 10 days, and you must sustain the Huayu Tongzi finger for at least 5 breaths. Should you fail, she paused, her voice growing 3 degrees colder, you know the consequences. Your subordinate obeys. I shall not disappoint Your Highness. Lin Chen accepted the storage bag, his heart brimming with joy. He still possessed 2 perfect Lingyuan pills. With 3 more, he should be able to break through to the 5th layer of qi refinement. Armed with this substantial sum, Lin Chen procured a variety of spiritual materials and immediately commenced his alchemy. To maintain a facade, he also refined a large quantity of middle-grade and superior-grade gathering spirit pills, ensuring he had ample stock. In critical moments, these could serve as an investment. If others were to learn that he could effortlessly concoct pills of varying quality, it would surely bring shame upon the so-called alchemists of the sect. After consuming 3 perfect Lingyuan pills, his cultivation barrier shattered, and he silently stepped into the 5th layer of qi refinement. 5 days later, he perfectly restrained his aura at the initial stage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement and returned to the chamber of Qin Ruoxiu. Qin Ruoxiu's spiritual sense swept over him, and for the first time, a hint of astonishment flickered across her cool visage. He had truly accomplished it. "Let us begin." Lin Chen stepped forward, once again employing the Huayu Tongzi finger. This time, supported by the spiritual power of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, the scorching force indeed lasted a full 5 breaths. Qin Ruoxiu tightly closed her eyes, fully channeling her technique. Clearly sensing that the stubborn cold energy in her dantian was being gradually pried loose and consumed. Furthermore, each time Lin Chen concluded the massage, his calming technique always soothed her spirit, which had been agitated by the impact of the cold energy, leaving her feeling clear-headed and stable after each session. Thus, another 5 days passed. Within the chamber, Lin Chen's fingertips danced with precision. Qin Ruoxiu sat cross-legged, her long hair rising without wind. Fully engaged in the Juzwen Hehuan Shengdiju, she could feel that the persistent cold energy, which had tormented her through countless freezing nights, under Lin Chen's continuous stimulation and her own technique's attrition, was finally cracking. With a sharp sound, it seemed as though something had shattered. Deep within her Danshan, the core of the stubborn cold energy completely disintegrated, transforming into the purest energy that flowed back into her meridians. With a sudden exhale, Qin Ruoxu's eyes flew open, expelling a breath laden with bone-chilling turbid air. An unprecedented sense of ease and purity flooded her being, and her spiritual energy flowed seamlessly without any hindrance. The barrier was now within reach. In the next moment, this cool and proud Saintess excitedly leapt from her jade bed. Due to a hasty movement, the breathtaking curves before him trembled violently for a moment. Lin Chen was apprehensive that they might leap out of place. It was the first time he had witnessed Qin Ruoxu in such a disarray, leaving him momentarily stunned. The notification chimed, indicating 20 cultivation points and 20 desire points. Qin Ruoxu seemed oblivious to her own unusual state, her face radiating an uncontrollable joy as her gaze burned intensely upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you have performed admirably. It was indeed a wise choice to select you. She took a deep breath, calming her tumultuous emotions and restoring the dignity befitting a saintess. From this day forth, I shall enter seclusion to strive for the perfection of qi refinement. You need not visit anymore. Please keep my seclusion a secret. Lin Chen responded solemnly. Chapter 27. She unexpectedly breaks through in bed. As the Saintess entered her secluded meditation, Lin Chen finally found himself with some time to himself. He sat cross-legged, silently refining the Ling Yuan Dan, feeling the spiritual energy within his Danshan grow slowly, like a tranquil stream, steady and substantial. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Lin Chen concealed his aura, disguising his cultivation level to the mid-stage of qi refining third layer before rising to open the door. Liu Feifei stood outside, looking charming in her newly tailored pink dress that accentuated her slender waist, delicate yet captivating. The fullness of her bosom and the roundness of her hips further highlighted her exquisite curves. She had evidently put great effort into her appearance, with a delicate peach blossom hairpin adorning her coiffure, and her eyes sparkled with the unmistakable essence of spring. Master, she spoke, her voice soft and sweet, laced with a hint of suppressed anticipation and shyness. Lin Chen stepped aside to let her in, a faint fragrance wafting into the room. Liu Feifei glided in with graceful movements, her beautiful eyes glancing over him before she walked directly into his embrace, her soft body pressing against him. She stood on tiptoe, whispering like an orchid in his ear, "In the days that I was away, did you miss me?" The warmth of her breath brushed against his earlobe, sending tingles down his spine. Some matters, once ignited, have no end, akin to dry kindling meeting a fierce flame. Half an hour later, Liu Feifei languidly rested on Lin Chen's broad chest, her fair arms wrapped around his neck, her fingertips unconsciously tracing circles on his firm pectorals. Her complexion glowed with a lingering blush from exquisite pleasure, her breath slightly quickened, and her eyes were dreamy, reminiscent of a sated kitten. The system's notification chimed as usual. Lin Chen sensed a subtle enhancement. The spiritual energy in his Danshan seemed to have condensed slightly, though this improvement was far less potent than the first time they had engaged in dual cultivation. He was not surprised. The gap in their cultivation levels was gradually narrowing, and Liu Feifei's 3 spiritual roots were merely of average quality. The benefits derived from dual cultivation would diminish as their levels converged and the frequency increased. The path of cultivation could never be achieved in one swift stroke. Suddenly, Liu Feifei let out a soft sound, her delicate brows furrowing slightly, followed by an uncontrollable surge of spiritual energy radiating from her body. I am about to break through. A glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. After diligently honing her skills, her foundation was already solid, and now, nourished by Lin Chen's yang energy, she had directly touched the threshold of the qi refining 6th layer. Do not panic, Lin Chen said, producing a flawless pill and placing it in her mouth. Focusing his energy, I shall protect you. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of potent medicinal energy that surged through her meridians. Lin Chen placed his palm against her back, channeling a gentle force to help her navigate the turbulent spiritual energy. After a stick of incense had burned, Liu Feifei's delicate body trembled violently. A formidable aura erupted forth, shattering a wooden stool in the room. She opened her eyes wide, filled with disbelief and elation. Qi refining 6th layer. She had broken through the once daunting bottleneck. In the next moment, unable to contain her excitement and gratitude, Liu Feifei flipped over, pinning Lin Chen beneath her, delivering a fervent and heated kiss, her arms tightly encircling his neck. expressing her appreciation and allure to the fullest. This kiss was deeper and more passionate than any before. After a long while, they parted. Her gaze was dazed, her eyes glistening as she looked at Lin Chen, her voice soft as silk. "Master, Feifei is now yours. How shall I repay you in the future?" Lin Chen embraced her waist, his fingertips gliding over her smooth back. "Between us, there is no need for thanks. However, I do have a matter I require your assistance with." His fingers turned cold as he continued. "I wish to learn some methods that can truly kill to protect my life." Liu Feifei's expression turned serious upon hearing this. She understood Lin Chen's predicament and knew her fate was intertwined with his. She shared all her knowledge with him. In the realm of cultivators, battles typically revolved around techniques, spells, magical artifacts, talismans, and formations. She sat up, adjusting her disheveled clothing, her demeanor now reflecting a seriousness befitting a cultivator, devoid of the previous flirtation. Master lacks techniques and means to earn, but what is missing is the most fundamental spells. Liu Feifei extended a delicate finger. For instance, a wisp of cherry-red flame ignited at her fingertip, dancing like a lively spirit. The flame was not intensely hot, but rather fragrant. She brought the flame closer to Lin Chen, a teasing smile gracing her lips. "Master, this fire control technique can do more than just refine pills." Lin Chen observed the tiny flame, his eyes shifting. He realized that although he knew how to refine pills, it was reliant on the system's bestowed experience and proficiency, while his control over fire remained rudimentary. And this, Liu Feifei suddenly smiled brightly, her figure swaying as she slipped like a wisp of smoke from Lin Chen's embrace, instantly appearing 3 steps away by the window. Riding the wind is also a technique derived from the 5 elements. Lin Chen took the opportunity to ask some fundamental questions, leaving Liu Feifei somewhat baffled. Swift movement, controlling objects, water arrows, earth shields. These basic elemental spells are learned by disciples upon entering the sect. They are the foundation of combat and daily life. How could Master be completely unaware? Lin Chen chuckled wryly, briefly recounting how he had missed the unified teachings at the Zhuangyan due to being suppressed by Li Changfeng. Now it makes sense. Liu Feifei nodded in understanding, her expression shifting to one of concern as she gazed at him. She handed over the essentials of the basic spells she had learned, along with the jade slip of the He Huan Jing. Master possesses 5 spiritual roots, and while his cultivation may be slow, theoretically, he can cultivate any elemental spell, unlike us, who are limited by our own spiritual root attributes. Lin Chen received the jade slip, his consciousness delving into it as he diligently memorized the techniques. Afterward, he handed Liu Feifei a storage bag. "Here are 8 mid-grade gathering spirit pills and 2 top-grade ones. Take them to the outer sect market and dispose of them. Remember, do it in batches and avoid drawing attention." Liu Feifei understood. After she departed, Lin Chen eagerly settled down to meditate. He did not hastily pursue the intricate techniques, but instead opted for the most fundamental and practical skill of fire control. Ding! Low-level fire control technique detected. Would you like to expend 10 cultivation points to upgrade to perfect fire control? Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen affirmed the choice. Following the new incantation, he summoned a thread of fire attribute spiritual energy from his danshan, gathering it at his fingertips. Success! A cluster of blood-red flames ignited at his fingertips. Chapter 28. Want to leave? Pay your medical fees first. The ordinary fire control technique exhibits a pale red hue, accompanied by a shadow of black at its base. In contrast, the perfected fire control technique radiates a vibrant blood-red shade. Subsequently, Lin Chen practiced several other elemental techniques throughout the night. As dawn broke, Liu Feifei delivered 2,000 spiritual stones, earned from selling pills on Lin Chen's behalf. A few exquisite gathering spirit pills fetched a price far beyond expectations, with higher quality pills commanding exponentially greater prices. Lin Chen intended to use this batch of spiritual stones to procure materials for crafting another set of pills. As he walked towards the disciples' hall, he contemplated his upcoming training regimen. A commotion ahead interrupted his thoughts. Lin Chen looked up to see several disciple attendants surrounding an individual engaged in a brawl. The robust figure sprawled on the ground was Wang Zhou, who, like an injured bear, clutched something tightly in his arms, enduring the blows raining upon his back. The ringleader of this group was none other than Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng pressed his foot onto Wang Zhou's hand, grinding it beneath his shoe, his voice laced with a sickly delight. "Wang Zhou, do you think you deserve this share as a disciple? Let go, and you won't suffer further." Li Changfeng. You? Wang Xiaohu spat out these words through clenched teeth, his cultivation at the second level of qi refinement proving useless against Li Changfeng, who stood at the fourth level. Another dog, Lin Chen muttered as he approached. Enough. Li Changfeng turned back impatiently, his expression twisting upon recognizing Lin Chen. He scanned Lin Chen from head to toe, noting his recent breakthrough to the third level of qi refinement. And a mocking grin crept across his face. Isn't this junior brother Lin? What's this? Did you trade favors with the Saintess for a bit of reward, and now fancy yourself a hero? With the Saintess in seclusion, this was the perfect opportunity for him to act. Senior Sister Xia was waiting for him to test Lin Chen's capabilities. Lin Chen ignored him, walked directly to Wang Xiaohu, and helped him to his feet. Senior brother Lin. Upon seeing him, Wang Xiaohu relaxed, his tense body finally at ease. Lin Chen patted his shoulder, signaling him to step back, then turned to face Li Changfeng. Return what you've taken from him and what you're trampling underfoot. Then leave. Li Changfeng's expression twisted in exaggerated amusement. Lin Chen, do you not grasp the situation? You were taken advantage of last time, and now you dare to issue orders to me? He summoned his spiritual energy, unleashing the full might of the fourth level of qi refinement upon Lin Chen. Let us make a deal. In the name of the Saintess, answer me one question, and if I find your answer satisfactory, I'll let today's incident slide. Lin Chen chuckled, gathering his own power within, remaining unfazed. Oh, what question do you wish to pose? Tell me, what is the formula for Huayu Shinji ointment? Reveal the secret, and I might consider sparing you and Wang Xiaohu. Li Changfeng switched to telepathy, commanding Lin Chen to divulge the information. Lin Chen regarded Li Changfeng with amusement, raising his voice slightly. What? You want me to crawl to you? Li Changfeng, incensed, shouted, You seek death. Lie down. I have 100 ways to make you speak. Before he could finish, a fist infused with spiritual energy, propelled by the force of wind, hurtled towards Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen remained still until the fist neared, then abruptly raised his hand. With a sharp clap, he firmly grasped Li Changfeng's fist, rendering it immobile. Li Changfeng's expression changed drastically, feeling as though his hand was caught in an iron vice, unable to break free no matter how hard he tried. Is this all the strength you possess? Lin Chen sneered. His technique, 5 elements body refining, had reached great mastery, and his cultivation had ascended several levels, enhancing the fortitude of his physique significantly. As his realm continued to rise, so too would his physical strength. With a slight twist of his wrist, Li Changfeng cried out in agony, feeling as though his bones might shatter. How is this possible? I am at the 4th level of qi refinement. Why is the disparity so vast? Lin Chen, disinterested in prolonging the encounter, raised his middle finger. A strand of blood-red flame coalesced at his fingertip, solid as jade and radiating an unsettling heat. This was the perfected fire control technique. With a graceful arc of his finger, he flicked the flame into the air, which instantly transformed into a slender red line and struck Li Changfeng's calf. With a soft hiss, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter, Li Changfeng looked down to see a gaping wound, bordered with a glass-like sheen, appear on his leg. The searing pain surged through his nerves like a tsunami 3 seconds later. A guttural, beast-like growl escaped his throat as he collapsed, clutching his leg and convulsing violently. Shall we test the other leg? Lin Chen mused, conjuring another flicker of blood-red flame at his fingertip. Li Changfeng, witnessing the flame, recoiled in terror, scrambling backward in a desperate attempt to escape. Wait. Lin Chen's voice resonated ominously. Medical fees. He waggled the flame. And also compensation for my junior brother's mental anguish. Trembling, Li Changfeng fished out a pouch of spiritual stones from his storage bag, casting it onto the ground without a glance, and fled in disarray with a few stunned followers in tow. The onlookers, previously entertained by the spectacle, now regarded Lin Chen with a mixture of awe and distance. Wang Xiaohu picked up 2 bags from the ground, one discarded by Li Changfeng and the other his own, and handed them to Lin Chen. Senior brother Lin. The implication was clear. Lin Chen did not accept them. Instead, he retrieved a mid-grade gathering spirit pill from his own possession and placed it in Wang Xiaohu's hand. He gazed deeply into Wang Xiaohu's eyes, speaking in a low voice. If you wish to avoid being bullied, come to my residence tonight at the hour of the rat. Wang Xiaohu clutched the pill tightly, its warmth radiating through his palm, and nodded vigorously. Understood. Chapter 29, Shedding Our Outer Garments. This is our gamble. At the hour of the rat, the night was as dark as ink. Wang Xiaohu sat silently in Lin Chen's room, resembling a stoic stone tower. Lin Chen placed a jade slip and 2 vials of elixirs into his hands. The jade slip contained the initial 3 tiers of Mang Nyo Jin, primarily focused on enhancing physical strength. Mang Nyo Jin was a technique he had replicated from Liu Feifei, costing him 15 cultivation points for an upgrade, yielding a completely new martial art suitable for Wang Xiaohu's training. However, he only provided Wang Xiaohu with the first half. Should you succeed in your cultivation and the opportunity arises, I will seek you out, Lin Chen stated plainly. This was a test to see if Wang Xiaohu could seize the chance. Wang Xiaohu cradled the items, his lips moving silently, managing to utter just a single word, brother. Merely possessing brute strength is insufficient if you wish to accompany me, Lin Chen remarked, patting his shoulder. Go now, and I hope you reach the 4th level of qi refinement soon. After seeing Wang Xiaohu off, Lin Chen proceeded to the alchemy room to prepare for the concoction of Ling Yuan Dan and Jing Mai Jiedu Dan. He did not rush to create the antidote for Su Yun's hang, but instead first ignited the furnace for Ling Yuan Dan. With 10 sets of medicinal ingredients, he successfully produced 10 flawless Ling Yuan Dan. Subsequently, he retrieved the materials for Jing Mai Jiedu Dan, which he had specifically prepared for Su Yun's hang. Before embarking on this journey, he had upgraded the ordinary antidote formula to a perfect one. He recalled the symptoms of chronic toxins within Su Yun's hang's body, and now, as he had attained the 5th level of qi refinement, it was time to fulfill his promise. Through recent interactions with Liu Feifei, he had gleaned considerable information, including details about Su Yun's hang. According to her, Elder Su had once been an inner Sect disciple, but now served in the miscellaneous hall for reasons unknown. Inner Sect disciples are typically distinguished by either exceptional talent, having reached the foundation establishment stage, or possessing a certain background. Su Yun's hang must possess one of these attributes. Moreover, having made a promise to her, it was now time to act upon it, as he was not one to speak without following through. The essence of this pill lay not only in detoxification, but also in purifying the meridians. The toxins within Su Yun's hang were merely a facade. The true shackles on her cultivation were a sinister sealing curse. The elixir would cleanse the toxins, paving the way for the subsequent breaking of the seal. A day later, 5 emerald green, perfectly crafted Jing Mai Jiedu Dan lay quietly in a jade vial. Lin Chen carefully stored the elixirs and made his way to the depths of the miscellaneous courtyard, to the secluded courtyard designated for Su Yun's hang. Knock, knock. Elder Su, it is your disciple Lin Chen seeking an audience. The door creaked open, revealing Su Yun's hang standing within, clad only in a pink outer robe, its collar loose, exposing a hint of a floral-patterned undergarment and delicate collarbone. A lingering weariness was etched across her brow, her complexion lacking vitality. Is there something you need? She inquired, her mood visibly subdued. I have come to fulfill the promise made on that day, Lin Chen stated directly. Su Yunshang's eyelashes fluttered imperceptibly, and a ripple of emotion stirred in her previously despondent eyes. A promise? She recalled the words spoken months prior during a moment of emotional turmoil. Could it be? Please, step inside, she urged. Stepping aside to allow him passage, her voice tinged with urgency. Once in the inner chamber, Lin Chen wasted no time and presented a jade vial from his robe. I have fortuitously made a breakthrough in alchemy and concocted this elixir. Please take a look, Elder, and see if it may assist with your ailment. Su Yunshang's gaze fixated on the vial. She hesitated to take it, as if disbelieving or perhaps afraid to hope. Years of anticipation and disappointment had hardened her heart, rendering it both fragile and resilient. With a slight pause, she extended her hand, fingers hovering momentarily before grasping the vial. Upon uncorking it, an extraordinary fragrance filled the room, and just the scent alone caused her stagnant spiritual energy to stir with a hint of excitement. Su Yunshang's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily extracted a single elixir, marveling at its verdant hue and perfect roundness. Perfect quality? The words escaped her lips, trembling with disbelief. She looked up sharply, her spirited eyes brimming with astonishment and joy. As a former prodigy, she recognized the legendary quality of this elixir. Its potency was pure and robust, rivaling even ordinary high-tier elixirs, perhaps even surpassing them. The chains that had bound her for years, casting her from heights to depths, now seemed to offer a glimmer of hope for liberation. How could you possibly? Su Yunshang's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling with intensity. It was merely by chance, Lin Chen replied calmly. I ask that you keep this confidential. Su Yunshang inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. She clutched the elixir tightly, as though it were her last lifeline. This elixir, combined with your massage technique. I am willing to assist the elder in a trial, Lin Chen nodded. However, this method may carry risks. Risks? Su Yunzhang chuckled self-deprecatingly. What more could be worse than my current condition? Proceed. Without hesitation, she settled onto the bed, turning her back to Lin Chen. I appreciate your efforts. As her thoughts shifted, her outer robe slipped away like butterfly wings, cascading down to her waist, revealing a back as smooth and lustrous as jade. Lin Chen's gaze swept over several darkened acupoints on her back, the very core where toxins and curses resided. Target: Su Yunzhang. Status: chronic sinister curse entangling her. Optimal solution: perfect quality Jing Mai Jie Du Dan, supplemented by advanced massage techniques to alleviate, utilizing the 5 elements to break the curse. Warning: the curse within the target possesses backlash characteristics. The host must exercise caution. The 5 elements to counteract. Lin Chen understood the significance. His pseudo-spiritual roots might indeed be the key to unraveling this predicament. Elder, please consume the elixir. Without hesitation, Su Yunzhang swallowed the elixir. Do you possess He Huan Ru? If combined with it, the massage effects should be enhanced. Utilizing He Huan Ru could compensate for my cultivation shortcomings. With a thought, a vial of He Huan Ru appeared beside her. Lin Chen poured it out, warming it in his hands, taking a deep breath before pressing his palms against her back's major acupoints. He initiated the process with gentle spiritual energy. A warm current surged from his palm, causing Su Yunzhang's body to shudder ever so slightly. At that moment, the potency of the elixir began to unfold, akin to a gentle spring breeze accompanied by a fine drizzle, commencing the purification of the toxins within her bloodstream. Everything appeared to progress smoothly. Just as Lin Chen was poised to guide the medicinal energy to breach the first seal located at the Divine Path acupoint, an unexpected turn of events transpired. With a sudden hiss, an extremely chilling black mist erupted from that acupoint, coalescing into a visible ethereal rune, emanating a sharp shriek as it surged back toward Lin Chen along his arm, its speed rendering evasion impossible. Chapter 30. Flowing light and shadow steps and breaking pulse finger at the critical moment. Lin Chen's Wu Xing Lian Ti technique, in conjunction with the 5 elemental pseudo-spiritual roots within him, began to whirl frantically, unleashing 5 distinct currents of spiritual energy. Water. A stream of gentle spiritual force surged from his palm, precisely enveloping the rune, instantly suppressing the searing black flames emanating from it. Wood. The black mist emanating from the rune faltered, attempting to transform into a solid barrier. Lin Chen's spiritual energy attribute had already shifted, imbued with an everlasting extracting force. It began to dismantle its structure. Metal. Accompanied by a crisp humming sound, his spiritual energy sharpened to an unmatched edge, piercing fiercely at the core of the rune. Sizzle. The entangled shadow of the rune let out a piercing shriek, finally shattering inch by inch under the constraint of the 5 elements, dispersing into black smoke. Cold sweat beaded on Lin Chen's forehead. The brief clash had been perilously intense. He dared not rest, placing his hands, warmed by He Huan Ru, once more on Su Yunzhang's back. This time, his technique transformed. No longer gentle probing, it became a forceful method to dispel blockages, penetrating deep into her sinews. Sometimes his fingers were like blades, precisely carving along her congested meridians. Other times, he struck with the heel of his palm, forcefully pounding at the core of the accumulated toxins. Su Yunzhang's body trembled violently. It was not comfort, but rather the fierce resistance of her long-suffering flesh against the thunderous measures. Like a withered root nailed into decayed earth, it faced the sudden torrent of molten lava, either to be reduced to ashes or to be purged of its ailments and reborn. Waves of warmth were forcibly injected, crashing through her limbs and bones, scraping off the toxins that clung to the walls of her meridians, layer by layer. Su Yunzhang bit her lip tightly, stifling any sound, allowing Lin Chen to perform his work behind her. Meanwhile, she devoted herself to refining the medicinal power, gradually dissolving the binding forces. Lin Chen skillfully guided the pure essence of the medicinal pills, employing a method that was almost barbaric yet remarkably precise to rally at various checkpoints. The room fell into a profound silence, punctuated only by their heavy breaths. Time slipped away unnoticed until Su Yunzhang suddenly leaned forward, her body arching like a full moon. With a splutter, a mouthful of thick, foul-smelling blood gushed forth, splattering on the ground, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. She gasped for breath, her chest heaving, yet in her spirited eyes, an incredible brilliance erupted. The toxins had been cleared. The shackles that had bound her for years, causing her to plummet from the heights, were shattered. Not only that, with the toxins expelled, the spiritual energy suppressed within her for many years roared forth like a tiger freed from its cage. The bottleneck of chi refinement, in the face of this surging tide, was as thin as a cicada's wing. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from within her, sending furniture and objects soaring throughout the room. The moment of breakthrough. Joy and astonishment intertwined in Su Yunshang's eyes. She had no time to glance back at Lin Chen, swallowing a foundational pill in one swift motion. Lin Chen, the favor today will be etched in Yunshang's memory forever. Her voice, stirred by the fluctuation of spiritual energy, became somewhat distorted. Keep this token well. In times of crisis, crush it, and I shall come immediately. A jade talisman glimmering with faint light flew forth, which Lin Chen caught steadily. What I promised that day, Yunshang will honor. Before her words fell, the defensive array of Su Yunshang's residence activated, sealing the room entirely with a radiant barrier. She had to enter seclusion immediately. Lin Chen held the still warm token, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. Ding! High difficulty restriction break and deep detoxification completed. Cultivation points 100. Current remaining 980. Ding! Target Su Yunshang's emotional state has undergone violent fluctuations. Lust value 40. Current total 85. 100 points. Lin Chen's heart surged with exhilaration. This daring endeavor was indeed worthwhile. However, the ensuing sense of vigilance deepened. Su Yunshang's enemies could lay such malicious restrictions. Their strength and means far exceeded his imagination. He glanced down at his hands. The recent confrontation had exhausted all his strength. It was still insufficient, far from being strong enough. In the following days, Lin Chen remained secluded. Yet, amidst his busy schedule, he found time to discuss foundational techniques with Liu Feifei, engaging in a mutually beneficial relaxation exercise, and his large black eagle naturally delighted in participating. He also acquired two techniques from Liu Feifei, Liuguang Meiying Bu and Po Mei Ji. Lin Chen pressed the jade slip of Liuguang Meiying Bu against his forehead. Ding! Low-level technique Liuguang Meiying Bu detected. Would you like to consume 40 cultivation points to upgrade to a high-level technique? Yes. He then pressed the jade slip of Po Mei Ji against his forehead. Ding! Low-level technique Po Mei Ji detected. Would you like to consume 50 cultivation points to upgrade to a high-level technique? Yes. Lin Chen chose affirmatively without hesitation. Now was not the time to be frugal with cultivation points. As his points were deducted, the two new techniques surged into his mind one after another. Unlike external martial arts skills that could be directly enhanced, these required his own cultivation and comprehension. The upgraded Liuguang Meiying Bu was more comprehensible than the original low-level version, eliminating some superfluous flourishes and incorporating more intricate movements. The upgraded Po Mei Ji allowed the magical power gathered at his fingertips to become finer and sharper, with changes in the target acupoints, significantly enhancing its lethality. Liuguang Meiying Bu enabled him to escape better, while Po Mei Ji provided him with unexpected offensive capabilities. The synergy of both formed the foundation of his survival. After several days of rigorous training, Liuguang Meiying Bu had reached minor success. Within the confines of the small room, Lin Chen's figure cast multiple afterimages, elusive and unpredictable. This marked his mastery of the first legitimate movement technique, filling his heart with satisfaction. Lin Chen focused his mind, fingers poised like swords, and suddenly jabbed at a solid piece of blue stone flooring within the room. Whoosh! With a light sound, a hole approximately 10 inches deep appeared in the blue stone flooring, the edges of the hole incredibly smooth, showcasing the concentration of his force. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. The power of Po Mei Ji had indeed not disappointed him. Po Mei Ji had begun to reveal its secrets. Lin Chen slowly withdrew from his training, feeling the magical power circulating within him, his mind somewhat settled. Just then, he sensed the vibrating voice transmission talisman in his storage bag. Lin Chen, come to the quiet room at once. Chapter 31. The Saintess emerges from seclusion, and he dares to request freedom. In the tranquil chamber of the Saintess Hall, a gentle aura enveloped the space, with fragments of spirit stones reduced to powder strewn across the floor. In the center of the room, Qin Ruoxiu, adorned in a pristine white palace robe, sat cross-legged upon a meditation mat. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her long eyelashes fluttered delicately like butterfly wings. A pure white mist swirled around her, rhythmically contracting and expanding with each deep breath she took, drawing away impurities from within her body and infusing them with the refined essence of the heavens and earth. After months of seclusion, she had not only reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, but had also thoroughly stabilized the second layer of the Jiu, Zhuanhe Huan Sheng Tiju. Each advancement in this technique resulted in a geometric increase in the refinement of her physical body and the nurturing of her spirit. At this moment, her already ethereal skin glowed with a radiant sheen, nourished day and night by abundant spiritual energy, reminiscent of the finest mutton fat jade, delicate enough to be broken by a gentle touch, with a subtle luminescence flickering beneath the surface. As her technique reached its zenith, the cold energy that had been expelled during her refinement began to reconsolidate deep within her danshan, lying dormant. It resembled a tiny shard of ice. Although it did not impede her practice, it caused her a lingering discomfort. The Jiuzhuan Huan Sheng Tiju advanced rapidly, yet the cost was equally pronounced. Qin Ruoxiu opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of clarity disappearing within them. She had achieved the consummation of qi refinement, and with but a single opportunity, she could establish her foundation. However, the lingering chill in her danshan disturbed her tranquility. As she stretched her somewhat stiff neck, an unexpected thought crossed her mind. The hands that possessed just the right warmth and peculiar strength, and the sensation of comfort that spread through her body like a gentle tide after each massage. The moment this thought emerged, Qin Ruoxiu felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity and embarrassment wash over her. Who was she? She was the exalted Saintess of the Hehuan Sect, a future leader of the sect, holding a position of great esteem and extraordinary talent. How could she willingly reminisce about the touch of a servant? Such thoughts were a desecration of her identity and pride. Her finely shaped brows slightly knitted together, only to be forcefully smoothed out again. Enough of this. She sighed softly within, finding herself an irrefutable rationale. His ability to refine the cold energy and enhance the spirit indeed had effects that surpassed those of others. He was a tool, a source of assistance. With a flicker of spiritual light at her fingertips, she grasped the communication talisman. Her crimson lips parted, her voice as cold as ever. Lin Chen, come to the quiet room swiftly. The Saintess has emerged from seclusion? It seems there is good news. Lin Chen made slight adjustments to ensure that the cultivation level he displayed was that of the later stage of qi refinement, before making his way unhurriedly to the Saintess's quarters. As he stepped into the hall, a refreshing fragrance wafted towards him. Qin Ruoxiu, clad in a form-fitting white gown, sat gracefully in the main seat, her figure accentuated, her skin nearly translucent under the ethereal light of spiritual energy. After months apart, her demeanor had grown even more icy, yet the hidden allure within her had deepened. Like an ice lotus blooming atop a snow-capped mountain, she was captivating yet chilling to the bone. Lin Chen's heart stirred, marveling at how enchanting the Saintess had become. If only he could share a bed with her. He quickly suppressed such unrealistic thoughts and bowed respectfully. I am Lin Chen, your subordinate, here to congratulate your highness on your breakthrough in cultivation. Rise. This time, during my seclusion, I was able to successfully break through to the pinnacle of qi refinement, largely thanks to your daily massages and adjustments. Qin Ruoxiu's gaze fell upon him, lingering for a moment. You have not been idle in the later stage of qi refinement. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy within. He had indeed reached the 5th level of qi refinement, yet he maintained a respectful demeanor. It is all due to the protection of your highness. To alleviate your burdens is my duty, and it is an honor to ensure your spirit is ever at ease. He had never truly exalted the Saintess before. Recently, he had made considerable progress in his cultivation, which inevitably emboldened him somewhat. Qin Ruoxiu did not respond immediately. The air in the quiet room seemed to solidify. Her gaze was piercing, as if she were trying to see through every inch of Lin Chen. Do you know that I most detest pretense? Lin Chen's heart tightened. He had not expected such a strong reaction from her after merely speaking a few words. Based on his rich experiences and social interactions, it seemed the Saintess was likely the type who appeared cold but was warm within, a bit reserved. I understand, and I speak only the truth. I hope that your highness will not take offense. Lin Chen lowered his head and stood still, maintaining a steady breath, awaiting her reply. Qin Ruoxiu fell silent once more. After a long while, she finally spoke, breaking the silence. What reward do you seek? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen had already contemplated his desires. He had calculated his recent gains and future plans on the way. He bowed again, his tone sincere. I dare to ask your highness for a protective spiritual weapon. At the same time, I humbly request permission to venture out for training, to broaden my experiences and gain combat knowledge. As soon as these words left his mouth, Qin Ruoxiu's gaze sharpened. Out for training? She studied Lin Chen quietly. A servant, especially one whose fate was intertwined with that of the Saintess, requesting to leave Xinyu Peak was, in itself, an audacious act. Did he believe himself to have gained wings, or was there another motive? She recalled Lin Chen's faux spiritual root aptitude. He must have consumed a considerable number of the spirit-gathering pills he concocted to achieve this advancement. It seemed she had indeed made the right choice in supporting his path in alchemy. However, even if he had relied on medicinal pills to reach the third layer of qi refinement, the threshold for establishing a foundation remained as daunting as a chasm. It represented the breaking of certain shackles. She had a promising future as a golden core cultivator, with the Yuan Ing stage within reach. Yet he, in 100 years, would merely be dust. Perhaps he sought to venture forth in search of that elusive opportunity. Such courage was commendable, especially compared to those who only knew to toil in silent cultivation or rely on dual cultivation. A fleeting sense of regret flashed across her heart once more. You do possess some ambition. Qin Ruoxiu nodded slightly. However, outside the sect, the hearts of men are treacherous. With your current cultivation, a moment's carelessness could lead to your demise. I understand. Lin Chen raised his head, meeting her gaze. The path of cultivation is a contest against fate. Remaining in a corner is akin to waiting for death. I wish to fight for a chance. Qin Ruoxiu gazed at him for an extended moment, her delicate hand gracefully turning, as a short sword suffused with a jade light materialized in her palm. This was a mid-grade spiritual weapon, the Qing Feng sword, embodying both offense and defense, bestowed upon you. The blade emitted a gentle chime as she flicked her finger, causing it to hover precisely before Lin Chen. As for the matter of venturing outside, this palace grants permission. Her voice returned to its customary chilliness. However, you must remember that your life belongs to this palace. Should you perish outside, it would only tarnish this palace's reputation. Lin Chen accepted the Qing Feng sword along with the accompanying jade slip containing the sword technique, feeling its weight slightly in his hand, a sharp aura rushing towards him. Thank you for your generous bestowal, holy maiden. I shall certainly heed your teachings and never bring shame to your esteemed name. Qin Ruoxiu gave a slight nod, closed her eyes, and reclined against the soft couch, revealing her fair and slender neck. Come here. Lin Chen understood her intent and stepped forward slowly, positioning himself behind her. The angle of her reclining form was nothing short of breathtaking. Chapter 32. The first task within the tranquil room. Lin Chen had just completed a massage for the holy maiden. This time, Qin Ruoxiu had permitted him to use the exceedingly precious Hehuan cream, elevating the massage experience to an extraordinary level. She felt refreshed, her fatigue from months of seclusion dissipating entirely. At this moment, Qin Ruoxiu languidly reclined on a soft couch, draped only in a thin quilt, her exquisite form fully revealed, curves gracefully displayed. You may leave, she spoke, her voice tinged with satisfaction. Remember my words, be cautious in all matters. Lin Chen bowed and took his leave, a faint smirk crossing his mind. This holy maiden was indeed adorably awkward. Ah, the proud woman. The system's notification chimed, confirming his thoughts. Previously, each massage granted varying cultivation points based on effectiveness. The more remarkable the experience, the greater the reward, and the less impressive, the lesser the gain. However, his emotional value had never surpassed a single digit. This time, it had crossed that threshold. It seemed he had truly become her personal attendant, no longer merely a tool, but rather a cherished possession. That represented a shift in mindset. Yet, Lin Chen did not dwell deeply on it. At present, regardless of his power or influence, his thoughts could only skim the surface. Upon departing from the holy maiden's chamber, Lin Chen wasted no time and returned directly to his residence. He sat cross-legged, retrieving the jade slip containing the sword technique bestowed by Qin Ruoxiu. Pressing it against his forehead, a complex series of incantations surged into his consciousness. Lin Chen's brow furrowed as he found many of the techniques convoluted and obscure. System notification, low-level incantation detected. Would you like to expend 50 cultivation points to upgrade to a higher-level incantation? Yes. A new incantation materialized in Lin Chen's mind, simplifying the previous complexities while retaining its potency. Numerous ineffective movements were discarded. For instance, the old incantation's instruction to rotate the sword thrice through the air before thrusting was intended to enhance the solidity of the sword energy, yet its actual effect was negligible. Similarly, the 9-star step required a complicated series of movements prior to each strike, far exceeding practical utility. The new incantation transformed into a direct channeling of all spiritual energy into the sword's tip for a decisive strike, clear and forceful. In 6 words, it could be summarized: concise, direct, and domineering. Following the guidance of this new incantation, Lin Chen discovered a smoother flow of spiritual energy within him. Actions became simplified, energy expenditure halved, yet power increased by at least 50%. Truly, a product of the system. 3 days later, a knock interrupted his cultivation. Liu Feifei entered, placing several alchemical formulas and a large bag of herbs upon the table. "Master, I have brought everything you requested." She gazed at Lin Chen, her fingers gripping the fabric of her clothing slightly pale. Outside the sect, life was perilous, with the frequent occurrence of murder and theft. "Really, do you not need me to accompany you?" Lin Chen sheathed his sword and shook his head. "No need. My goal this time is personal training. Your presence would hinder my speed in drawing the sword." Liu Feifei bit her lip, stepping forward to embrace Lin Chen from behind. "Master values me so highly. I do not know how to repay you." Her warm breath brushed against his ear, accompanied by a tremor in her voice. "Before you depart, let me serve you once more, as a farewell." Lin Chen's body stiffened as he instinctively lifted her into his arms. After an intimate encounter, Liu Feifei reluctantly bid farewell, saying, "Master, please be cautious." Lin Chen reflected on the profound differences experienced by those who practiced the Hehuan Heart Sutra. The brothers of the Black Eagle were fortunate indeed. Engaging in cultivation together had its benefits, yielding multiple advantages. Before departing, Liu Feifei handed Lin Chen an aged beast skin map, one she had used prior to joining the sect. Lin Chen did not linger and immediately rented an alchemy room. Qi recovery pills and tranquility pills, 2 types of mid-level first-tier pills, presented no challenge to his current alchemical prowess. A day later, over 10 perfect quality pills lay quietly within a jade vial. As he prepared to embark for the task hall, he assessed his situation: spiritual weapon, mid-grade spiritual weapon, Qingfeng sword. Pills: Lingyuan pill, detoxification pill, Qi recovery pill, and tranquility pill, all of perfect quality. Movement techniques: Liuguang Meiying step and Pomei finger had each reached a minor completion stage. Having attained the later stage of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, Lin Chen refrained from further refining Lingyuan pills to break through his cultivation level. Enhancing one's realm without timely practical experience could hinder future cultivation. This was a warm reminder from Liu Feifei after their Hehuan encounter. Lin Chen found it quite sensible, thus formulating this plan for external training. He restrained his aura, suppressing his cultivation to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, and set off for the task hall of the miscellaneous disciples. Inside the hall, bustling with low-ranking disciples at the 1st to 3rd layers of Qi refinement, Lin Chen's attendant garb stood out, yet no one paid him much attention. Within the hall stood dozens of large jade slabs, each shimmering with various tasks. From searching for herbs, tending to spirit beasts, to cleaning alchemy rooms and repairing formations, the tasks were diverse and plentiful. His gaze swiftly bypassed the trivial tasks, offering only a few spirit stones, honing in on the high-risk area at the top of the jade slabs. Slay the iron-armored bull of Hefeng Ridge, complete corpse required. Only disciples of the 4th layer of Qi refinement or above may accept this task. Reward: 500 low-grade spirit stones. This was it. The iron-armored bull, a mid-tier 1st-level demon beast, renowned for its formidable defenses, with tough hide and flesh that ordinary flying swords could hardly injure, rivaling even those of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Now at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, bolstered by the Liuguang Meiying step and the penetrating power of Pomei finger, along with the newly acquired mid-grade Qingfeng sword, his theoretical strength slightly surpassed that of the iron-armored bull. It was a fitting opportunity to hone his skills and assess his own strength. He approached the attending steward handling registrations, presenting his identity token. The steward glanced at the token, then raised his gaze to scrutinize Lin Chen. Slay the iron-armored bull, a servant of a holy maiden, neglecting their duties on the Holy Maiden Peak to venture to Hefeng Ridge for certain death? Leaning forward, the steward queried deliberately, "Does Holy Maiden Qin know of your capabilities?" Chapter 33, Blood Battle with the Iron-Armored Bull. Do you dare to steal my spoils? Lin Chen's gaze sharpened slightly, feeling a twinge of displeasure at the disdain and provocation in the steward's words. However, recalling that this journey was meant to test his own strength, he refrained from engaging in further dialogue. He calmly extended his hand, patiently awaiting the steward to hand over the tasked jade tablet. Seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, the steward found him uninteresting, snorted disdainfully, and tossed the tasked jade tablet onto the counter. Lin Chen accepted the jade tablet and turned to leave. Behind him, murmurs of suppressed criticism arose like the buzzing of mosquitoes. Is he really going to take on the iron-armored bull task with just a servant's attire? Has he lost his mind? Last month, a senior brother at the 4th level of Qi refinement went and returned in a state of defeat. The Holy Maiden's servant? Huh. After being cradled in warmth and softness for too long, he has no sense of reality. Lin Chen did not falter in his steps, dismissing those voices as he distanced himself from the commotion of the auxiliary hall. Following the map's guidance, he journeyed northward. Half a day later, he arrived at Hefeng Ridge. The mountain winds howled like the wails of lost souls, sweeping through the jagged rocks and emitting a mournful cry. Lin Chen suppressed his cultivation to the 4th level of Qi refinement, his aura coiling tightly, blending into the shadows of the stones like a wisp of smoke. With the flowing light shadow step, he moved soundlessly, only occasionally using the tips of his toes to lightly push off the rocks, gliding several feet forward. After a short while, in a sheltered hollow of the mountain, he discovered a series of deeply embedded hoofprints, each as large as a basin. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the Qingfeng sword at his waist, slowed his breath, and followed the traces deeper into the hollow. Turning around a massive boulder, his vision suddenly opened up. A colossal beast, resembling a small mountain, was bowing its head, using its horns to flip over the earth and stones as it hunted. Its body was covered in scales like iron tiles, reflecting a cold, eerie light. 2 curved horns, sharp as spears, glinted with a metallic sheen. The iron-armored bull. The moment Lin Chen appeared, the bull abruptly raised its head, its murky eyes locking onto him as if it had found its prey. Lin Chen was taken aback by its keen sensitivity. With a thunderous roar, the air seemed to tremble. The iron-armored bull dug its hooves into the ground, sending fragments of stone flying, its massive form charging like a moving fortress, bearing down with tremendous force. The stench of blood rushed toward Lin Chen, stinging his cheeks. Instead of retreating, Lin Chen advanced. The shadows beneath his feet shifted, his figure drawing a strange arc in the blink of an eye, narrowly avoiding the collision. Boom! The bull crashed into the rock wall behind him, shaking the massive boulder and sending stone chips flying. After missing its target, the iron-armored bull became even more enraged, violently tossing its massive head, the glinting horns sweeping toward him. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his wrist twisting as the Qingfeng sword was drawn. The sword's light flowed like water, precisely striking the bull's shoulder blade. Clang! Sparks flew. An overwhelming force surged back through the sword, causing Lin Chen's hand to throb with pain, nearly causing him to drop his weapon. The Qingfeng sword left only a shallow white mark on the tough scales. To his astonishment, a mid-grade spiritual weapon could not pierce its defenses with a single blow. Infuriated by the pain, the bull's eyes turned a deep crimson, nostrils flaring as it exhaled hot steam. It abandoned all finesse and began its primal, frenzied charge. Rocks crumbled, and dust filled the air. Lin Chen ceased attempting to meet force with force, his figure weaving gracefully around the bull as he darted like a monkey, teasing a clumsy bear. His calm gaze scanned the bull's entire body. The scales were thick and well-protected, but the joints, eyes, ears, mouth, and nose appeared to be its vulnerabilities. Opportunities were fleeting. After the iron-armored bull made another head-swing attack, its form froze momentarily. Now was the time. Lin Chen's left hand formed a pinching gesture, a thread of concentrated spiritual energy converging at his fingertips. Breaking pulse finger. The invisible force darted like a poisoned needle, targeting the relatively weak eye socket of the bull. Sensing danger, the iron-armored bull abruptly turned its head. Puff! Although the attack did not strike the eyeball, it grazed the edge of the socket, bursting into a small spray of blood. The excruciating pain sent the bull into a frenzied rage. With a roar that was less of a bellow and more of a primal scream, its muscles bulged like coiling dragons, bones cracking with a sound that sent chills down the spine, its size increasing further. A violent, bloodthirsty aura erupted, causing the fragments of stone on the ground to levitate. The task did not mention that this beast would go berserk. In its frenzied state, its speed and strength multiplied. Its attacks became chaotic, purely destructive charges and trampling. Lin Chen's figure darted amidst the storm of assaults, narrowly escaping several times, his robe torn by the forceful winds. He evaded while repeating his previous strategy. The Qingfeng sword striking relentlessly at the same eye socket wound created by the breaking pulse finger. Each attack widened the injury. The lingering energy from the breaking pulse finger continued to infiltrate, damaging the flesh and veins. After half an hour, Lin Chen had consumed more than half of his spiritual energy, droplets of sweat forming on his brow. Meanwhile, the iron-armored bull was drenched in blood, one eye completely obscured by gore, its movements becoming sluggish. Yet its ferocity remained undiminished. Now was the moment. Taking advantage of the bull's missed charge, as its old strength waned and its new strength had yet to manifest, Lin Chen poured the majority of his remaining spiritual energy into the Qingfeng sword without reservation. The sword glowed with an intense azure light, emitting a piercing shriek. His figure darted like lightning, merging with the sword, transforming into a radiant stream of light, hurtling toward the bull's bloodied neck. There lay the previously tested weak point of its scales, the thinnest connection. Puff! This time, there was no obstruction. The sharp tip penetrated flesh, reaching vital points, embedding itself to the hilt. The iron-armored bull let out a long, mournful cry, its massive form shuddering violently a few times before crashing to the ground. The earth trembled, and dust settled. Leaning on his sword, Lin Chen gasped for breath, utterly drained, dropping to one knee, his arm aching painfully. Barely able to lift it, he struggled to retrieve a chi-replenishing pill from his storage bag, tossing it into his mouth, the elixir flowing like warmth, swiftly replenishing his exhausted dantian. At last, he emerged unscathed from this ordeal. This battle provided him with a direct evaluation of his own strength and the synergy of his techniques. He stepped forward, preparing to collect this spoils of war valued at 500 spirit stones into his storage bag. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the carcass of the ox, a sharp gust of wind sliced through the air, grazing the tips of his fingers and embedding itself deep into the ground before him. It was a flying dagger, its hilt resonating with a low hum. A voice, laced with a hint of mockery and arrogance, emerged from behind a nearby boulder. "My dear junior brother, you have worked hard." The sound of footsteps echoed as a young man, clad in the attire of an outer sect disciple, stepped forward. Without casting a glance at Lin Chen, he strode directly towards the corpse of the ferocious ox. "This iron-armored ox, I shall graciously accept." Chapter 34, Elder Son's Man? Slay without hesitation. Lin Chen's voice resonated with a weighty timbre, as a trace of spiritual energy within him began to circulate, heightening his vigilance. "Who are you?" The man scoffed, dripping with disdain. "Outer Sect, Zhao Tong. This iron-armored bull has caught Elder Sun's eye, and I am here to claim it. If you know what is good for you, step aside." Each word dripped with an undeniable arrogance. Elder Sun? A chill coursed through Lin Chen's heart. He was the Foundation establishment elder of the Outer Sect. This man had clearly been lying in wait, anticipating a moment when he and the iron-armored bull would be equally weakened, only to emerge now, brandishing his authority. Such cunning. "Brother, you jest," Lin Chen replied, his expression betraying no emotion, though a flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. He seized every precious moment to restore his spiritual energy. "This bull was slain by my hand. After all, there is always a sequence of events." Sequence of events? Zhao Tong appeared to hear the greatest joke. In the outer sect of He Huanzong, Elder Sun's words were law. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by a palpable murderous intent. "Leave the goods behind, or forfeit your life." Before his words could settle, Zhao Tong's figure darted forward like a wraith, his movements devoid of warning. A short blade, glimmering with a green hue, lunged directly toward Lin Chen's heart. This strike was swift and fierce, its trajectory cunningly angled, far surpassing the brute force of any beast. Lin Chen's pupils constricted. His spiritual energy was already greatly depleted, and now, facing this well-planned ambush, he found himself in dire straits. With a swift push, he instinctively activated the flowing light shadow step, narrowly evading the attack by mere inches. Flish! The short blade grazed his ribs, tearing his robe apart, and leaving a gaping wound that penetrated to the bone. A searing pain mingled with a creeping numbness swiftly spreading through him. "It's poisoned." Lin Chen's heart sank, and without hesitation, he retrieved a detoxification pill from his storage pouch, swallowing it whole. Quick to react, But alas, you're nothing but a hollow shell now. Zhao Tong, undeterred by his failed strike, intensified his assault. The short blade danced in his hands, transforming into an impenetrable wall of cold light. Each strike aimed at Lin Chen's vital points, clearly intent on a swift resolution, offering him no respite. Lin Chen was forced into a precarious position, utilizing his agility to barely hold his ground. Each clash between the Qingfeng sword and the short blade rang out like a bell, the vibrations coursing through his arms, threatening to shatter his already weakened muscles. Indeed, the combat with a cultivator was fraught with peril, each move laced with lethal intent. Zhao Tong's cultivation was evidently at the 5th layer of qi refinement, in peak condition, and if this standoff continued, his demise was inevitable. Even a mud doll has some fire left. A glimmer of chilling resolve began to gather in Lin Chen's eyes. After a desperate roll to evade, he and Zhao Tong momentarily crossed paths. In that fleeting instant, Lin Chen abandoned his restraint. A surge of energy belonging to the 5th layer of qi refinement erupted from within him like a dormant volcano. The sudden increase in his aura caused a barely perceptible hesitation in Zhao Tong's movements, surprise flashing in his eyes. How could a qi refinement 4th layer, drained of energy, possibly transform into an equal-tier cultivator? In the realm of skilled combatants, this momentary lapse was the most significant flaw. Lin Chen's left hand, at an exceptionally concealed angle, aligned his index and middle fingers, targeting Zhao Tong's wrist with a swift strike. Pulse-breaking finger. A thread of arcane energy pierced like a steel needle, instantly penetrating Zhao Tong's meridians. Zhao Tong felt his wrist go numb, his spiritual energy momentarily stalling, causing his thrusting blade to veer slightly. In the dance of skilled combat, a mere fraction of a difference could spell life or death. Lin Chen seized the opportunity. Eschewing any elaborate sword techniques, he poured every remnant of his spiritual energy and the suppressed fury within him into the Qingfeng sword. This was the simplest yet most desperate thrust. With a swift flash, the sword gleamed. Zhao Tong's sinister grin abruptly froze. In disbelief, he glanced down at his chest. The tip of the sword protruded from his heart, crimson droplets of blood cascading down the blade. He had not anticipated that a qi refinement 4th layer, seemingly depleted of energy, had concealed such a formidable trump card. His mouth opened as if to utter something, yet life swiftly ebbed from his gaze. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Chen unleashed the sword's energy, shattering Zhao Tong's heart meridian completely. Zhao Tong fell lifelessly to the ground. Leaning heavily on his sword, Lin Chen gasped for breath, the wound beneath his ribs sending waves of dizziness through him. He dared not linger. Swiftly approaching to pilfer Zhao Tong's storage pouch and also collecting the corpse of the iron-armored bull, a flicker of fire ignited, reducing Zhao Tong's remains to ash. After completing these tasks, he dragged his injured body into a more secluded cave to hide. First, he swallowed a replenishing pill, refining his energy while inspecting Zhao Tong's storage pouch. Delving into it, he found meager contents, a few vials of pills, over 300 low-grade spirit stones, a jade slip, and a yellowed booklet. What a miser, Lin Chen scoffed, feeling somewhat disappointed. Upon opening the booklet, he discovered it contained a rudimentary method for altering one's appearance. Ding. Detected incomplete technique, unnamed disguise technique. Would you like to consume 30 cultivation points for an upgrade? Yes, optimize. Ding. Unnamed disguise technique upgraded to Qian Huan Wu Xiang Ju, currently at the introductory level. After the optimization, Lin Chen promptly invested 30 cultivation points into the technique, suddenly feeling as if he had trained for months, gaining the ability to alter his physical form, muscle, appearance, bone structure, and height at will. A thought quietly emerged in his mind. He saw his lips move slightly, his facial muscles began to shift oddly, the bones producing subtle cracking sounds, his form undergoing a transformation. Moments later, a graceful figure resembling the enchanting Liu Feifei appeared in the cave. Lin Chen raised his hand, pinching Liu Feifei's exquisite face, then lowered his gaze to squeeze the astonishing softness before him, reveling in the delightful sensation that was indistinguishable from his memories. Indeed, this disguise technique is truly marvelous. He nodded in satisfaction, a fleeting thought crossing his mind, and he transformed back into his original appearance. This seemingly peculiar action was merely a spontaneous whim. He wished to ascertain the efficacy of this new technique. The results proved to be astonishingly effective. Lin Chen directed his gaze toward the task jade slip he had obtained from Zhao Tong. His consciousness delved into its contents. Outer Sect Disciple, Zhao Tong. Cultivation level, Qi Refinement 5th layer, Sect task. By midnight, collect 3 moon dew herbs from the Western Mountain Herb Garden. The Western Mountain Herb Garden? Lin Chen assessed his injuries and glanced at the task inscribed on the jade slip. He concluded that it would be best to avoid complications and return to the sect for recuperation as soon as possible. A bold thought surfaced in his mind. Chapter 35. Qi Refinement Level 6 and Talismans. Lin Chen's lips moved, and with a series of cracking sounds echoing from his face and body, he transformed into a figure resembling Li Changfeng to a remarkable extent. He bestowed upon himself a new name, Li Duanfeng. After regaining a fraction of his magical prowess, Lin Chen concealed his presence and silently departed from the cave. He suppressed his cultivation to the 3rd level of Qi Refinement. Moving like a wisp of a ghost as he stealthily re-entered Hehuan Zone. Before entering the sect, he restored his original appearance in a secluded location. Upon returning to his quarters, he closed the door and finally slid down against the door panel, exhaling a mouthful of tainted air tinged with blood. The excruciating pain in his ribs and the weakness from forcibly activating his sword energy surged over him like a tidal wave. Indeed, real combat serves as the finest catalyst. The utilization of magical power in the balance between life and death had solidified his foundation even further, and his mastery over spiritual energy had advanced significantly. He did not hasten to assess his gains, but instead immersed his consciousness within his body to examine his injuries. Confirming there were no lingering hidden wounds, Lin Chen retrieved medicinal pills to mend his injuries and break through his bottleneck. An entire day and night passed. When the last remnant of medicinal energy was thoroughly refined, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. His meridians had become several times more resilient, and the spiritual energy within his danshan surged to an entirely new level. He had achieved the 6th level of Qi Refinement. The process of this breakthrough was far more solid than he had anticipated. However, the joy was fleeting. Lin Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The effect of the Ling Yuan Dan had diminished significantly for him. He needed to seek out new recipes for medicinal pills, he mused. He recalled his confrontation with Zhao Tong, which had revealed the inadequacy of his techniques. In life and death struggles, one must rely not solely on cultivation level, but also on a plethora of hidden cards. It was imperative to learn new tactics for combat. He delved into his sea of consciousness, summoning the system panel. His gaze swept over the alchemy and weaponry sections, eventually landing on the dim circle representing talismans. He recalled hearing Liu Feifei discuss the characteristics of talismans. Firstly, when used against foes, the energy consumption during activation is significantly less than that of direct spell casting, allowing for substantial savings in spiritual energy. Secondly, talismans come in a multitude of varieties, encompassing attack, defense, and support, greatly enriching combat strategies and enabling unexpected maneuvers. Lastly, if one can produce them in abundance, victory can even be achieved through overwhelming numbers, drowning enemies in a tide of talismans. This was the path he would take. With a resolute decision, Lin Chen immediately proceeded to the mission hall to submit the task of the armored bull, receiving 500 spirit stones in return. He then instructed Liu Feifei to continue selling medicinal pills for spirit stones while keeping an eye out for mid-level Qi Refinement pill recipes. Liu Feifei complied with each request, lingering for a moment with Lin Chen before departing contentedly to fulfill her tasks. Days later, at Qin Ruoxu's residence, Lin Chen's hands remained steady as they rested upon the Saintess's fragrant shoulders, the spiritual energy at his fingertips flowing with a unique rhythm, soothing the tension within her meridians caused by her rigorous cultivation. 4th level of Qi Refinement. It appears that your experiences in the outside world have indeed proven beneficial. Qin Ruoxu remarked, her voice cold and devoid of discernible emotion. Yet, she could sense that Lin Chen's control over his strength and spiritual energy had become more refined than before. Fortuitous as my breakthrough may be, I owe it to the Saintess's grace, Lin Chen responded, his tone as respectful as ever. Though he had successfully completed his trials outside, it had also made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. Oh, do elaborate. Qin Ruoxu expressed a hint of curiosity. The monotony of cultivation life could benefit from a touch of amusement. My experiences outside have made me acutely aware of the scarcity of my techniques, often finding myself in perilous situations. Thus, I wish to learn the art of talismans for self-protection, Lin Chen explained. Qin Ruoxu did not respond immediately. The hall was enveloped in silence, with only the soft sound of Lin Chen's spiritual energy flowing from his fingertips. She could sense that Lin Chen's massage technique contained an extraordinary precision in controlling spiritual energy, an essential talent for drawing talismans. This individual was her attendant. An increase in his strength would also enhance her own capabilities. The art of talismans is profound and intricate. While entry is not overly difficult, mastery is another matter entirely. After a lengthy pause, Qin Ruoxiu finally began to speak. The path of talismans first emphasizes the selection of talisman paper, ink, and brushes, followed by precise control of spiritual energy and seamless execution in drawing. She briefly outlined some fundamental knowledge regarding talismans, emphasizing the importance of choosing the right materials and the key points of spiritual energy control. Lin Chen listened intently, his hands remaining busy as he etched each word into his memory. Upon the conclusion of the massage, Qin Ruoxiu felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, dispelling the fatigue accumulated from days of cultivation. She glanced at Lin Chen and casually retrieved a yellowed tome from her storage ring, tossing it to him. Introduction to Talismans, 20 lectures. Take this. Thank you, esteemed Saintess. Lin Chen exclaimed, elated. Just as he prepared to bow, he noticed Qin Ruoxiu raise 2 delicate fingers before him. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. Qin Ruoxiu's tone remained cool, yet it carried an elusive undertone. You owe this palace 2,000 spirit stones, and this tome as well. Both will accumulate interest. Lin Chen was taken aback by the Saintess's teasing tone, doubting his own ears. Could this be true? Was this Saintess a mere illusion? He stared in shock at Qin Ruoxiu. She quickly regained her composure and huffed coldly. Do I need to repeat myself? Lin Chen's heart raced, and he quickly bowed. This subordinate understands and shall never forget the Saintess's great kindness. After leaving the Saintess's hall, he clutched the tome still warm from her touch, unable to suppress a smile. Back in his quarters, Lin Chen eagerly opened Introduction to Talismans, 20 lectures, poring over it with insatiable hunger. After half a day, he had memorized the entire content and plunged into the system. He found the small circle representing the talisman path, now distinct from the other dim circles, imbued with focused intent. He allocated 50 training points to the talisman path, directing his thoughts towards the small circle. As the training points were consumed, the circle glimmered faintly, and an immense wealth of foundational insights and drawing experiences regarding talismans flooded his mind, as if he had immersed himself in this discipline for years. Lin Chen promptly retrieved the talisman paper and brush he had purchased from the miscellaneous hall, taking a deep breath. The talisman he intended to draw was the most basic and commonly used first-tier fireball talisman. With his brush poised, ink dipped, consciousness focused, and spiritual energy channeled from his fingertips into the brush, he executed the drawing in one fluid motion. Chapter 36. Your talismans are strong, but mine are more numerous. Aside from providing massages to Qin Ruoxiu, Lin Chen spent the rest of his time confined within his chamber, tirelessly practicing talisman drawing without rest. After 7 days, a neat stack of yellow talisman papers lay on his desk. 10 first-grade mid-level Jin Gang talismans, over 20 first-grade mid-level Li Jian talismans, and dozens of first-grade low-level Qi Huan talismans and Shu Fu talismans, along with several auxiliary talismans designed to obscure vision and create noise, were all meticulously prepared. With his preparations complete, Lin Chen made his way to the Zhaotang to accept tasks. He specifically chose those marked as top-tier difficulty, both to hone his abilities and to earn spirit stones. For him, each outing was a precious opportunity for real combat practice, serving as a whetstone to assess his skills. Meanwhile, a message quietly spread like the wind within the Hehuan sect. The Saintess Qin Ruoxiu was about to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon hearing this news, some rejoiced while others despaired. The message reached a cold, dark chamber where Xie Ningyu crushed the jade cup in her hand. Qin Ruoxiu. Foundation establishment, she murmured to herself, her voice laced with uncontainable jealousy. She understood all too well that once Qin Ruoxiu succeeded, her position would be even more secure, making it nearly impossible for her to replace her. The attendant named Lin Chen had become her right-hand man. Xie Ningyu spoke to the shadows, her tone chilling. Zhou Mama, an elderly woman, hunched and resembling a withered tree, silently emerged from the shadows. Mississippi, pass a message to Li Changfeng. I need him to do something. Xie Ningyu produced a talisman glowing with a dangerous red light and flung it forward. The Qi Yin Bao Lai talisman, a first-grade mid-level talisman, was powerful enough to obliterate a practitioner at the 7th or 8th layer of qi refinement. That Lin Chen cannot be allowed to live any longer. She paused, adding, "Tell Li Changfeng that if he fails, he need not return." Understood. Zhong Mama bowed and vanished back into the shadows as if she had never been there. Li Changfeng received the Qi Yin Bao Lai talisman. Feeling the violent spiritual energy contained within, a twisted pleasure emerging on his face. "Rest assured, Mama, I will ensure that Brat has no place to be buried." He had long harbored resentment towards Lin Chen. When Lin Chen first entered the sect, his handsome appearance often attracted the favor of several female disciples, completely disregarding him as the head attendant. Later, not only did Lin Chen humiliate him verbally, but he also used a strange fire-controlling technique to injure him over a lowly attendant named Wang Zaiho. Today, old grievances would be settled alongside new ones. Lin Chen completed his task and was retracing his usual path down the mountain. As he passed through a dense forest, he sensed something was amiss with the wind. Among the rustling leaves, there was a faint hint of murderous intent. The surrounding chirping of insects and birds abruptly fell silent. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, a sense of vigilance blossoming within him. Instinctively, he slowed his steps, his consciousness quietly expanding. Ahead lay a narrow corridor flanked by steep cliffs, a perfect ambush point. As Lin Chen took a step into the corridor, a sharp voice exploded from behind the left cliff. "Lin Chen die?" A blinding red light tore through the air, heading straight for his face. The Qi Yin Bao Lai talisman. This was one of the most powerful talismans among the first-grade mid-levels. Li Changfeng had set the talisman as a triggered trap. Anyone who stepped in would activate it instantly, leaving no room for reaction. The red light raced at breakneck speed, igniting the air with a sizzling sound. "This is bad." Lin Chen's pupils constricted, a fierce sense of life and death crisis gripping his heart. He did not retreat. There was no time to do so. In that split second, any hesitation would lead to death. His internal spiritual energy surged with unprecedented speed as his right hand blurred into a shadow, striking the storage pouch at his waist. "Rise." 10 streams of golden light erupted from his body. 10 mid-level Jin Gang talismans activated simultaneously, enveloping him in a colossal cocoon of golden light. Boom. A thunderous explosion resounded. The terrifying wave of fire from the Qi Yin Bao Lai talisman crashed violently against the golden shield. The ferocious wave swept outwards like a raging tide, instantly turning nearby trees to charcoal and shattering the hard rocks into fragments, sending clouds of dust soaring. Li Changfeng rolled out from behind a massive boulder, covered in dirt, yet a triumphant grin played on his lips. In his view, enduring the full force of a mid-level first-grade explosion from such close range, even a practitioner at the 4th layer of qi refinement, let alone the 6th, would undoubtedly perish. As the dust began to settle, a figure staggered into view. Lin Chen emerged, his body charred, clothes tattered, and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The golden shield before him had shattered in 8 layers, with the remaining 2 layers cracked and flickering erratically. Had it not been for his quick reflexes and his willingness to expend all his defensive talismans, he would have been reduced to a charred corpse. Even so, the violent shockwave still penetrated his defenses, causing his blood to churn and injuring his internal organs. Cough, cough. Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of charred blood, raising his head with icy eyes. Li Changfeng. His voice was hoarse, each word deliberate. Li Changfeng's smile froze. "Why, you're not dead?" he screamed, unable to believe his eyes. "Damn it, you truly have a hard life. Let us see how many talismans you have left." He, believing himself to be much stronger than Lin Chen and having successfully ambushed him, sneered as he drew a glimmering short sword from his storage pouch, preparing to pounce. Lin Chen observed the disdainful expression on his face, a surge of killing intent boiling within him. He spoke not a word, merely calculating the distance between them. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps. Then, he broke into a cold smile. Suddenly, he slapped his storage pouch. Whoosh. This time, it was not defensive talismans that flew out, but dozens of shimmering blue Qi Huan talismans and Shu Fu talismans. Trivial tricks. Li Changfeng scoffed, his protective spiritual shield flaring to life as he prepared to strike Lin Chen down with a single blow. For a practitioner at the 4th layer of Qi refinement, these low-level talismans were utterly useless. However, the talismans did not fly towards him. Instead, they curved in an odd arc, sticking to the cliffs on either side of him, evenly distributed. Li Changfeng's forward motion suddenly halted, an intense feeling of foreboding rising unbidden from his core. Lin Chen looked at him, silently moving his lips. Explode. Chapter 37. Seizing the opportunity to strike. With a low shout from Lin Chen, the delaying and binding talismans did not target Li Changfeng directly, but instead erupted around his path of advance. Among them was a hidden first-tier mid-grade talisman. A haze of gray light and invisible ropes materialized out of thin air, instantly enveloping a radius of several zhang. Li Changfeng was caught off guard, feeling as though he had sunk into a quagmire, his movements involuntarily slowing, while intangible forces wrapped around his limbs. What on earth is this? Li Changfeng felt both astonished and furious as he struggled desperately. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, it was more than sufficient for Lin Chen. Go. Under Lin Chen's command, over a dozen low-grade arrow talismans transformed into a torrential downpour of azure arrows, raining down upon the obstructed Li Changfeng. Each magical arrow sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, appearing menacing in Li Changfeng's eyes. Li Changfeng was horrified. He never expected Lin Chen, despite being gravely injured, would possess such a plethora of counterattacks, especially with a mid-grade talisman hidden among the low-grade ones. Truly insidious. In a moment of panic, he brandished his short sword, attempting to block the incoming barrage, while simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to form a protective barrier. The clashing sounds rang out incessantly. Li Changfeng's protective barrier began to tremble violently under the onslaught of dozens of arrow talismans, its color rapidly dimming. Despite his frantic swordplay, some arrows still managed to slip through his defenses. Thud, thud. A few magical arrows pierced through, striking into his shoulder and arm, causing sprays of blood to erupt. Li Changfeng let out a wretched scream, staggering even more. Lin Chen showed no mercy in his gaze. He understood that mercy towards the enemy equates to cruelty towards oneself. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to extinguish Li Changfeng's life. In a flash, Lin Chen activated the Liuguang Maying step. His figure left behind a faint afterimage as he approached Li Changfeng, who was hindered by pain and the effects of the talismans, like a ghost. Li Changfeng, in terror, beheld the swiftly approaching Lin Chen, desperate to retreat, yet feeling as though his legs were anchored to the ground, unable to move. "You, how dare you?" he shouted, his voice trembling. Lin Chen, however, did not waste words, pointing his finger like a sword, a trace of an almost imperceptible sharp aura swirling around his fingertip. Breaking pulse finger. Swoosh. The invisible finger wind precisely struck a crucial acupoint on Li Changfeng's chest. Li Changfeng felt a chilling and domineering force penetrate his body, abruptly severing the flow of spiritual energy within his meridians, causing excruciating pain in his chest, as though pierced by countless steel needles. Ugh! His eyes widened, his body stiffened, and a hissing sound escaped his lips as the short sword clattered to the ground. He looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend how the situation had reversed so swiftly. Lin Chen did not grant him any chance, swiftly pointing again. This time, the target was Li Changfeng's stanchion. However, at that moment, Lin Chen felt an overwhelming chill surge within him, a sense of crisis so intense that it made the hairs on his body stand on end. He had no time to ponder further. Activating the Liuguang Ming step to its utmost, his figure darting backward like a wisp of smoke, narrowly evading an invisible force's ambush. Humph! Not slow to react. A voice, aged and cold, echoed nearby. Lin Chen steadied himself and turned towards the sound, only to see a hunched old woman emerge slowly from behind a large tree. She wielded a dark cane, her eyes clouded yet sparkling with an intensity that belied her age, revealing her cultivation at the 6th layer of qi refinement. "Who are you?" Lin Chen demanded. The old woman completely disregarded Lin Chen's inquiry, striding directly towards Li Changfeng. Lin Chen's heart sank. He had not previously noticed someone lurking here, evidently prepared as a contingency in case Li Changfeng faltered. Li Changfeng, now slumped on the ground, exclaimed, "Zhong Momo." A flicker of hope crossed his eyes, only to be swiftly engulfed by despair. He knew well the ruthlessness of Zhong Momo. There was no hope left for him today. Zhong Momo glanced disdainfully at Li Changfeng on the ground, her voice dripping with contempt. "Useless wretch. You can't even handle such a trivial matter, forcing me to intervene personally." She turned her gaze to Lin Chen, her thin lips curling into an unappealing smile. "Boy, managing to make Li Changfeng suffer so greatly shows you possess some skill. However, this is where it ends." Lin Chen secretly braced himself, feigning a look of panic as if intimidated by the aura of someone at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Senior, my conflict with Li Changfeng is merely a personal grievance. Why must you interfere with me? As he spoke, he discreetly tightened his grip on several talismans. This old woman's cultivation was far superior to his, and a direct confrontation was ill-advised. Personal grievance? Zhong Momo scoffed. You dare to disrupt my young lady's important affairs? Today marks your demise. Before her words had fully dissipated, Zhong Momo's cane struck the ground, unleashing a solid black energy that shot towards Lin Chen like a venomous snake. Lin Chen feigned a clumsy roll to the side, simultaneously casting several, delaying talismans, and binding talismans, in an attempt to buy a moment's reprieve. A mere trick. Zhong Momo lightly tapped her cane, and the talismans were shattered by an invisible force before they could even approach. The formidable spiritual energy of the 6th layer of qi refinement was far beyond that of Li Changfeng. Lin Chen pondered inwardly. Indeed troublesome. It seems I must reveal my true abilities today. He had previously engaged in battle with Li Changfeng, deliberately suppressing his cultivation to project an appearance of being around the 4th layer of qi refinement, relying heavily on numerous talismans to mislead his opponent and conceal his true strength. Now, facing Zhong Momo at the 6th layer, further concealment would be tantamount to courting death. Zhong Momo observed Lin Chen's evasive maneuvers and his reliance on low-tier talismans, her disdain deepening. Boy, is this the extent of your ability? Were it not for my lady's orders to spare your life, I could take it with a single strike. She advanced step by step, her aura growing increasingly oppressive. Lin Chen appeared to be retreating under pressure, yet in truth, he was stealthily observing for weaknesses. Though this old woman was powerful, her age rendered her movements somewhat sluggish. My lady has instructed that you should endure suffering before being slowly tortured to death. Zhong Momo cackled, her cane swinging again, conjuring a wailing wind that sealed off all of Lin Chen's escape routes. Now is the moment. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with determination. At the moment when Zhong Momo believed victory was within her grasp and her offensive had slightly waned, Lin Chen's suppressed spiritual energy erupted with a resounding force. He had reached the 6th level of qi refinement. An overwhelming aura, far surpassing his previous state, ascended from Lin Chen, and as he executed the Lu Guangming Bu technique, a vivid afterimage was left behind in his wake. His true self, however, maneuvered to Zhong Momo's side at an astonishing angle. What? Zhong Momo was taken aback, completely unprepared for the depth of Lin Chen's concealed cultivation. This young man had been performing all along. Chapter 38. Seize the opportunity while he is ill. 2. Lin Chen did not grant her a moment to react. His finger, sharp as a sword, surged with the formidable energy of Pomai Ji, targeting the vulnerable spot beneath Granny Zhong's ribcage. You little thief, how dare you? Granny Zhong exclaimed, filled with both shock and fury, hastily raising her staff to block the attack. The clash produced a dull thud as Lin Chen's fingertip met the cane, a powerful force coursing through it and causing a tumult of blood and qi within her. Seizing the moment, Lin Chen launched a relentless onslaught, unleashing a flurry of Li Jian Fu and Jin Ren Fu in rapid succession, while simultaneously closing in with deft movements. Granny Zhong was horrified to realize that Lin Chen not only matched her in cultivation, but also possessed battle experience far beyond that of an ordinary servant disciple. His combination of talismans and martial arts seamless and exquisite. You have been concealing your strength. Granny Zhong gasped, her earlier confidence shattered as she realized she was the prey, not the hunter. Lin Chen merely snorted, offering no reply, his attacks growing increasingly ferocious. He understood the principle of pursuing victory relentlessly, denying her any chance to breathe. Given her age and diminishing vitality, Granny Zhong found herself at a disadvantage. Flustered and making numerous mistakes in the face of Lin Chen's aggressive advance. With a swift strike, a gust of his finger pierced through her shoulder, sending a spray of blood into the air. Ah! She cried out in pain, staggering back. You talk too much, old hag. Lin Chen's eyes glinted coldly as he uttered the words, breaking through Granny Zhong's defenses despite her age. He had awaited this fleeting opportunity and struck again with Pomai Ji, precisely targeting the vital point at her chest. Following this, Lin Chen wielded his Qing Feng sword, aiming directly at her Danshan, leaving her no opportunity to retaliate. Granny Zhong felt as though struck by lightning. Her body stiffened abruptly, the light in her eyes fading rapidly. Her cane clattered to the ground, and though she opened her mouth, only a series of gasps escaped before she collapsed, lifeless. Lin Chen swiftly cast a fireball spell, leaving nothing but ashes of the aged witch behind. Breathing heavily, Lin Chen adjusted his internal energy and turned his gaze towards Li Changfeng, who lay sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this dramatic reversal, Li Changfeng's heart sank from the glimmer of hope he felt when Granny Zhong appeared to the depths of despair as Lin Chen unleashed his true power. Now, as he looked at the approaching Lin Chen, fear and disbelief filled his eyes. You are at the 6th level of qi refinement. How could you? Li Changfeng's voice trembled as he comprehended that he had been manipulated by Lin Chen from the very beginning. The advantage he believed he held was nothing but a farce in the face of his opponent. He was the true fool in this scenario, and now he realized it was too late. With a calm demeanor, Lin Chen's fingertips glimmered once more. No. Please don't kill me. Lin Chen, I was wrong. I swear I will never do it again. I beg you. Tears streaming down his face, Li Changfeng pleaded desperately. Tell me, who instructed you to kill me? Lin Chen pressed, focusing on what mattered most to him. I said it was Xian Ningyu. She ordered me to eliminate you. Li Changfeng revealed. Xian Ningyu? Lin Chen mused, recalling the single encounter with the former candidate for the Saintess position. It seemed the Saintess was on the verge of a breakthrough in her foundation establishment and could no longer contain her intentions to act. Is there more? Lin Chen inquired. Yes. There is also a matron in the Saintess Hall who has ties to Xian Ningyu. If you spare me, I will reveal the name of the traitorous matron. Li Changfeng, grasping at straws, sought to bargain for his life with Lin Chen. Oh, a traitor? You mean the younger matron, right? I already knew that. Lin Chen replied, locking eyes with Li Changfeng, directly disclosing the information he thought was valuable. A flicker of panic crossed Li Changfeng's face upon hearing Lin Chen's words, confirming Lin Chen's suspicions. Months ago, during the outbreak of the Saintess's cold poison, he had been troubled by a matron and had begun to keep an eye on her. Humph, at death's door, and you still dare to negotiate with me. How foolish. I have told you everything I know. Please, do not kill me. I do not wish to die. I am willing to serve you, to be your loyal dog, if you spare my life. Li Changfeng cried out, having lost all dignity. Lin Chen smiled. Really? You would be willing to be my dog? I would gladly be Lin Shixing's dog. Li Changfeng replied eagerly. Very well, then give me a few barks to hear. If they please me, I may grant you the chance to be my dog. Upon hearing he might save his life, Li Changfeng immediately complied, barking enthusiastically, desperate to appease Lin Chen. Good. I have agreed. Li Changfeng felt as if he had heard divine music. His taut nerves finally relaxed. However, Lin Chen then swiftly struck with his Qing Feng sword, piercing through Li Changfeng's body. As Li Changfeng gazed at the blood spilling from his chest, he cried out in disbelief. You tricked me. His body leaned back, life slipping away as he succumbed to his fate. I did not decide in the East City Market. The Bai Nian Shui Ling Yu Hua Chao caught Lin Chen's attention as he stood quietly beside. The news felt peculiar. Could it be a scheme by Xian Ningyu? Qin Ruoxiu pondered. This, Bai Nian Shui Ling Yu Hua Chao, indeed holds tremendous benefits for my constitution. If I can acquire it, it may further awaken my potential. She turned to Lin Chen. Come with me to the East City Market. She handed him a bag of spirit stones, her gaze lingering upon him, seemingly conveying a deeper meaning. Lin Chen bowed in response. Yes, holy maiden. Despite his doubts, he understood that for cultivators, opportunities to encounter beneficial spirit herbs were rare. This journey might not be tranquil. Fortunately, during this time, he had remade a batch of talismans. After a brief preparation, they departed from the Holy Maiden Peak, making their way towards the East City Market below. The market was situated at the fringes of the sect's influence, bustling with a diverse crowd, both dragons and snakes coexisting. Qin Ruoxiu wore a veil hat to conceal her unparalleled beauty, while Lin Chen maintained the guise of an ordinary attendant, ensuring they did not attract undue attention. Let us first inquire at a few familiar apothecaries, she suggested. Chapter 39. The Authenticity of Spiritual Herbs? Qin Ruoxiu's life hangs by a thread. Qin Ruoxiu, accompanied by Lin Chen, strode into a pharmacy named Bai Katang. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with a goat-like beard, was engrossed in his accounts. Upon their entrance, he lifted his eyelids slightly and inquired, What can I assist you with today? Shopkeeper, have you heard any news regarding the Banian Shuiling Yuhua Chao? Qin Ruoxiu's voice was cool and somewhat muffled by her veil, lacking the ethereal quality she usually possessed, instead imbued with a sense of weight. Upon hearing her query, the shopkeeper set aside his abacus and scrutinized the pair, his gaze lingering for a brief moment on Qin Ruoxiu's exquisite figure before shaking his head. Fairy, you jest. Such high-grade spiritual herbs are beyond the reach of a small establishment like mine. It is rumored that this item has appeared in the Eastern marketplace. However, most gossip is but empty words. He resumed his calculations, adding, if such a rare treasure were to truly surface, it would have long been claimed by powerful factions, rather than lingering in the marketplace. Qin Ruoxiu frowned slightly and turned to Lin Chen, who seemed to have an epiphany. Stepping forward, he produced a small pouch of spirit stones from his storage bag and placed it gently on the counter, the sound of clinking resonating in the air. Shopkeeper, my master is not here to make a purchase, merely to inquire about some information. If you possess any leads, this pouch of spirit stones is merely a token of goodwill, and there will be a generous reward afterward. The shopkeeper's gaze lingered on the pouch of spirit stones for a moment before ultimately pushing it back. Fairy, heed the advice of an old man. Those inquiring about such matters today are not of good intent. It would be wise to depart from this place of trouble. Disappointment flickered across Qin Ruoxiu's face as she turned to exit the shop. Lin Chen retracted the spirit stones, realizing that the waters were murkier than anticipated. The information disseminated by Xia Ningyu would undoubtedly be difficult to trace back to its source, as she had cast both bait and net, leaving others utterly bewildered. The two changed streets and entered the Mac Pavilion, reputed to be a venue for loose cultivators to exchange information. As they stepped inside, whispers from two nearby cultivators drifted towards them. It truly appeared in the black market. I saw it with my own eyes. That is a treasure that can aid in breakthroughs. Qin Ruoxiu and Lin Chen found a seat and ordered 2 servings of spirit tea. Soon, a shifty-eyed loose cultivator approached Lin Chen and lowered his voice. Brother, do you wish to know about the Banyan Shuailing Yuhua Chao? What is the price? Lin Chen inquired. The man held up 5 fingers, demanding 50 spirit stones. Lin Chen rolled his eyes internally, thinking it would be better for the man to resort to thievery instead. Just then, a voice emerged from among the previous group. Brother, don't trust him easily. He is a notorious swindler. The loose cultivator frowned, irritated. What kind of talk is that? Information can be true or false. Don't presume to speak for others. He turned back to Lin Chen, who remained uncertain and glanced at Qin Ruoxiu. Give it to him. Upon receiving her command, Lin Chen begrudgingly handed over 50 low-grade spirit stones. Tonight at midnight, in the western part of the city, at the Ruinshi slope, a man in black robes will present the item. Remember, this is your only chance. The loose cultivator snatched the spirit stones and departed hastily, fearful of Lin Chen changing his mind. Let us go. Qin Ruoxiu's voice was cool and commanding. Lin Chen quickly left the tea payment on the table and followed her out, the two making no pause as they headed westward. Lin Chen's mind raced with calculations. Everything felt too fortuitous, too perfectly orchestrated, resembling a script tailored just for them. He observed Qin Ruoxiu's steady stride, sensing that she too was aware of the underlying dangers. This was a bold strategy, knowingly treading into perilous territory. The allure of the Banyan Shuailing Yuhua Chao was indeed significant enough to compel her into risk. As they reached Ruinshi Slope, 20 miles west of the city, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Numerous runes on the scattered boulders illuminated abruptly, and a ghostly blue light erupted skyward, forming a vast circular cage that ensnared the two within. The air's spiritual essence thinned and became stagnant. 7 or 8 figures emerged from behind the boulders, the foremost clad in black robes, emanating an oppressive aura indicative of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Qin Ruoxiu, your time is up. The black-robed figure rasped. Qin Ruoxiu's expression darkened, her aura icy as she felt the pressure, though it was slightly delayed compared to usual. The suppression formation? Are you from the Xia family? Dead men need not know too much. The black-robed figure dismissed, waving his hand. Attack. Let us end this swiftly. Several late-stage Qi refinement cultivators brandishing magical artifacts charged from all directions. Qin Ruoxiu conjured an ice-blue longsword, the blade gleaming sharply as she met their assault. The clanging of metal echoed incessantly, the brilliance of spiritual energy clashing within the formation. Lin Chen had already activated 3 golden armor talismans the moment the formation lit up. Clutching a stack of fire talismans tightly, his body tense as he searched for any potential escape. Despite Qin Ruoxiu's exquisite swordplay, the overwhelming pressure of the formation and the collective onslaught left her struggling. Junior sister Qin, why resist? The black-robed elder sneered coldly, finally making his move. He gestured with one hand, conjuring a massive black hand composed of pure spiritual energy, exuding an aura capable of crushing all, and hurled it toward Qin Ruoxiu. Qin Ruoxiu's complexion paled as she poured all her spiritual energy into the ice-blue longsword, the tip radiating a chilling brilliance as she resolutely confronted the giant hand. With a thunderous crash, Qin Ruoxiu was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing against the light barrier and spitting blood that stained her white robes crimson. Saintess. Lin Chen was about to rush forward when two mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators unleashed sharp wind blades, blocking his path. The black-robed elder advanced step by step towards the fallen Qin Ruoxiu, looking down upon her from a position of superiority. The fall of a genius is always such a delightful spectacle. Chapter 40. The scheme of luring the tiger away from its mountain den, a deadly claw-like wind rushed towards Qin Ruoxiu, leaving her with no means of escape. In her eyes, the enlarged black hand was reflected, and her breath momentarily ceased. Lin Chen's fingers clutched tightly onto 3 talismans of blazing fire, each frantic beat of his heart constricting his throat. He stared intently at the black-robed elder, every muscle in his body taut with tension. What a stroke of misfortune. It was reckless to venture out so hastily. In the presence of a Foundation establishment master, no amount of talismans would suffice. What to do? Charge forward and perish alongside the enemy? Lin Chen had made a resolute decision in his heart. At that moment, just as the black-robed elder was about to touch the veil covering Qin Ruoxiu's face, his clawed hand suddenly froze. A green sword tip pierced through his palm, hot droplets of blood clinging to the blade's edge. The speed was so swift that its trajectory was nearly imperceptible. The black-robed elder emitted a muffled groan of pain, his form reeling backward as if struck by lightning. A graceful figure descended like a specter, steadfastly positioning herself in front of Qin Ruoxiu. She grasped her sword with an elegant flourish, the last drop of blood sliding silently from the blade, landing on the cold stone floor without a sound. Su Yunzhang had arrived. The black-robed elder gazed at his own mangled hand, blood and flesh obscured, then lifted his eyes to this woman who should have been devoid of power, bedridden in a state of decay, his expression filled with uncontrollable terror. Su Yunzhang, your cultivation. His voice was dry, trembling slightly. The peak of early Foundation establishment. Su Yunzhang offered no reply. Her frigid gaze swept over Qin Ruoxiu, who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth and whose breath was shallow, then over to Lin Chen, who was tensed and on high alert in the distance. Finally, her gaze returned to the black-robed elder, the temperature in her eyes colder than the ice of the 12th month. How bold to dare lay hands on the holy maiden of Hehuan's sect. Before her words faded, she vanished from her spot. In the next instant, a tempest of sword light erupted, engulfing the black-robed elder entirely. Each strike was merciless and aimed directly at his vital points. The black-robed elder, filled with dread, realized that despite being a Foundation establishment master himself, he felt as if he were merely a novice disciple, defensively overwhelmed, utterly incapable of countering the onslaught. The sword light wove an impenetrable web, tightening with each moment. Junior Sister Qin, seal off his left flank. Su Yunzhang's command rang out amidst the fierce battle, clear and decisive. Qin Ruoxiu immediately understood, forcing down her surging blood, drawing upon her scant remaining spiritual power, and forming several ice spikes at her fingertips. The ice spikes, angled with precision, shot towards the elder's left side. The elder, already struggling to cope, was momentarily distracted by the ice spikes, revealing a significant opening. Thrust. Su Yunzhang's sword mercilessly pierced through his shoulder blade. Before the elder could emit a cry of agony, Su Yunzhang closed in, her wrist twisting sharply, the hard hilt of her sword striking fiercely at his dantian. The elder trembled violently, the spiritual power he had just gathered instantly dissipating, his body collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Su Yunzhang stepped on his chest, the cold tip of her sword pressed against his throat, the entire sequence executed with fluid grace, devoid of any superfluous motion. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen slowly relaxed his grip on the talismans that were nearly crushed in his hand. They were finally saved. Speak, who sent you? Su Yunzhang pressed her sword down further, a thin trickle of blood seeping along the blade. The black-robed elder's face displayed a hint of struggle. Suddenly, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, the black liquid shocking to behold, his body convulsing violently. his eyes filled with an indescribable terror. Heart-devouring goo, he managed to utter with great difficulty, his head lolling to the side as he succumbed to death. At that moment, several other immobilized cultivators also perished in the same manner. Damn it! Su Yunzhang cursed, but before she could finish, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The black-robed elder's corpse swelled as if filled with malevolent energy, grotesque black-green patterns surfacing beneath his skin. Retreat. She seized Qin Ruoxiu, still in shock, and swiftly fell back. Boom. A deep, thunderous sound erupted as the corpse exploded, transforming into a noxious black-green mist that splattered in all directions. Su Yunzhang instantly conjured a barrier of spiritual power. The toxic mist collided with the barrier, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound. The shimmering shield instantly pockmarked, its brilliance dimmed. Lin Chen had long since rolled behind a massive stone, his stomach churning at the sight of the viscous blood seeping with black smoke on the ground. Qin Ruoxiu's complexion turned pale, her back pressed against the stone wall, her voice trembling with anger. This stench, it's the blood transformation corpse goo of Xian Ningyu. It truly is her. At that moment, Su Yunzhang abruptly turned her head, her piercing gaze slicing through the shadows at the rocky slope. There were still by that time. This rocky slope would become the resting place for my remains. Su Yunzhang gazed at Lin Chen for an extended period before gradually sheathing her sword. She nodded, her tone returning to its usual calmness, yet now imbued with a touch of acknowledgement. You are correct. Let us return to the sect. Upon arriving at the Holy Maiden Hall, the fierce aura of determination that enveloped Su Yunzhang finally dissipated. Holy Maiden, please focus on your recovery. I will remember this debt to Xian Ningyu. Thank you, Master Su. Qin Ruoxiu expressed her gratitude sincerely. Su Yunzhang nodded and turned to leave the cave. As she passed Lin Chen, who stood at the entrance, seemingly transformed back into that inconspicuous little attendant, she did not pause her steps, nor did she cast a sideways glance. Just as her silhouette was about to vanish beneath the moonlight at the cave's entrance, a clear yet undeniably authoritative voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. At the hour of Z tonight, come to my cave. Chapter 41. Would you be willing to become my Tao companion? At the hour of Z, with the moon hanging high in the sky, Lin Chen quietly approached Su Yunzhang's cave dwelling. The enchantment at the entrance silently slid open, as if it had been awaiting his arrival. Lin Chen adjusted his robe, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. Su Yunzhang was seated cross-legged on a stone bed, clad not in the formal attire of the head of the Miscellaneous Institute, but in a loose, cream-colored gown. As she opened her eyes, her gaze was as clear as water, exuding the formidable presence of a Foundation establishment cultivator, yet as it approached Lin Chen, it was gently retracted. You are quite punctual, she remarked. I dare not be late for the summons of Su Shishu, Lin Chen replied, bowing respectfully, his demeanor humble yet confident. His gaze casually swept across her gentle profile, stirring something within him, but he quickly reined in his thoughts. You handled the matter on the rocky slope exceptionally well. Su Yunzhang did not make him stand for long, gesturing for him to sit. Lin Chen complied and took a seat on the stone bench. Thanks to you, I have been able to return to Foundation establishment, she stated forthrightly, her tone candid. I once promised that if you could help me dispel the poison and restore my cultivation, my life would belong to you. This promise stands true today. Her words were calm, yet carried an unshakable weight. A promise of life from a Foundation establishment cultivator was undoubtedly a considerable gift that could drive any Qi refinement disciple to madness. Lin Chen felt a jolt of astonishment within, yet maintained his composure. He understood that these were not mere formalities. With Su Yunzhang's character, what she said was a matter of fact. He stood again, bowing deeply. Su Shishu, you flatter me. It is an honor for me to alleviate your worries. Su Yunzhang observed him silently, seemingly trying to see through him. After a moment, she nodded slightly. It is good that you think this way, but kindness is kindness, and resentment is resentment. I, Su Yunzhang, never confuse the two. Her tone shifted. Aside from this life, I have summoned you today to fulfill another part of my promise, to reveal a secret that could free you from your status as a servant. Lin Chen's heart tightened. This was indeed what he was most concerned about tonight. It was well known that servants could only change their status through one path. Su Yunzhang spoke clearly yet unhurriedly. That is to reach the 5th level of Qi refinement, pass the Sect's assessment, and advance to become an outer disciple. Lin Chen nodded. This was indeed the apparent rule. However, for one with a pseudo-spiritual root like him, transitioning from the 4th to the 5th level was a formidable hurdle. But that is only one option, Su Yunzhang continued. There are two other methods that very few know of. The first is to become a direct disciple under an inner sect elder. Once you enter the inner sect, your status as a servant would be annulled. However, this path is nearly impossible for you. Her words were blunt. With Lin Chen's qualifications as a pseudo-spiritual root, no inner sect elder would take notice of him. Lin Chen smiled wryly. This was indeed the case. As for the final method, Su Yunshang's gaze settled on Lin Chen, imbued with a blend of complex anticipation and testing. It is to become my Tao companion. Boom. Those four words detonated in Lin Chen's mind like a thunderclap. He abruptly looked up, meeting Su Yunshang's bright and sincere eyes, where he sensed a barely perceptible undercurrent of emotion. Tao companion? He nearly thought he had misheard. Indeed, Su Yunzhang replied, her expression unchanged. There are hidden rules within the sect. Direct disciples of the steward rank or core disciples above the foundation establishment stage can automatically obtain the status of inner disciples through their Tao companions. With my return to foundation establishment, I now possess this qualification. She paused before adding, this is not mere sentimentality, nor an impulsive decision. You have saved my life, and I, Su Yunzhang, have no means to repay you. If you are willing, I can report to the sect tomorrow to formally recognize you. Within the cave, silence enveloped them, broken only by their breathing. Lin Chen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The temptation was immense. Becoming Su Yunshang's Tao companion would not only liberate him from the shackles of servitude, but also elevate him to the status of an inner disciple, and more importantly, grant him the unwavering support of a foundation establishment cultivator. The threats from Xian Ningyu and his identity crisis seemed poised to be resolved effortlessly. Anyone in his position would likely agree without hesitation. However, after the initial shock, Lin Chen's mind rapidly cooled. He perceived the lethal dangers concealed behind this overwhelming fortune. Who were Su Yunshang's enemies? Her rise and fall spoke volumes. As a mere mid-chi refinement disciple, becoming her Tao companion would thrust him from the shadows into the spotlight, rendering him a prime target for all her adversaries. At that point, he would not only struggle to cultivate in peace, but might not even know how he perished. This was not a path of survival. It was a path to demise. Observing the shifting expressions on Lin Chen's face, Su Yunzhang did not rush him, but patiently awaited his answer. What she offered was the most beneficial and thorough solution she could conceive for him. After a long moment, Lin Chen exhaled deeply, the turmoil in his eyes transforming into clarity. He bowed once more, this time with greater solemnity than ever before. Thank you for your generous regard, Su Shishu, he said, his voice steady and sincere. The kindness you have shown, I shall never forget. However, as for the title of Tao companion, I dare not accept. Su Yunshang's brows flickered ever so slightly, clearly taken aback. Give me a reason. Chapter 42. Not assistance, but a weakness? Lin Chen straightened up, meeting her gaze with a wry smile. Master Uncle, having returned to the foundation establishment stage, it is indeed a time akin to a dragon returning to the sea and a tiger entering the mountains. Yet, hidden arrows remain, and powerful foes encircle us. My cultivation is shallow, and my aptitude, regrettably dull. Should I presume to be your companion at this moment? It would not be assistance, but rather a vulnerability, a burden to you. When enemies come seeking vengeance, I would be powerless to defend myself, and merely serve as a tool for them to coerce you. Instead of diverting your attention to protect me, it is wiser for me to continue progressing step by step. At least I will not cause you trouble. His words were spoken with utmost sincerity. He did not mention his own safety, but instead considered everything from Su Yunshang's perspective. The scrutiny in Su Yunshang's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a complex and inexpressible admiration, even a warmth she had not realized she possessed, along with an inexplicable sense of loss. She had envisioned Lin Chen might be ecstatic or anxious, yet she never anticipated his rejection, especially with such an irrefutable rationale. Indeed, concern brings disorder. She had solely focused on how to repay him swiftly and effectively, neglecting the fact that her gratitude might thrust him into a more perilous situation. This seemingly inconspicuous youth exhibited a steadiness and thoroughness of thought far exceeding his age and cultivation. You. Su Yunshang opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Chen, however, smiled faintly, a hint of youthful cunning in his demeanor. Those belonging to you, Master Su, are inherently yours. The kindness remembered in the heart forms the most steadfast bond. Why require a formal title, which might only stir trouble? With this statement, he not only expressed his stance, but also provided them both a way forward. Su Yunchang was thoroughly taken aback, and soon, a faint smile emerged on her lips, like snow melting for the first time in spring. "You little rascal, truly clever." She shook her head. The pressure of a foundation establishment cultivator dissipating entirely, replaced by a genuine sense of closeness and acknowledgement. "Very well, let us put this matter aside for now. Since you have made your decision, I shall not insist." Suddenly, she shifted the topic, her gaze carrying an enigmatic meaning. "Come here and give me a massage. It has been a while since I felt relaxed, and my shoulders and neck are somewhat stiff." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, but quickly replied, "Yes." He did not elaborate, knowing that Su Yunchang, being a foundation establishment cultivator, possessed the ability to circulate her spiritual energy, and any ordinary fatigue had long since been dissipated. His massage would only offer slight relief. This felt more like a different form of closeness, a silent exploration and acceptance. Lin Chen approached Su Yunchang from behind, the faint fragrance of her body filling his senses and stirring his heart. He extended his hand, gently pressing on her fragrant shoulder through the soft fabric. Her skin was astonishingly soft and warm, with a delicacy unique to women. The loose long skirt barely concealed the graceful contours beneath, and with each press, he could feel Su Yunchang gradually relax, her breathing becoming long and steady. His gaze settled on her snow-white, elongated neck and the softness that subtly rose and fell with her breath. He held his breath, his fingertips applying just the right amount of pressure, sometimes kneading, sometimes pressing. The atmosphere in the cave transformed, tinged with a delicate allure due to this unexpected intimacy. Su Yunchang slightly lowered her head, the moonlight outlining her gentle jawline, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows upon her eyelids. Occasionally, she would emit a barely audible hum, infused with comfort and satisfaction. A sound as delicate as feathers brushing against the heart. Lin Chen suppressed the fluttering in his heart, becoming increasingly gentle and focused in his actions. He understood that at this moment, Su Yunchang had shed the guise of a formidable cultivator, revealing a hint of the softness belonging to a woman. After the massage concluded, her cheeks appeared to have taken on a faint blush, perhaps illuminated by the cave's lanterns. Or perhaps the relaxation had allowed her blood to flow more freely. Ding, cultivation points 10, 950, desire points 30. 60. She rose from the stone bed and walked to a nearby stone wall, retrieving an ancient wooden box from a hidden compartment. "This is soul-nourishing incense," she said, her voice softer than before as she handed the box to Lin Chen. "I obtained it in an ancient cultivator's cave during my early years. It can nourish the soul and dispel inner demons." Lin Chen opened the box, and a refreshing, gentle aroma wafted out, invigorating his spirit. Inside lay a 3-inch piece of dark-hued wood incense, adorned with natural patterns reminiscent of cloud formations. This was undoubtedly a treasured item. "Master Uncle, this is too precious." "Accept it," Su Yunchang asserted, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You may forego the title of companion, but you cannot refuse this protective item. Otherwise, would my promise as Su Yunchang not become a laughingstock?" Seeing her so insistent, Lin Chen ceased to be coy and solemnly accepted the wooden box. "Thank you, Master Su." Su Yunchang observed him accept it, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in her eyes, as if she had cast off a burden, yet she sensed it was still insufficient. After a moment of contemplation, her voice softened further, carrying a hint of subtle intimacy. "In the future, when we are alone, if you wish, you may call me Yunchang." Lin Chen was taken aback by her words, his heart trembling as he raised his gaze to meet hers. Su Yunchang's eyes were calm, yet carried an unmistakably serious demeanor. Before Lin Chen could respond, she retrieved a bulging package from her storage bag and handed it to him. "Moreover, here are some alchemical formulas suitable for the Qi refinement stage, spirit stones, and a few decent spiritual artifacts. You are in need of these now. Take them and use what you require. There is no need for formality." The succession of generous gifts left Lin Chen momentarily speechless. "Go on." Su Yunchang waved her hand, seemingly unwilling to witness his astonished expression any longer, and turned back to the stone bed, resuming her meditative posture. Closing her eyes as if preparing to enter a state of cultivation, leaving him no opportunity for refusal. Lin Chen bowed deeply in gratitude and slowly exited the cave. As the stone door closed behind him, Su Yunchang gradually opened her eyes, gazing at the empty cave, her fingertips lightly tracing the spot on her shoulder where Lin Chen had just massaged, as if the warmth of his touch still lingered. She murmured softly to herself, not assistance, but a weakness. The corners of her lips curled into a faint, unnoticed smile. Little fellow, I hope I have not misjudged you. Chapter 43. The Demonic Spirit? The Alluring Shadows. In Lin Chen's abode, he placed the storage bag gifted by Su Yun's hang upon the stone table. Taking a deep breath, his emotions surged within him. The name Yun's hang danced upon his lips before being swallowed back down. This appellation bore a weight surpassing any material gift. As he probed into the storage bag with his spiritual sense, he was momentarily taken aback by its contents. A mountain of spirit stones lay within, likely numbering in the tens of thousands. Several jade slips rested quietly, containing first-tier alchemical formulas such as the Tongmei Dan and the Ningyuan Dan, along with a few second-tier formulas. Additionally, there were several radiant spirit artifacts, the quality of which far exceeded those he currently possessed. This was no mere support. It was a complete relinquishment of resources. Lin Chen meticulously categorized the items, placing the ancient soul-nurturing incense wood box in the most accessible spot. Once everything was in order, he calmed his mind and entered a meditative state for cultivation. On the following morning, Lin Chen reflected on the newly acquired skill, the Tongxian Daimai hand. An abundance of skills is never a burden. With his spiritual and magical powers becoming increasingly robust, he sought to fortify himself. He immediately rose and made his way to the Saintess Hall. Inside the Saintess Hall, the atmosphere in Qin Ruoxiu's meditation chamber was somewhat tense. Qin Ruoxiu sat cross-legged on a mat, her expression cool and detached. What are your thoughts on the spiritual herbs? She asked, her eyes opening to gaze at Lin Chen, her voice devoid of emotion. Lin Chen fell silent. This was both anticipated and unexpected. Through Li Changfeng's confession, he had foreseen that Xian Ningyu would act and had subtly hinted at it to Qin Ruoxiu. However, he had not expected Xian Ningyu's followers to act so hastily, especially when Qin Ruoxiu had yet to encounter the spiritual herbs. Their gamble hinged on the notion that Xian Ningyu would present the genuine 100-year-old Shui Ling herb as bait to draw out their adversaries. Saintess, I believe this is a deliberate maneuver on their part, Lin Chen stated. Pray, elaborate on your reasoning. Qin Ruoxiu replied, a flicker of scrutiny and faint anticipation in her gaze. She recalled Lin Chen's calm demeanor when Su Yun's hang had prepared to pursue their enemies, a quality that had earned her respect. This is a scheme within a scheme, Lin Chen articulated. Firstly, the location of the transaction is remote. Whether they strike during the deal or at the rocky slope, the outcome remains largely the same. Secondly, this is their true conspiracy. To grasp the coveted spiritual herbs only to let them slip away will disturb the Saintess's state of mind, leading her to falter at a critical juncture in her breakthrough. This would afford Xian Ningyu a greater opportunity to establish her foundation ahead of the Saintess. Upon hearing Lin Chen's analysis, Qin Ruoxiu fell silent. The insights provided by this attendant resonated deeply with her current sentiments, even more clearly than she could articulate herself. She inhaled deeply, centering herself. Her cold exterior softened by a hint of affection. Your thoughts align with mine. This is precisely why I summoned you. The more resolute she became, the more determined he felt to succeed. Prolonging the situation would only grant her more time to scheme. With a glimmer of resolve, Qin Ruoxiu turned to Lin Chen. Let us begin. Provide me with one final massage. Without further ado, Lin Chen approached her from behind, his hands resting gently on her fragrant shoulders. This massage, he executed with particular care. Throughout the process, silence enveloped them, save for the quiet flow of spiritual energy. After a considerable time, Lin Chen withdrew his hands. I must enter seclusion now. Qin Ruoxiu rose and walked towards the inner meditation chamber. Take this token and guard the entrance with Huazhiyu. No matter what occurs, do not allow anyone to disturb me. Yes, Saintess. With a resounding thud, the stone door closed, sealing off Qin Ruoxiu's figure completely. Lin Chen and Huazhiyu stood sentinel on either side of the stone door, resembling two statues. Time passed slowly. Initially, the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the chamber were steady and powerful, rising like a tide, indicating that Qin Ruoxiu's breakthrough was proceeding smoothly. Huazhiyu's face also reflected a degree of joy. However, an hour later, the previously stable spiritual tide became chaotic without warning. An intensely cold, yet oddly alluring and sinister aura began to seep through the cracks of the stone door. This aura seemed to carry hooks that could evoke the most primal desires within one's heart, yet it exuded a deadly chill. The joy on Huazhiyu's face instantly froze, replaced by a pallor. She unconsciously tightened her legs, a flush of abnormal heat rising to her cheeks. What is happening? The Saintess's spiritual energy is so chaotic. This aura, it feels strange, so cold. Her voice trembled as she retreated, as if the aura were a ferocious beast or some invisible tendril that was teasing her psyche. Lin Chen's expression darkened, his brows furrowing tightly. This aura was undoubtedly not what one would expect from Qin Ruoxiu practicing the Juzwen Hehuan holy body technique. It was sinister, malevolent, filled with connotations of destruction and decay, intermingled with a lasciviousness that could ensnare the mind. Within the meditation chamber, Qin Ruoxiu's consciousness was plummeting into an endless abyss of torment. She felt as though she were floating naked in a frigid void, an invisible gaze, brimming with overwhelming desire, greedily caressing every inch of her skin. A vague shadow loomed over her spiritual platform, emanating a low, magnetic laughter that sent shivers down her spine, filled with possession and mockery. Ah, what an exquisite physique! The Hehuan holy body. Such jade-like skin, such a perfect vessel. No, what a magnificent plaything. The voice echoed within Qin Ruoxiu's very soul, each word striking like a current, akin to a lover's whisper, yet plunging her into an icy abyss. So, it is the Insha inducement. No wonder the chill within me is so pure, gradually transforming towards the Insha blood body. This is simply a masterpiece tailored for me. The shadow seemed to extend an intangible hand, gently caressing Qin Ruoxiu's soul, sending waves of exquisite, bone-chilling tremors through her, yet imbued with profound humiliation and terror. This poison is exquisitely crafted. It only serves to amplify your cold allure, making you all the more captivating. Only at the critical moment of life and death does the true nature erupt, completely tainting the Hehuan holy body and transforming it into the most cherished feast for this master. Embarking together towards ultimate bliss, eternally ensnared in decadence. My deepest gratitude to that poisoner for preparing such a sumptuous banquet. Once I have indulged in your pure In Hehuan holy body, I shall refine you, undoubtedly achieving immense progress in my cultivation. Jie the celestial demon. Insha-in. Qin Ruoxiu felt as though struck by lightning, her entire being freezing, her soul trembling. The vile words and intangible violations of that demon left her engulfed in shame and fury. Suddenly, she recalled an incident during her 6th layer of Qi refinement when she had ventured out to fulfill a sect mission, sustaining a minor injury that she had not taken seriously at the time. Could it be that instance? She had always believed the issues plaguing her were due to her cultivation method and constitution, never suspecting that she had fallen prey to a malevolent scheme. This celestial demon had been drawn here by the Insha-in at her moment of weakness during her breakthrough, intending to use her as a furnace for devouring her essence. At this moment, the chilling poison, forcefully suppressed deep within her Danshan, awakened like a ferocious dragon, wildly rebelling under the dual influence of the Insha-in and the celestial demon. Her meridians froze inch by inch, her magical power spiraling out of control. The spiritual platform was on the verge of collapse, and she could sense the presence of the celestial demon drawing ever closer, as if seeking to merge with her. The hope of breakthrough had become a mere fantasy. She could be devoured by the celestial demon at any moment, her soul consumed, and even before death, she would suffer unimaginable desecration. No. Qin Ruoxiu let out a desperate howl, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. Yet she could only watch helplessly as her consciousness was engulfed by the dark desires and the chilling ecstasy. Outside the secret chamber, the malevolent aura thickened, a thin layer of black frost forming on the stone door. Lin Chen, what should we do? The Saintess is in trouble. We must report to the elders immediately. Hua Zhiyu, in a state of panic, her face flushed and breathing rapid, clutched Lin Chen's sleeve. Eager to flee. You go. Lin Chen's voice was deep and resolute as he hastened to summon his master, Su Yunzhang. Inform her that the Saintess is facing an invasion by the celestial demon. He could not abandon her. If he left, Qin Ruoxiu would truly be lost. Should the Saintess perish, none of them, her attendants, would survive. Chapter 44. The sacred body of Haon and the devouring passion pestilence upon being called out by him. Hua Zhiyu, who trembled, as if awakening from a dream. She cast a fleeting glance at Lin Chen's resolute profile, gritted her teeth, and swiftly darted outside. Within the cave, only Lin Chen remained. He fixated on the stone door, his thoughts racing. Tianmo. This was undoubtedly a type of Tianmo akin to Meizen. renowned for its prowess in seducing hearts and devouring essence and souls. The description matched perfectly with the knowledge of cultivation that Liu Feifei had shared with him, perhaps even more perilous. What to do? Repel the heart demon. Su Yunsheng's words exploded within his mind. Yang Hunxiang. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved an ancient wooden box from his storage bag. Time was of the essence. Saving others was as urgent as extinguishing a fire. He ceased suppressing his cultivation, unleashing the full force of his qi at the 6th level of refining qi, causing the surrounding air to ripple and slightly push back the lascivious malevolence. Lin Chen broke off a small piece of Yang Hunxiang from the box, cradling it in his palm as his qi surged fiercely into it. A wisp of pale golden smoke spiraled upward, initially faint, but as Lin Chen infused his qi, it thickened instantly into a visible stream of luminous light, resembling a lively golden serpent, which surged towards the stone door. Boom! The black frost on the stone door melted away at the moment the golden smoke made contact, like snow under the spring sun, emitting a sizzling sound. What is that? A piercing scream filled with terror and fury emanated from within the stone door, no longer the magnetic, enchanting male voice, but now sharp and grating, suffused with fear of a certain nemesis. The lascivious and sinister aura writhed as if ice cubes were thrown into boiling oil, yet it was evidently weakening. Yang Hunxiang proved to be the nemesis against such evil entities that preyed upon the soul. Seeing this, Lin Chen's heart steadied, but he did not dare to relax for an instant. The TMO was merely injured, not yet expelled. Gritting his teeth, he vigorously waved the token at the stone door. Boom! The stone door swung open. He squeezed through, and a more intense mingling of sickly sweetness and frigid air rushed at him. Inside the chamber, Qin Ruoxiu lay curled on a mat, her attire disheveled, her lovely face as pale as paper, eyes tightly shut, long eyelashes frosted with delicate ice, her body trembling slightly, a trickle of black blood escaping her lips. Above her, a phantasmal, twisted black shadow writhed in agony, continuously scorched by the ascending golden smoke of Yang Hunxiang, emitting roars of defiance. Damn it, you little brat. You dare to ruin my plans. Get away from me. The shadow howled in anger, a solid black tendril lunging violently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen had anticipated this, ducking to avoid it. Regardless of its efficacy, he flung out several diamond talisman and slow talismans. Meanwhile, the burning Yang Hunxiang was supported by his qi in front of him, the golden smoke enveloping him, forming an invisible barrier. The black tendril collided with the golden smoke, instantly recoiling like it had met a hot iron, emitting clouds of black smoke as it retreated in agony. Saintess, awaken! Lin Chen shouted, stepping beside Qin Ruoxiu. She showed no response, her brow furrowed, seemingly still ensnared in a nightmare. However, the lascivious allure that had gripped her had diminished significantly, replaced by a near-death frailty. Though the TMO was restrained by Yang Hunxiang, it had already planted its demonic thoughts within Qin Ruoxiu, contaminating her meridians. Without promptly awakening her consciousness and driving it away, relying solely on Yang Hunxiang would likely only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. Time was of the essence. Lin Chen observed the abnormal flush on Qin Ruoxiu's pale cheeks and the chaotic spiritual energy within her. A sudden thought struck him. Tongxian Mai Shou. By guiding the qi through the meridians, drawing an external spiritual resonance, breaking through stagnation, harmonizing qi and blood, and nurturing the whole body. Without a moment's hesitation, he maintained the burning of Yang Hunxiang with his left hand while his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, summoning forth all his spiritual energy from the 6th level of refining qi, directing it towards the acupoints on Qin Ruoxiu's back and chest. Calm the mind and stabilize the spirit. Guide the qi to dispel the demon. His fingertips were not merely spiritual energy. They carried a trace of the pure, demon-restraining yang energy of Yang Hunxiang. As he pressed down, the gentle yet pure spiritual energy, imbued with the intent to dispel evil, surged forth like a trickling stream, unyielding in its penetrating force, forcibly clearing the stagnated meridians within Qin Ruoxiu that were beset by the malevolent qi. Qin Ruoxiu let out a pained moan as her body trembled violently. Saintess, focus. Guard your spiritual core. The Tianmo is weak on the outside. Let us drive it away together. Lin Chen's voice resounded in her sea of consciousness like a morning bell, reverberating directly within her mind. Simultaneously, The spiritual energy from his fingertips swiftly ascended along Qin Ruoxiu's Dumai. Wherever it passed, the lurking cold demonic energy retreated as if encountering a nemesis. Some being directly purified. Ah, brat, you seek death. The Tianmo sensed Lin Chen's actions and became increasingly frenzied, disregarding the burning of Yang Hunxiang, transforming into a beam of black light that charged towards Qin Ruoxiu's brow, intent on a final counterattack. Not a chance. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his right hand splayed wide, pressing against Qin Ruoxiu's back. A torrent of spiritual energy surged unreservedly into her, while simultaneously activating Yang Hunxiang. The golden smoke swelling like a great net, ensnaring the Tianmo. Guide the qi through the meridians, assist my divine essence, break. Under Lin Chen's aid and the stimulation of Yang Hunxiang, Qin Ruoxiu's consciousness finally regained a glimmer of clarity. She sensed a pure and powerful external spiritual energy aiding her in regaining control over her chaotic qi, accompanied by a refreshing essence that dispelled the lascivious illusions in her mind. Summoning her spirit with great effort, she instinctively operated the Juzwen Haon Shengdi Ju, in conjunction with Lin Chen's guidance, gathering her remaining spiritual energy. Lin Chen's spiritual energy served as a catalyst, akin to a robust dam, helping Qin Ruoxiu redirect her rampant, tainted spiritual energy into the right course, gradually peeling away the demonic energy that clung to her, aided by the purifying power of Yang Hunxiang. Ah no, I refuse to accept this. The Tianmo. Under the combined assault of Yang Hunxiang and Qin Ruoxiu's awakening consciousness, began to falter. Its alluring visage vanished entirely, transforming into a pool of pitch-black, resentful demonic energy, thrashing about within the chamber, yet perpetually unable to escape the encroaching golden smoke of Yang Hunxiang. Qin Ruoxiu's complexion remained pale, yet her gaze gradually regained its luster. She felt Lin Chen's palm pressed against her Danzhong point, a continuous flow of warm and pure energy supporting her wavering spirit. Now, Qin Ruoxiu uttered a low command, and with Lin Chen's assistance, her internal spiritual power finally coalesced into a force, thrusting towards the mass of demonic energy with fervor. Bang! Bang! The demonic energy emitted a reluctant shriek, violently repelled by this combined force, imbued with the properties of nourishing soul incense to counteract the demonic essence, causing its ethereal form to dim further. I shall remember you. I will return. The heavenly demon left behind a venomous curse. However, at the moment it transformed into black smoke, preparing to escape through the crevice of the stone door. The mass of smoke suddenly solidified and then exploded into fragments. Even if I fall today, I will ensure your suffering. Accompanied by this sinister cackle, a colorless and odorless pink mist, imbued with an irresistible allure and aphrodisiac effects, swiftly enveloped the entire chamber like a parasite, rendering even the residual purity of the soul-nourishing incense incapable of dispelling it entirely. This mist did not directly assault the spirit, but rather affected the physical body, awakening the most primal of desires. In its final moments, the heavenly demon had ignited a portion of its demonic soul essence, unleashing its signature bone corrosion and passion poison. This is bad. Alarm bells rang in Lin Chen's mind as he sensed a wave of heat rising from his feet, quickly spreading throughout his body, with an indescribable wicked fire igniting in his lower abdomen. He hastily held his breath, but the pink mist infiltrated every crevice, seeping into his mouth and nostrils, permeating his skin. As the heavenly demon dissipated completely, Qin Ruoxiu could no longer hold on, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her body softly collapsing backward. Lin Chen, quick to react, caught her, allowing her to lean against him. Qin Ruoxiu emitted a soft moan. Her previously pale face now bore an unusual flush of crimson, her breathing quickening, her gaze becoming dazed and glistening. Instinctively, she nuzzled against Lin Chen, akin to a kitten seeking warmth, or perhaps attempting to alleviate an unbearable thirst. Saintess. Lin Chen sensed her abnormality and lowered his gaze, meeting her eyes, clouded with desire. A heat more direct and overpowering than the previous enchantment from the heavenly demon emanated from Qin Ruoxiu, mingling with her unique, elegant fragrance, creating a lethal temptation. Lin Chen felt his reason being gradually devoured, the soft and fragrant warmth in his arms, her breath like orchids, the tender touch and alluring scent continuously assaulted his taut nerves. Hot. So hot. Chapter 45. Your Highness, the Saintess. I can no longer restrain myself, she murmured unconsciously, her delicate hand instinctively gripping Lin Chen's elbow, her nails sinking deeply into his flesh, silently expressing the tumultuous desire that surged within her. This yearning, which should have been firmly locked away by sanctity and discipline, was now being unleashed by the intoxicating allure of passion, dismantling the mental barriers she had constructed with a relentless force. The Jiuzhuan He Huan Sheng Tiju within her, which sought harmony between yin and yang, emphasized that only through perfect balance could one attain greatness. Yet, in her pursuit of maintaining the purity of the Saintess, she had deliberately shunned the light and suppressed desires, keeping them at bay. Now, this suppressed force, intertwined with her cultivation, had turned against her, leaving her utterly vulnerable. Every inch of her being clamored for release. Each breath was laced with searing pain. No, I am the Saintess. How can this be? Her fading consciousness struggled for dominance. However, her body betrayed her reason. In a desperate bid to alleviate the burning heat enveloping her, she bent one leg restlessly, as if seeking support or silently inviting something more. She instinctively raised her hand, her fingertips teasing the hem of her skirt, revealing beneath its skin as radiant as jade, nearly blinding in its snow-white brilliance, exuding an enticing warmth. A soft, barely audible whisper escaped her crimson lips. It feels unbearable, my body. It feels like it's on fire. She tilted her head back, the delicate veins of her alabaster neck flushing crimson, a sight both breathtaking and heart-stirring. Why does this sensation feel so foreign yet, so desirable? Her usually cold and aloof voice now trembled with a hint of brokenness and restrained longing, resembling the whimper of a small beast, burrowing into Lin Chen's heart and awakening his primal instincts of protection and possession. His throat tightened, and his breath quickened. In the secluded chamber, the golden mist of the soul-nourishing incense had completely dissipated, leaving only a lingering fragrance that could hardly suppress the sudden surge of emotions. Lin Chen gazed at the alluring Qin Ruoxiu nestled in his embrace. Her usual icy demeanor completely melted away, revealing a vulnerability and charm she had never displayed before. Overwhelmed by the escalating desire within him, he was filled with trepidation. This demon of desire is truly insidious. He attempted to push Qin Ruoxiu away, but the Saintess's once cold demeanor had vanished, her fragile body pressed tightly against him, a tremulous whisper escaping her lips. It's hot. Hold me tight. I need. Her eyes, usually as clear as a mountain spring, now shimmered with a beguiling allure, shimmering like water under the sun, captivating and intoxicating. Unconsciously, she rubbed against him, their skin touching, a slick and heated sensation that nearly consumed Lin Chen's willpower. Lin Chen. Qin Ruoxiu gasped softly, her voice laced with a struggle and instinctive pleading. The sound caressing Lin Chen's ears like a feather brushing his heart, yet also striking him like a heavy hammer, shattering his last defense. What she sought was not rejection, but fulfillment, redemption. He suddenly roared, Your Highness, the Saintess, I can no longer restrain myself. He lowered his head swiftly, capturing her slightly parted cherry lips with fervor that burned like wildfire, plunging into a deep kiss. Qin Ruoxiu's soft moan was abruptly silenced, her body stiffening as she felt the electrifying intensity of this unexpected contact. For a fleeting moment, confusion washed over her, only to be replaced by a stronger, instinctual response. A broken, delicate sigh escaped from deep within her throat, swallowed by his fervent kiss. Her body nestled deeper into his embrace, greedily returning the kiss as if she wished to consume him. The sweet nectar of their mingled breaths combined with the potent allure of desire, igniting the wicked fire within Lin Chen even further. His hands, tempered by the art of yin and yang, seemed to be guided by an unseen force, transforming mere caresses into a profound expression of control. One hand encircled her slender waist, drawing her closer, feeling every tremor of her body. The other hand ventured into her garment, tracing her exquisite curves with an unusual rhythm. His fingertips glided gently over her silky skin, then with a commanding presence, kneaded, pressed, and prodded, flowing seamlessly across her form. Where his fingers touched, Qin Ruoxiu felt a wave of warmth coursing through her, miraculously clearing the blocked channels ravaged by desire, replacing torment with unparalleled comfort and longing, the warmth flowing like mercury, penetrating her limbs, ultimately converging within her dantian, awakening the natural flow of the Jiu, Zhuan He Huan Sheng Tiju. This was the spiritual energy ignited within Lin Chen, now infused with the fervor of desire, combined with the unique ability of his yin-yang cultivation to guide and stir. His palm first rested on her soft back, gradually sliding down her spine, each gentle stroke precisely eliciting sensations of pleasure and torment from deep within her. He caressed her delicate waist, savoring the softness that fit perfectly in his grasp. The balance of his touch served both as comfort and seduction. His hands did not falter, following the exquisite arc of her body, ultimately landing with urgency upon her soft curves. Lin Chen could distinctly feel the elasticity and warmth beneath his palm, as well as the near-melodic reactions from Qin Ruoxiu's body with each gentle touch. Under the warm baptism of his hand, Qin Ruoxiu suddenly tilted her head back, releasing a sweet, piercing scream. That sound reverberated through Lin Chen, tearing apart the last remnants of restraint within the chamber. Her legs could no longer support her, giving way as she sank to her knees between his, her body entirely reliant on him. Each firm grasp and gentle caress resonated like the plucking of strings, causing Qin Ruoxiu's delicate form to bloom under his touch, each inch of her skin glowing with a dazzling pink hue. She could feel clearly that with each shift of Lin Chen's fingers, the heat within her was being guided, absorbed, and transformed into an unprecedented, exquisite experience. "Your Highness, are you comfortable?" Lin Chen, how strange, so pleasurable. She murmured incoherently amidst his deep kiss, a peculiar sensation of joy intertwining with the fervent dryness within her, leading her to total surrender. Her usually clear eyes were now filled with a glistening sheen, hazy yet fervent, revealing profound dependence and desire. Unconsciously, her slender legs entwined around him, drawing them closer in an instinctive longing to convey her feelings in the most primal manner. "Do not stop, Lin Chen." Her voice trembled, tinged with a near-commanding plea. She had never fathomed that the body's desires could be so formidable, transcending all rationality and moral constraints. The union of yin and yang brought forth by Lin Chen offered not merely physical relief, but a resonance deep within her soul, as if compensating for the balance and fulfillment she had never attained since cultivating the Jiu, Zhuanhe Huan Shengtiju. She could even sense her internal spiritual energy circulating beneath Lin Chen's touch, advancing at an unprecedented speed, breaking through the stagnation that once held her back. In the next moment, the temperature in the chamber surged abruptly, the sound of torn fabric mingling with suppressed gasps, composing a forbidden and fervent symphony. Chapter 46. The Awakening of Hehuan and the Forbidden Command. A peculiar energy surged at the moment the two souls intertwined. Qin Ruoxiu felt an influx of pure, blazing masculine energy coursing through her body, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, instantly nourishing her meridians that had longed for this pure yang force due to years of shunning the sun. This energy resonated profoundly with the yin-yuan power within her, resulting in a mysterious harmony. The Jiuzhuan Haoan Shengti Ju activated uncontrollably at a rapid pace, as if it had found the perfect key to unlock the treasure sealed deep within her constitution. Although her consciousness was hazy, she distinctly sensed that the Yin-Sha demonic thought planted by the heavenly demon within her was dissolving quickly, akin to ice melting under the blazing sun, purifying her being. The chilling energy that had troubled her for years was entirely eradicated through this exquisite balance. A sensation of unprecedented relief surged through her limbs, as if her soul was undergoing a cleansing and elevation. The cultivation bottleneck that had stagnated at the pinnacle of qi refinement was shattered under the impetus of this energy. Foundation establishment stage, initial phase. Pure spiritual energy surged within her, loosening the barriers of her realm. Foundation establishment stage, initial phase stabilized. The force of harmony continued unabated, carrying the refined remnants of the heavenly demon's energy along with the burgeoning vitality from her awakened constitution, launching another assault. Foundation establishment stage, initial phase perfected. A powerful and pure wave of spiritual energy radiated from her, causing her realm to soar directly to the foundation establishment stage, initial phase perfected. Her Hehuan sacred body was completely awakened through this unexpected fusion of yin and yang, and the hidden dangers of the Yin-Sha blood body were entirely dispelled. Meanwhile, Lin Chen also found himself immersed in a profound epiphany. The yin-yang harmony technique operated autonomously, and every part of his body, from his hands and feet to the most secretive places, even every blood cell, seemed to be guided by an invisible force, instinctively practicing a wondrous massage technique, achieving a near instinctual perfection of coordination. The pure yin yuan power that flowed back from Qin Ruoxiu, imbued with a unique charm of the sacred body, surged into his danshan. This force harmonized with his own masculine spiritual energy, resulting not in conflict, but in a marvelous complement and enhancement. The magical power that had been forcefully consumed from the soul-nourishing incense and the application of the Tongxian guiding vessel technique was not only fully restored, but had become even more pure and refined. A warm current swirled within his danshan before exploding forth, transforming into a torrent of spiritual energy that washed through his meridians. The bottleneck of qi refinement, 6th layer, shattered. Qi refinement, 7th layer. Immediately following, the warm current, mixed with the miraculously refined remnants of the heavenly demon-s energy and a trace of the original aura released during Qin Ruoxiu's awakening, once again surged against the barriers of his realm. Qi refinement, 8th layer. Within a remarkably short span of time, he had consecutively broken through 2 minor realms. Lin Chen introspected and was pleasantly surprised to discover that it was not merely an elevation in cultivation. His 5 spirit root aptitudes seemed to have received some nurturing and activation during this yin-yang transformation, greatly accelerating his perception and refinement of spiritual energy, now several times faster than before, almost rivaling those with 4 spirit roots. This indicated that the advantages of his 5 spirit roots remained intact, while the shortcomings in cultivation speed had been significantly compensated. Though both 5 spirit roots and 4 spirit roots are considered mixed roots, this change signified a qualitative transformation, an evolution. After an unknown passage of time, when the pink mist completely dissipated, the enchanting scenery in the secret chamber gradually calmed. Qin Ruoxiu lay quietly in Lin Chen's embrace, her long eyelashes adorned with glistening tears. Her delicate face still flushed, yet now imbued with a charm and languor reminiscent of a serene post-rain scene. She slowly opened her eyes, the dazed look fading away, replaced by a hint of bewilderment, followed by shock, embarrassment, and an indescribable complexity of emotions. Memories surged like a tide, the frenzied moments replaying vividly in her mind, making her wish to vanish into a crevice. She, the revered Saintess of Hehuan's sect, had been with a mere attendant, and moreover, had acted so recklessly. However, just as she was engulfed in shame and anger, the unprecedented powerful force and sense of liberation within her made her pause. How could this be possible? Her Hehuan sacred body had fully awakened. Her cultivation had broken through 3 realms, reaching the foundation establishment stage, initial phase perfected. You. Qin Ruoxiu's voice was tinged with a raspy quality and an unmistakable complexity, interrupting Lin Chen's introspection. Lin Chen turned to meet her gaze, which brimmed with shame, anger, confusion, and a hint of an unnoticeable oddity. The atmosphere in the secret chamber became palpably awkward. Your Highness. Lin Chen opened his mouth, yet words eluded him. Apologies? Explanations? They all seemed inadequate. Qin Ruoxiu took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. She felt the surging power and unprecedented ease within her, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. She knew that had it not been for Lin Chen, she would undoubtedly have met her demise today, perhaps even falling victim to the heavenly demon's insatiable hunger. And although the ensuing events had left her feeling humiliated, they had inadvertently resolved her greatest hidden peril and significantly advanced her cultivation. About today, Qin Ruoxiu's voice regained its chill, her gaze sharp as it fixed on Lin Chen. I do not wish for anyone else to know. If you dare to leak even a word, do not blame me for being heartless. The warning in her tone was unequivocal. Understood, Lin Chen replied immediately, bowing respectfully, his heart secretly relieved. He certainly would not speak of this indiscretion. Such news would spell disaster for him as well. Qin Ruoxiu observed his respectful demeanor, her agitation slightly easing. But the memory of their intimate encounter caused her cheeks to flush anew. She quickly donned her garments, forcing herself to regain some semblance of her usual aloofness, yet the slight fatigue in her brow and the lingering allure in her eyes were impossible to conceal. You may leave. Qin Ruoxiu turned her head away, avoiding his gaze, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. Yes. Lin Chen felt as though he had received a reprieve. Swiftly rising to gather his tattered garments, awkwardly retreating from the secret chamber. As Lin Chen ambled outside, still entranced by the system's chime, he unexpectedly collided with the hurriedly approaching Su Yunzhang. Striving to maintain a composed facade, Lin Chen's disheveled attire and somewhat flustered demeanor betrayed him. Su Yunsheng's keen gaze swept between him and the tightly shut stone door, her eyes flickering with meaning as she cast a significant glance at Lin Chen. Yet she refrained from voicing her suspicions. "What is the status of the Holy Maiden?" she inquired, omitting any trivialities and focusing on the crux of the matter. Lin Chen steadied himself and replied respectfully, reporting to Elder Su, "The Holy Maiden has successfully repelled the celestial demons and is currently stabilizing her realm." Su Yunsheng nodded, her tone serene. "Well done. You and Huajiyu should return to rest. I will keep watch here." Chapter 47. Su Yunsheng's sensitive nose within the secret chamber. The spiritual energy receded like the ebbing tide, returning entirely to Qin Ruoxiu's dantian. She slowly rose, an unprecedented surge of robust spiritual power coursing through her exquisite form, solidifying her foundation at the early stage of cultivation, as steadfast as a mountain. Yet, as the energy enveloped her limbs, a faint lingering discomfort remained deep within her abdomen. A reminder of the pain she had just endured in her transformation. This was the trace left from her first union with another, but the memories that surged were not merely those of embarrassment. The unfamiliar pleasure crashed upon her like waves against the shore, a tingling shiver racing from her spine to the tips of her hair. Even her fingertips seemed to bear the imprint of a searing warmth. She had anticipated pain, yet when his breath, imbued with the sweet warmth of dragon-s saliva, enveloped her, what surged forth was not the sting she expected, but a delightful numbness that erupted from her spine, akin to countless butterflies fluttering within her flesh, causing her eyes to well with tears. Eventually, pain did arrive, causing her entire body to tremble, but he chuckled softly, teasing her ear. "Isn't the Saintess the most adept at drawing energy into her body? The essence of this union technique. Your body knows far better than you do." In reflecting upon this moment, even her ears flushed with warmth. She cast her gaze down to her waist and abdomen. The skin there remained smooth, yet her muscles retained the memory of that exquisite ache, like shells left behind on the beach after the tide recedes, each line reminding her of the experience. This was no malevolent method of siphoning energy. Rather, he had wrapped her in the purest yang energy, aiding her in awakening the sacred body of union at the brink of life and death. The sacred body of union fully awakened through this destruction and rebirth, bringing not only power, but also an unprecedented affinity for the spiritual energies of the world. Yet her heart was not as clear and lucid as her cultivation. In her mind, Lin Chen's handsome and refined visage, along with his seemingly calm, yet resolute eyes, lingered unshakably. He had braved death to enter, igniting the soul-nurturing incense to fend off the celestial demons. That determination resonated within her. He had guided her through the mortal peril with his yang energy, creating an intimate bond. All of this was etched deep within her soul. Was he a master, a benefactor, or perhaps something else altogether? Unconsciously, she extended her delicate fingers to gently touch her lips, where a peculiar warmth still lingered. A blush crept across her face, adding a touch of alluring vibrance to her otherwise cool demeanor. As the Saintess, she had never encountered such trivial concerns. She adjusted her garments, steadied her mind, and restored her frigid composure, sending a thought beyond the secret chamber. "Sister Su, please enter." Moments later, the stone door opened silently, revealing Su Yunsheng's graceful figure as she walked in. Upon entering the chamber, Su Yunsheng immediately sensed the powerful and distinct pressure that contrasted sharply with what it had been before, as well as the renewed aura emanating from Qin Ruoxiu. "Sister Ruoxiu, congratulations." Su Yunsheng beamed a genuine smile, striding forward. "You have successfully established your foundation, and your cultivation is now firm. Thus, your position as Saintess is as secure as Mount Tai." Qin Ruoxiu nodded slightly, rising from her cushion, her stature appearing even taller and more upright. Her aura reminiscent of a drawn ice sword, sharp yet restrained, evoking a sense of intimidation. "Thanks to Sister Su for providing protection outside." Su Yunsheng waved her hand dismissively, though her gaze discreetly swept through the chamber. In the air lingered a faint, unique fragrance. She recognized this scent all too well. It was the soul-nurturing incense she had originally bestowed upon Lin Chen to calm the mind. An imperceptible flicker passed through her brow. Subsequently, her perception fell upon Qin Ruoxiu. Qin Ruoxiu's spiritual power was complete and flawless, far more potent than that of an ordinary practitioner at the initial stage of foundation establishment, thanks to her sacred body of union. However, as someone who had experienced the fall from a genius at the late stage of foundation establishment, Su Yunsheng's perception was exceptionally keen. She detected that, in addition to the rich spiritual energy, there lingered a faint, elusive fragrance and a subtle, masculine aura of vitality. This essence resonated with the harmonious, yet subtly yin-yang infused state of Qin Ruoxiu, creating a delicate interplay. The sensation was akin to a block of millennia-old ice, meticulously polished by a rare warm jade. Not only did it remain unmelting, but beneath its icy surface, it exuded a layer of translucent, warm luster. This unique charm emerged only after the balance of yin and yang. Su Yunsheng's heart skipped a beat. Yet her expression remained composed as she inquired with concern, "Sister, the celestial demons were quite formidable before. What was their origin? Judging by the traces in this chamber, the battle was quite intense. How did you manage to repel them?" Her questions were meticulously crafted, seemingly born from genuine concern. Qin Ruoxiu paused momentarily, avoiding Su Yunsheng's probing gaze, and replied nonchalantly, "I do not know their origin. It must be some adversaries acting in the shadows. As for repelling them, it was Lin Chen." Lin Chen. Su Yunsheng's tone rose slightly, tinged with surprise. "He used the soul-nurturing incense to disrupt the celestial demons' minds, buying me time to circulate my techniques and extinguish them." Qin Ruoxiu's explanation was straightforward, attributing everything to the incense and her own skills, only casually mentioning Lin Chen's assistance. Su Yunsheng listened quietly, yet a tempest brewed within her. The soul-nurturing incense indeed proved effective against mental illusions. But dealing with fully formed celestial demons would not be so simple. Moreover, what could explain the lingering warmth of jade radiating from Qin Ruoxiu? Alone together in the secret chamber, amidst the rampage of celestial demons and the brink of life and death, a strange sensation brushed through Su Yunsheng's heart, akin to discovering an intriguing treasure she had long kept to herself, only to find it had been touched by another, leaving her discomfort. She understood all too well that Qin Ruoxiu, with her proud nature, would never tolerate any form of disrespect from a servant. Yet the more she thought about it, the more she felt that Lin Chen should not have been involved. The very fact that even the Saintess concealed this matter amplified her feelings. So it is, that young man is indeed fortunate and possesses great destiny. He has shown his loyalty and achieved great merit. Suppressing the myriad of speculations swirling in her mind, Su Yunsheng regained her composure as the head of the auxiliary staff. "You have successfully established your foundation. This is of utmost significance, as it pertains to the honor and future of our Hehuan sect. The sect will certainly hold a grand foundation establishment ceremony to announce it to the entire realm of cultivation in the Song Kingdom." She spoke with a serious tone and continued, "At that time, major sects and esteemed families of the cultivation world will send representatives to witness the ceremony. You must prepare thoroughly and adjust your state to its utmost perfection. You must be flawless." The phrase perfect and flawless pierced deeply into Qin Ruoxiu's heart, striking at its softest and most concealed corners. Everything that transpired between her and Lin Chen represented her greatest imperfection at this moment. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxiu nodded. The foundation establishment ceremony is an honor bestowed upon every Saintess, serving as the prime stage for the sect to showcase its strength and potential to the world. Yet, the thought of the multitude of eyes upon her conjured Lin Chen's ever-smiling face in her mind. At that moment, she would be perched high in the clouds, receiving accolades from all directions, while he might only stand in the shadows as an ordinary attendant. Gazing up at her from the distant corners of the crowd, Su Yunsheng offered a few more reminders, noticing that Qin Ruoxiu seemed somewhat unsettled. Aware that she had just made a breakthrough and required tranquility, she took her leave. The stone door slowly closed, leaving Qin Ruoxiu alone in the secret chamber. She approached the stone wall, gazing at the fierce, grotesque scars etched by the minions of the heavenly demon, remaining silent for a long time. Lin Chen. Possessing a 5-element pseudo-spiritual root, his path to cultivation was nearly severed. The identity of an attendant, seemingly stable, was intricately tied to her own fate. Their fortunes intertwined, they would rise or fall together. Should he be relegated to an outer sect disciple, with his qualifications, he would likely face a precarious existence in the ruthless hierarchy of the sect. Yet, could she truly let him remain a mere attendant, relying solely on his massage skills for survival? The debt of life he had saved her from and the profound connection that dispelled her inner demons made it impossible for her to accept such a fate with a clear conscience. She, Qin Ruoxiu, owed him an immeasurable debt of gratitude, and even more so, a radiant future. She must make a decisive choice for Lin Chen's future, as well as her own. Chapter 48. Does the Saintess wish to sever ties with me? As Su Yunzhang stood guard outside Qin Ruoxiu's quiet chamber, Lin Chen encountered Huaju, who had returned a moment later than expected. He informed her of the Saintess's advancement in foundational cultivation. Huaju was genuinely elated, not only for the potential crisis averted, but also for the Saintess's success. Lin Chen, wary of prolonging the conversation, quickly took his leave and returned to his residence. Seated cross-legged on the mat, he observed the system panel within his consciousness shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. The yin-yang harmonization technique seemed invigorated by the influx of cultivation points. His comprehension of this technique had ascended to a new pinnacle, resulting in an automatic upgrade of his medical prowess to that of a senior massage therapist. The rewards from this venture far exceeded his expectations. Achieving the 8th level of qi refinement, his cultivation had surged 2 minor realms. Such rapid advancement would astound anyone. What was even more exhilarating was the enhancement of his innate talent. Although it still fell short of that of an ordinary outer sect disciple, it represented a qualitative transformation. Lin Chen couldn't help but reminisce about the time spent with Liu Feifei during their intimate encounter. In comparison, the gains were starkly different. However, none of this could rival the fervent connection he shared with the Saintess. It was worth it. Yet, Qin Ruoxiu's demeanor was as frigid as the peaks of snow-capped mountains. It was only during this life and death juncture that such an opportunity arose. In the future, it would likely be exceedingly difficult to make any progress. Lin Chen slapped his face lightly and shook his head, dispelling the chaotic thoughts. He turned his attention inward, focusing on the greatly amplified spirit energy whirlpool within his dantian. Although his cultivation had skyrocketed, it was akin to a castle in the air, lacking a firm foundation. Presently, he possessed the power of the 8th level of qi refinement, yet his combat techniques, protective artifacts, and the quality of talismans and elixirs remained at the level of a 5th or 6th level practitioner. He needed to proceed with caution, Lin Chen mused. Staying by the Saintess's side seemed to be the best option for now. With the Saintess as his shield, he could safely convert his cultivation into true strength. However, Qin Ruoxiu's nature, just as he was lost in thought, a beam of spiritual light pierced through the door, hovering before him. It was a message talisman from Qin Ruoxiu. Come to the quiet chamber immediately. Her cold voice conveyed no emotion. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Was it so soon? Did Her Highness the Saintess crave more? But he quickly reined in his thoughts, suppressing any unfounded speculations. The situation was likely the opposite. He suppressed his cultivation back to the 5th level of qi refinement and made his way to the training chamber of the Saintess. The stone door opened and then slowly closed. Inside the quiet chamber, Qin Ruoxiu remained clad in her flowing white gown, standing before the stone wall with her back to him. Her aura was deeper and more profound than before, akin to an unfathomable cold pool, exuding an invisible pressure that made even Lin Chen feel a sense of oppression. This was the foundation-building realm. Lin Chen. Qin Ruoxiu turned, her exquisite features betraying no signs of emotion. Your subordinate is present. Without further ado, she waved her jade hand, and a storage bag along with a gleaming blue armor floated before Lin Chen. Here are 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, a vial of Gu Yuan Dan, and a superior-grade defensive spiritual artifact, Xian Shui armor. Her tone remained as flat as ever, serving as a reward for your protection of your master. She deliberately emphasized the terms protection and reward, as if using these valuable items to draw a line under their uncontrollable encounter, redefining their boundaries. Lin Chen accepted the storage bag and the artifact without a hint of hesitation or surprise, exuding a sense of understanding. He was well aware that this was not merely a generous gift. A sweep of his divine sense revealed the spirit stones piled like a mountain, the elixirs of pure quality, and the armor heavy and unassuming. Indeed, a superior-grade artifact. Thank you for your generous gift, Saintess. Coincidentally, I still owe you a few thousand spirit stones, and now I can finally repay you. The multitude of words Qin Ruoxiu had prepared was abruptly stifled. She had anticipated him to be astonished, to decline, to utter some token phrases about duty to the Saintess. At that moment, she could have easily shifted the topic to her true intentions. However, he did not comply. Mentioning those few thousand spirit stones was as if it were not an immense favor, but rather a perfectly ordinary transaction. Qin Ruoxu's chest rose and fell slightly, feeling as if she had struck a punch into cotton. The carefully cultivated atmosphere of resolute separation dissipated entirely. She had to forcibly steer the conversation back. Lin Chen, I have successfully built my foundation. The holy body of Hehuan is partially complete. Common massage techniques have little use for me now. Your subordinate understands. Lin Chen nodded. I shall endeavor to study diligently, enhance my skills, and strive to alleviate your burdens once more. No need. Qin Ruoxu interjected, her tone becoming imperious. You are aware of your own qualifications. With a pseudo-spiritual root, no matter how many elixirs you possess, the hope for foundation building is bleak. Remaining by my side, you shall forever be merely a servant, which is a form of bondage. Your future should not be confined to this. She stepped forward, her gaze locking onto Lin Chen's. I have made arrangements for you. After the foundation building ceremony, you shall shed your identity as a servant and enter our Hehuan sect as an outer disciple. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Becoming an outer disciple, breaking free from the humble identity of a servant. This was the aspiration all servants yearned for. Lin Chen's smile gradually faded. He remained silent for a long time, long enough for Qin Ruoxu to think he was lost in overwhelming surprise. Then, he slowly and clearly shook his head. Your kind intentions, Saintess, I appreciate. However, I wish to remain by your side, serving you. Qin Ruoxu's brows furrowed instantly, her voice growing colder. Do you know what you are saying? This is your only opportunity to escape the identity of a servant. With your qualifications, remaining by my side as a servant will lead to no progress in your lifetime. If you go to the outer sect, there remains a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope may also lead to peril. Lin Chen's response was calm and unexpected. Saintess, you are more aware than I of what the outer sect entails. It is a realm where the weak are devoured by the strong. With my pseudo-spiritual root, entering there would be akin to throwing a sheep into a pack of wolves. I would likely not survive 3 months. He paused, his tone sincere. Rather than face uncertainty in the outside world, it is better to stay by your side, where I can at least seek a measure of stability. You. Qin Ruoxu was rendered speechless by his retort. Her meticulously crafted plans and considerations were utterly shattered by his complacent remarks. The bright future she had fought for on his behalf had, in his eyes, transformed into a den of peril. Qin Ruoxu was incensed, not merely due to the total negation of her arrangements, but also because of his self-indulgent demeanor. Absurd, she scolded sharply. If our affair were to be discovered, do you believe you could continue to be merely an ordinary attendant as before? The moment the words escaped her lips, Qin Ruoxu froze. A sudden realization struck her. She noticed Lin Chen's pupils constrict slightly in that instant. It was over. She had unwittingly uttered the words you and I. These 4 words resounded like thunder, shattering the fragile veil of unspoken understanding that had existed between them. At that moment, the air seemed to stagnate. All previous rewards, arrangements, refusals, and disputes became trivial. The most core, most clandestine, and most perilous secret lay exposed between them, laid bare by her own hand. Lin Chen slowly bowed his head, obscuring the expression on his face. In the dim chamber, only the sound of Qin Ruoxu's increasingly rapid heartbeat remained. Chapter 49. Guarding my own path, the ceremony commences. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, so profound that one could hear the fall of a pin. The phrase you and I echoed like a thunderclap, reverberating within the chamber, leaving both individuals momentarily stunned, their eardrums ringing. Qin Ruoxu's breath quickened, her chest rising and falling violently. Never had she lost her composure like this. The frost that usually adorned her countenance evaporated, leaving her pale as a ghost. She gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes brimming with regret and confusion. Lin Chen's expression transitioned from initial shock to a gradual return to calmness. Yet beneath that calm, something had irrevocably changed. He was no longer the attendant who wore a playful and respectful demeanor. After a prolonged pause, he lifted his head, his gaze imbued with unprecedented seriousness. It is precisely for this reason that I must not leave. Qin Ruoxu was taken aback. Lin Chen stepped forward, their proximity allowing them to sense each other's breaths. Saintess, if I were to leave and become an outer disciple, dying in some forsaken corner, then our affair would truly become a jest, a blemish only you would remember. His voice was low, yet each word resonated clearly. But if I remain and grow strong enough to stand by your side, to shield you from all tempests, then today's events will not be a blemish but rather a secret. A beginning known only to us. I shall guard this secret with my life and protect you. To safeguard the Saintess is to safeguard my own path. The notion of protection flowed through her like a warm current, dissipating all her inner turmoil, embarrassment, and unease. That once perfect and exquisite thorn seemed to be gently extracted at this moment, the wound tenderly soothed. Qin Ruoxiu's heart was jolted, all her reason and resolve. The severance made for the sake of perfection appeared so pale in the face of Lin Chen's words. Yes, allowing him to leave only to perish. What would that make her? Destroying the bridge after crossing it? Or silencing him? She looked into Lin Chen's steadfast gaze, which no longer bore the familiar jest, but instead an unwavering determination she had never witnessed before. Ultimately, she averted her gaze, her voice tinged with an unrecognized fatigue. Very well. You may stay. After a brief pause, she added, From this day forth, you shall no longer be an ordinary attendant, but my chief steward, overseeing all affairs within and outside the Saintess Hall. This is my arrangement for you. She refrained from calling it a reward, but rather an arrangement. As you command, Lin Chen replied succinctly. He understood that this was her way of preserving her final dignity. You may leave. The ceremony is imminent. Prepare yourself. Qin Ruoxiu waved her hand and turned away, no longer looking at him. Understood. Lin Chen bowed and withdrew, the stone door slowly closing behind him. In the dim chamber, Qin Ruoxiu approached the stone wall, extending her finger to gently trace the grotesque claw mark upon it. After a long while, a barely audible sigh dissipated into the air. 3 days later, at the Hehuan Sect's main peak plaza, the expansive white jade plaza was enveloped in clouds, the sound of bells echoing continuously. Today marked the foundation establishment ceremony of Saintess Qin Ruoxiu, with the entire Hehuan Sect immersed in a grand celebratory atmosphere. At the main seat, Qin Ruoxiu donned a saintly robe woven with golden clouds, as delicate as mist, her snowy skin shimmering under the golden threads. The garment, while not deliberately revealing, masterfully accentuated her graceful and exquisite figure, her slender waist and the subtly visible curves of her bosom forming a breathtaking arc. The wide sleeves and flowing hem were adorned with minute ice crystal stones, further enhancing her ethereal beauty. Simply by sitting there, she attracted countless gazes of awe, reverence, and jealousy. Not far behind her, Lin Chen and Huajiu stood silently to the side. Huajiu looked at Lin Chen, her eyes sparkling like stars. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, clad in a pristine chief steward's attire, stood 3 paces behind the Saintess. This distance was just right, showcasing his new status without overstepping boundaries. He slightly lowered his head, disguising himself as a humble backdrop, allowing the disdainful or curious glances to sweep over him, while his mind was already dispersed, discreetly observing everyone in the plaza. This was a significant opportunity for him to understand the sect and the world of cultivation in Song Country. In the past, he had been confined to a corner of the attendants' courtyard, like a caged bird, never venturing beyond. At this moment, Su Yunzhang was connecting with him from a distance, her enthusiasm palpable as she diligently explained the various factions to him. The sects she mentioned were all premier forces in the realm of cultivation within Song Country. To his left stood the Tai Sword Sect, the foremost sword cultivation sect in Song Country. Jin Wuchen, a core disciple in the early stages of foundation establishment, held an ancient long sword, exuding a formidable sword intent, his expression radiating an unmistakable air of superiority as he cast disdainful glances at the Hehuan Sect disciples. In the center was the Wanfaxian Sect, renowned for its talismans, formations, alchemy, and weaponry. The jovial rotund man, Bailey Shi, an elder in the early stages of foundation establishment, was a crafty fox, adept at conversing with both humans and spirits. To the right was the Xian Sha demon sect, known for its ruthless methods and soul techniques. The new demon progeny, Li Jiu, was fixated on the Saintess. Do you see? He has been staring at the Saintess. Lin Chen's gaze shifted, locking onto a man clad in black robes, emanating a chilling aura, who was fixated on Qin Ruoxiu at the main seat, his eyes filled with an almost tangible aggression and greed. This man practiced soul techniques, which were exceedingly peculiar, and his intentions towards the Saintess's Hehuan's sacred body were likely nefarious. Remember his face and keep your distance, Su Yunzhang warned, her tone growing more serious. Lin Chen took note of it all. Just then, A commotion erupted at the entrance of the plaza as an imposing young man made his entrance, flanked by a throng of disciples, dressed in resplendent attire. His handsome features were marred by an undeniable air of malice and arrogance that tainted his overall demeanor. He was Xie Tianhua, a direct disciple in the mid-stages of Foundation establishment and the elder brother of Xie Ningyu. Su Yunsheng's voice carried a subtle tremor upon mentioning his name. Lin Chen immediately sensed the anomaly. He turned his head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Su Yunsheng. He noticed that her previously composed demeanor had suddenly chilled, and her hands, which hung at her side, instinctively clenched. When Xie Tianhua entered, his gaze appeared to wander casually, yet precisely settled upon Su Yunsheng. He halted his steps, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth, tinged with a possessive coldness. With a mere flick of his fingers in the air, he conjured a spirit inscription that outlined Su Yunsheng's silhouette, only to crush it moments later, before elegantly taking his seat alongside his female companion. Lin Chen's heart sank with understanding. It turned out that the disciple who intended to forcibly take Su Yunsheng as a wife or concubine was none other than him. The elaborate rituals of the grand ceremony proceeded with meticulous order. The sect leader made his appearance, exchanging pleasantries with representatives from various sects, especially the prestigious ones. After a few formal remarks and encouraging words for Qin Ruoxiu, he handed the proceedings over to the elder presiding over the ceremony and departed. Soon, it was time for the guests to present their tributes. The Tai Sword Sect offered a mid-grade magical flying sword. The Wanfazaiman presented a set of mid-grade defensive array discs, while the Xiansha Demon Sect contributed a vial of Xiansha Dan infused with soul power. Though the gifts were substantial, the atmosphere maintained a delicate balance throughout. Chapter 50. Things go awry. Just as representatives from all sides offered their orderly congratulations, a crisp yet untimely voice resonated through the air. Qin Shimei, congratulations on your successful Foundation establishment. Henceforth, the path to immortality lies open before you. Xie Ningyu gracefully stepped forth from behind her elder brother, Xie Tianhua, her face adorned with a perfectly poised smile. Her beauty was as enchanting as a blooming poisonous flower, starkly contrasting with the cold and aloof demeanor of Qin Ruoxiu seated on the high platform. Qin Ruoxiu remained still, her gaze indifferent. Thank you. However, Xie Ningyu appeared utterly unfazed, her charming smile unwavering. Her alluring eyes drifted past Qin Ruoxiu, landing precisely on Lin Chen, who stood 3 steps behind her. It is said that the success of my junior sister in establishing her foundation owes much to this attendant named Lin Chen. Such a loyal guardian of his master must not be lightly rewarded. In my humble opinion, why not grant him the status of an outer sect disciple, allowing him to shed his status as a servant and pursue his own path to immortality? This would also uphold our Hehuan Sect's reputation for valuing and cherishing talent. Her voice was soft yet distinctly echoed throughout the venue. She smiled sweetly at Qin Ruoxiu, inquiring word by word. What does my junior sister think? As her words fell, the crowd fell into a profound silence. All eyes were instantly drawn to the high platform where Qin Ruoxiu sat. This was a most insidious and cunning maneuver. To agree would mean to push Lin Chen into the flames, publicly betraying her promise to him and breaking her word. To refuse would solidify her reputation as petty and ungrateful, unwilling to part with even a meritorious servant, thus shattering the newly established dignity of the Saintess. Lin Chen felt as though his heart had plummeted to the depths of despair. He sensed countless gazes upon him, some filled with curiosity, others with disdain, and many simply relishing the spectacle. Becoming the center of attention was the last thing he desired. Seated on her lotus platform, Qin Ruoxiu's expression was inscrutable. She slowly lifted the jade cup before her, taking a delicate sip. Only then did she raise her eyes to Xie Ningyu, her voice cold and authoritative. I am well aware of Lin Chen's contributions. There is no need for your reminder. She set down the jade cup, her voice resonating across the hall. I have already decreed that Lin Chen shall be promoted to the chief steward of the Saintess Hall, overseeing all affairs within the hall. His future is already under my consideration. So there is no need for you to concern yourself, Xie Shizi. She paused, her gaze sharpening like a blade, piercing through to Xie Ningyu's very essence. Furthermore, Xie Ningyu, according to sect rules, you should now address me as Shishu, you. The smile on Xie Ningyu's face instantly froze, her complexion shifting between hues of red and white. This retort was exquisitely executed. It not only publicly declared her arrangements and protection of Lin Chen, but also dealt a stinging blow to Xian Ningyu's pride in front of all. Qin Ruoxiu's gaze turned razor-sharp, aimed directly at Xian Ningyu. A flicker of humiliation and resentment flashed in Xian Ningyu's charming eyes as she stiffly bowed, her voice strained and barely audible. What Shishichin says is that the younger generation Ningyu has overstepped. Lin Chen sighed in relief, yet before he could fully exhale, a celestial voice, imbued with supreme authority, drifted down from the heavens above, resonating in every ear. It is the Sect Master. Xian Ningyu, at the Sect's grand ceremony, you have shown disrespect to hierarchy. You must face the consequences. However, your words do hold some merit. This voice, devoid of any emotion, rendered the entire assembly silent in an instant. For the first time, Qin Ruoxiu's countenance shifted in public. Loyal servants deserve rewards and should be granted the heart to pursue their path. Qin Ruoxiu, while your arrangements are commendable, they ultimately stem from personal favor. The sect must act justly. Lin Chen, from this day forth, you shall enter the outer sect. Tomorrow, you are to report to the External Affairs Hall. The decree was delivered with finality, akin to a divine proclamation, leaving no room for dispute. The sect master's words were law, unassailable in their weight. Qin Ruoxiu stood frozen atop the platform, her tightly clenched fingers turning pale from the force of her grip. Just yesterday, she had gone to great lengths to ensure Lin Chen's departure. Yet, upon his choice to remain and his subsequent declarations, she had resolved to protect him. Now, all her efforts and arrangements lay in ruins before the sect master's edict. Lin Chen remained rooted in place, as though struck by lightning. Slowly, he raised his head to gaze upon the solitary and aloof figure above the clouds, then swept his gaze around at those surrounding him, some reveling in his misfortune, others indifferent. The carefully crafted path he had envisioned for himself had been severed by a single utterance. Things had indeed gone awry. As soon as the words were spoken, a brief silence was shattered by an uproar. The disciples of Hehuan's sect looked at Lin Chen with expressions rife with complexity. There was jealousy. How could a mere attendant gain the sect master's favor and enter the outer sect without examination? Yet, more prevalent was pity. A false spiritual root entering the ruthless outer sect would surely face dire consequences. Su Yunchang's eyes briefly flickered with doubt before she grasped the deeper implications. Hua Jiyu's face was filled with concern, yet her eyes betrayed a sense of melancholy. The siblings, Xian Ningyu and Xie Tianhua, exchanged glances, both recognizing the unmasked triumph and satisfaction reflected in each other's gaze. This strike was unexpected and exquisitely executed. Not only had it humiliated Qin Ruoxiu, but it had also condemned the troublesome attendant to the depths of despair. The response from the external guests was immediate. Jian Wuchen, a disciple of the first-rate Tai Sword sect, scoffed lightly. His voice clear and cutting. A mere 5 spiritual roots dares to seek the path to longevity? Truly deluded. His disdain was palpable. Elder Bai Lixi from Wanfa Immortal Sect maintained his usual jovial demeanor, though a glimmer of intrigue flashed in his eyes. Stroking his beard, he found the situation increasingly amusing. The Saintess, the true heir, the sect master. This muddled affair might prove to be an excellent opportunity to observe the internal dynamics of Hehuan's sect. Meanwhile, Li Jiu, the demonic scion of Xian Shamo sect, licked his cracked lips with a glint of cold interest in his gaze directed at Lin Chen, a servant whom the Saintess Qin Ruoxiu so ardently defended, a pawn personally named by the sect master. He must harbor secrets. Perhaps he could become a worthy soul harvest. Qin Ruoxiu gradually regained her composure from the initial shock. She took a deep breath and performed a profound bow towards the sect leader, her voice tinged with a hint of restraint. I shall adhere to the sect leader's decree. The words of the sect leader were law, leaving her no alternative. Turning to Lin Chen, her gaze carried a blend of apology and determination. The sect leader has commanded, and thus you shall venture into the outer sect for training. After a brief pause, her tone softened yet remained resolute. Even though you enter the outer sect, you will still serve as the steward of our holy maiden hall. Do you accept this? At that moment, this was the utmost protection and care she could offer Lin Chen. A warmth enveloped Lin Chen's heart, for he understood the pressure Qin Ruoxiu was currently enduring. This act of support, rich in significance, resonated deeply within him. He bowed, his voice steady and resolute. I, Lin Chen, am willing. I shall never bring shame upon the holy maiden. Amidst the varied thoughts of the onlookers, some merely spectating while others contemplated, Xian Ningyu's lips curled into a barely perceptible cold smile, as she discreetly cast a glance towards an elder in the guest seating. The elder, fully comprehending the unspoken message, gracefully rose from the audience. He was an elderly man with white hair yet youthful features, radiating a gentle aura. He was Sun Baiko, an elder from the second-rate sect, Baiko men. First, he respectfully nodded in acknowledgement to several representatives of the first-rate sects, then turned towards Qin Ruoxiu on the high platform, his face adorned with a warm smile, as if the previous episode had never transpired. Congratulations, Holy Maiden Qin, on your remarkable achievements in the Tao and your brilliant path to immortality. I, Sun Baiko of Baiko men, have come to present my respects. Chapter 51. Please, Master Lin. I am Sunda from the Baichao men. I do not possess any extravagant gifts, yet I have garnered some insights regarding the Ling Ji Dan Dao. Of course, my understanding pales in comparison to that of the esteemed friends from the Wan Facian men. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout the gathering. It was already well known that the He Huan sect's techniques were exquisite, with disciples who were exceptional and well-informed. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere grew notably hushed, as everyone awaited his further words. He turned his palm over to reveal an exquisite jade box. In my earlier years, I fortuitously discovered several rare flowers and herbs in an ancient secret realm, the properties of which I have yet to fully discern. Today, during this auspicious occasion of the Saintess ceremony, I wish to present these items for the esteemed members of the He Huan sect and other friends to appraise, as a means of contributing to the festivities. How does that sound? With a sharp sound, the jade box was opened. Inside lay several uniquely shaped, iridescent spiritual plants, and a strange, mixed aroma of flora instantly permeated the air. The audience immediately comprehended the implications. This was not a gift at all, but rather a blatant affront. Everyone knew that the He Huan sect primarily focused on the dual cultivation of harmony, thus their prowess in alchemy was not particularly pronounced. Those elders and disciples responsible for the alchemy chamber, who typically dabbled in the art of alchemy, had their expressions shift drastically. They forced themselves to approach and examine the jade box closely, each frowning deeply. This one, could it be the Gui Mian tongue recorded in ancient texts? No. The Gui Mian tongue only has 3 leaves, while this one has 5, emanating an even colder aura. This red one is entirely unfamiliar, never seen or heard of before. The group whispered among themselves, deliberating for an extended period, only managing to vaguely recognize a couple of similar specimens, but they dared not assert their true names or properties, let alone any compatibility taboos. In that moment, the square fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed on the flushed faces of the He Huan sect elders. The expression of pride on Sunda's face was nearly overflowing. He stroked his goat beard and said leisurely, "What? Is it possible that such a large sect as the He Huan sect cannot identify a few herbs? If so, this Saintess ceremony is rather." His words trailed off, but the implication was unmistakable. It was an insult. This was a blatant slap in the face for the He Huan sect and Qin Ruoxiu, in front of the entire cultivation world of the Song Kingdom. Qin Ruoxiu's fingers, resting on the armrest, slowly tightened, the knuckles turning slightly pale from the pressure. Her expression had turned as cold as ice. The dignity of her sect and her own reputation were on the verge of being utterly tarnished today. Amidst this deathly silence, a clear voice unexpectedly rang out, reporting to the Saintess. The crowd turned toward the source of the voice, and it was him. Indeed, it was Lin Chen, the attendant recently named by the sect leader. He took a step forward and bowed respectfully to the Saintess. I, Lin Chen, am unworthy, yet willing to share the burden with the Saintess and put this to the test. Upon his declaration, the assembly erupted in uproar. An attendant? Had he lost his mind? How dare he step forward at such a moment? Did he wish for his own humiliation? With a scoff, Xie Tianhua did not hide his derision, casting a look at Lin Chen as though he were a foolish clown unaware of his own limitations. The entire square was soon engulfed by waves of mockery and skepticism. Lin Chen's voice was soft, yet it struck the silence like a stone cast into a still lake, creating ripples of tumult. After a brief moment of astonishment, unabashed laughter erupted. Huh, what have I heard? An attendant? Xie Tianhua leaned back in his chair, cup in hand, his tone dripping with mockery. Junior Sister Ruoxiu, has your Saintess Hall truly run out of capable individuals? You must send a servant to make a fool of yourselves? His female companion immediately chimed in with laughter. What Brother Xie said is true. This attendant looks rather dashing, but must have grown accustomed to serving the Saintess. thinking he has become someone of importance. Elder Sun from Bai Chao Min burst into hearty laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. He turned to the main seat, his sarcasm barely concealed. Saintess Qin, is this your way of receiving guests? If the Hehuan sect cannot identify these herbs, I could simply present the spiritual materials directly. Yet you send a mere 5th-level qi refining attendant to placate me. Do you look down upon me or upon all the esteemed guests present? His words were sharp and venomous, directly placing Qin Ruo Shui in a precarious position. To admit ignorance would be to concede incompetence. Allowing Lin Chen to take the stage, if he failed, it would mean the Hehuan sect had employed a buffoon to humiliate all in attendance. In an instant, all gazes, mocking, curious, and gleeful, were focused on Qin Ruo Shui. Su Yunzhang, standing not far away, felt her heart leap into her throat, watching Lin Chen's back with worry and confusion. How could he dare? Qin Ruo Shui's expression had turned icy to the utmost degree. She gazed at Lin Chen's figure, the attendant's garb appearing somewhat flimsy on him. Yet he stood tall. Her mind involuntarily recalled the day in the secret chamber, his eyes filled with unprecedented seriousness and his resolute declaration. I will use my life to protect this secret and you. Yes, he had become her chief attendant. At this moment, his standing was not merely as himself, but as Qin Ruo Shui, as the entirety of the Saintess Hall. Was it a gamble? To stake her newly established reputation? To wager the dignity of the entire sect on an attendant of merely qi refining cultivation? Qin Ruo Shui's nails were digging deeply into the wooden grain of the armrest. Saintess, please give us a word. Elder Sun pressed relentlessly. Everyone's time is quite precious. Qin Ruo Shui slowly lifted her gaze, fixing it upon Lin Chen. She spoke, her tone as frigid as ice, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. He is not merely an attendant. A hush fell over the crowd. Qin Ruo Shui rose, her exquisite gown cascading like liquid mercury. Lin Chen is the newly appointed chief attendant of my Saintess Hall, overseeing all internal and external affairs. His words carry the weight of my own. I trust in his discernment. Each word was spoken deliberately and clearly. Elder Sun, since my man is willing to take a chance, why must you rush to dismiss him? This pronouncement was akin to a thunderous gamble. Everyone was left stunned. No one anticipated that Qin Ruo Shui would wager her entire reputation for the sake of an obscure attendant. Xie Tianhua's smile froze upon his face, taken aback by Qin Ruoxiu's unwavering defense of a mere servant. Elder Sun was similarly stunned, but soon responded with a sardonic chuckle. Excellent. What a trustworthy individual. Since Saintess Qin has spoken thus, I, for one, shall await the outcome eagerly. Please proceed, Chief Steward Lin. His deliberate emphasis on the title of Chief Steward carried an unmistakable undertone of mockery. Instantly, the pressure that had once rested upon Qin Ruoxiu shifted entirely to Lin Chen. Chapter 52. Are you here to congratulate or poison? Lin Chen seemed oblivious to the discussions around him. He bowed once more in the direction of Qin Ruoxiu before turning and calmly walking towards the jade box. Approaching the table, he did not immediately act but instead cast a glance at Elder Sun, whose face was flushed with excitement. Elder Sun, are you certain that these spiritual plants were obtained from a secret realm? Elder Sun was taken aback and instinctively replied, of course. What I say is the absolute truth. Very well. Lin Chen nodded. He extended his hand and delicately picked up a jet-black vine with serrated edges. This is known as Yin Gu Tung, not Gui Mian Tung. It grows atop white bones in places of extreme yin, taking a century to grow merely an inch. Its nature is profoundly cold and can be used to forge ice-based treasures. But in medicinal usage, while a small amount may clear heart fire, an excess can freeze a cultivator's meridians, proving to be exceedingly malevolent. His voice was clear and steady as he elucidated the origin, characteristics, and functions of the Yin Gu Tung. The previously whispering elders of Hehuan sect suddenly bore expressions of embarrassment. Elder Sun's complexion shifted slightly. Lin Chen did not pause. He next picked up a blood-red grass resembling coral. This is known as Ran Shui Chao. It can invigorate one's vital energy and enhance a cultivator's explosive power, but once its effects fade, it greatly depletes one's essence. It is one of the primary materials used by demonic cultivators to concoct forbidden drugs. Then came the third and fourth plants. With each specimen Lin Chen grasped, he accurately recited its name, origin, medicinal properties, and even some of the most obscure uses and legends associated with it. The mocking laughter that once filled the square had vanished without a trace. Everyone held their breath, astonished at the eloquent youth before them. Those who had previously dismissed him as a mere jester now wore expressions of incredulity, realizing that a mere qi refinement period attendant could discern such rare and esoteric spiritual herbs. This utterly overturned their preconceived notions of attendance. Could he possibly be an alchemist? Qin Ruoxiu, Hua Jiyu, and Su Yunzhang were aware that while Lin Chen possessed knowledge of alchemy, he was merely a novice alchemist. Nevertheless, the breadth of knowledge he displayed left them genuinely in awe. Bai Lixi's interest peaked as he stroked his beard, his curiosity towards Lin Chen intensifying. As Lin Chen lifted the last two spiritual plants, he suddenly paused, lifting his gaze to Elder Sun with a hint of coldness at the corners of his mouth. Elder Sun, this Duanhun Hua and this Fuxin Yan, when examined individually, are both auxiliary materials for healing elixirs. However, if I recall correctly, ancient texts such as the toxicology record that when these two are mixed in a 3-to-1 ratio and catalyzed by a cultivator's true essence, they transform into a colorless and odorless deadly poison known as San. Those poison will have their spiritual power dissipate and their souls wither within 3 days, meeting a tragically gruesome end. Lin Chen placed the two herbs side by side on the table, his voice turning icy. Elder Sun, you have combined these two spiritually toxic herbs, which are at odds with one another, along with those previously mentioned, each possessing their own dangerous traits, inside this box as a gift for my family's Saintess. Pray tell, are you here to congratulate or to poison? Boom. The moment these words were uttered, the entire venue erupted in chaos. Elder Sun's face drained of color, turning pale as he broke into a cold sweat. You slander me, he stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Lin Chen. You are courting death. Qin Ruoxiu's voice was frigid. An overwhelming aura descended, akin to a massive mountain pressing down, instantly pinning down the qi refinement late-stage Sunda, causing his knees to buckle, rendering him unable to rise. His complexion turned ashen, a metallic taste filling his throat, but he swallowed the blood that threatened to spill, leaving only a trace of crimson at the corner of his mouth. Silence enveloped the crowd. No one anticipated that the Saintess would act so decisively, rendering a public humiliation upon an invited guest. Qin Ruoxiu slowly stood, her icy gaze sweeping over the assembly before finally landing on the slightly pale-faced Xian Ningyu. That gaze held no inquiry, only a chilling indifference that seemed to see through everything. Xian Ningyu instinctively clenched the hem of her dress, forcing herself to maintain composure, her face contorting into a semblance of righteous anger. Sunda, how dare you conduct such despicable acts at this grand event, tarnishing the reputation of our Hehuan sect and endangering our Saintess. Qin Ruoxiu withdrew her gaze as if she had not heard Xian Ningyu's words. She turned towards the seats of one Fa Xianmin and nodded slightly at Bai Li. Bai Li, you are a master of alchemy. In your opinion, was Lin Chen's assertion just now accurate? This inquiry served both as a request for insight and a subtle pressure. Bai Li set down his teacup, rising to meet Qin Ruoxiu's gaze with a respectful bow. He glanced at the disheveled Sunda kneeling on the ground, and then at the composed Lin Chen before slowly speaking. Qin Daiyu speaks too highly. What Lin Zaianxi mentioned about the pharmacology is astute and entirely correct. He stroked his beard, his expression complex as he regarded Sunda. However, I perceive that Elder Sun's offering may not have been intentionally malicious. Bai Li's tone shifted, becoming calm and measured. The principle that these herbs, when combined, generate lethal toxicity is inscribed in the remnants of ancient alchemical texts, and such knowledge is seldom circulated. Most contemporary alchemists are only aware of the superficial aspects, lacking deeper understanding. Elder Sun may simply be uninformed, mistakenly believing these peculiar items to be common auxiliary materials. After all, in certain ancient recipes, they do possess beneficial uses when utilized individually. Inwardly, Qin Ruoxiu thought, old fox. Bai Li paused before shifting his gaze to Lin Chen, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Lin Zaianxi's ability to discern such obscure ancient pharmacology exhibits extraordinary talent and profound knowledge. It is indeed a fortune for our Hehuan sect to gain such a gifted individual. Bai Li's words not only acknowledged Lin Chen's erudition, but also deftly exonerated Sunda, suggesting that it was not a deliberate attempt at poisoning, but rather a lack of knowledge. Consequently, Lin Chen's image deepened in complexity, his displayed expertise far exceeding that of an ordinary alchemist. Qin Ruoxiu's expression softened slightly as her gaze once more swept over the kneeling Sunda. Her voice remained cold and authoritative. Sunda, The gift you presented today was indeed crafted with cunning intent. Baili Daiyu has partially absolved you, and I shall not delve into whether it was intentional. However, since you have already disgraced the elder of Baichao Min and disrupted our grand event, you are no longer worthy to remain here. Disciples of Baichao Min, do not hesitate to escort the elder away. Sunda's complexion was ashen, and with the assistance of 2 disciples from Baichao Min, he left in a state of disarray, rolling and crawling. Thus, the farce finally came to an end. The tumult subsided, and the grand ceremony resumed, yet the atmosphere was palpably altered. The gazes of the guests, both intentional and unintentional, began to converge upon Lin Chen, and whispers, though subdued, never ceased. Before long, Bailishi approached with a beaming smile, his shrewd little eyes surveying Lin Chen from head to toe. Lin Xianzi, it is indeed rare to witness such profound knowledge of pharmacology today. I wonder what extraordinary encounter you have had, or if some esteemed mentor has guided you. He was probing. Lin Chen bowed respectfully, a hint of trepidation on his face. I am Lin Chen, a junior, and I humbly greet Senior Baili. I have merely perused a few historical texts by chance, coincidentally aligning with the moment. My talents are modest, and I fear the difficulty of pursuing the immortal path. Hence, I have diligently read various classics in hopes of compensating for my innate deficiencies. I dare not claim the guidance of a master, yet the esteemed princess often encourages me to study diligently. Any meager insights I possess today are entirely due to her wise tutelage. With these words, he not only adeptly responded to Bai Lishi's inquiry, but also attributed the credit once more to Qin Ruo Shui, which caused the elders of Yihuan Zone, who had initially been surprised, to nod in agreement, deeming Lin Chen to be sensible and discerning. However, Jian Wuchun from Tai Sword Sect let out a cold snort, his disdain only growing. Li Jiuyu, the disciple of Xian Sha Mo Zong, squinted slightly, greedily licking his cracked lips. The other disciples and elders from various sects looked on with curiosity and scrutiny, astonished by Lin Chen's transformation from a mere attendant to someone exhibiting such extensive knowledge. Some elders from his own sect regarded Lin Chen with increasingly scrutinizing and complex gazes. This contest for focus rendered Lin Chen a target of attention. He endeavored to present himself as harmless and navigated the situation with caution, all the while contemplating how to extricate himself swiftly. Finally, when the time came for the exchange of resources, he seized the opportunity to discreetly retreat, returning to his residence. As he pushed open the door, a petite figure followed him in, her voice sweet and melodious. Lin Chen Gij. Chapter 53. Lin Chen Gij, I await your return. Huaji briskly approached him, her eyes shimmering with an unprecedented brilliance, as if Lin Chen Gij were the sole hero in that very moment. Her cheeks flushed with excitement, adorned with a hint of innocent disbelief. You were simply incredible. Those elders could not recognize what you did, yet you knew them all. But, do you think this is a bit too showy? I fear that Chunda and the others will not let this slide. They will surely seek an opportunity to deal with you. Moreover, you are soon to enter the outer sect, and Xia Ningyu will undoubtedly find a way to confront you. What should we do? Her voice was laced with an inextricable concern, her eyes slightly reddening. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, gesturing for her to sit at the table. Silly girl, what are you thinking? After all, I am a steward of the Shen Dian, with the authority of the Holy Maiden behind me. No one dares to act against me easily. He recalled his actions during the grand ceremony, knowing that they were not impulsive, but rather the result of careful contemplation. When Sunda presented the jade box, a raw sense of humiliation enveloped him, and a singular thought filled his mind. He could not allow Qin Ruoxiu and the Hehuan sect to be shamed. As a steward of the Shen Dian, it was his duty to protect the dignity of the Holy Maiden, especially since he did not wish to see her humiliated. His courage to step forward was rooted in a deeper reason, Xia Ningyu's expertise in poison. Sunda's poisonous herbs were intended to frame Qin Ruoxiu, thus providing Xia Ningyu with another chance to vie for the position of Holy Maiden. There was undoubtedly some secretive connection between Xia Ningyu and Sunda. Thirdly, and most importantly, he understood that he was about to step into the perilous outer sect. In an environment where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, merely maintaining a low profile would render him as fish on the chopping block. He needed a means to establish himself, to garner support, and to diminish enemies. The path of alchemy was undoubtedly the best choice. Today's display not only rescued the Holy Maiden, but also showcased his own capabilities, perhaps earning him a brief respite in his future life in the outer sect. It was based on these three considerations that he resolutely poured his cultivation points into the alchemy skill on the system interface. He expended a total of 380 cultivation points before finally grasping the characteristics of several spiritual herbs, consequently absorbing a wealth of knowledge and experience. At present, he could not ascertain the extent of his alchemical knowledge. Hua Jiyu observed Lin Chen's calm demeanor, knowing he wished to spare her from worry. Biting her lip, she seemed to have made a firm resolution as she stepped before him, gazing directly into his eyes, her own filled with a reckless bravery. Lin Chen Gij, take me with you. I also wish to enter the outer sect. I can look after you. I do not want you to face those dangers alone. Sister Jiyu, Lin Chen regarded her anxious expression, his heart softening, yet he had to shake his head. The assessment for outer sect disciples requires at least a 5th tier Qi refinement cultivation level. You are currently only at the 4th tier. You cannot go. Hua Jiyu's eyes instantly reddened, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. She suddenly stepped forward, emboldened by a surge of courage, and threw herself into Lin Chen's embrace, holding him tightly. Her body trembled slightly from nervousness and impulse, burying her face in his chest. Lin Chen's body stiffened momentarily. He could feel the softness of the girl, blossoming like a peach, the innocence and warmth pressing against him, almost threatening to scorch his self-control. A faint fragrance filled his nostrils. Lin Chen Gij, her voice was barely audible, tinged with a hint of tears and a desperate plea, as if she wished to meld herself into him. I do not want you to go alone. Lin Chen's heart jolted, sensing the tremors of the girl in his arms and her reckless fervor. He raised his hand to embrace her, gently caressing her back. Silly girl. His voice bore a trace of helplessness, yet more so, it was filled with tenderness. Hua Jiyu's eyes grew even redder, her body trembling slightly, but she clung tighter, infused with a sense of resolve and a hint of trepidation. Then, may I massage you one more time? Just, like before, to help you clear your meridians and alleviate your fatigue. She lifted her hopeful yet reluctant face, as if it were a farewell. Would that be all right? Ding. Desire value maxed. 100. Lin Chen's breath caught in his throat. Her request, imbued with youthful shyness and reluctance, also bore a desperate trust and reliance. He understood all too well the implications. This was not merely a simple massage, but rather her desire to merge with him in the most intimate way, leaving a mark on him. He could feel the softness of the girl in his embrace, warm enough to melt his heart. Gazing into Hua Jiyu's reddened eyes, he made a decision. The dangers of the outer sect were indeed present, but he also understood that Hua Jiyu's feelings for him at this moment were like a pure spring. Pushing her away would only inflict deeper wounds upon her. All right. Lin Chen's voice was low and gentle, akin to a promise. Hua Jiyu's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of astonished joy passing through them, followed by an overwhelming shyness and exhilaration. She cautiously, yet somewhat eagerly led Lin Chen to the bedside. Once he was seated, she hurriedly, albeit somewhat clumsily, helped him remove his outer robe, revealing his well-defined back. The girl's breathing quickened, her cheeks flushed. She carefully straddled behind Lin Chen, her blossoming softness pressing against him through the thin fabric, warm enough to ignite him. Hua Jiyu trembled as she raised her hands, lightly resting them on Lin Chen's shoulders. Lin Chen Gij, relax. I will be very careful. Her voice quivered, her breath brushing against Lin Chen's ear, sending shivers down his spine. Lin Chen closed his eyes, feeling the girl's shy yet earnest touch. He knew that this was no ordinary massage. It was her way of conveying her entire heart and reliance through her fingertips. As Hua Jiyu's techniques flowed, Lin Chen's spiritual energy began to circulate spontaneously, awakening his yin-yang harmonization technique unconsciously. As Purya Hua Jiyu was suddenly enveloped by an unprecedented warmth of spiritual energy coursing through her body. It was not her own essence, yet it was purer and more abundant. This energy flowed along the path she had massaged, ascending within her, surging into her limbs and bones, even penetrating deep into her dantian. Lin Chen Gij, your spiritual energy, feels so comfortable, so warm. Hua Jiyu could not help but murmur softly. The sensation was so peculiar. Her body began to tremble slightly, not from anxiety, but from the unparalleled comfort and the tingling brought about by the surge of spiritual energy. Her breathing quickened, her cheeks flushed with heat, as if she wished to bury her head in Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen, on the other hand, felt that with this merging, his understanding of the yin-yang harmonization technique deepened. particularly regarding the subtleties of balance and resonance, as if a new portal had been opened. It was akin to a profound spiritual empathy, or perhaps an empathetic massage at the soul level. The cultivation of a pseudo-spiritual root was not solely about refinement. It could also embody inclusivity and resonance. This was the second occurrence. This silent communion of spirits lasted for quite some time. Hua Jiyu's cheeks were flushed. Her body softened from the exquisite relaxation and the tumult of spiritual energy, snugly nestled against Lin Chen's back, like a little bird that had at last found its home. Lin Chen felt a wave of ease wash over him. He gently patted her hand and supported her shoulder, encouraging her to turn and face him. He retrieved several small vials of elixirs from his storage pouch and placed them in her hands. He lightly pinched her nose, saying, "Cultivate diligently, solidify your foundation, and do not be lax." His gaze was earnest yet gentle. "The outer sect is perilous. I cannot take you with me. Stay here and take good care of yourself for me. Once I have established myself in the outer sect and accumulated sufficient strength," he paused, "we shall meet again. Is that agreeable?" Hua Jiyu's cheeks burned with warmth. She nodded vigorously, her innocent face radiating determination and trust. "Lin Chen Gij, I will wait for you." Just as Lin Chen thought she was about to rise, Hua Jiyu unexpectedly stepped forward, rising on tiptoe, and bestowed a warm kiss upon Lin Chen's cheek, swift and light, yet as delicate as a feather brushing against his heart, stirring ripples within. Instantly, Hua Jiyu's face turned crimson to the roots of her ears, and like a startled rabbit, she hurriedly opened the door and vanished outside. Only silence remained in the room, along with a faint fragrance, that of a young girl. Lin Chen gazed at her disappearing figure for a long while, letting out a soft sigh. He understood that his feelings for Hua Jiyu were extraordinary, distinct from the natural progression he felt for Liu Feifei and the unexpected twists with Qin Ruoxiu. The earlier intertwining of spiritual energy and resonance of their hearts transcended mere physical intimacy. What he desired was not ephemeral possession driven by passion, but a connection nurtured over time, not the thrill of skin against skin, but a mutual support cultivated through the passage of years. Perhaps today marked the beginning of this destined bond that would surpass the ordinary. Chapter 54. The Soul Contract. The winds of the outer sect rise as the grand ceremony came to a close. The ensuing turmoil within Hehuan Zone intensified. Lin Chen, at the eye of the storm, remained oblivious to it all. The night was as dark as ink when he opened his door, the air still lingering with the faint fragrance left by Hua Jiyu's departure, accompanied by a trace of warmth that had yet to dissipate. Yet, such fleeting moments of tenderness were merely illusions. What he sought was never mere solace for an instant. To truly establish himself in this ruthless world of cultivation, to provide genuine protection for those around him, he needed strength, absolute strength. The warmth in Lin Chen's eyes gradually faded, replaced by a profound calmness. Tomorrow, he would report to the outer sect, though this spared him from assessment. He understood that the dangers of the outer sect far exceeded those of the Servants' Academy. Preparation was essential. He turned and merged into the shadows of the night, making his way toward Wang Xiaohu's residence. He had learned that Wang Xiaohu had reached the 4th level of qi refining, a preliminary qualification. "Lin Gu, you are truly remarkable. The entire Servants' Academy is buzzing about you," Wang Xiaohu exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained silent, gazing at him with a deep and steady countenance. "Xiaohu," he stated directly, "I will be heading to the outer sect tomorrow. There will be numerous dangers ahead. Are you willing to venture forth with me?" Wang Xiaohu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a mixture of excitement and confusion. "What do you mean, Lin Gu? Just give the command, and I will brave any peril." He recalled Lin Chen's multiple rescues, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. "Good," Lin Chen nodded, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "However, the loyalty I seek is absolute. From this moment on, our bond will transcend that of brothers." Wang Xiaohu was taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden cold demeanor, yet he felt no displeasure. He understood that Lin Gu was not one to jest. "Please speak, Lin Gu. My life is already yours." Lin Chen continued, "If you are willing, I require you to sign a soul contract with me. Once signed, our souls will be interconnected, leaving no path for betrayal." The secret method of the soul contract was derived from the resources gifted to him by Su Yuan's Hang, optimized by the system for greater perfection. It merely required leaving a mark upon the other's soul, granting the practitioner constant control over the other's life. He had practiced it in his leisure, but had never attempted to use it. Wang Xiaohu's breath caught sharply. On one side lay the cold indifference and hopelessness of a servant, while on the other awaited the unimaginable heights of the heavens. The room fell into a heavy silence, punctuated only by Wang Xiao's labored breaths. He had never faced such a daunting choice in his life. 10 breaths, 20 breaths, 30 breaths. Wang Xiao's tightly clenched fists gradually relaxed as fear and struggle were ultimately replaced by a resolute determination. He suddenly lifted his head to meet Lin Chen's gaze. With a thud, he fell to his knees, the ground echoing his weight. Lin Gu. No. He raised his head again, his voice hoarse yet imbued with an unprecedented firmness. Master, I, Wang Xiao, have endured scorn in this servant's academy, living like a wretched soul with no hope. Yet you, Lin Gu, have never belittled me. To follow you is to truly live. Wang Xiao pledged his unwavering loyalty, vowing never to betray Lin Chen, no matter the cost. Listening to Wang Xiao's sincere words, a glimmer of appreciation flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Open your mind, he commanded softly, directing a thread of his consciousness into Wang Xiao's brow, leaving a mark upon his soul. In an instant, Lin Chen could sense all of Wang Xiao's emotions, excitement, determination, euphoria, and a profound reverence. He realized that with a mere thought, he could easily crush the other's soul. Lin Chen nodded, satisfied with this technique. In a swift motion, a crystal-clear jade vial appeared in his palm. These elixirs will enable you to clear all blockages in your meridians and firmly reach the 5th level of qi refining within 3 months, sufficient to pass the outer sect assessment. He placed the jade vial into Wang Xiao's hands. Wang Xiao's eyes sparkled with a newfound hope, a fervent yearning to change his destiny. Trembling, he accepted the vial and bowed deeply once more. Yes, Master. His voice rang with a newfound strength, filled with an unwavering resolve. I shall not disappoint your expectations, and I will pass the assessment to follow you. Wang Xiao was his first true confidant. Although his cultivation was still low, it was Wang Xiao's character and temperament that led Lin Chen to choose him. He trusted his judgment. The following day, as dawn broke, a message talisman silently flew into Lin Chen's room. It was from Qin Ruoxiu. In the Saintess Palace's quiet chamber, Qin Ruoxiu remained clad in white, as cold as snow. The outer sect is far more intricate than the Servants' Academy. Human hearts are more complex than you can imagine, she stated, her voice devoid of emotion. You have taken on the title of my Saintess Palace's steward and have gained much attention at the ceremony, making you a target for many. She turned away, her stunning visage expressionless. Should you encounter life and death troubles beyond your capacity to resolve, you may use this talisman to contact me. She extended a cyan jade talisman, which felt cool to the touch, adorned with an exquisite snowflake motif. This is a single-line communication talisman. Shatter it, and I will instantly sense your location. Thank you, Saintess, Lin Chen replied, accepting the talisman with a bow. He had just begun to speak when Qin Ruoxiu's icy gaze silenced him, and all words evaporated. She nodded slightly, handing him a storage pouch. Inside lay a set of formation flags for the Xian Shui Guardian Array and a superior-grade talisman, the Blazing Windstorm Talisman, sufficient to contend with late-stage qi refiners. In the outer sect, battles are perilous. Take care of yourself. With that, she waved her hand. You may go. Lin Chen bowed once more and exited the quiet chamber. Behind him, Qin Ruoxiu observed his departing figure, her cold eyes flickering with a hint of complex emotions. Within her heart, a feeling of unprecedented concern and reluctance began to rise. The moment Lin Chen formally stepped into the outer gate area, countless gazes converged upon him from all directions. Some were filled with curiosity, others with goodwill, while certain eyes glimmered with jealousy or disdain. Maintaining an impassive expression, Lin Chen navigated through the crowd and made his way to the outer gate affairs hall. Ah, it is Junior Brother Lin, a name I have long revered. The chief steward of the Saintess Hall indeed possesses an extraordinary demeanor. As he spoke these flattering words, the steward swiftly completed the necessary procedures. Junior Brother Lin, here is your identity token, the attire for outer disciples, your initial monthly stipend, and an opportunity to select a cultivation method from the scripture pavilion. Your residence is at number 95 in District Ding. Although the location is somewhat remote, it boasts tranquility and is free from disturbances. Thank you for your assistance, Senior Brother. Lin Chen accepted the items and expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Following the directions on his token, he soon arrived at his designated residence, No. 95 in District Ding. As expected, it was exceedingly secluded. Lin Chen pushed open the creaking gate, and stepped inside. Just as he turned around, a voice, enchanting to the core and laced with a hint of languor and playful reproach, echoed softly behind him. "Master, your humble servant has been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Volume 1, Servants Chapter from 0 to 1. This volume unfolds at a slower pace. The next volume will quicken the tempo. Chapter 55. The Enchantment of the Courtyard. The beauty's inability to endure, accompanied by the sound of delicate footsteps. A graceful figure approached from behind. It was Liu Feifei, her cultivation having reached the 7th level of qi refinement. Today, she had evidently dressed to impress, donning a near-transparent purple gauze gown that accentuated her curvaceous silhouette. The upper portion of the dress featured a magnificent purple floral design, artfully concealing her delicate areas. Specks of light embedded within the fabric twinkled like stars, flickering subtly with her breath, captivating the gaze of those nearby. The daringly designed skirt, split to 1/3 of her thighs, fully revealed her long, straight legs. Adorning the sheer fabric were silver threads and scattered diamonds, winding from her thigh to her fair ankle, adding an ineffable allure and sensuality. Feifei had been awaiting her master for quite some time. She gracefully circled behind Lin Chen, her slender arm draping around his neck. The warmth of her breath brushed against his ear, imbued with a hint of melancholy and playful reproach. "Master, after such a long absence, have you nearly forgotten about me?" Last night, Lin Chen had been struggling to suppress the rising heat within him, but upon seeing Liu Feifei's ethereal form, the unnamed fire within him flared. Yet, his attention was primarily focused on this new sanctuary. Despite its somewhat dilapidated appearance, the courtyard exuded tranquility. A sweep of his spiritual sense revealed no other practitioner's presence within 100 feet. He turned, embracing Liu Feifei's soft waist firmly. The astonishing elasticity and warmth of her body were palpable against his arms. "What? Do you wish to engage in some intimate activities again?" Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of jest. "If that is your desire, it is not unfeasible. However, I need you to assist me in setting up this array first." With a flick of his wrist, a stack of array flags, emanating a faint aura of spiritual power, appeared in his hand. "This is the Xian Shui Guardian Array. Do you understand how to arrange it?" Liu Feifei, poised to draw closer, suddenly froze, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes, followed by a light laugh. Yet, her arm around his neck showed no sign of loosening. "The Xian Shui Guardian Array? This is a top-grade first-tier formation. Quite valuable. I have only seen its diagrams in the Sect's texts and have never arranged it myself. Could it be that Master wishes to test my knowledge of formations?" She deftly took the stack of array flags from Lin Chen's hands, her crimson lips parting as she began to explain the arrangement and the methods of channeling spiritual energy. The path of array formations shares a harmonious similarity with that of talismans. Talismans inscribe complete array patterns onto paper, seeking instant activation, while array flags disassemble intricate patterns, utilizing specific arrangements to draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, yielding prolonged and grander effects. Lin Chen listened intently, his spiritual sense delving into the intricacies of the flags, discerning the patterns inscribed upon them. Indeed, they resonated with the knowledge he possessed about talismans. Many characters found on talismans were simplified and separated on these array flags, ultimately creating a marvelous resonance through their varied placements. He quickly grasped the essential principles. Seeing Lin Chen so engrossed, Liu Feifei embraced her role as a teacher, becoming increasingly animated. To set up this array, one must first identify the 8 directional nodes of the courtyard and insert the 8 primary flags in accordance with the positions of Can, Li, Zhen, Dui, Qian, Kuan, Zhen, and Sun. Then, with 16 auxiliary flags as guides to connect with the Earth's energy, one can fully activate it. "Which flag corresponds to the Can position?" Lin Chen inquired. Liu Feifei promptly extracted a flag adorned with a black tortoise from the pile. She circled behind Lin Chen, taking his hand and placing the cool flagpole into his palm. "Master, this is the Can position flag, associated with the element of water, and should be inserted at the northernmost point of the courtyard where the water is most abundant. Come, let us place it together." In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, under Liu Feifei's meticulous guidance, the 8 primary flags were positioned at the 8 cardinal points of the courtyard, and the 16 auxiliary flags were accurately placed in various corners. Finally, Lin Chen produced spirit stones and positioned them at each array node. "Master, now you need only infuse spiritual energy into the primary flags and perform a specific activation incantation to activate the grand array. However, Lin Chen did not act immediately. No rush. He surveyed the array flags scattered throughout the courtyard, his gaze calm. Feifei, your explanations were commendable. Now, in conjunction with this Xian Shui Guardian array, begin again from the fundamentals and elucidate the basic principles of array formations for me. Liu Feifei was momentarily taken aback, puzzled but still obediently nodded. As she began to reiterate the key points of the array formation, Lin Chen's consciousness had already descended into the depths of his mental space. Surrounding the yin-yang harmonious circle, alongside the previously illuminated alchemy and talisman paths, the array path now flickered with a faint light. His intent swiftly landed upon the icon of the array path. System, allocate 100 training points to the array path. Boom. A torrent of complex and profound information surged into Lin Chen's mind. Levels of formations, types of formations, materials for formations, and countless foundational and common array setups and resolutions began to be fervently absorbed and digested. Moments later, he opened his eyes, feeling that it was still insufficient. Continue adding points. His reserves of training points were substantial, and more importantly, his cultivation had now reached the 8th level of qi refinement, far surpassing the earlier stages of mere 2nd or 3rd level. These auxiliary skills must keep pace with his cultivation, if not exceed it. Just as his theoretical knowledge of alchemy had likely reached the level of a foundational stage practitioner. Continue adding 100 training points. Continue. Remaining 720 training points. After expending a full 400 training points, Lin Chen sensed that his understanding of the array path had reached a point of saturation, and he finally halted with satisfaction. At this moment, he gazed anew at the array he had arranged in the courtyard, his perspective markedly altered. With a single glance, he identified several seemingly minor, yet impactful flaws that could disrupt the harmony of the array. Feifei, the auxiliary flag at the southeast sun position is misaligned by 3 inches. Moreover, the primary flag at the northwest Qian position is inserted at an incorrect angle. As Liu Feifei's explanation abruptly ceased, she gazed at Lin Chen in astonishment. Following his indication, she turned her attention to the 2 designated positions, and, after a moment of careful perception, her delicate face revealed an even deeper surprise. Indeed, there was a slight deviation. Though it was a trivial discrepancy, it constituted a flaw for a first-tier top-grade formation that sought perfection. Master, you truly are a genius. Merely by listening to Feifei's narration once, you managed to. She found herself at a loss for words to adequately express her amazement. Once Liu Feifei, filled with profound shock, corrected the positions of the formation flags, Lin Chen leisurely formed a hand seal. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from his fingertips, precisely penetrating the main flag at the northern Qin position. With a resonant hum, a deep vibration echoed throughout the courtyard. The 8 main flags illuminated instantaneously, and a pale blue water curtain of brilliance soared skyward, only to cascade down like an overturned bowl, enveloping the entire courtyard in an instant. Subsequently, the 16 auxiliary flags illuminated as well, transforming the originally ethereal water curtain into an extraordinarily solid form, which gradually faded away, becoming formless and seamlessly merging with the surrounding environment. An aura of tranquil serenity enveloped the entire courtyard in an instant. All done, Lin Chen clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied with his masterpiece. However, at the moment the formation was activated, Liu Feifei leaned closer once more. This time, she almost draped herself over his back, her astonishing warmth pressing against him without reservation, the sensation so vivid it stirred his heart. Master, the formation has been set. Now no one can disturb us. Her voice was languid, imbued with a strong implication. Now, shall we engage in something else? Chapter 56. A beauty in his arms. The ruthless reality of the outer sect. Liu Feifei's fingers, supple as willow branches and delicate as jade, traced a languid path across Lin Chen's chest. Feifei has waited for Master for such a long time, she murmured, her voice like honeyed silk. From now on, we may dwell here, day and night. Without end, Lin Chen seized her wandering hand, not to push her away, but to gently still it. With a subtle tilt of his chin, he gestured toward the dilapidated courtyard surrounding them. Feifei pouted, her lips, rosy and full, swelling with feigned indignation. Master truly lacks all sense of romance. Yet even as she spoke, she obediently slid from his embrace. With graceful fingers, she formed a subtle mudra, whispered a soft incantation, and summoned a gentle zephyr, pure, crystalline, and swift. Dust and fallen leaves spiraled upward as if drawn by invisible hands, within mere heartbeats. The entire courtyard, along with its modest inner chambers, was swept clean, restored to quiet elegance. Then she glided back to him, her presence warm and inviting. "Now may I?" Her hand settled upon his thigh, fingertips tracing slow, teasing circles. Lin Chen's breath caught, just slightly. This time, he did not intervene. Feifei understood, her touch ascending with quiet confidence. "Master has just arrived at the outer sect, weary from your long journey. Allow this humble servant to ease your fatigue." Using the unique arts of the Hehuan sect, her voice dropped, intimate and knowing. Especially there, her fingertips, warm and faintly fevered, stirred embers deep within, kindling desire with unbearable subtlety. Lin Chen's composure shattered. The smoldering heat she had kindled surged, unbidden and unchained. In one swift motion, he turned, swept her up at the waist, and carried her, breathless and laughing, toward the inner chamber. His voice trailing behind like mist. "Shall we begin with massage, or skip straight to the rest?" An hour later, only soft, sated breaths lingered in the still air. Feifei lay spent upon the bed, limbs boneless, skin flushed with a delicate, rose-gold luminescence. Not a single finger would obey her will. Her lips parted in quiet gasps. Damp strands of hair clung to her flushed cheeks like gossamer threads. "Master grows ever more formidable," she whispered, voice husky with exhaustion and lingering pleasure. It took her long, languid moments, like surfacing from deep water, to lift her arm. Her fingertips brushed the edge of the bed, only to slip away, soft and unresisting. 3 times she tried, until at last, propped on one trembling elbow, she leaned back against the headboard, body slack as silk, spirit adrift. Her translucent gauzy robe hung loosely about her, revealing the faint, lingering marks of passion, crimson blossoms blooming just above her collarbone, trembling faintly with each shallow breath. Meanwhile, Lin Chen poured himself a cup of wine and sipped it slowly. "The outer sect's rules. Now you may tell me." Feifei exhaled, voice low and smoky with afterglow. "There are, in truth, only 3 words that govern everything here: contribution points." Lin Chen set down his cup, his gaze calm, unblinking. "Elaborate." "The menials perform menial tasks, sorting spirit herbs, tending spirit beasts, laborious yet safe, yet offering almost no path to advancement. Their innate talent is slight. The sect treats them as little more than laborers. Outer sect disciples, however, hold value. The sect invests in us, yet that investment demands repayment in blood, sweat, and peril. Everything is measured, exchanged, and earned in contribution points. They are the lifeblood of the outer sect, especially now, as resources dwindle and competition sharpens. Spirit cultivation manuals, elixirs, artifacts, even superior cultivation chambers, may all be acquired with contribution points." She paused, gathering herself, her languor giving way to gravity. To earn them, one must undertake sect missions, or prevail in the arena duels. Missions vary widely, slaying monstrous beasts, gathering rare spirit herbs, escorting merchant caravans. The greater the risk, the richer the reward. Others pursue specialized arts, alchemy, artifact forging, talisman inscription, safer, steadier, yet slower in yield. And then there are practitioners like master, massage cultivators. Rare indeed. Those gifted in such arts are often claimed early, by elders or inner sect disciples, as consorts or attendants. Yet mastery in such disciplines yields contribution points swiftly. A faint, knowing smile touched Lin Chen's lips. There is also a ranking system, the outer sect's top 200, updated biannually, drawn solely from contribution points. To appear upon that list is to become legend, earning not only prestige, but tangible rewards from the sect. Feifei's tone turned solemn. And every 3 years, the sect conducts a mandatory cultivation review. Should one's cultivation regress below the 5th layer of chi refinement, one is stripped of outer sect status, relegated either to the menial courtyard or worse, reduced to the status of vassal. At the word vassal, her body shivered, blood draining faintly from her cheeks. She had stood on that precipice once, only one step away from such degradation. Had Lin Chen not intervened, her fate would have been sealed. Lin Chen understood at once. The outer sect was no mere training ground. It was a merciless, bare-knuckled arena, where stagnation meant annihilation. To stand out was to invite destruction. He now bore 2 formidable titles: the Saintess Hall's appointed inquisitor, and the newly crowned champion of the Initiate's grand ceremony, making him the tallest tree in the grove, certain to draw the gale. Ambitious, desperate cultivators, hungry for contribution points, would mark him as target, threat, or trophy. He must vanish, fade into obscurity. Let time erode his notoriety, until the storm passed and memory dulled. His most urgent need, however, was strength. Though his cultivation had reached the 8th layer of chi refinement, his combat prowess remained shallow, like a sword without a blade. The Wuxing Lian Ti cultivation manual was too rudimentary, its sole virtue being enhanced bodily resilience. Yet enduring blows without returning them was not survival, it was surrender. Remain here, Lin Chen said, rising. I shall visit the scripture pavilion. With that, he strode out, leaving Feifei alone upon the bed, slowly gathering herself, like dawn gathering light. Chapter 57. The Cangjing Pavilion and the selection of techniques. The Cangjing Pavilion, situated at the peak of the Outer Sect's main mountain, is a revered site of the sect, a place the protagonist visits for the first time. As he ascends the mountain path, he encounters numerous hurried disciples of the Outer Sect, each bearing a semblance of worry and resentment, as if an invisible pressure envelopes the entire Outer Sect. The architecture of the Cangjing Pavilion is ancient and majestic, constructed entirely from dark blue-black stones, significantly larger than the servant quarters. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Chen observes an elderly man in a gray robe reclining in a rocking chair, eyes closed in meditation, basking in the afternoon sun. The man's aura is profound and unfathomable, revealing him to be the elder guardian of the Cangjing Pavilion, a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Undoubtedly holding a prestigious position within the sect, Lin Chen, a disciple of the Outer Sect, respectfully bows to the elder guardian. In response, the elder slightly raises his eyelids, a fleeting glimmer of sharpness flashing across his gaze as he casually scans Lin Chen. Ah, the lad who made a name for himself at the Saintess ceremony. I hear you stood out for the sect and the Saintess. Quite commendable, young man. You possess spirit. Lin Chen acknowledges, indeed. I am grateful for the Saintess's great favor and would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for her. The elder strokes his grizzled beard, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. Very well, you are spirited. It seems the Saintess has an eye for talent. You may enter. The Cangjing Pavilion comprises 2 levels. Entry-level disciples are allowed only on the 1st floor, while access to the 2nd floor requires a substantial exchange of spirit stones or contribution points. The techniques and martial arts are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. However, on the western frontier of the continent where the Song Kingdom resides, due to the aberration of spiritual energy, the techniques of the heaven tier have long been lost, and those of the earth tier are often incomplete versions. The prevalent techniques available are typically of the profound and yellow tiers. For ordinary disciples, acquiring a complete yellow tier technique is already a remarkable opportunity, potentially leading them to become elders of the sect or ancestral figures of their families, not to mention the rare profound tier techniques. The 1st floor of the Cangjing Pavilion houses primarily yellow tier techniques and martial arts. Despite being categorized as yellow tier, any complete technique could fetch a handsome price in spirit stones if sold. For the vast majority of Outer Sect disciples, obtaining a complete yellow tier technique is a monumental stroke of fortune. Lin Chen's objective is clear. He seeks a technique that is in continuity with the Wuxing Lian Ti, yet possesses offensive capabilities. As he navigates through towering shelves, his gaze flits over various jade slips. Eventually, it rests upon a dusty jade slip, carelessly tucked away in the corner of the lowest shelf, coated in a thin layer of dust, seemingly neglected for ages, setting it apart from the frequently referenced slips surrounding it. Wuxing Hunyuan Gong. He probes his consciousness into it, and a concise introduction of the technique floods his mind. This technique also cultivates the 5 elements, but emphasizes the cycle of these elements, their mutual generation and restraint, and the endless flow of energy. It allows for the formation of a protective 5-element shield for defense, while simultaneously unleashing 5-element spells for attack, achieving a balance of offense and defense. It is tailor-made for him. Having selected his desired technique, Lin Chen continues to search diligently in the martial arts section. He requires a sufficiently sinister and covert killing technique. Soon, another unassuming black jade slip captures his attention. Wuxing Jimyeji. This is a mid-level yellow-tier martial technique with a simple introduction. It condenses the 5-element spiritual energy into a single finger silent, and deadly, capable of piercing through all, suitable for long-range attacks. This finger technique perfectly complements his pommé ji, one for close combat and the other for distant assassination. Elder, I have made my selection. Lin Chen presents his identity token along with the 2 jade slips to the Elder Guardian. The Elder Guardian softly utters the name of the technique, Yuxing Hunyuan Gong, and his eyes suddenly widen with astonishment, a flicker of surprise crossing his otherwise impassive face. He sets aside the fan he was gently waving and slowly straightens his posture, an invisible pressure emanating from him. His piercing gaze fixates intently on the jade slip in Lin Chen's hand, before lifting to scrutinize Lin Chen, a hint of amusement lacing his voice as he asks, "Young man, do you know why this technique is placed in such an inconspicuous corner, gathering dust, and has been neglected by all?" Lin Chen replies with poise, "I am unaware of the reason. However, based on its description, this technique balances offense and defense, revolves around the 5 elements, and seems to be in continuity with my cultivation of Yuxing Liantai, and it could address my shortcomings in combat." The elder emits a soft snort from his nostrils. Indeed, it is related. Yet, the Yuxing Hunyuan Gong appears to balance offense and defense, but in reality, it imposes extremely stringent requirements regarding the equilibrium of the 5 elements, the manipulation of spiritual energy, and the foundation of one's physique. Most ordinary cultivators would struggle throughout their lives to harmonize the 5 elemental forces perfectly. A slight misstep could lead to injury to their meridians or, worse, result in a descent into madness, causing the 5 elements to spiral out of control and perish. The initial progress with this technique is exceedingly slow, and its power is rather mediocre compared to specialized techniques, which yield faster results. He pauses, a flicker of recollection flashing in his murky eyes, and continues. Within the sect, several exceptionally talented individuals, who were overly confident in their innate abilities, chose this technique. Yet, without exception, they ultimately had to abandon it due to their inability to manage the balance of the 5 elements, either succumbing to exhaustion or madness, with some even perishing as a result. Over time, this Yuxing Hunyuan Gong has become a taboo in the first layer of the Cangjing Pavilion, with no one daring to inquire about it. Only those who are overconfident and oblivious to the heavens and earth would impulsively select it. The Elder Guardian's tone carries a hint of regret, as well as an unmistakable warning. It is clear that he holds little faith in Lin Chen's choice. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart stirs, yet he remains undeterred. He bows respectfully, saying, "Thank you, Elder, for your guidance. I am well aware of the challenges this technique entails. However, I possess a 5-element root constitution, which is inherently poor. Typically, specializing in 1 or 2 elemental techniques proves laborious for me. My previous cultivation of Yuxing Liantai has allowed me to achieve some small success precisely because it embraces the 5 elements. In the present day, the Yuxing Hunyuan Gong similarly emphasizes the harmonious cultivation of the 5 elements, placing greater significance on their cyclical interactions, thereby embodying a balanced approach to both offense and defense. For the disciples, this is not merely an alternative path, but rather the most prudent choice, one that aligns with their innate talents and allows them to capitalize on their strengths while circumventing their weaknesses. Alternatively, it could be described as the singular option available to them. The elder cast a profound gaze upon Lin Chen, his sharp eyes reflecting a blend of admiration and resignation. After a prolonged silence, he refrained from uttering further words, only letting out a gentle sigh. He waved his hand, retrieving Lin Chen's identity token along with 2 jade slips, swiftly recording the details in the Sect's ledger before returning the identity token and jade slips to Lin Chen. The path is one of one's own choosing. The outcomes of life and death are determined by one's own fortune. Lin Chen bowed in gratitude and turned to depart. Chapter 58, Cultivation and a Gamble. Upon returning to Dingchu, number 95, Lin Chen promptly retrieved the jade slip inscribed with the Wuxing Hunyuan Gong and pressed it against his forehead. A notification sounded. Ding. A fragmented cultivation method Wuxing Hunyuan Gong has been detected. Would you like to consume 500 cultivation points to upgrade it to the perfected Wuxing Hunyuan Gong? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen affirmed. Ding. Successfully upgraded to perfected Wuxing Hunyuan Gong. In an instant, a torrent of profound and enigmatic information surged into his consciousness, as if ancient powers whispered secrets of the cyclical nature of the 5 elements and the supreme truths of the cosmos in his ear. He began to meticulously study this newly acquired technique. he discovered that the perfected version of the method entirely shattered the confines of single spiritual roots, allowing the amalgamation of the 5 elemental energies into a novel form known as Hun Yuan spiritual power. Hun Yuan spiritual power? This term was utterly foreign to Lin Chen. Fortunately, the method included comprehensive annotations. Hun Yuan spiritual power is a special energy formed by the complete fusion of the elemental forces, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, upon reaching the profound depths of Wuxing Han Yuan Gong. It represents the practitioner's preliminary mastery over the laws of the 5 elements. This was undoubtedly a divine skill tailor-made for him. Ordinary cultivators, constrained by their inherent spiritual root attributes, tend to show inclinations when refining the energies of heaven and earth. A gifted individual like the Saintess, possessing a water spiritual root, excels in refining water attribute energies but experiences significant inefficiencies with the other 4 elements, limiting her methods to water alone. In stark contrast, the perfected Wuxing Han Yuan Gong is radically different. It can fuse the 5 elemental energies into Hun Yuan spiritual power, simultaneously absorbing and transforming all attribute energies from the cosmos, elevating its efficacy far beyond that of the fragmented method, which merely allowed simultaneous cultivation of the 5 elements. The speed of cultivation surged more than 2-fold. Moreover, this Hun Yuan spiritual power is all-encompassing and extraordinarily versatile. It can enhance the 5 elemental physiques, develop fundamental techniques, and create combined supernatural abilities, even establishing intricate 5-element formations. The sole drawback lies in its immense consumption of spiritual power. Different techniques necessitate corresponding cultivation levels as support. Furthermore, to truly cultivate the first strand of Hun Yuan spiritual power, one must attain a considerable level of mastery. This is a minor regret. Nevertheless, this method undoubtedly represents the path most aligned with his capabilities. It was indeed a fortuitous stroke of luck. System: allocate 100 cultivation points to Wuxing Han Yuan Gong. With a thought, Lin Chen felt as though he had been diligently practicing this technique for decades. Countless methods of energy manipulation and circulation suddenly coalesced in his mind. Techniques such as Qing Mu Chuan Yun Palm and Fun Tian Yin Bao Fist, which previously existed only in the Jade Slip's descriptions, now flowed effortlessly from his fingertips. Suppressing his excitement, he retrieved another Jade Slip containing the martial technique Wuxing Jimiezhi. According to its description, this technique could concentrate the 5 elemental energies at his fingertips for ranged attacks, precisely addressing his deficiency in offensive capabilities. Ding! A fragmented martial technique Wuxing Jimiezhi has been detected. Would you like to consume 100 cultivation points to upgrade it to the perfected Wuxing Jimiezhi? Yes. Ding! Successfully upgraded to perfected Wuxing Jimiezhi. Another wave of information flooded in. Lin Chen began to thoroughly examine this new martial technique. Compared to its fragmented version, the perfected Jimiezhi could merge all 5 elemental energies, while the incomplete version could only combine the metal and fire elements. The resulting power of the finger technique was magnified several times over. Even more astonishingly, the perfected martial technique autonomously evolved an ultimate move named Wuxing Guei, whose power rivaled that of advanced Xian-level martial techniques. Of course, the conditions for its execution were exponentially more demanding. It required a vast reservoir of spiritual power. Otherwise, should the energy falter, the practitioner would suffer a terrifying backlash. This was undoubtedly a trump card for critical moments. Having acquired 2 perfected techniques, Lin Chen felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He eagerly summoned Liu Feifei to join him in further research in the development of entirely new forms. While exploring, he naturally did not forget to employ his unique massage technique, earning a few precious cultivation points through diligent effort. Time, however, has a way of eroding joyful moments. Lin Chen presented a list filled with various medicinal herbs and talisman materials to the languid Liu Feifei. Procure these items as swiftly as possible. Liu Feifei, feeling weary, accepted the list and upon reading its contents, was momentarily stunned. Master, you have just arrived, and it is the perfect moment to establish your authority and intimidate the small-minded. Choosing to seclude yourself now may invite idle gossip. Let them talk. A meaningful smile curled at the corners of Lin Chen's lips, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. A dead snake that everyone wishes to trample upon is far better than a venomous snake coiled in its lair, provoking everyone's vigilance. Liu Feifei instantly grasped the profound implication behind Lin Chen's words. Understood, master. Lin Chen paid her no further heed and turned to enter an independent stone chamber. This was a standard alchemy room for outer disciples, available for rent by paying spiritual stones to the sect. He activated the room's restrictions, isolating himself from the outside world, and sat cross-legged. During this retreat, he intended to concoct a batch of restorative pills, qi healing pills, and also prepare specialized cultivation pills, such as the Ningyuan pills. With the pills serving as logistical support, Lin Chen shifted his focus to talisman crafting. System: allocate 100 cultivation points to talisman path. Instantly, an abundance of knowledge regarding the crafting techniques for first-tier high-quality talismans, energy control, and rune structures surged into his mind like a breaking dam, which he fervently absorbed and comprehended. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, feeling that it was still insufficient. Continue to allocate 100 cultivation points. Remaining cultivation points, 20. Observing the remaining 20 cultivation points, Lin Chen felt as though he had returned to a state of liberation. However, this also granted him a wealth of talisman knowledge. From high-quality Vajra talismans and Godspeed talismans to offensive explosive flame talismans and ice spike talismans, everything became strikingly clear in his mind, as if he had immersed himself in this path for decades. Yet, this was still not enough. Knowledge must be transformed into genuine capability. He first retrieved a stack of blank talisman paper and a talisman brush, took a deep breath, and commenced the practice of drawing the recently mastered first-tier superior attack talisman, Bao Yan Fu. Over the ensuing fortnight, Lin Chen became utterly immersed in this monotonous yet fulfilling cultivation. Liu Feifei would visit every 3 days, bringing new materials and reporting on the happenings outside. My master, the rumors about you being a timid turtle have spread throughout the outer sect. Some have even gone so far as to place bets on when you will dare to step outside your courtyard. While Lin Chen focused intently on sketching the ruins, he inquired without lifting his gaze, "What are the odds?" Liu Feifei hesitated for a moment before softly replying, 3-1, betting that you will not leave your quarters within a month. Place a wager of 1,000 spirit stones on myself. Liu Feifei was utterly bewildered, doubting her own hearing. Go ahead. Upon completing the final stroke, a talisman glimmering with searing flames lay quietly on the stone table, its spiritual essence contained. With a heart full of confusion, Liu Feifei had no choice but to leave, following his command. Chapter 59. Xiaohu reports a month later. When Liu Feifei returned, her charming face was adorned with an irrepressible smile. Master, the bet you had me place last time earned a profit of 3,000 spirit stones. She leaned closer to Lin Chen, her eyes twinkling with mischief. Can you guess what your odds are now? What are they? Lin Chen inquired, his interest piqued amidst the monotony of his cultivation. Take a guess first. If you guess correctly, Feifei has a surprise for you, Liu Feifei said with a playful grin. Feigning deep contemplation, Lin Chen raised a hand after a moment. 1 to 5? Liu Feifei shook her head with a smile. 1 to 8? Lin Chen guessed again. Exactly 1 to 8. I never expected these people to be so bored as to increase the stakes. How much shall we wager this time, master? Eagerly, Liu Feifei's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Let us hold off on the amount for now. I wish to place a wager on you first, Lin Chen declared as he lifted Liu Feifei into his embrace, his hand playfully wandering beneath her garment. As his palm caressed the delicate peaks, Liu Feifei melted against him, breathless. Master, inspired by you, I studied the Hehuan Jing and discovered a new technique. Would you like to try it? She suggested, her voice a soft whisper. Let us give it a try, Lin Chen replied. Joy is always fleeting. Feifei, this time you will continue to wager 3,000 spirit stones, but do so separately, under different identities and varying amounts. Lin Chen instructed, supporting his waist. Understood, master. Please take care of yourself. Feifei will return soon. Liu Feifei replied contentedly as she departed, while Lin Chen immersed himself in diligent training, oblivious to the world beyond. A piece of news began to circulate quietly within the Hehuan sect. It was said that the Hehuan milk, a core strategic resource of the sect capable of significantly enhancing dual cultivation effects, had encountered a major upheaval at its source. The sect's reserves were alarmingly low. This news caused a stir within the inner sect, while the outer disciples were preoccupied with another matter. The once every 5 years outer sect entrance examination had officially commenced. Whether disciples from the Servant Academy aspired to leap into prominence, or loose cultivators from outside the sect were eager to test their mettle. All were preparing for this rigorous trial that would determine their future destinies. 3 months later, within a stone chamber, Lin Chen observed the small holes punctured into the stone floor by his finger strength and glanced at the faintly glowing 5 elements locking spirit array surrounding him, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. This 5 elements locking spirit array was one of the powerful formations recorded in the Wuxing Hun Yuan Gong, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities. Although limited by his current cultivation level, the power of this array was still a far cry from the true locking spirit array described in the texts. However, the simulated cycle of 5 elements spiritual energy was sufficient to serve as a hidden trump card in future confrontations. At that moment, Liu Feifei's voice echoed from outside the chamber. "Master, a new outer disciple wishes to see you. He claims to be your subordinate." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a stirring in his heart. He withdrew his techniques, and the once flowing 5-colored aura within the room dissipated, reverting to its original simplicity. The stone chamber door creaked open, and Lin Chen stepped out. In the courtyard, beside Liu Feifei stood a robust young man with an honest face. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the young man's dark complexion lit up with excitement. It was none other than Wang Xiaohu. "Master," he exclaimed, dropping to one knee without hesitation. In the 3 months since their last meeting, Wang Xiaohu had noticeably bulked up, his bronze skin glowing healthily in the sunlight, radiating explosive strength. He had also reached the 5th level of qi refinement. His heartfelt call of master was filled with genuine emotion. Had it not been for Lin Chen's repeated interventions at the Servant Academy, he would have surely been tormented beyond recognition by Li Changfeng and his gang, let alone pass the examination to become an outer disciple. This kindness had forever etched itself in his heart. In Wang Xiaohu's simple worldview, Lin Chen was akin to a divine being, his savior. "Rise," Lin Chen said, appraising him before patting his shoulder. Wang Xiaohu's shoulders were solid, like stone. "Well done. You have met my expectations and successfully entered the outer sect. It's all thanks to Master's guidance." Wang Xiaohu scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Without further ado, Lin Chen retrieved a porcelain vial and a small pouch of spirit stones from his storage bag, handing them to Wang Xiaohu. "Inside are 20 Ling Yuan pills, sufficient for you to cultivate to the 6th level of qi refinement. Take these spirit stones as well. You'll need them for expenses in the outer sect." Wang Xiaohu stared at the pills and spirit stones in his hands, utterly bewildered. Ling Yuan pills. These were exclusive to disciples in the mid-stage of qi refinement, each worth a considerable sum in the market. Moreover, the quality of Master's pills far surpassed those available outside. He had gifted him 20 at once. And this pouch of spirit stones was heavy, likely containing hundreds. As a newcomer to the outer sect, he was penniless and worried about his future cultivation path, yet Master had bestowed upon him such immense fortune. Indeed, recognizing Lin Chen as his master was undoubtedly the right decision. Wang Xiaohu's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word as he nearly knelt again. Lin Chen pressed him back down, saying, "Once you're in the outer sect, your cultivation is paramount. Your talent is not exceptional, and without the aid of pills, you will soon be eliminated. Remember to focus on enhancing your strength, but one thing." He paused, his expression turning serious. "In the outer sect, do not mention our relationship to anyone. We are merely ordinary fellow disciples who have crossed paths in the Servant Academy, understood?" Though Wang Xiaohu was simple-minded, he was not foolish. He immediately grasped Lin Chen's deeper intention. Master was protecting him, as well as himself. In the perilous outer sect, discretion was more advantageous than otherwise. "Xiaohu understands. Even if I were to die, I would never reveal a word." He fervently nodded, clutching the porcelain vial and spirit stones as if they were his future. After dismissing the grateful Wang Xiaohu, who was ready to risk everything for Lin Chen turned his gaze towards the smiling Liu Feifei, who remained quietly observant. Chapter 60. Harvest and Outer Sect Mission Hall. In the past 3 months, Liu Feifei has undergone significant transformation. Under the nourishing influence of Lin Chen's superior elixirs and unique secret techniques, her complexion has become increasingly radiant and enchanting, and her innate charm has flourished. Moreover, she has effortlessly broken through her cultivation bottleneck, officially stepping into the 8th layer of qi refining. "Master, the results of your recent seclusion have truly astounded me," Liu Feifei said, leaning closer. Her breath fragrant as admiration and enchantment filled her eyes. "Over these 3 months, She has become Lin Chen's dedicated asset manager. While Lin Chen tirelessly concocted elixirs in the stone chamber, she meticulously divided and sold the finished products in batches through various channels in the outer sect's market. The elixirs crafted by Lin Chen, whether they be Yang Yuan Dan or Ling Yuan Dan, mostly possess medium-grade quality, occasionally mixed with a few high-grade ones. Their emergence has instantly caused a sensation among the outer sect disciples, who are often strapped for resources. Rumors of a mysterious master of alchemy have begun circulating within a small circle. Furthermore, Lin Chen's reserve of spirit stones has skyrocketed like a snowball, transforming from a meager amount prior to his seclusion into a staggering figure that leaves Liu Feifei breathless each time she counts it. Over 200,000 spirit stones. Liu Feifei has no doubt that, in terms of wealth, her master has likely become one of the most affluent disciples in the entire outer sect. In addition to the vast amount of spirit stones, Lin Chen's storage bag also quietly holds hundreds of first-grade medium and high-grade talismans he personally crafted. From King Kong talismans to Godspeed talismans, from explosive flame talismans to ice spike talismans, their variety is enough to make any qi refining practitioner green with envy. However, the greatest gain lies in Lin Chen's own strength. The cultivation of the Wuxing Hun Yuan Gong has solidified his foundation like never before, endowing his inner spiritual energy with a potency that far surpasses that of his peers. His physical body, tempered by the 5 elemental spiritual energies, has reached a new level of resilience. Now, aside from talismans and elixirs, he genuinely possesses battle prowess commensurate with the 8th layer of qi refining. With all preparations in place, only the wind of opportunity remains to be found. This wind is practical experience and contribution points. Let us discuss the situation outside, Lin Chen said, pulling a chair closer to sit down. What situation could there be? Liu Feifei giggled, covering her mouth. Your reputation as the timid turtle has now spread throughout the entire outer sect. Everyone knows it. They all say you were merely lucky to become the Holy Maiden's steward. Yet in reality, you were just a silver-plated spearhead, too afraid to step outside. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at her words. This certainly deviated from his intention of lying low and blending into the background, allowing the fervor to naturally dissipate. He had not expected these people to be so self-indulgent, turning what should have been a forgotten newcomer into a widely recognized figure. Although the fervor had taken a misguided direction, it still lingered, which was not a favorable situation. It seemed someone was secretly fanning the flames, intent on nailing him to the pillar of shame. Nevertheless, it mattered not. The serpent has shed its skin, and it is time to venture forth. A glimmer of sharp, concealed intent flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. What of the betting? Lin Chen inquired, giggling. Master, guess what? Because you have not ventured outside, the bookmaker has adjusted the odds several times. The latest odds for you not stepping outside in 3 months have plummeted to 2 to 1, while the odds for you going out have soared to 10 to 1. Oh, so high? A glint of intrigue sparkled in Lin Chen's eyes. Indeed, everyone believes you will remain a timid turtle for life. Feifei, as per your instructions, at the last moment, pooled our several thousand spirit stones won previously along with your principal to wager a total of 10,000 spirit stones that you will emerge today. As she spoke of his emergence today, Liu Feifei winked at Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. If he were to emerge today, just by taking advantage of these bored individuals' bets, he could pocket tens of thousands of spirit stones. These people truly were relentless in offering themselves money. He slowly stood up, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Exiting the courtyard, he gazed skyward, squinting slightly. Feifei, go collect the betting winnings. Understood, Master, Liu Feifei replied with a light laugh. So, where will you go, Master? Lin Chen's aura shifted, stabilizing from the 8th layer of qi refining down to the 5th layer's level. I am heading to the mission hall. As he journeyed, most of the outer sect disciples he encountered bore expressions of fatigue, sorrow, and even a lingering sense of hostility. The entire outer sect was enveloped in an oppressive atmosphere, each individual like a tightly wound string, liable to snap at the slightest provocation. This was the norm in the outer sect. For contribution points, for resources, and to remain here, everyone was striving desperately. The fundamental reason for all this turmoil was the thinness of the spiritual energy in the world and the scarcity of cultivation resources, compounded by the sect's intentional resource allocation. Over time, this has shaped the current state of the outer sect. The mission hall is a grand stone edifice situated in the central square of the outer sect area. It is the most bustling place in the outer sect, the epitome of survival pressure. Upon entering the main hall, an overwhelming sense of oppression greets one. The hall is crowded, groups of 3 or 5 huddled in corners whispering among themselves, while others gather before a massive luminous wall at the center, scrutinizing the continuously scrolling mission information. Lin Chen's arrival did not cause much of a stir. A new face at the 5th layer of Qi refining was exceedingly ordinary here. Most outer sect disciples knew his name, but not his identity. He approached the luminous screen with an unruffled demeanor, beginning to peruse the missions carefully. Kill the iron-armored barbarian bull. Reward: 100 contribution points. Requirement: cultivation no lower than the 5th layer of Qi refining. Hunt the Black Wind Mountains 3rd-tier wolf king. Reward: 800 contribution points. Requirement: a team of at least 5. Cultivation no lower than the 6th layer of Qi refining. Accompanying the Tianbao Pavilion merchant convoy to Union City, a round trip of 3 months, rewards 1,200 contribution points. Those proficient in formations or talismans shall be given priority, with a cultivation level no less than the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The tasks displayed on the luminous wall were myriad, ranging from hunting fierce beasts to gathering spiritual herbs, from escort missions to exploring ancient ruins, with risks and rewards clearly delineated, provocatively stimulating the nerves of all present. His objective was quite clear: a task with moderate risk, feasible for a single individual, and not too distant from the sect. As it was his first foray into actual combat, there was no need to select perilous tasks fraught with danger. However, it must be a battle that was exhilarating and invigorating. Chapter 61. Old Grudges Resurface. Li Wei. Li Wei. As he meticulously browsed through the tasks, seeking a suitable target, a sardonic voice emanated from behind him. Oh, who could it be? Is that not our renowned turtle Lin Chen? After 3 months of seclusion, what gives you the audacity to emerge from your shell today? The voice, though not loud, resonated sharply in the bustling hall, instantly capturing the attention of many around. It was Lin Chen. A disciple murmured under his breath, laden with frustration. Damn it, it's him. Just yesterday, I swore he would hide until the end of the year, and now I've lost 50 spirit stones. Beside him, another individual, his face alight with glee, patted his pouch and whispered with malicious delight. Heh, thanks to Lin Chen for the meal. I bet on his emergence today, 1 to 10 odds, and I've netted 90 spirit stones. Delightful. These discussions, rife with the bitterness of losses, the joy of winnings, and the pure curiosity of onlookers, rendered Lin Chen the center of attention. Lin Chen slowly turned around, spotting a tall, slender young man with crossed arms, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded him. Accompanying the youth were 2 disciples at the 5th level of Qi refinement, presumably a small team, pointing and mocking Lin Chen. Lin Chen possessed an excellent memory, and he recognized the tall youth at once. When he had first emerged from the alchemy room in the servants' quarters, he had encountered a servant disciple trying to extort him. This tall, slender youth was the outer sect senior he had brought along, attempting to blackmail him for half of his elixirs. At that time, the individual had been at the 5th level of Qi refinement, but now his aura had strengthened, reaching the 6th level. This pace of cultivation was merely average among the outer disciples. Li Wei, Shixing, it's been well, Lin Chen replied with a calm demeanor, devoid of any discernible emotion. Upon realizing Lin Chen still remembered him, Li Wei's mocking grin widened. It seems Lin Chen has quite the memory. So, after 3 months of seclusion, have you come to terms with your shortcomings and are ready to repay me for the elixirs you owe? He deliberately raised his voice, drawing the gazes of even more disciples. Oh, I owe you elixirs? Lin Chen countered, a smirk gracing his lips. I don't recall that. You. Li Wei's expression darkened. He had presumed that Lin Chen, known as the Turtle, would be an easy target. However, he had not anticipated being rebuffed in public, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. With a cold snort, he stepped forward, unleashing the pressure of his 6th level Qi refinement towards Lin Chen without reservation. Lin Chen, stop pretending to be ignorant. You, a worthless fool who relied on a woman to ascend, truly believe that becoming a deacon will allow you to act with impunity? In the outer sect, strength is the ultimate truth. A gust of wind radiated from Li Wei, causing the lower-ranked disciples nearby to instinctively step back. However, Lin Chen, positioned at the center of the pressure, remained steadfast, unmoving. With his current physical strength and the abundant spiritual energy within him, he was impervious to the mere pressure of a 6th level Qi refinement. A flicker of surprise flashed in Li Wei's eyes. Noting Lin Chen's composure, he felt a sense of satisfaction rather than anger. This was precisely the outcome he desired. He aimed to publicly humiliate this arrogant youth, and he had come today under the instruction of certain individuals to gauge Lin Chen's strength and weaknesses. A deacon of the Saintess Hall? A prominent figure at the grand ceremony? In the face of true interests, such hollow titles were worthless. Lin Shidi, since you have emerged from seclusion, you must have achieved great mastery and possess ample confidence. Merely exchanging words is futile. How about we spar on the arena? Li Wei's tone dripped with provocation, convinced that Lin Chen would shy away from the challenge. Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples perked up, eager for the spectacle. A 6th level qi refinement challenging a 5th level? Was this not an outright slaughter? Heh, you don't understand. This is to serve as a warning. Li Wei intends to step over him. Lin Chen, holding the title of Saintess deacon yet retreating for 3 months, had become a thorn in many sides, especially given the rumors circulating in the outer sect. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Li Wei felt increasingly triumphant. He fixed his gaze on Lin Chen, enunciating each word deliberately. As for the stakes, let's wager half of our contribution points. Do you dare? This was an unabashedly bold scheme. Lin Chen, being new, had merely 200 points allocated by the sect. In contrast, Li Wei had diligently completed several tasks, amassing 1,000 points. If he won, he would gain 100 points effortlessly while humiliating Lin Chen, fulfilling the directives of a certain influential figure, achieving multiple objectives in one fell swoop. Losing? He had not even entertained the notion of defeat. How could a 6th level qi refinement disciple lose to a 5th level turtle? Although the arena would limit their cultivation to the lower level, the advantages of combat experience and the refinement of spiritual energy remained firmly in his favor. Moreover, he had thoroughly investigated and discovered that Lin Chen's cultivation technique was merely the most basic wuxing lian ti, lacking any offensive capabilities. He had once been nothing more than a somewhat gifted attendant. Should Lin Chen refuse, the title of turtle would be irrevocably affixed to him, and he would never again hold his head high in the outer sect. The onlookers all presumed Lin Chen would concoct an excuse to withdraw, given the evident disparity in strength. However, to everyone's astonishment, Lin Chen smiled. He regarded Li Wei as if he were a fool presenting him with an opportunity. He had been pondering how to establish his authority and earn contribution points, and here was someone offering it to him on a silver platter. 100 against 600 was undeniably a profitable deal. All right, Lin Chen replied, his voice ringing clear and crisp throughout the task hall, instantly plunging the room into silence. All the clamor and whispers ceased in that moment, and every gaze fixated upon Lin Chen as if he were a simpleton. Li Wei's smile froze on his face, doubt creeping in as he questioned if he had misheard. What did you say? I said. Lin Chen's gaze was as tranquil as still water, as he enunciated deliberately, I accept. Good. Li Wei, snapping back to reality, was consumed by rage and laughter. You've got guts. Lin Chen, today I shall reveal to you why the flowers bloom so vividly. Fearing that Lin Chen might have a change of heart, he promptly turned and strode towards the deacon's office outside the task hall to complete the dual registration. Lin Chen, however, followed leisurely behind, his heart devoid of any tumult. He understood that a character like Li Wei was merely a pawn thrust forward by others to test his mettle. Since there were those eager to observe, he would put on a splendid performance. Establishing his reputation would commence with Li Wei, this conveniently offered stepping stone. Chapter 62. King Yuchuan Yunpom and Liu Guang Meiying step outer sect, training ground. News spread like wildfire throughout the outer sect. Have you heard? That timid fellow Lin Chen is challenging Li Wei to a life and death duel. What? Has he lost his mind? He is only at the 5th level of qi refinement, while I've heard that senior brother Li Wei is at the 6th level. A disciple who had just returned from the mission hall corrected him. No. Senior brother Li Wei is at the pinnacle of the 6th level, just a step away from breaking into the 7th. What is the point of this fight? I heard the wager is half of each side's contribution points. Is Lin Chen eager to hasten his demise? In just a short while, the stone steps surrounding the training ground were packed with a crowd. Most had come to witness Lin Chen's humiliation. A person who had risen to prominence through connections and had spent 3 months as a timid turtle was, in the eyes of these disciples who believed in the law of the jungle, a crime in itself. The odds were already set. Li Wei to win, 1-1. 1. Lin Chen to win, 1-10. A disciple shouted loudly, drawing a throng around him. Isn't this just handing out money? I'll bet 1,000 spirit stones on Li Wei. It's a must. Damn it. I lost 200 spirit stones the last time I bet he wouldn't come out. This time, I'm betting everything on Li Wei to recover my principal and interest. I'll bet too. Let him lose everything. The clamor of discussions, ridicule, and bets rose and fell, and hardly anyone had faith in Lin Chen. To them, the outcome of this duel was already predetermined. The only suspense was how badly Lin Chen would be defeated, whether within 3 moves or 5. At the center of the arena, an expressionless steward in the late stage of chi refinement exhibited a hint of impatience. He quickly recited the rules of the duel, which were merely perfunctory remarks about not causing fatal harm. Yet, everyone present understood that once on the stage, fists and feet were indiscriminate. Especially with the allure of contribution points. If things turned serious, one could emerge alive but severely injured. The duel began. With the steward's command, a translucent barrier rose from the edge of the stage, enveloping the entire arena. On the training platform, Li Wei reveled in the cheers from the crowd, his smugness deepening. He could almost envision Lin Chen on his knees, begging for mercy, as he snatched away both contribution points and dignity. Kid, you can still regret it now. Li Wei sneered, flexing his wrists with a crackling sound. Kneel and bow 3 times to me, and maybe I'll show some mercy today. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to his words. He merely gazed at him calmly, as if looking at a lifeless corpse. Enough of your nonsense. You're courting death. Li Wei was thoroughly provoked by Lin Chen's gaze. He roared, unleashing his full power at the 6th level of chi refinement without restraint. The blue stone beneath him sank sharply, and spiderweb-like cracks spread instantly. He charged at Lin Chen like a descending tiger, a fierce wind trailing behind him. The earthy yellow spiritual light blazed from his fists, filling the air with a heavy whistling sound. Before his punch even landed, a dense and oppressive aura surged forward. This was his prideful Huangjia intermediate martial skill. Mighty Tiger descends the mountain. With all his strength and the mobilization of his entire vitality, he aimed to crush Lin Chen in one blow, turning him into a complete laughingstock. Faced with this overwhelming assault, the spectators below already envisioned Lin Chen's bones breaking, blood spewing as he was sent flying. However, Lin Chen on the stage remained eerily calm. At the very moment the fierce punch was about to strike him, he leisurely raised his right hand. There was no earth-shattering momentum, nor dazzling brilliance. He simply executed a light palm strike, King Yu Chuan Yun palm. A verdant spiritual hand emerged from thin air. It appeared soft and powerless, yet carried a sense of vitality and subtlety. Instead of clashing directly with Li Wei's fist, it deftly redirected and entangled, like a vine in water. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. To the astonishment of all, the imposing Li Wei was unexpectedly thrown off balance by this palm strike. His fierce punch seemed to strike cotton, dissipating much of its force. He staggered several steps sideways before barely regaining his footing. With a single move, the outcome was clear. Lin Chen felt a slight stir within. The single attribute technique included in the Wuxing Hunyuan Gong was indeed profound. This seemingly simple palm contained the characteristics of wood element spiritual energy, embodying softness, overcoming hardness with remarkable efficacy. The only drawback was the considerable consumption of spiritual energy. That palm had already drained nearly 1/10 of his spiritual energy. Even with his abundant spiritual reserves surpassing those of his peers, it was evident that others would likely exhaust themselves after fewer than 10 strikes. How can this be? Li Wei was both shocked and furious, his face burning. He felt as though he had punched air, stifled to the point of wanting to spit blood. In front of so many witnesses, being so easily countered by the so-called waste he had mocked was far more humiliating than being defeated outright. The barrier of the arena had suppressed his cultivation to the same level as Lin Chen's 5th level of chi refinement. Yet, he should still have the advantage in combat experience and the refinement of spiritual energy. I refuse to believe it. He roared, pulling out a gleaming long knife from his storage bag. It was a mid-grade spiritual weapon. He poured his entire spiritual energy into it, causing the blade to hum and transform into a streak of light, aimed directly at Lin Chen's heart. The crowd gasped, realizing that Li Wei intended to kill. Yet, in the face of this lethal strike, Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He regarded the frenzied Li Wei as one would a mere clown, slowly shaking his head. At the moment the blade was about to reach him, Lin Chen moved. His steps appeared casual as he sidestepped to the left half a step, his body tilting at an improbable angle. Swish! The sharp blade barely grazed his clothing, carving a deep trench into the blue stone where he had stood. With a missed strike, Li Wei's anger and shock intensified. Yet his offensive did not wane. With a swift twist of his wrist, the long blade swept horizontally, once again aiming for Lin Chen's waist. However, Lin Chen's figure resembled a willow catkin dancing in the wind. He consistently evaded Li Wei's every strike with minimal movement and precise foresight, narrowly escaping each assault. The Liuguang Meiying step once more displayed its extraordinary evasion prowess. In a fleeting moment, the stage was alive with the clash of blades and the surge of energy. Li Wei, akin to a frenzied demon, relentlessly attacked, his technique becoming increasingly rapid and chaotic. Meanwhile, Lin Chen floated like a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, seemingly on the verge of capsizing, yet remaining unscathed. What manner of movement is this? How peculiar. He is able to evade all of Li Wei's attacks? How is this possible? A portion of the audience below gradually retracted their derision, their faces revealing expressions of uncertainty and astonishment. They realized that they had profoundly underestimated this seemingly timid tortoise. Strike. For heaven's sake, strike. After all this time, you haven't even grazed him. Hurry and defeat him, or return our stakes. Those who had heavily wagered on Li Wei began to sweat profusely, shouting anxiously at him. The prolonged assault without success rendered Li Wei's countenance increasingly grim, and his breath grew labored. As a practitioner of the sixth layer of qi refinement, his spiritual energy was inherently more robust than that of an ordinary fifth-layer practitioner. Yet, the frantic use of his spiritual weapon exacted a considerable toll. He could not even graze the hem of a fifth-layer practitioner's robe. This was an utter humiliation. A good-for-nothing who can only dodge. If you have any courage, face me head-on. Li Wei bellowed in frustration. Having been evading all along, Lin Chen finally came to a halt. He chuckled, as you wish. Chapter 63. Li Wei's authority crumbles. As the words left his lips, Lin Chen elegantly flicked his wrist. In the next instant, a multitude of brilliant lights shot forth from his sleeves, resembling a magnificent display of fireworks, which abruptly erupted in the air. Boom, boom, boom. Crimson, explosive flame talismans, earthy yellow, falling stone talismans, and even a few shimmering with electricity, the thunder talismans. A total of over 10 first-tier mid-grade talismans. The entire arena was instantly submerged by the ferocious surge of elemental spiritual energy. The cacophony of explosions reverberated continuously, flames entwined with frost, while fragments of stone danced with arcs of lightning. Li Wei's ferocious strike was rendered insignificant amidst the torrent of talismans, akin to a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, swiftly torn to shreds. He himself was hurled away by the force of the blast, crashing down at the edge of the arena like a battered sack, charred and emitting wisps of smoke, completely unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the training ground. Everyone stood in shock, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. What was that? Those were over 10 first-tier mid-grade talismans. Each one could fetch 100 spirit stones in the market, making the total worth over 1,000 spirit stones. Did he just toss them aside? This wasn't a competition. It was as if he was hurling spirit stones at his opponent. Wasn't Lin Chen supposed to be a timid turtle? How could he possess such an abundance of talismans? Countless questions swirled in the minds of the spectators. Wealthy, cunning, a wolf in sheep's clothing. New labels were firmly affixed to Lin Chen. Lin Chen brushed off non-existent dust from his sleeves and approached the unconscious Li Wei. If one lacks the strength, one should refrain from engaging in violent confrontations. Your contribution points, I shall not decline. Li Wei, already unconscious, emitted wisps of smoke tinged with red from his mouth. Lin Chen removed his storage pouch and identity token, then leisurely made his way to the referee, handing over the token. The referee could now transfer the contribution points. The referee's eye twitched as he swiftly processed the token. Lin Chen's contribution points surged from 200 to 700. Observing the additional 500 points, Lin Chen smirked. Only 1,000 contribution points? Truly a miser. Miser? Countless disciples in the audience twitched at the mention of those words. Good sir, that is 1,000 contribution points. Many outer disciples toil for months on end, struggling to accumulate such an amount, and yet you label it as poverty? What astonished them even more was Lin Chen's final display of talismans. Over 10 first-tier mid-grade talismans, casually thrown without a flicker of hesitation. What kind of financial might was this? This was no mere competition. He was practically assaulting his opponent with spirit stones. A figure of unfathomable strength, with elusive movement and domineering techniques, who could wield a large handful of mid-grade talismans with ease. In that moment, the gazes of all turned towards Lin Chen, devoid of scorn or mockery, replaced instead by profound respect and trepidation. Gulp! A voice broke the silence, as someone struggled to swallow. What? What did I just witness? Li Wei was defeated just like that? Defeated? This was annihilation. From the moment he revealed his talismans, Li Wei had no chance whatsoever. How terrifying. This individual was far from a timid turtle. He was a slumbering, prehistoric behemoth. These past 3 months were not spent hiding, but sharpening his fangs. It's over. I wagered 1,000 spirit stones on Li Wei, my entire fortune. A disciple lamented, pounding his chest in despair. Those who had previously bet on Li Wei's victory now looked pale, filled with regret. Conversely, the few who had placed their bets on Lin Chen erupted into jubilant cheers after a brief moment of shock. A tenfold return. They had struck it rich. Liu Feifei stood in the crowd, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration, gazing intently at the tall figure on stage. This was her master. In times of modesty, he bore all slander like a dragon lurking beneath the surface. In times of glory, he could astound the world, radiating brilliance that made all petty individuals tremble. Lin Chen paid no heed to the crowd's reaction. To him, crushing a boastful ant was hardly a noteworthy feat. He stowed away his identity token, glanced back at the unconscious Li Wei and his 2 utterly petrified followers, and turned to leave. His purpose of establishing authority had been achieved, seemingly exceeding his expectations. He had intended to cultivate quietly and amass strength in secrecy, yet it seemed someone was conspiring behind the scenes to thrust him into the limelight. Why not turn the passive into the active and stir the waters further? From this day forth, it was likely no one would dare to provoke him heedlessly. However, just as he was about to descend from the stage, a melodious, yet slightly playful female voice unexpectedly resonated from a corner of the audience, clear and distinct to everyone present. With a cultivation level of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, a single palm could directly repel someone at the 6th layer, showcasing a depth of spiritual power far surpassing others of the same rank. His movement techniques were equally enigmatic, elusive, and unpredictable. Most astonishing was his generous display of talismans. Lin Chen, you truly command respect. This voice seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment, silencing the previously raucous arena once more. Indeed, one worthy of the Saintess's attention possesses strength that is undeniably profound. As the words echoed, all gazes converged upon Lin Chen. The mention of the Saintess sent ripples of astonishment through the hearts of all outer disciples. It dawned on them that this Lin Chen, renowned for his battle prowess, held an even more awe-inspiring identity as a steward of the Saintess Hall. How could one chosen by the exalted Saintess possibly be a simple character? They had been blinded by rumors of a timid turtle, neglecting this most significant aspect of his identity. Lin Chen paused momentarily. He swiftly turned, his piercing gaze sweeping towards the source of the voice like a hawk. Who was it that could analyze his prowess so astutely? Even the relationship with the Holy Maiden has been revisited. While these words appear to be a compliment, uttering them in such a public forum effectively thrusts him back into the spotlight. However, among the throngs of spectators, he surveyed the crowd, yet could not pinpoint the source of the voice. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. Could this person be the one stirring the waters from behind the scenes? Chapter 64. Rumors and massage tasks. The clamor beneath the training platform did not cease with Li Wei's fainting. Rather, it escalated further due to the machinations of a mysterious woman. Lin Chen, you truly are a man of hidden talents. A sycophantic disciple squeezed forward, obstructing Lin Chen's path. Indeed, Lin Chen, I hope you shall extend your guidance to us in the outer sect. Faces, either filled with awe or ingratiation, gathered around him, forming an insistent circle. The speed at which these individuals changed their demeanor was swifter than turning the pages of a book. Lin Chen sidestepped a hand that nearly rested upon his shoulder, his tone remaining unruffled. You flatter me excessively. He waved the identity token in his hand, surveying the crowd. I am merely a steward of the Xingdian. The talismans I employed today were granted by Her Highness. Without her resources, I, Lin Chen, would be nothing. This statement held a mix of truth and falsehood. The talismans were indeed crafted by him, yet the initial funding was provided by Her Highness. With such a convenient opportunity to shift the blame, he naturally aimed to attribute all accomplishments to the saintly figure. The voice lurking in the shadows sought to mold him into an inscrutable genius. Thus, he would ride the current and present himself as a resourceful figure backed by formidable support. Whether through personal strength or external backing, both served to intimidate. Indeed, upon hearing the mention of Her Highness, the fervor on the faces of the crowd slightly waned, transforming into a deeper respect and understanding. So it is. To be esteemed by Her Highness, Lin Shixing's future is limitless. They murmured, "We were blind to the mountain's majesty." Lin Chen no longer paid heed to their insincere flattery and pushed through the throng, departing with purpose. This tempest arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Lin Chen's name once again reverberated throughout the outer sect, but this time, the label had morphed from a timid tortoise to the clever play of a saintly male consort. Upon returning to his dwelling, Lin Chen immediately activated the protective wards. Following his recent display in the arena, he had no intention of undertaking any tasks for the time being. His immediate priority was to enhance his cultivation. He settled into a meditative posture, retrieving a vial of Ning Yuan Dan from his storage pouch, and began to consume and refine the elixir. The 5 elements mixed origin technique surged into action, relentlessly refining the medicinal energy. 1, 2, a whole vial, 2 vials. In a little over a month, he had exhausted them entirely. His aura steadily climbed, soon brushing against an invisible barrier. 9th layer of Qi refinement. His spiritual energy swelled, almost overflowing from his danshan, yet he felt no indication of a breakthrough into foundation establishment. It was akin to a cup filled to the brim, yet the vessel itself seemed capable of expanding further. Puzzled, Lin Chen halted his cultivation, his brow furrowing. He rummaged through several ancient texts he had collected and scrutinized them closely. Finally, within the pages of a weathered tome titled Ancient Discussions on Cultivation, he discovered an inconspicuous record. In ancient times, when spiritual energy was abundant, individuals with mixed elemental roots were commonplace, and their cultivation methods differed significantly from those of today. The Qi refinement phase was not deemed complete at the 9th layer, but rather at the 12th. Upon achieving the 12th layer's grand completion, one would establish a foundation as solid as rock, paving a broader path for their journey. 12th layer of Qi refinement. Lin Chen felt a blend of helplessness and an unexplainable excitement. No wonder the 5 elements mixed origin technique demanded such a vast amount of spiritual energy. It was tailored for the ancient cultivation system. To ascend 3 additional layers in Qi refinement meant that his foundation would surpass that of all contemporary cultivators. However, the resource consumption was exorbitant. Fortunately, he was not lacking in elixirs. Had it been another, they might not even have crossed the threshold of the 5th layer in Qi refinement. A month later, within the Sect's marketplace, Lin Chen strolled leisurely, his aura still suppressed at the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Over this month, he had consumed several vials of perfect elixirs, just managing to push his cultivation to the peak of the 9th layer. Yet, the 12th layer remained a distant dream, and the efficacy of Ning Yuan Dan was waning. With no ancient formulas at hand, he had no choice but to pause his cultivation and venture into the marketplace for fortune. Look, it's him, Lin Chen. At last, Lin Chen had become somewhat of a minor celebrity in the outer sect. In just a month, he had advanced from the 5th to the 6th layer. Such speed was astonishing. Fast. You might not know this, but I heard he has been involved with Liu Feifei. That woman is quite flirtatious. They've been cultivating together every day. How could his progress not be swift? Really? Does someone from Her Highness's circle dare to behave so scandalously? Hey, what is scandalous? We are the Hehuan sect. Desires are part of our nature. Filthy words drifted into Lin Chen's ears, unfiltered. Once again, the lurking rat in the shadows had begun to stir. Previously, they had attempted to elevate him to fame. Now, they sought to tarnish his reputation. Their goal was to incite trouble from those who fancied themselves righteous or were consumed by jealousy. With the enemy lurking in the shadows and himself exposed, enduring passive attacks was not a viable strategy. He needed to stir the waters further. Lin Chen turned, no longer wandering aimlessly, and made his way to Liu Feifei's residence. Typically, they met in the quiet of night to minimize the prying eyes of the curious. Clearly, such caution was no longer necessary. 15 minutes later, within Liu Feifei's chamber. Master, those scoundrels. I shall tear their mouths apart. Liu Feifei quivered with rage after hearing Lin Chen's account, her eyes aflame with murderous intent. Tearing their mouths apart will only bring forth more mouths, Lin Chen remarked, lifting his teacup and gently blowing upon it. Liu Feifei paused, then, what should we do? Allow them to defame the master? Absolutely not. Lin Chen set down his teacup. a playful smirk gracing his lips. We shall assist them. Assist them? Liu Feifei was thoroughly bewildered. You shall also spread a rumor. Lin Chen leaned forward, whispering a few words into Liu Feifei's ear. Liu Feifei's eyes widened in shock, her voice trembling. Master, are you suggesting that your massage skills should be made public? Precisely. Lin Chen's tone brooked no dissent. Go on, the wider it spreads, the better. Yes, master. Liu Feifei accepted her orders and departed swiftly. Observing her retreating figure, Lin Chen's plan took shape in his mind. He would use a true rumor to obscure the previous falsehoods while simultaneously crafting a new persona for himself as a massage practitioner. Lin Chen had learned that in the outer sect, massage was a relatively obscure profession, yet this did not imply it lacked potential. The following day, at the task hall of the outer sect, Lin Chen's arrival immediately garnered considerable attention. He disregarded the probing, disdainful, and curious gazes and directly approached the task jade tablet. His gaze meticulously searched for information. At the very top of the jade tablet, in a special area, a newly released task emanated a faint glow. Special task, on-site massage therapy. Requirements, skillful techniques, genuine effectiveness. Compensation, 100 contribution points per session. 100 contribution points. For a single session. This task was quite commendable. Without hesitation, he reached out to retrieve the corresponding task jade token. Chapter 65. The strange lady in red sleeves. Lin Chen extended a strand of spiritual energy into the task jade token. Special task, home massage therapy. Publisher, outer sect elder, lady in red sleeves. Requirements, exceptional techniques, genuine effectiveness. Compensation, 100 contribution points per session. Remarks, if ineffective, no compensation. It was indeed her, lady in red sleeves. Lin Chen's memories traveled back to the time when he first entered the sect, recalling the elder who had regarded him with special favor during the servant selection. 100 contribution points per session, such an exorbitant price. No wonder this task remained at the pinnacle of the jade tablet, with no one daring to undertake it. It was likely that many had attempted it, drawn by the generous reward, only to return empty-handed due to the note on its ineffectiveness. Others may falter, but he was different. He had now reached the level of a high-ranking massage therapist, with his cultivation at the peak of the qi refining stage, and even when suppressed to the 6th layer, the quality of his spiritual energy was far beyond that of ordinary disciples. Currently, the outer sect's dedicated massage servants had limited cultivation, barely able to assist those at the later stage of qi refining. Had it not been for his yin-yang harmonization technique, he would have long been lost amidst the dust. Furthermore, among the outer sect disciples, unless they were partners, who would easily allow another to so intimately touch their body. Moreover, although the Hehuan sect was known for its open-mindedness, it was primarily aimed at dual cultivation partners. The once popular massage auxiliary method belonged to the era of the sect's founding ancestor, where the secret concoction of Hehuan cream was the catalyst for the sect's rapid growth. Now, however, Hehuan cream had become a rare luxury item, rendering this skill a niche craft. Yet for him, this was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Stowing away the jade token, Lin Chen did not linger, making his way directly to the elder's cave residence deep within the outer sect. Lady in red sleeves' abode was nestled behind a tranquil bamboo grove. Lin Chen approached and knocked on the stone door. Lady in red sleeves, your disciple has come to fulfill the task. The stone door opened silently, revealing a gentle female voice. Come in. Lin Chen stepped inside. The woman seated at the head of the main hall was none other than Lady in red sleeves. Her hair was elegantly styled, her features painted with grace, and time had left no marks upon her face, instead bestowing a captivating maturity. She wore a scarlet, sheer, one-shoulder gown, adorned with puffy floral embellishments on one shoulder, while the soft lower part of the garment was artfully crafted, exuding an innate elegance and sensuality. Disciple Lin Chen, it is an honor to meet Elder Hongxiu. Lin Chen bowed respectfully. Lady in red sleeves rose from her seat, her long, beautiful legs partially revealed as she approached him. A fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. Elder Lin, we meet again. Her voice carried a hint of amusement. Recognizing the once lowly servant who had now become an outer sect disciple. All thanks to the nurturing of the holy maiden and the elders, Lin Chen replied, his words polished to perfection. Lady in red sleeves circled around him with interest. I have heard that you have been quite prominent lately. Lin Chen showed a look of confusion. This disciple is dull and unaware of what the elder refers to. Regarding your affair with Liu Feifei, and Lady in red sleeves paused, her smile deepening at the corners of her lips. Your massage techniques. A hint of embarrassment washed over Lin Chen's face. Such are merely malicious rumors from those with ulterior motives. Elder, please do not take them to heart. As for the massage techniques, they are merely trivial skills. I hope the elder finds them amusing. Trivial skills, you won't know until you try. Lady in red sleeves turned and walked towards a soft couch. I sensed your unique techniques during the Holy Maiden selection. Today, let me see just how much your Hehuan nourishing technique has progressed. She reclined upon the couch, the scarlet hem of her dress cascading along her graceful curves, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white calves. Lin Chen approached, quickly entering the role. Please relax, elder. He gently placed his hands on Lady in red sleeves' fragrant shoulders. The system panel quietly emerged in his mind. Target, Lady in red sleeves. Cultivation, peak qi refining. Status, yin-yang disharmony. Requires special yang energy harmonization. Desire value, 20 yang disharmony? Lin Chen recalled that during the selection and training, the system had indicated this status. Why had it persisted for so long? Moreover, her cultivation seemed to be stuck at the peak of qi refining. There must be underlying reasons for this. Lin Chen focused his thoughts. His fingertips danced with spiritual energy, flowing without any hesitation. As a pure, refined yang energy gradually entered her body. A barely audible sigh escaped Lady in red sleeves' lips. Her body, once relaxed, instantly tensed, and then softened once more. This familiar sensation, it seemed to confirm something in her heart. Lin Chen did not pause his movements, his fingers gliding along her shoulder blades and gently pressing downward. Unlike the cold energy within the Holy Maiden's body, Lady in red sleeves' meridians were filled with a long-standing, stagnant, and disordered energy. This energy mingled with her spiritual power, creating an obstruction that prevented her from advancing to the foundation establishment stage. With his cultivation at the 9th layer of qi refining, Lin Chen's yin-yang harmonization technique had greatly increased in power. The pure yang energy flowed like a spring rain, swiftly smoothing out and dissipating the stagnant, disordered energy. Lady in red sleeves bit her lip, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. An unfamiliar yet long-forgotten warmth surged through her, rapidly spreading to every corner of her being. It was a cleansing of the soul, akin to a parched riverbed finally welcoming the flow of rainwater. Yet alongside it came a long-suppressed emptiness and desire. Her breathing grew rapid, her fists clenched tightly. She struggled to maintain her composure, unwilling to lose her decorum in front of a disciple. Lin Chen sensed her changes, yet his technique became even more exquisite. His fingers seemed to possess life, each press and knead landing precisely on her most sore and yearning spots. Tong Xian Dao my technique. A wave of far more powerful yang energy surged forth. This time, Lady in red sleeves could no longer suppress herself. A long-restrained moan escaped her lips. Her body softened, her once steadfast will crumbling in the face of unparalleled comfort. Ding. Desire value 10 ding. Cultivation points 10. Ding. Desire value 10. The system's prompt sound echoed continuously, yet Lin Chen remained unfazed. His sole intention was to fulfill the task at hand and acquire the 100 contribution points. Furthermore, with his improved cultivation, the exhaustion he once felt while massaging a fully realized qi refining practitioner was now non-existent. The entire process flowed seamlessly, executed with grace and fluidity. As Lin Chen withdrew his hands from her body, Lady Hengziu remained sprawled on the soft couch, motionless for an extended period. Her cheeks were flushed, and the corners of her eyes glistened with a hint of moisture. After a long while, she slowly sat up, adjusting her slightly disheveled attire to conceal her delicate softness, restoring the dignified demeanor of an elder. Yet, the lingering hint of spring in her gaze was impossible to disguise. Hand me the task token, and I shall transfer the contribution points to you. You may return to the task hall for settlement, she stated with utmost seriousness. Lin Chen presented the token without hesitation. Meanwhile, the system's prompt continued to resonate in his mind. Total cultivation points, 100. Total sensuality points, 60. An increase of 60 sensuality points? What could this mean? A flicker of confusion crossed Lin Chen's mind, yet he chose to keep it hidden. Thank you, elder. I shall take my leave, he said, putting away the token and turning to depart. Wait, Lady Hengziu called after him. She regarded Lin Chen with complex emotions in her eyes. In the future, should the need arise, I will seek you out. Yes, I remain at your service, Lin Chen replied with a bow, exiting the cave dwelling. As the stone door slowly closed, shutting off all external distractions, Lady Hongxiu's body relaxed once more, leaning against the soft couch. She gasped for breath, the remnants of the earlier experience still coursing through her. Gradually, she made her way to the depths of the cave, where a spirit tablet stood silently. Husband, Zhao Changming's tablet. Lady Hongxiu extended her hand, gently caressing the cold plaque, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks. My dear husband, I have endured for so many years. I have lived up to you. Yet, I am truly so tired. Her voice trembled with a sob, laden with unending grievances and repressed emotions. Slowly, she slipped out of her crimson gown, walking barefoot to the edge of the bed, and lay down alone. Chapter 66. The origin of the Madame Lin Chen stood amidst the serene bamboo grove. He cast a glance at the tasked jade plaque, which clearly displayed a record of 100 contribution points credited. These contribution points were earned with remarkable ease. As for the additional 60 points of desire value, Lin Chen pondered, attributing them to the prolonged repression of Hongxiu Fu Ren, compounded by his exceptionally skilled techniques that had resonated with her long-sealed heartstrings. He dismissed further contemplation and hastily returned to the task hall, ensuring the contribution points were settled and transferred entirely to his identity token. In the following days, a topic of fervent discussion emerged among the outer disciples. Have you heard? That Lin Chen, he is the steward of the Holy Maiden, and his massage technique is unparalleled. Is that true? Isn't he only at the 6th level of Qi refinement? Who knows? But he accomplished that special task that had remained uncompleted for months in the task hall. Those contribution points were delightful. Could it be that he possesses some unique secret? It is said that his family's massage technique, combined with Huan Yang Yuan Shou, is adept at the path of regulation. No wonder he serves the Holy Maiden. The public sentiment quietly fermented, and Lin Chen's name once again circulated among the outer disciples. This time, it was not due to the Holy Maiden or Liu Feifei, but rather his extraordinary massage skills. The previous rumors gradually cooled. 3 days later, Lin Chen received a message from Hongxiu Fu Ren. It was the same task at the same price. Without hesitation, he made his way once more to the cave dwelling behind the bamboo grove. The state of Hongxiu Fu Ren was evidently different from the last encounter. She reclined languidly on the soft couch, presenting Lin Chen with a visual experience that was both subtle and inviting. Lin Chen approached, placing his hands upon her fragrant shoulders, and commenced the massage. The procedure mirrored the previous session. His fingertips pressed gently, as the yang energy flowed like a fine stream, penetrating along the Feng Qi and Jianjing points at the back of her neck, descending gradually. This time, he distinctly sensed that the disordered energy within Hongxiu Fu Ren had increased slightly since the end of the last massage, yet it was significantly more balanced than before. Clearly, his massage was effective. As the pure yang energy infused her, Hongxiu Fu Ren's body soon relaxed, releasing soft, almost unconscious murmurs. It appeared that she no longer felt the need to suppress herself. Her delicate form quivered slightly with the motions of Lin Chen's fingertips, as she surrendered to the exquisite comfort and solace. With another 100 contribution points secured, Lin Chen felt immense satisfaction. After he departed, Hongxiu Fu Ren retreated deeper into her cave, where she seemed to reminisce or perhaps resolve something within herself. Simultaneously, several similar massage tasks began to appear on the jade disc of the task hall. The issuers were mostly single female managers or alluring young matrons within the sect, with cultivation levels predominantly in the late stages of Qi refinement. The requirements were uniformly specific, skilled techniques that were genuine and effective. The remuneration was also notably generous, ranging from 80 to 150 contribution points. Without hesitation, he accepted each of these tasks. Half a month swiftly passed. Lin Chen became a frequent visitor to the task hall, and his balance of contribution points grew rapidly. His reputation as a master of massage spread thoroughly within the small circles of female cultivators in the outer sect. On this day, Lin Chen once again entered the cave of Hongxiu Fu Ren. Over the past half-month, he had visited twice weekly, and this marked his 6th visit. In the tranquil chamber, half a stick of Chun Shui incense burned, its fragrance enveloping the space and creating an unusual ambience. Hongxiu Fu Ren lay elegantly on the soft couch, her crimson gown cascading gracefully with her posture, hugging her mature and ample curves, accentuating a tantalizing silhouette. Her cheek rested softly against the plush silk cushion, the delicate beauty revealed enhancing the allure of her waistline. showcasing an unadulterated femininity unique to mature women. Throughout this half-month, Hong Xiu Fu Ren had undergone a comprehensive treatment of her acupoints. Please relax, elder. Lin Chen's hands settled firmly upon her broad and supple back, the yang energy transforming into a warm current that glided down from her shoulder blades, gradually easing the fatigue and tension lodged deep within her back. His fingertips pressed rhythmically along either side of her spine, as if meticulously peeling away the deeply embedded stagnation between her bones. With each profound kneading, Hong Xiu Fu Ren's soft form would slightly tremble, emitting a sound of satisfaction. As Lin Chen's fingers glided down to her slender waist, then further to the increasingly voluptuous curves emphasized by her crimson gown, his movements instinctively slowed, yet his pressure remained steady. He concentrated the yang energy in his palms, tracing circles around her rounded contours, gently dispelling the hidden gloom and heat within. The relief was ineffable, allowing Hong Xiu Fu Ren's previously taut form to soften and regain elasticity, as if she were a red lotus poised to bloom, slowly unfurling beneath his touch. With her eyes closed and breath quickening, only the faintest of moans escaping her throat signified the depths of her pleasure and release. Lin Chen, do you know why I have remained stuck at the peak of qi refinement, unable to establish my foundation? She suddenly spoke, momentarily pausing Lin Chen's movements. He did not respond, merely listening intently. What I cultivate is not He Huan Xin Jing, but rather the sect's most orthodox He Huan Yin Yang Dian, which emphasizes the harmony of yin and yang, complementing each other. Hong Xiu Fu Ren's voice was soft, yet I have always restrained myself, never engaging in dual cultivation with another. As time passed, the equilibrium of yin and yang within the body became disrupted, leading to the accumulation of stagnant energy, which not only hindered cultivation but also inflicted upon one the relentless torment of searing fire day and night. Lin Chen's heart stirred with a tumult of emotions. How could it be that an elder of Hehuan Zone, a guiding instructor for the dual cultivation course, had never experienced dual cultivation? Who would believe such a claim? With mere theory but devoid of practice, how had she ascended to the status of elder? Sensing Lin Chen's puzzlement, Madame Hengziu continued. You must be curious as to why I refer to myself as Madame. Lin Chen's fingers continued to traverse her back with unwavering pressure. It is because I once had a deceased husband named Zhao Chongming. Chapter 67. Severing the past and achieving the 10th level of qi refinement. Upon mentioning this name, her voice trembled ever so slightly. He, like you, was a master of massage. His hands were the only ones capable of stirring the yin and yang energies within me, bringing me profound comfort. We had already made a marriage pact, intending to become companions in cultivation after both achieving perfection in qi refinement, striving together towards the foundation establishment realm through the practice of He Huan Yin Yang Dian. However, an unforeseen tragedy struck. He perished while saving me, his path extinguished. As she recounted this, Lady Hong Xiu's voice choked with emotion. After his departure, I established a memorial tablet, referring to myself as his lady, and vowed to guard it. After reaching the pinnacle of qi refinement, I found myself unable to progress further, accumulating an overwhelming amount of discordant yin and yang energy. I have been waiting, longing for someone to take his place, a person who could massage and awaken the long-dormant yin and yang energies within me. She slowly turned her head, her eyes, misty with emotion, fixed intently upon Lin Chen. I thought I would never find such a person until your arrival. Lin Chen's heart trembled violently. He finally understood why Lady Hong Xiu regarded him with such favor, why her desires surged so swiftly during their first massage. It turned out there was such hidden significance behind it all. Your understanding of He Huan Yang Yuan Shou is profound. Your techniques are more refined and domineering than Chongming's. Only your yang energy can truly dissolve the accumulated stagnation within me, granting me a flicker of hope to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Lady Hong Xiu propped herself up gently, her scarlet gown cascading like water from her rounded shoulders, revealing large swaths of her creamy, white skin, leading down to the alluring curve of her waist, her collarbone exquisite, shoulders perfectly rounded. The hem of her gown piled beneath her in layers of radiant hues, yet it could hardly conceal her enchanting and mature figure. She gazed at Lin Chen, her demeanor stripped of all modesty and concealment, replaced by a candidness that laid bare her true self and a resolute determination. It was a posture that revealed herself without reservation, inviting his scrutiny and choice. intertwined with the endless allure and profound plea of a mature woman. Lin Chen, I know there is a Saintess by your side, Liu Feifei, and perhaps more will come in the future. I am indifferent to these matters. I have observed you for a long time. Though you are low-key, you value loyalty and are not one to abandon others. I merely wish to borrow your yang energy to assist me in breaking through. Afterward, I, Hong Xiu, shall belong to you. Will you help me? As her words fell, a resounding notification echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Lady Hong Xiu's desire value has reached 100. Simultaneously, a peculiar fragrance wafted from the depths of the cave, instantly permeating the entire space. It was the scent of Qing Mi Xiang. Lin Chen felt a wave of disorientation, an unprecedented burning desire igniting within him like a raging wildfire, with blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace. He instantly recognized the unique aroma of Qing Mi Xiang and distinctly felt its intoxicating amplification of his desires. Though he possessed the strength to resist, when he beheld this woman, burdened by love and repressed for half her life, a profound pity intertwined with the deep-seated desire within him, rendering him incapable of harboring even the slightest notion of refusal. He ceased to resist and chose to yield to this nearly overwhelming instinct and the ineffable resonance deep within his heart. Elder, do not call me elder. Lady Hong Xiu gently placed her delicate finger on his lips. Call me Hong Xiu. Her cheeks flushed with an enchanting hue, her breath quickened. My husband, I have waited for you. For far too long. She leaned closer without hesitation, her voluptuous and elastic curves aligning perfectly with Lin Chen. A rich, mature fragrance mingled with the unique aroma of Qing Mi Xiang enveloped him, drawing him into a gentle whirlpool. Her slender yet strong arms wrapped around his neck, her softness pressing against him like silky tofu, each breath carrying the alluring essence of a mature woman. Do not be afraid. Next, I shall teach you as your wife. Lady Hong Xiu's fingertips glided over Lin Chen's garment, tracing down his solid chest, each movement infused with a heart-thumping familiarity and mastery. The essence of Hehuan's sect is unlike any ordinary pleasure. She whispered softly, her breath caressing Lin Chen's ear, laden with irresistible temptation. It emphasizes the unity of spirit and flesh, the ultimate flow of yin and yang. She produced a small vial of milky liquid, the invaluable Hehuan Ru. Ordinary disciples believe it merely harmonizes yin and yang, yet they are unaware that its highest application is to catalyze with spiritual power, serving as a medium to achieve the deepest integration of spirit and flesh. With a hint of allure in her voice, her fingertips dipped in Hehuan Ru lightly traced Lin Chen's body. An indescribable sense of comfort surged through his skin, radiating to every limb and rushing to his spirit. Lin Chen felt his very soul tremble. Under Lady Hong Xiu's exquisite guidance, he truly grasped the profound essence of Hehuan Yin-Yang Dian. It was far from a coarse indulgence. It was an exquisite art, a perfect fusion of spirit and flesh, yin and yang. Each deep connection, every intertwining of spiritual energy, was accompanied by indescribable pleasure and elevation of realms. This was no mere release of desire, but a flawless and sacred ritual concerning the great path of yin and yang. It turned out that dual cultivation could be such a transcendent experience. Simultaneously, Lin Chen instinctively activated the yin-yang, he-he-shou, absorbing pure yin energy while nurturing his yang energy. This represented the resonance of Hehuan, an understanding he had gleaned from numerous experiences. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and when tranquility finally returned, a faint rumble emanated from within Lin Chen. Ding. Cultivation points, 268. Ding. Slight enhancement in 5 elements spiritual root quality. 10th level of Qi refinement. Lin Chen felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual power within him, far more potent than before, filling his heart with delight. After reaching the 9th level of Qi refinement, the resources required for each subsequent elevation were immense. This is why so many disciples with mixed spiritual roots remain trapped at the 9th level for their entire lives. Their resources simply cannot keep pace with the consumption. To his astonishment, a single session of dual cultivation allowed him to shatter his bottleneck. However, he sensed that the enhancement from this dual cultivation paled in comparison to his previous experience with the Holy Maiden. It seemed that the spiritual root quality of Madame Hongziu was inferior to that of the Holy Maideness' celestial root. He glanced at Madame Hongziu, who was seated beside him, her eyes closed in concentration as she diligently refined the medicinal power of the Foundation Establishment pill. The long-accumulated stagnant energy within her had vanished without a trace, replaced by a harmonious and unimpeded aura poised to erupt with strength. Her ailment of disharmony between yin and yang was completely healed, and she had reached the prime opportunity to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Lin Chen chose not to disturb her, quietly rising to dress and silently stabilize the cultivation he had just achieved. He took out a Ning Yuan pill and consumed it. Although it would not further enhance his cultivation, it was better than nothing, as he had no superior elixirs. Reaching the 10th level of qi refinement would only grow increasingly arduous. As Lin Chen gazed at the serene figure of Madame Hongziyu, a complex array of emotions stirred within him. The situation felt surreal, yet having transpired, it must be embraced with composure. Moreover, both parties had greatly benefited. Half a day later, Madame Hongziyu finally succeeded in her breakthrough, becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. She opened her eyes, which sparkled with clarity, reflecting Lin Chen's silhouette. Husband. Chapter 68. My lady, why does your foundation lack special effects? Her utterance of husband was strikingly distinct from before. Previously, it was a tender whisper born of passion. Now, it resonated with the spiritual force of a foundational cultivator, each syllable imbued with a unique rhythm that echoed in Lin Chen's heart. The deep affection contained an undeniable clarity and firmness, a natural expression emerging from a harmonious state of mind. The atmosphere shifted. The once persistent sense of heaviness dissipated entirely, replaced by a harmonious and vibrant aura of immense strength. She remained the captivating Hongxiu, yet at this moment, she resembled an extraordinary flower that had blossomed after enduring the trials of tempestuous storms, now radiating vitality without a trace of discord. Lin Chen steadied himself, a long-held question surfacing in his mind. My lady, I find myself perplexed. He gathered his thoughts. I have perused the ancient texts, which state that when a cultivator transitions from qi refinement to foundation establishment, they should attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a vortex of spiritual power above their heads, a grand spectacle indeed. Yet why? He paused. Both during the last breakthrough of the Saintess and your own, it occurred so silently, starkly contrasting with the descriptions in the texts. Hongxiu chuckled softly, her delicate finger pressing against Lin Chen's chest. Foolish husband. The texts recount the path of the ordinary, the experiences of those who methodically meditate to break through their bottlenecks. Her fingertip traced circles on Lin Chen's heart. But do you and I tread the ordinary path? Our recent dual cultivation was not merely a simple exchange of spiritual power. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, filled with wisdom and insight. In that process, the spiritual power within us had already been refined, purified, and transformed into a more profound and exquisite yin-yang force through the techniques of the He-Huan Yin-Yang Gian. Thus, our breakthrough was a natural elevation, a harmonious culmination of yin and yang, bypassing the crude steps of forcefully absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is why there was no significant commotion. She leaned closer to Lin Chen, her breath fragrant as orchids. This is a little-known secret in the realm of cultivation. Something I fortuitously discovered with Chang Ming in an ancient cultivator's cave. Changing her tone, she regarded Lin Chen with a teasing glint in her eyes. I have heard that during the Saintess's foundation establishment, you were there to protect her. I imagine your circumstances were also similar, were they not? Lin Chen's heart raced. He maintained an impassive facade, yet internally, tumultuous waves surged. The matter between him and the Saintess was known only to the heavens and the earth, and it was a truth they alone comprehended. Hongxiu's conjecture, purely based on the characteristics of their techniques, had struck home. He could neither confirm nor deny it. The best course of action was to divert the conversation. My lady, with your vast knowledge, I find myself in a quandary, Lin Chen expressed, feigning a troubled demeanor. Having reached the 10th layer of qi refinement, the Ning Yuan Dan I have been using has ceased to be effective. This indeed was his most pressing dilemma, and he candidly revealed his predicament to Hongxiu. As anticipated, Hongxiu's attention was diverted. She placed her hand on Lin Chen's wrist, a gentle flow of spiritual energy entering his body. Initially surprised, her expression soon turned contemplative. After a brief moment, she withdrew her hand and nodded. Indeed, your rapid advancement in cultivation is likely due to the abundant yuan-yin nourishment from the Saintess. Furthermore, your foundation is far more robust than that of your peers, with a purity of spiritual power that is quite rare. Ordinary elixirs would be utterly inadequate for you. She pondered for a moment, a flicker of reminiscence in her eyes. Wait for me. She turned and walked into the depths of the cave, soon returning with an ancient jade box in hand. Upon opening it, instead of elixirs, there lay an ancient jade slip, marked with numerous cracks. This is a relic left by Chongming. She handed the jade slip to Lin Chen. This is the ancient formula for the Cui Yuan Dan he discovered during our exploration of the ancient cave. Lin Chen accepted the jade slip, his consciousness probing within, and 4 archaic characters leaped into his mind. The elixir recorded in this formula was specifically designed for cultivators above the 10th layer of qi refinement, with a solid foundation to assist in refining their consciousness and laying the most formidable groundwork for the foundation establishment. It was tailor-made for him. This gift was profoundly significant. It was not merely a precious formula but a relic of her late husband, a testament to her severance from the past. A warm surge filled Lin Chen's heart as he raised his gaze, earnestly regarding the woman before him. Thank you, my lady. 1,000 words condensed into these 4 simple ones. He leaned down, gently kissing her lips. There was no desire, only the purest gratitude. However, Hong Xiu had no intention of letting him off so easily. One arm encircled his neck, pulling him closer and deepening the kiss. The aura of a foundation establishment cultivator enveloped him, both forceful and tender. A mere verbal expression of thanks is insufficient. Her voice, laced with a hint of husky allure, beckoned, "Show me, my husband, how diligently you can perform after receiving such benefits." With that, she pulled Lin Chen down onto the soft brocade couch, willingly shedding her crimson gown. A new round of intimate union unfolded. This time, the sensation was entirely different. If previously Lin Chen had taken the lead, using his yang energy to dispel Hong Xiu's lingering heaviness, now it was Hong Xiu who took the initiative. As a cultivator of foundation establishment, the yin yuan power within her was pure and abundant. Each circulation felt like a vast river, cleansing Lin Chen's meridians. He felt akin to a small boat navigating a magnificent ocean, enveloped and propelled by a gentle yet formidable force. His yin-yang harmonization technique automatically activated, greedily absorbing this supremely pure yin-yuan energy, while simultaneously refining and returning his own tempered yang energy. In this ultimate fusion of yin and yang, the spiritual power within him was repeatedly tempered, compressed, and purified. Indeed, the benefits of dual cultivation with a foundation establishment cultivator far surpassed any prior experiences. When the storm finally subsided, Lin Chen reclined on the couch, reveling in the tumultuous flow of spiritual energy within him and the newly refined physique. He felt utterly at ease. He remained at the 10th layer of qi refinement, yet now his foundation was even more solid. However, amidst this profound sense of fulfillment, his thoughts drifted far and wide. He recalled the enchanting scene of the Saintess's breakthrough, a mesmerizing interplay of ice and fire, her exquisite form embodying both purity and allure. What might she be like now? And then there was Hua Zhiyu. He had once acted as a gentleman, yet upon reflection, it was inevitable that. Lin Chen, you truly are a scoundrel. He mentally chastised himself. What am I thinking about? The voice of Madame Hongziyu echoed in his ears. She had unknowingly drawn near, her fingers gently tracing his chest. It is nothing. Lin Chen quickly retracted his thoughts, fabricating a lie, pondering when he might truly step into the foundational realm like the Madame. Madame Hongziyu chuckled softly, seemingly not exposing him. The matter of establishing a foundation cannot be rushed. Your foundation is remarkably solid. Once you break through, it shall be extraordinary. Her tone shifted, her expression growing serious. However, there is indeed something you need to prepare for in advance. What is it? Lin Chen's heart raced. The sect is in turmoil. Madame Hongziyu sat up, her demeanor grave. The raw materials for Hehuan cream, a spirit plant known as Ziwai Menghua, are in critical shortage. The upper echelons of the sect are currently deliberating, and a compulsory mission may soon be announced to summon the outer disciples. Yet, in recent years, the outer disciples have harbored discontent towards the sect, as cultivation resources have become increasingly scarce. Furthermore, Hehuan cream is practically unavailable outside, with some disciples needing to pay exorbitant prices to acquire it. This mission may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. Suddenly, Lin Chen comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had been so focused on his own cultivation that he had never delved into the underlying conflicts within the sect. An unprecedented sense of urgency washed over him. Madame Hongziyu's words signified that the days of tranquility were drawing to a close. He must prepare himself. Chapter 69. Refining tools. Upon returning to his modest abode, Lin Chen immediately immersed his thoughts in the ancient jade slip containing the recipe for the Chui Yuan Dan. The formula was shrouded in profound mystery, requiring more than a dozen auxiliary herbs, each meticulously selected for their age and properties. However, the true essence of the elixir rested in merely two principal ingredients, Chui Ti Chao and Zhuan Linghua. He scoured all his resources and instructed Liu Feifei to discreetly inquire in the outer sect's marketplace, yet the outcome felt like a bucket of cold water poured over him. These two spirit plants had long been extinct in the realm of cultivation for millennia. Not only was purchasing them impossible, but even those who had merely heard their names were exceedingly rare. A splendid formula, after all, remains but a fleeting illusion without the means to realize it. Lin Chen stowed away the jade slip, the fervor of acquiring a treasure swiftly transforming into a cool-headed resolve. The journey must be undertaken step by step. Master, the outer sect is currently in a state of panic. Liu Feifei handed Lin Chen a small pouch of spirit stones along with several diagrams, her delicate face betraying an unmistakable worry. Rumors swirled that the latest compulsory task involved gathering herbs in the perilous Black Zhuang Mountain. Many of the senior brothers and sisters were seeking ways to evade it, yet I have heard that the sect's higher-ups have issued a death order. Any refusal will result in special treatment from the law enforcement hall. Her voice trembled at the mention of special treatment. Lin Chen accepted the spirit stones, discerning her fear. Although her cultivation had quietly advanced to the 9th layer of qi refining under his support, she was ultimately not adept in the arts of life and death combat, but rather in the subtleties of indoor skills. Fear would resolve nothing. He extended his hand and gently patted her remarkably resilient thigh. A crisp sound echoed. Liu Feifei's cheeks flushed crimson, her fear dissipating somewhat under that sudden gesture. Only strength can ensure one's safety in any circumstance. Take these elixirs, Lin Chen instructed, passing her another storage bag. As per our usual practice, sell them in batches to different buyers to avoid drawing attention. This time, we shall deal in mid-grade Ning Yuan Dan, fetch a good price, and then procure the materials needed for refining tools as per the diagrams. Acquire as much as possible. Yes, master. Watching Liu Feifei depart, Lin Chen closed the door, his expression deepening. In his mind, he summoned the long-forgotten system panel. He gazed at the gray circle representing the path of tools. A decision forming within him. Only through formidable weapons and armor could he maximize his power. In the cave of Madame Hongziu, she reclined languidly on a brocade couch, her newly attained foundation establishment aura radiating a lustrous glow, exuding an enchanting allure even in her relaxed state. You wish to refine tools? She inquired. Indeed, Lin Chen nodded, his focus unwavering. Aside from a few spirit artifacts bestowed by the Saintess, I possess little else. And I fear it will not suffice for the challenges ahead. Madame Hongziu sat up, her exquisite curves subtly discernible beneath her crimson gown. The art of tool refinement is vast and intricate. Even if you begin to learn now, it may be too late. Her words were blunt yet truthful. One must at least try, Lin Chen replied, his gaze resolute. A multitude of skills cannot harm one. Do you possess any texts on tool refinement? Observing the clarity and determination in his eyes, Madame Hongziu sighed softly, a fleeting complexity shadowing her expression. I am not proficient in this domain. However, Chongming once studied some. He believed that sect techniques overly relied on external resources and others, much like you, contemplated creating his own artifacts. Her voice trailed off, seemingly lost in memories. He left behind some texts on tool refinement, as well as several diagrams of advanced spirit artifacts. It seems they will now benefit you. Sensing her melancholic mood, Lin Chen approached and gently embraced her from behind, offering silent comfort. Madame Hongziu shivered slightly, leaning into his embrace, and after a moment, she murmured, "You are truly wonderful." Suppressing her emotions, she turned to face him, her previously somber expression transforming into one of enchanting allure. Today, why not allow me to take the reins? The sudden shift in tone caught Lin Chen off guard. She playfully pulled him down onto the soft brocade couch, her voice imbued with a natural charm. Another irresistible entanglement ensued. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Chen promptly delved into the texts on tool refinement obtained from Madame Hongziu. These tomes were far more profound than the commonplace materials circulating in the market. After assimilating the foundational knowledge of tool refinement, Lin Chen summoned the system. System, allocate 200 cultivation points to the path of tools. A surge of colossal information flooded his mind, encompassing everything from basic ore identification and spirit fire control to the intricate processes of forging tool blanks and inscribing runes. Countless insights were forcibly crammed into his consciousness, only to be perfectly digested by the system in a mysterious manner. The path of tools has been upgraded to Intermediate Level 1 Refining Master. Not sufficient. System, allocate another 200 cultivation points to the path of tools. After Lin Chen assimilated the more profound content, the small circle representing the path of tools shimmered with vibrant light, though dimmer than that of the path of elixirs or runes. His cultivation points dwindled to a mere 400. A glimmer of determination sparked in Lin Chen's eyes as he picked up a diagram acquired from Madame Hengzi. Xianlin Ruanjia, a first-tier superior defensive spirit artifact, primarily crafted from resilient Xian Shui iron and complemented by various flexible materials. Inscribed with protective runes, capable of effectively withstanding cuts from sharp weapons and assaults from spells. As he immersed his consciousness in the diagram, a system prompt resonated within his mind. Ding. Defective spirit artifact diagram detected. Do you wish to consume 80 cultivation points to upgrade it to a first-tier advanced perfect spirit artifact? Xianlin Ruanjia? Yes. Lin Chen decisively affirmed. Ding. The Xianlin Ruanjia diagram has been upgraded to a first-tier advanced perfect spirit artifact. Xianlin Ruanjia. As the words faded, a new diagram materialized in his mind. The originally exquisite patterns began to flow, reconfiguring into a more intricate and arcane design. Ultimately, the diagram solidified, with the annotation below transforming into first-tier perfect spirit artifact. Xianlin Ruanjia. Lin Chen once again produced several other blueprints. Ding. Defective spirit weapon blueprint detected. Would you like to consume 80 cultivation points to upgrade it to a first-tier advanced perfect spirit weapon, the Pafengren? Yes. Ding. The Pafengren blueprint has been upgraded to a first-tier advanced perfect spirit weapon, Pafengren. Ding. Defective spirit weapon blueprint detected. Would you like to consume 100 cultivation points to upgrade it to a first-tier advanced perfect spirit weapon, the Panshir-Dun? Yes. Ding. The Panshir-Dun blueprint has been upgraded to a first-tier advanced perfect spirit weapon, Panshir-Dun. Ding. Defective spirit weapon blueprint detected. Would you like to consume 80 cultivation points to upgrade it to a first-tier advanced perfect spirit weapon, the Liu Yunzui? Yes. Ding. The Liu Yunzui blueprint has been upgraded to a first-tier advanced perfect spirit weapon, Liu Yunzui. After all the spirit weapon blueprints were successfully upgraded, Lin Chen pushed open the stone door of the refining room that had yet to be utilized. He carefully laid out the various materials acquired from Liu Feifei. The moment of true alchemy in his life had commenced. Chapter 70. The sound of the bell inside the forging chamber, a sweltering heat enveloped the air. Lin Chen, wielding a petite black iron hammer, was wholly engrossed in gently striking the incandescent workpiece. Each blow was accompanied by a flurry of delicate sparks. The intricate and profound array patterns were meticulously imprinted within the Suanlin soft armor, under his precise control. This marked the 10th exquisite spiritual artifact he had crafted over the past fortnight. As the final array patterns seamlessly merged with the entire armor, a fleeting glimmer of spiritual light flickered and vanished. The Suanlin soft armor was complete. Lin Chen set down the hammer and picked up the armor, which was icy to the touch, yet remarkably supple. A wave of exhaustion, emanating from the depths of his soul, washed over him. Despite the support of medicinal pills, the intense, relentless forging over the past half-month had taken a significant toll on his spirit. He exited the forging room and stretched languidly. Liu Feifei was absent, having been dispatched to handle material procurement, and would not return for a while. He needed to unwind. In a flash, Lin Chen silently slipped out of his courtyard and navigated his way into the lair of Lady Hengzi. Darling, the charming Lady Hengzi, sensing his familiar aura, lazily opened her eyes. Her voice infused with a hint of surprise and playful reproach upon their long-awaited reunion. You vanished for half a month. I thought some little enchantress had stolen your soul. Lin Chen approached the edge of the bed and, wearied, sank into a seat beside her. I've been tirelessly engaged in forging, and it has utterly exhausted me. Her playful demeanor elicited a faint smile from Lady Hengzi, recently having established her foundation. Her every expression shimmered with a radiant luster, exuding an innate charm. She turned, revealing her exquisite curves, her gaze scrutinizing Lin Chen closely. You appear quite haggard. I presume you have been laboring day and night. It is essential to balance work and rest. Do not overexert yourself. She extended her delicate hand to gently caress his cheek, a soothing warmth of spiritual energy flowing through, alleviating his fatigue. Thus, I have come to you. Lin Chen leaned closer to Lady Hangxiu. Pausing momentarily, he inquired, "Is your name on the list for this compulsory mission from the sect?" Gently grasping her soft hand, he asked in a hushed tone. Lady Hangxiu shook her head. "I have established my foundation and should be entering the inner sect as a steward." A subtle hint of reluctance laced her voice. "However, I applied for a deferment, citing instability in my cultivation, wishing to accompany you for a while longer." A warmth spread through Lin Chen's heart, yet a flicker of hesitation appeared on his face. Words hovered on his lips, but he found himself faltering. Lady Hangxiu, perceptive as ever, instantly discerned his thoughts. "Is there something troubling you, my dear? Do not hesitate to share." Lin Chen cleared his throat, feeling slightly awkward. "You know Liu Feifei, right? Her cultivation is still quite shallow, and her experience in combat is lacking. This upcoming mission is perilous. I fear for her." Before he could finish, Lady Hangxiu's eyes sparkled with amusement. "Oh, your woman is now a concern for your wife." Her tone carried a playful reproach. Lin Chen could only manage an awkward smile. Observing his rare display of embarrassment, Lady Hangxiu burst into laughter, enchanting in her demeanor. "That can be arranged." She leaned closer, her breath fragrant as she whispered, "However, it will depend on your performance." In an instant, Lin Chen understood. His restless hand subtly encircled her soft waist, inching upward, gently tracing circles. "Is this how I should perform?" Lady Hangxiu shivered, a suppressed moan escaping her lips, her eyes glimmering with allure. "Darling, I wish to ride." After alleviating his fatigue, Lin Chen returned to his courtyard, feeling rejuvenated, the exhaustion from forging dissipating entirely. Before long, Liu Feifei returned, laden with a substantial quantity of forging materials. Lin Chen beckoned her into the room. "Feifei, I have already spoken with Lady Hangxiu. From now on, you will assist her with sect affairs, which means you need not participate in this compulsory mission." Upon hearing this, Liu Feifei first stood in shock, her delicate face registering disbelief. "Lady Hangxiu? That Lady Hangxiu?" Her gaze toward Lin Chen transformed into one laden with meaning. "Master, are you very familiar with Lady Hangxiu? Your tone is quite affectionate. Is it that you?" Her teasing tone shifted, and she lowered her voice. "But do not worry, Feifei does not mind. Even if it is indeed a matter of two phoenixes playing with a dragon, I am more than willing." Liu Feifei's knowing expression left Lin Chen feeling flustered. He coughed lightly. "This matter is a bit complex. Just do as I say. Of course, whatever master arranges, Feifei will comply." Liu Feifei obediently replied, yet playfully cast a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. Another fortnight passed. Inside the forging chamber, spiritual light flickered incessantly. The swift wind boots, inscribed with wind array patterns, granted the wearer a lightweight feel, enhancing speed dramatically. The armor-piercing spike, a 3-inch-long conical object adorned with spiral engravings, was designed to breach a cultivator's protective spiritual light. The rock shield, heavy and ancient, boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities. One day, Lin Chen was finalizing the rune imprinting on a newly forged armor-piercing spike. The cold tip, infused with his spiritual energy, glimmered ominously. Just as he was about to complete the final stroke, the sound of a heavy and urgent bell echoed throughout the outer sect mountain peak. This bell, unlike the usual assembly call for disciples, emanated an aura of severity and an undeniable sense of urgency. Lin Chen's wrist flicked, the final rune imprinted securely. He stored the glimmering spike in his storage pouch, his expression remaining composed. As he pushed open the stone door, he caught sight of an outer sect disciple racing past his courtyard. "All outer sect disciples, gather at the training ground within 15 minutes. A compulsory mission has been issued." The disciple, without a backward glance, let out a piercing roar that resonated through the mountains, charging towards the next courtyard. Lin Chen raised his gaze towards the direction of the training ground, his expression as tranquil as an ancient well, unfathomable in its depths. He turned and returned to his quarters, retrieving from his storage pouch a suit of armor, entirely black, yet subtly glimmering with a metallic sheen under the light. It was the exquisite Suanlin armor. Subsequently, he concealed a pair of unmatched short blades within the specially crafted swift boots. After such a long period of preparation, the moment he had anticipated had finally arrived. Chapter 71 Task Arrangement. As Lin Chen stepped into the training ground, he was greeted by a throng of people. The disciples at the 9th level of Qi refinement occupied the front row, followed closely by those at the 8th level, with the largest contingent being from the 5th and 6th levels, forming the foundation of the outer sect. His gaze swept over the crowd, most faces adorned with expressions of worry, clearly having deduced the purpose of this urgent assembly. Yet, a few individuals exhibited a glimmer of anticipation in their eyes, seemingly welcoming the impending storm. At that moment, 3 figures materialized on the high platform of the training ground. Leading them was an elder clad in black robes, exuding a formidable aura characteristic of the late Foundation establishment stage, which descended upon the gathering like a mountain's weight, unabashedly radiating its presence. All disciples felt a tightness in their chests, as if an invisible hand were constricting their throats, rendering their breaths labored. This was Qian Kuan, the elder of the law enforcement hall, the most powerful and authoritative figure within the outer sect. Flanking him were 2 mid-Foundation establishment deacons, their expressions as impassive as their icy gazes. Qian Kuan's hawk-like eyes slowly scanned the assembly, compelling all whom he met to lower their heads. Too intimidated to maintain eye contact, it appeared that all were present. His voice resounded with an imposing clarity, penetrating the ears of every individual. "You have likely surmised the reason for this gathering," he continued without delay. "The primary ingredient for our sect's Hehuan Ru, the cultivation site for the Zy Meng Hua, has encountered difficulties. Unscrupulous individuals have coveted our Hehuan zone's possessions, employing underhanded tactics that have caused the guardian spirit beasts of the medicinal garden to spiral into chaos, resulting in frequent incursions by unidentified forces and severe damage to our spirit plants. The sect's higher-ups have resolved to issue a mandatory mission, summoning you all to the Heizheng Mountain to eliminate the disruptive beasts and safeguard the medicinal garden." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a flurry of unrest, stifled gasps echoing throughout. Heizheng Mountain. To the outer sect disciples, it was akin to a death sentence. Was this not an invitation to doom? Qian Kuan appeared satisfied with their reaction, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "This mission will span 1 year, implemented on a rotational basis. The top 100 contributors in sect points may volunteer to participate. Those beyond the top 100, yet possessing cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement or higher, will be included in the rotation list. For those at the 5th and 6th levels, 100 will be drawn at random, to serve in 1-month intervals." His words fell like a boulder into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. "Mandatory participation? Everyone above the 7th level must go? This is unjust. I just broke through to the 7th level 2 days ago. Elder, this is far too perilous. Our low cultivation renders us mere fodder." Various cries of shock, pleas, and protests filled the air, igniting chaos within the training ground. Mandatory participation meant that any disciple reaching the 7th level had no choice but to comply. Within a year, each would be required to serve at least once or twice. Given the perilous nature of Heizheng Mountain, a single visit could spell disaster, let alone multiple rotations. "Silence." Qian Kuan's thunderous reprimand reverberated like a clap of thunder, causing many of the weaker disciples to pale as their blood surged. "The sect nurtures you, providing a place for cultivation and protection. Now, when the sect is in peril and requires your assistance, you dare to create such a ruckus. Anyone who dares to dissent may step forward." His icy gaze swept across the assembly, silencing any further objections. To defy him would likely result in a fate far worse than a trip to Heizheng Mountain. Seeing the assembly quiet once more, Qian Kuan's expression softened slightly, yet his following words were laced with blatant temptation. "Of course, the sect will not ask for your service without recompense. Throughout the mission, for every mid-stage first-tier beast slain, a reward of 50 contribution points will be granted. 100 for slaying a late-stage first-tier beast. Should one manage to repel or eliminate an adversary, a minimum of 100 contribution points will be awarded. At the end of the mission, the top 10 contributors will gain the opportunity to access the 2nd level of the Outer Sect's Cangjing Pavilion, selecting any martial art or technique of their choice." This announcement sent fresh ripples of excitement through the crowd. The 2nd level of the Cangjing Pavilion housed invaluable Xian-tier techniques and martial arts, coveted treasures for the Outer Sect disciples. However, it was Qian Kuan's next statement that truly ignited the fervor. "The top 3 contributors will receive an additional reward of a Zuji Dan." Boom. The words Zuji Dan exploded like thunder in the minds of all the disciples, causing the training ground to erupt in a frenzy. Breaths grew heavy, as the fear and despair in their eyes were swiftly replaced by the flames of greed. The Zhuji Dan. It was a supreme elixir that could elevate a Qi refinement cultivator to the foundation establishment stage in a single leap. One Zhuji Dan could ensure a family's prosperity for a century. For this, they would brave Heizhang Mountain, even if it meant traversing through fire and sword. Lin Chen observed his peers, who had suddenly transformed into a frenzied mob, yet his heart remained clear. The sect truly wielded clever tactics. First, they compelled everyone into a corner with a mandate, and then, with the promise of generous rewards and the allure of the Zhuji Dan, they ignited the disciples' avarice and hopes. Consequently, rather than adopting a passive attitude, the disciples would go to great lengths to vie for rankings and glory. The sect's higher-ups clearly understood the human psyche. Though the Zhuji Dan held its allure for him, it was insufficient to incite him to recklessness. What he truly needed was the Cui Yuan Dan. Qian Kuan, observing the stirred atmosphere below, nodded in satisfaction. One of the deacons stepped forward, holding a stone compass. The compass was alive with countless tiny lights swirling rapidly, each representing a disciple's identity token. Now, we will select 100 from those below the 7th level of Qi refinement. Those whose names are called, step forward. One name after another transformed into golden light, emerging from the compass and hovering in the air. With every name announced, the disciple whose name was called emitted a suppressed gasp and sigh. Although the rewards were substantial for the lower-tier disciples, the sentiment was predominantly one of reluctance. Lin Chen awaited in silence. As the 99th name materialized, the atmosphere reached a peak of tension. Only one spot remained. Countless individuals held their breath, fervently praying in their hearts. The last flicker of golden light on the compass shimmered and coalesced. Lin Chen. These two simple characters hung clearly in the air. Instantly, myriad gazes turned toward him, filled with sympathy, pity, and relief. Yet, predominantly, there was a sense of deservedness, as this group of disciples had previously lost a considerable amount of spirit stones in the betting game. Lin Chen slowly lifted his head to gaze at his name upon the high platform, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. He merely exhaled softly. Indeed, he had been chosen. The 100 selected disciples, along with those at the 7th level of Qi refinement and above, were guided by the stewards to step out from the crowd and gather at the foot of the platform. Another steward, positioned behind Qian Kuan, stepped forward, cradling a crystal ball in his hands. Now, the drawing of lots for team assignments begins. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the teams were formed. With a sweeping gesture, dozens of jade slips flew forth, hovering in the air. All names and groupings were inscribed upon the slips, allowing individuals to approach and check for their names. A quarter of an hour later, team leaders are to come to me to collect their task tokens. With that, he closed his eyes and ceased to speak. The crowd immediately erupted into a flurry of activity, surging toward the floating jade slips in search of their names. Lin Chen's consciousness swept over the slips one by one. Soon, he located his name. Team 10, Captain, Chen Ping, members, Lin Chen, Li Wei, Zhao Xiaoya, Sun Hozi. Li Wei. Lin Chen glanced around. Not far away, Li Wei also looked at him, revealing a sly smile. Lin Chen inwardly scoffed, remaining unfazed. If there were no underhanded dealings in this grouping, he would have reversed his name. Chapter 72. Enemies on a narrow path, rivals united. Gradually, 10 disciples gathered around Chen Ping, including Lin Chen. Chen Ping, a tall and robust young man, served as the captain of this team. Appearing to be around 30 years of age, he was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, a commendable strength among the outer disciples. Observing his future team members, he felt a sense of reassurance. The abilities of these individuals were commendable, with 2 of them also at the 8th level of Qi refinement, forming a formidable force. As long as they exercised caution, completing the first month's task should pose no significant challenge. 15 minutes swiftly elapsed. As the captain, Chen Ping approached the elder of the law enforcement hall to receive a black token. Upon returning, his expression turned serious. Listen closely, he commanded, distributing the jade tokens to everyone. Each piece was warm to the touch, and it was mandatory to wear them during the mission, with strict prohibitions against damage or loss. This jade token not only recorded their contributions to the task, but also allowed the law enforcement hall to monitor their locations at all times. So, put away any inappropriate thoughts. Upon our arrival at Heizhang Mountain, we must work together to accomplish our mission. Lin Chen took the jade token and probed it with his spiritual sense, indeed detecting a faint mark reminiscent of the elder's aura from the law enforcement hall. Let us introduce ourselves. For the next month, we will be bound together. Chen Ping initiated the introductions. I am Chen Ping, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, specializing in swordsmanship. He scanned the group as a petite and sweet-looking female disciple spoke up. I am Zhao Xiaoya, at the 7th level of Qi refinement. I am skilled in formations, although I am still somewhat unrefined. Her voice was soft and timid, accentuated by her chubby cheeks and large, lively eyes. Next, a stern-faced man carrying a broad-blade sword spoke in a deep voice. Zhou de Zhuang, 8th level of Qi refinement, specializing in body refinement. Though few words escaped his lips, his bulging muscles and fierce aura commanded respect. Sun Hozi, support role, 7th level of Qi refinement. He appeared slender and somewhat unkempt. A mischievous grin plastered on his face. Li Wei, 7th level of Qi refinement, main attacker. Upon finishing his introduction, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen, with a glimmer of undisguised malice and delight in his eyes. He had not anticipated being grouped with Lin Chen. What a twist of fate. During the last arena battle, he had suffered defeat at Lin Chen's hands, enduring public humiliation, a grudge he had harbored ever since. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. Heizhong Mountain, a prime locale for murder, treasure hunting, and erasing evidence. In that place, even if Lin Chen were to perish, who would investigate? They would simply assume he had fallen prey to a beast. The more Li Wei pondered, the more exhilarated he became, gazing at Lin Chen as if he were a corpse. Lin Chen naturally sensed the murderous intent radiating from him and could only scoff internally, perceiving him as nothing more than a petty clown. If Li Wei kept to himself, Lin Chen would have no desire to engage. Yet, should he seek his demise, Lin Chen would not hesitate to oblige. The others gradually introduced themselves, and when it was Lin Chen's turn, he stated, Lin Chen, 6th level of Qi refinement. At his announcement, several gazes turned towards him, some filled with surprise, others with disdain, yet many conveyed understanding. So, you are that Lin Chen. Zhao Xiaoya's eyes brightened, curiously scrutinizing him. The renowned Lin Shidi known for massages? Lin Chen rubbed his nose and chuckled awkwardly. A little knowledge, a little knowledge. He was taken aback that his reputation had spread so far. The disciple at the initial stage of the 8th level, named Li Mo, scoffed upon hearing this. A 6th level of Qi refinement also wants to join the fray, and as a master, this mission is about risking our lives, not indulging in luxury. Your hands are unlikely to be of any use. His tone dripped with evident contempt, considering Lin Chen the weakest among them. Li Wei further chimed in with a cold huff. Indeed, just don't drag the entire team down. Lin Chen merely smiled, choosing to disregard their jibes. Captain Chen Ping furrowed his brows, clearly displeased with Li Mo and Li Wei's remarks. Enough of that. Since we are in the same group, we must unite our efforts. What of being at a lower level? Being chosen was not a matter of selection. I understand that everyone may have their own thoughts, and some may even have past grievances, he remarked pointedly at Li Wei and Lin Chen. However, I hope that during this task, we can momentarily set aside personal grudges and prioritize the collective interest. The dangers of Heizhong Mountain are not to be underestimated. We can only return alive through unity. Otherwise, before the beasts strike, we might fall apart ourselves, and none shall survive. Chen Ping's words were sincere and straightforward. Brother Chen is right. I have no objections, the small, slender youth named Sun Hozi quickly affirmed. So do I, intoned the burly Zhou de Zhuang. The others nodded in agreement, save for Li Wei, who maintained his sardonic demeanor. I shall certainly prioritize the collective interest. I just fear that some individuals, relying on their connections, may look down upon ordinary disciples like us. His words were clearly directed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen could not be bothered to even glance at him, choosing to ignore his existence. The best course of action was to treat him as if he were invisible. Indeed, witnessing Lin Chen's indifference, Li Wei felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton, his complexion turning a deep shade of crimson. Enough. Chen Ping interjected firmly, cutting off Li Wei. Did you not hear what I just said? This is not the time to dwell on personal grievances. Chen Ping's tone grew serious, a hint of his 8th level of Qi refinement pressure emanating towards Li Wei. Li Wei felt the weight of that pressure, a shiver running down his spine as he remembered that Chen Ping was not only the captain, but also stronger than him. Reluctantly, he sealed his lips, though his gaze towards Lin Chen was filled with even more venom. Chen Ping, observing the situation, could only sigh inwardly, realizing this team would be challenging to manage. Now, let us familiarize ourselves, exchanging communication talismans for convenience. Tomorrow morning, we gather at the training grounds to board the Sect's flying boat. You are all dismissed. Chen Ping briefly conveyed his instructions before announcing the dissolution of the gathering. The crowd exchanged communication talismans and dispersed. Zhao Ziaoa approached Lin Chen and whispered, "Lin Shidi, please don't take it to heart. Senior brother Liu Mo is simply that type of person." Lin Chen smiled gently, replying, "It's nothing. I am not bothered. However, Sister Zhao, your expertise in healing arts will surely be invaluable to us." Zhao Ziao's cheeks flushed slightly at being addressed as sister, and she waved her hands in modesty. "My limited skills can only handle superficial injuries. In the face of serious wounds, I am at a loss. Yet, Lin Shidi, despite your lower cultivation, your reputation suggests you possess remarkable abilities. I am a bit apprehensive. This young lady certainly had a way with words. Do not worry, we are teammates and will naturally support one another." Lin Chen replied casually. Just then, Li Wei sauntered by, emitting a derisive snicker. "Huh, with a mere cultivation of the 6th layer of qi refinement, you're hardly in a position to assist anyone else. How laughable." With that, he swaggered away. Zhao Ziaoa cast a concerned glance at Lin Chen, who seemed unfazed, smiling at her. "Ignore him. We must focus on our own preparations." With that, he turned and departed from the training grounds. Observing Lin Chen's retreating figure, Zhao Ziaoa clenched her fists. This Lin Shixing appears to be quite different from the rumors. He is neither timid nor arrogant, but rather, quite gentle. Chapter 73. The Past of the Medicine Garden. After the deep of night, Lin Chen visited Hongxiu. In addition to her helping him practice, she also gifted him a jade slip containing information about Heizhong Mountain. According to the records inscribed on the jade slip, Heizhong Mountain is perpetually shrouded in a toxic mist known as Fu Guzhong. This miasma possesses a formidable corrosive effect on both the spiritual energy and physical bodies of cultivators. Those whose cultivation level is below the late stage of qi refinement cannot remain within for even half an hour without special detoxifying pills, lest they be reduced to a puddle of pus. The mountain is inhabited by a variety of demonic beasts, most of which have become ferocious and fearless due to their prolonged exposure to the miasma. The most treacherous among them is a late-stage demonic beast known as Fu Gu Lang, which travels in packs, moves with incredible speed, and possesses sharp claws, as well as an understanding of coordinated attacks, making it the greatest nightmare for outer sect disciples venturing into Heizhong Mountain. The documentation also mentions that the sect's medicine garden is located in a relatively gentle valley on the southern slope of Heizhong Mountain, where the miasma is thinner. A large defensive formation has been set up by the sect there, with inner sect disciples taking turns to guard it, ensuring its safety. However, the documentation indicates that the recent disturbances were due to the sudden loss of control of the guardian spirit beasts, with the reason remaining unclear. After perusing the information, Lin Chen formed a preliminary judgment in his heart. It seems the depths of this mission are far more complex than anticipated. The following morning, Lin Chen arrived punctually at the training ground. The members of Team 10 were already assembled, and the captain, Chen Ping, was reporting to the elder in charge. A massive wooden flying vessel hovered silently above the training ground, its body intricately carved with complex formation patterns, radiating a faint spiritual light. This was one of the few large aerial artifacts of the Hehuan sect. Once personnel confirmation was complete, each team leader led their members aboard the vessel under the guidance of the steward. The interior of the vessel was spacious enough to accommodate over 100 people. This was Lin Chen's first experience aboard a flying artifact, and he could not help but feel a mix of curiosity and excitement. The vessel trembled slightly before ascending smoothly, transforming into a streak of light as it flew towards the Heizhong mountain range. The atmosphere along the way was somewhat oppressive, with silence enveloping the group. It was the girl named Zhao Xiaoya who first broke the silence, leaning closer to Chen Ping and whispering, "Senior brother Chen, are we truly just going to deal with the demonic beasts? I've heard whispers that the Xianqing sect is up to something." At the mention of Xianqing sect, several faces in the group changed. The Xianqing sect was a rival sect of comparable strength to Hehuan's sect, known for their domineering ways. If they had set their sights on the medicine garden, the danger of this mission would escalate dramatically. Chen Ping furrowed his brow, glancing around before lowering his voice. "Junior sister Xiaoya, do not speak such words carelessly. The sect has stated that the chaos is caused by demonic beasts, and that is what it is. We need only focus on completing our mission. Do not ask what you should not, and do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Although he spoke sternly, the gravity of his expression clearly indicated his tacit agreement with Zhao Xiaoya's concerns. At that moment, a slender youth known as Sun Hozi leaned in, grinning widely. Captain, this matter has spread like wildfire among the outer sect. It is hardly a secret. I've heard that our Zy Menghua is crucial to the Xianqing sect as well. Oh, how so? The inquiry came from the burly Zhou de Zhuang. His curiosity piqued. Sun Hozi relished the moment, teasingly delaying his revelation. You may not know this, but one of the main spiritual herbs for our sect's treasured item, Hihuan Ru, is the Zy Menghua, which has a vital function of nurturing a peculiar insect known as Qing Si Gu. This Qing Si Gu is essential for one of the core secret techniques of the Xianqing sect. In the past, when the two sects maintained a good relationship, our sect would regularly provide the Xianqing sect with Qing Si Gu nurtured by Zy Menghua. Thus, the medicine garden is the lifeblood shared by both sections. What caused the fallout then? Zhao Xiaoya pressed for more details. That involves a long-standing tale. Sun Hozi lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. It is said that the previous holy maiden of our Hihuan sect and the holy son of Xianqing sect were once a pair of Dao partners. This medicine garden was discovered together by them in an ancient relic and brought back seeds from the eastern great nation to cultivate. However, for reasons unknown, the two turned against each other, plunging the relationship between the sects into a deep freeze. Yet, the rules for jointly managing the medicine garden remained intact. Recently, a new, domineering leader has taken charge of the Xianqing sect and for reasons unknown, has set his sights on the medicine garden. Sun Hozi's revelations left the others in stunned silence, astonished to discover that this seemingly ordinary medicine garden was entangled in such complex sect rivalries and secrets. Lin Chen absorbed every word, his understanding of the mission's contours growing increasingly clearer. It appeared that the so-called chaos caused by demonic beasts was merely a probing tactic by the Xianqing sect to test the limits of Hihuan's sect. They dared not confront them openly, but resorted to such underhanded methods to provoke discomfort. Conversely, it seemed that Hihuan's sect was also hesitant to escalate the situation, opting to send outer sect disciples like themselves as cannon fodder to maintain a facade of peace. In the end, it all boiled down to the sect's lack of strength. A derisive snort broke the tension among the group. It was Li Wei, his expression dripping with disdain. If our Hihuan sect were powerful enough, we would storm the gates of Xianqing sect. Would they dare to act so brazenly? Unfortunately, the upper echelons of the sect are a bunch of spineless cowards, only knowing how to sacrifice the lives of us disciples. His words were nothing short of blasphemous. Chen Ping's expression shifted immediately as he interjected sharply, Li Wei, enough. Is that the kind of talk you can utter? Do you wish to be taken by the law enforcement hall? Li Wei merely scoffed, choosing not to continue, though his dissatisfaction was unmistakable. The atmosphere among the group grew heavy once more. Yet Lin Chen found himself nodding inwardly. Despite Li Wei's unpleasant demeanor, his words struck a chord. In the realm of cultivation, strength ultimately dictated everything, not just for the sect, but for individuals as well. As the group wrestled with their thoughts, a range of black mountains appeared on the horizon. Above these mountains loomed a visibly swirling layer of gray miasma, akin to a monstrous beast with its jaws agape, exuding an aura of foreboding and danger. Heizhong Mountain had arrived. Chapter 74: The Onslaught of the Corrupted Bone Wolves. The Initial Battle. As one approaches Heizhong Shan, the air becomes increasingly saturated with a decayed and oppressive aura. Even from a distance, one can sense the terrifying corrosive power inherent in the gray miasma. Chen Ping retrieved a jade slip bearing a map, scrutinizing it carefully, then pointed towards a relatively gentle valley entrance ahead, saying, "We have arrived. That is the Sanyeo outpost." The group followed his gesture and beheld a rudimentary outpost constructed from massive stones at the valley's entrance. It was a stronghold established in advance by their sect. Observing the current makeshift resting area, the members of the 10th group exchanged glances, feeling a sense of helplessness. "All right, everyone, let's get our spirits up." Chen Ping clapped his hands, forcing a sense of enthusiasm. "We shall now assign our tasks. Sun Hozi, your agility is commendable. You will take on the role of lookout. Within a 5-mile radius of the outpost, report any disturbances immediately. Zhou Dazhuang, with your robust physique, you will be responsible for the frontal defense, guarding the entrance to the outpost. Xiaoya, you will set up the defensive formation. The rest of you will pair up, taking turns to rest and patrol. Li Wei, you will be paired with Lin Chen. Chen Ping's gaze swept between the two, ultimately settling on this decision. Placing these two headstrong individuals together would ensure mutual supervision, a better strategy than allowing them to act independently. Upon hearing this, Li Wei's lips curled into a cold smirk, offering no objections. Lin Chen, on the other hand, nodded nonchalantly. I have no objections. Good, then it is settled, Chen Ping declared firmly. Now, everyone, take your positions. Sun Haozi swiftly vanished into the dense forest outside the outpost. Zhou Dazhuang planted his massive axe firmly into the ground, standing guard at the entrance like an iron tower. The others followed their orders and began their tasks. Lin Chen and Li Wei were assigned to the first patrol. The two walked along the patrol route outside the outpost, maintaining a distance of 10 zhang, ignoring each other. Li Wei led the way, his eyes occasionally glinting with malice as he plotted how to create an unforeseen accident for Lin Chen without detection. For instance, he could lure him near a beast's den or, during a skirmish, strike him from behind. Lin Chen trailed behind, appearing to stroll leisurely, yet his consciousness had already spread out, perceiving every subtle movement around him, including Li Wei's nefarious intentions. He chuckled inwardly. You wish to ensnare me? With your limited skills? You are far from capable. At that moment, a piercing wolf howl shattered the tranquility of the forest. Following this, the air was filled with the cacophony of howls from all directions. This is bad. The corrupted bone wolf pack. Chen Ping's anxious voice echoed from the direction of the outpost. Sun Haozi, what is the situation? Captain, to the west of the outpost, a large number of corrupted bone wolves have been spotted, at least 50 of them, charging toward us. Sun Haozi's voice trembled through the communication talisman. More than 50. The group's expressions changed drastically. Everyone, return to the outpost immediately and prepare for battle. Chen Ping commanded decisively. Upon hearing the order, Li Wei's eyes gleamed with excitement. An opportunity has arisen. Instead of retreating, he quickened his pace toward the source of the howls, shouting back to Lin Chen, Lin Shidi, hurry. We need to provide support. Although he called for support, he secretly laughed in his heart. Fool, just follow along. When the chaos ensues, I will see how you meet your end. Lin Chen observed Li Wei's retreating figure, a playful smirk tugging at his lips. You intend to use me as bait? Very well, let us see who the true prey is. His feet, clad in wind spirit boots, shimmered with energy as he followed at a leisurely pace. The two soon burst from the thicket into an open area. Before them, a swarm of corrupted bone wolves, dark and ominous, descended from the hillside, their sights set squarely on the outpost. Each wolf towered over a person, their fur entirely shed, exposing ghastly white bones and decaying flesh, their eyes glimmering with a bloodthirsty light, a mere glance enough to instill fear in most cultivators. Even more terrifying was the potent miasma of corruption they exuded, withering the grass and causing the ground to sizzle beneath their presence. Lin Chen, hurry up. Aren't you the Saintess's attendant? Show us your prowess. Li Wei bellowed, feigning a rush forward while subtly slowing his pace, preparing to slip away once Lin Chen attracted the attention of the wolves. However, the scene he envisioned did not materialize. Lin Chen disregarded him altogether, standing still as he leisurely retrieved a talisman from his storage bag. It was an attack talisman of medium grade, the explosive flame talisman, which he had crafted himself. The leading wolves were generally at the first level, comparable to mid-stage chi refiners, making this talisman an ideal choice. What are you doing? Get moving. Li Wei shouted in exasperation. Lin Chen shot him a glance, as if regarding a simpleton. Move? Move where? Are we to charge forth and become fodder for over 50 wolves? Did you not hear the captain order us to regroup at the outpost? With that, he infused spiritual energy into the explosive flame talisman and tossed it towards the most densely packed area of the wolf horde. Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted, a massive fireball engulfing 7 or 8 corrupted bone wolves, the violent shockwave sending several others flying. The pack's charge faltered, their howls of anguish echoing through the valley. Li Wei stood in stunned silence. This is a medium-grade first-level talisman? How can its power be so immense? Moreover, how does he possess such a precious item? He recalled the arena fight, where Lin Chen had used a talisman. Damn it, he internally screamed. While he was lost in thought, Lin Chen had already launched a second and third talisman. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more resounding explosions shook the air as fireballs detonated within the wolf horde. The wolf pack was suddenly thrown into disarray, suffering heavy casualties. The remaining corrupted bone wolves were taken aback by this abrupt and fierce assault, halting in their tracks and emitting anxious growls, hesitant to advance any further. Go! Lin Chen commanded in a low voice, swiftly turning and racing towards the watchtower. Liu Feifei, awakening from his daze, hastily scrambled to follow suit. At that moment, a singular thought consumed his mind. This individual was a wealthy patron, and moreover, a decisive one who was far from foolish. The idea of outsmarting him was nothing short of a delusion. The two hastily retreated to the watchtower. Upon witnessing their safe return, Chen Ping and the others exhaled in relief. Well done, junior brother Lin, Chen Ping exclaimed, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up. They had observed Lin Chen's magnificent display of using talismans to bombard the wolf pack from the watchtower. Had it not been for Lin Chen's timely intervention, delaying the wolves' advance, their small group would likely have been overwhelmed in a single confrontation. The captain exaggerates. It was merely luck, Lin Chen humbly replied. Humph, what is there to be proud of after wasting so many talismans? Liu Feifei muttered sourly from the side. Lin Chen chose to ignore him. Just then, the wolf pack launched another charge. This time, they had learned from their previous encounter, spreading out their formation and encircling the watchtower from all directions. Prepare for battle, Chen Ping shouted, the first to charge forward, his sword cutting through the air, casting a radiant glow as it met the wolves. The others quickly summoned their magical artifacts to join him. Thus, a brutal battle commenced. Chapter 75. The wolf pack charges, danger looms. With a resounding roar, Chen Ping wielded his long sword like a radiant rainbow, cleaving a charging corrupted bone wolf in twain. The foul stench of blood and shredded flesh splattered across him, yet he remained unfazed, swiftly countering with another strike to repel another corrupted bone wolf attempting a sneak attack. De Zhuang, hold the entrance. Do not allow them to breach Xiao Ye's formation. Rest assured, Captain. Zhou De Zhuang bellowed, swinging his massive axe, unleashing a violent gust that sent 3 or 4 corrupted bone wolves flying. He stood like an indomitable iron tower at the sole entrance of the watchtower, single-handedly withstanding the ferocious onslaught of the wolves. Meanwhile, Sun Haozhi moved like a wraith, weaving through the pack, his short dagger occasionally slicing the throats or eye sockets of the corrupted bone wolves, causing spurts of filthy blood. Although his direct combat ability was lacking, his prowess in harassment and finishing blows was unparalleled. The other team members fought valiantly, engaged in brutal combat with the advancing corrupted bone wolves. The radiant glow of spells intertwined with the glint of claws, mingling with screams and roars. Zhao Xiaoye stood within the watchtower, her face pale with tension, her hands continuously casting spells to maintain the rudimentary defensive formation she had just established. The pale yellow light barrier rippled under the assault of the wolves, teetering on the brink of collapse. Lin Chen remained atop the stone wall of the watchtower, refraining from rushing down immediately. His consciousness spread, taking in the entire battlefield. The situation was grim. The number of wolves was overwhelming, and they charged recklessly. For every one that fell, 2 more took its place. The miasma emitted by the corrupted bone wolves severely drained and corroded the spiritual energy of the team. Within less than a stick of incense's time, apart from Chen Ping and Zhou De Zhuang, who were at the 8th level of qi refinement, the others had begun to exhibit unstable breathing, their spiritual energy depleted by more than half. If this continued, it would be only a matter of time before the formation shattered and lives were lost. Lin Shidi, stop watching and come help. A team member shouted in desperation as he was besieged by 3 corrupted bone wolves. Lin Chen furrowed his brow. He did not wish to refrain from intervening. He was merely searching for the right moment. His true cultivation was at the 10th level of qi refinement, and if he exerted his full strength, dispatching these beasts would not pose a challenge. However, such an action would expose his true capabilities. Yet, if he refrained from acting, it seemed unlikely that they would survive this ordeal. He needed to find a solution that could resolve the crisis without drawing undue attention to his strength. Humph, I knew he was utterly useless. Liu Feifei sneered as he cleaved a corrupted bone wolf in half, catching a glimpse of Lin Chen observing from the stone wall. In his eyes, Lin Chen was merely a wealthy individual relying on talismans. Once those talismans were exhausted, he would be nothing more than a helpless victim. After expending so many talismans earlier, he must be feeling the pinch now, reluctant to use any more. Just then, a howl unlike any other resonated from the rear of the wolf pack. The sound carried an unmistakable aura of dominance. The frenzied attacking wolves suddenly halted, as if invigorated, and their offensive intensified. This is bad. It's the Wolf King. Chen Ping's expression shifted drastically. It was a late-stage corrupted bone Wolf King. A wave of unease washed over the group. A late-stage beast was comparable to a practitioner at the late stage of Qi refinement. Given their current state, facing a Wolf King would be akin to courting death. The wolf pack parted to reveal a colossal creature almost twice the size of an ordinary corrupted bone wolf, its skeletal form exhibiting an eerie black hue, slowly advancing. Its crimson eyes fixated on Zhou de Zhuang at the entrance of the watchtower, brimming with a cruel and bloodthirsty glint. De Zhuang, be cautious, Chen Ping warned urgently. Zhou de Zhuang's expression grew grave as he gripped his axe tightly. The corrupted bone wolf king charged with astonishing speed, transforming into a streak of black lightning, directly lunging at Zhou de Zhuang. With a fierce roar, Zhou de Zhuang infused all his spiritual energy into his axe, striking down with tremendous force. Open mountain. The clash between axe and wolf claw produced a deafening sound, reverberating through the air. A ferocious shockwave radiated outward. Zhou de Zhuang felt an overwhelming force surge from the axe, causing his hands to tremble and blood to flow from his palms. He was propelled backward, stumbling 7 or 8 steps, each footfall leaving deep impressions in the hard ground. Yet the corrupted bone wolf king merely staggered back half a step before regaining its footing. The disparity was evident. Beast, come again. Despite his injuries, Zhou de Zhuang's ferocity surged, roaring as he charged once more. A flicker of disdain crossed the wolf king's eyes as it met him again. The two were soon entangled in a fierce struggle, yet it was apparent to all that Zhou de Zhuang was at a disadvantage, forced into a defensive position. Perilously precarious. With Zhou de Zhuang no longer guarding, the pressure at the watchtower entrance surged. Dozens of corrupted bone wolves seized the opportunity to charge at the formation's light barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The light barrier trembled violently, its brilliance dimming at a visible rate. The formation was on the verge of collapse. Zhao Xiaoye screamed, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. She had exhausted her efforts. Chen Ping's eyes widened in despair upon witnessing this. He yearned to assist, yet 3 corrupted bone wolves had him firmly ensnared, rendering him unable to break free. It was over. A sense of despair enveloped everyone. Just at that critical moment, a commanding voice rang out from the stone wall. Everyone, stand back. Instinctively, they looked up to see Lin Chen standing at the very edge of the stone wall. In his hands, he clutched 3 talismans. These were not the previous mid-tier, exploding flame talismans, but 3 exuding a stronger spiritual energy. The high-tier attack talismans, Gung Jin, sword chi talismans. Another talisman? A thought flickered through Li Wei's mind, quickly followed by a surge of jealousy. How many talismans could this guy possibly possess? High-tier talismans were exponentially more precious than mid-tier ones. Go. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen activated all 3 Gung Jin sword chi talismans simultaneously, hurling them toward the densest cluster of corrupted bone wolves at the watchtower entrance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 razor-sharp golden sword chi, akin to divine blades manifesting from thin air, sliced through the sky in an instant. Where the sword energy passed, the hard bones of the rotten bone wolves were sliced through as easily as paper. In an instant, the dozen or so wolves that had charged to the front of the formation were completely annihilated by these 3 streaks of sword energy. 2 of the streaks even continued unabated, directly striking the few rotten bone wolves besieging Chen Ping. Chen Ping's pressure immediately lessened, and he seized the opportunity to pierce the heart of the final wolf with his sword. Well done, Chen Ping shouted toward Lin Chen. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Their gazes toward Lin Chen filled with gratitude and astonishment. This guy is practically a mobile artillery platform. Humph, relying on such external tools hardly counts as true skill, Li Wei muttered sourly, though the strikes from his blade grew fiercer. Lin Chen paid him no mind, his eyes fixed intently on the rotten bone wolf king locked in combat with Zhou de Zhuang. To capture the rebels, first capture their leader. Without dealing with this wolf king, the crisis could not truly be resolved. He took a deep breath and retrieved another item from his storage pouch. It was an ancient-looking bow. The bow's body was pitch black, engraved with intricate array patterns, and emanated the aura of a high-grade spiritual artifact, the Pofeng Gong, wind-splitting bow. From the quiver on his back, he drew an arrow that was also a high-grade spiritual artifact, the Pojia Jian, armor-piercing arrow. Knocking the arrow and drawing the bow, he performed the motion in one fluid motion. As the bowstring was drawn, The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge frantically toward the arrow. A heart-palpitating, razor-sharp aura locked onto the distant rotten bone Wolf King. The Wolf King, which had been overpowering Zhou Dazhuang, seemed to sense the lethal threat. It abruptly turned its head, its crimson eyes glaring fixedly at Lin Chen. Now is the moment. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Release. Whoosh. The arrow left the string, transforming into a streak of light nearly invisible to the naked eye. It tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for the eye of the rotten bone Wolf King. Chapter 76. The perfect piercing spike. This arrow reached an unparalleled speed. The corrupted bone Wolf King had no time to evade and could only tilt its head sharply in a moment of peril. The sharp, piercing arrow failed to strike its eye, but instead plunged deeply into its nostril. A significant portion of the arrow shaft was embedded within its skull. A harrowing howl, piercing in its intensity, erupted from the corrupted bone Wolf King's maw. In a frenzy, it shook its head violently, attempting to dislodge the accursed projectile. Yet, an arrow forged from a superior spiritual artifact was not so easily freed. The excruciating pain drove it into a complete frenzy. It abandoned Zhou Dazhuang, its crimson single eye locking onto Lin Chen atop the sentry stone wall, fueled by an overwhelming hatred and murderous intent as it charged forward. Danger! Lin Shidi, get out of the way! Chen Ping exclaimed, his face pale with alarm. Wishing to intervene, but it was already too late. The severely injured Wolf King moved with even greater speed and ferocity than before. In the blink of an eye, it was beneath the watchtower. With a powerful kick from its hind legs, its massive body leapt high, jaws agape, aiming to bite Lin Chen on the head. The foul wind of its breath rushed towards him. However, in the face of this lethal strike, Lin Chen remained remarkably calm. He even had the leisure to smile at the oncoming Wolf King. I've been waiting for you. Just as the Wolf King was poised to bite him, the swift wind boots at his feet radiated with spiritual light. Flowing light shadow step, his figure glided back like a wraith, narrowly evading the Wolf King's jaws. Simultaneously, a flash of cold light appeared in his grasp, revealing a 3-inch-long conical artifact, his meticulously crafted, piercing spike. Designed specifically to breach protective spiritual barriers. He fervently channeled the scant remaining spiritual energy within him into the spike. The spiral patterns at the tip of the piercing spike, illuminated, humming with power. Die! Lin Chen uttered a low growl, wielding the piercing spike, advancing rather than retreating, and thrusting it fiercely into the descending Wolf King. The target was the Wolf King's vulnerable abdomen. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in the Wolf King's single eye. It had not anticipated that this seemingly frail human not only evaded its fatal strike, but also dared to retaliate. It attempted to twist in midair to defend itself, but it was already too late. With a muffled sound, the piercing spike penetrated the corrupted bone Wolf King's abdomen without hindrance, unleashing a powerful spiraling force. The Wolf King's innards were instantly turned to a pulpy mess. A brief, pained whimper escaped the corrupted bone Wolf King's lips as its colossal body crashed heavily to the ground, convulsing a few times before all signs of life disappeared. Its single eye remained wide in disbelief, even in death. Silence enveloped the scene. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. The late-stage corrupted bone Wolf King had just perished, slain by a disciple at the 6th layer of qi refining. Zhou Dazhuang, leaning on his giant axe, gasped heavily, his eyes filled with shock as he gazed at the Wolf King's carcass. He had faced this beast head-on and understood its terror. Yet, this fearsome creature had been dealt with by Lin Chen in a manner bordering on mockery. Is this fellow truly at the 6th layer of qi refining? Chen Ping also wore an expression of disbelief. The Wolf King is dead. Someone, not yet identified, was the first to react, letting out a shout of joy. With the loss of their leader, the remaining dozens of corrupted bone wolves immediately faltered, emitting anxious growls. They gazed at their fallen comrades and the Wolf King, the ferocity in their eyes gradually replaced by fear. Brothers, let us attack. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ping bellowed, initiating a counteroffensive. The morale of the group surged as they roared and charged forward. With the tide turning, the battle swiftly shifted in their favor. The remaining corrupted bone wolves, stripped of their fighting spirit, began to scatter in flight. The crisis, which could have resulted in the annihilation of Team 10, was averted. Lin Chen stood atop the stone wall, exhaling a long sigh of relief. What had appeared effortless was, in fact, fraught with danger. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Had it not been for the formidable, piercing spike, the outcome might have been uncertain. Lin Chen, are you alright? Chen Ping approached with the others, his face reflecting gratitude and relief from the narrow escape. This was all thanks to you. Indeed, Lin Chen, you truly possess hidden depths. That arrow was magnificent. The crowd chimed in, their gazes no longer filled with disdain, but with admiration. You flatter me. I was merely fortunate. Much of this is due to the excellent spiritual artifact bestowed by the Holy Maiden. Lin Chen humbly waved his hand. His eyes casually flickered towards Li Wei, who stood on the edge of the crowd, his expression dark and stormy. Just then, the vigilant Sun Haozi darted back from the distant thicket. Captain, trouble. A new wave of corrupted bone wolves is approaching from the western valley, and their numbers are even greater than before. Moreover, I believe I spotted several creatures of a size comparable to the previous Wolf King. What? The relief that had just settled in the hearts of the group surged back into anxiety. Immediately clear the battlefield, gather the materials from the beasts, and we must retreat at once. Chen Ping commanded decisively, without a moment's hesitation. If another wave strikes, we will not withstand it. The group swiftly sprang into action, expertly disassembling the carcasses of the corrupted bone wolves. Their bones and claws were excellent materials for refining artifacts, worthy of significant contribution points. The corpse of the Wolf King, in particular, was of considerable value. Li Wei moved the quickest, rushing toward the Wolf King's body, his eyes gleaming with avarice. This Wolf King was held back by Zhou Shixing and me. Its materials should rightfully belong to me. As he spoke, he reached for the Wolf King's claws. Li Wei, what are you doing? Zhou Dazhuang frowned and admonished sternly. The Wolf King was slain by Lin Chen, and all the materials derived from it rightfully belonged to him. Such is the rule. What rule? I care not. Li Wei shouted defiantly, asserting that without him, could they have subdued it? Would he have had the opportunity to unleash that single arrow? Deep down, he understood that the most valuable possessions on the Wolf King were its pair of sharp claws and that singular horn, worth several hundred contribution points. He could not allow Lin Chen to monopolize them. You. Zhou Dazhuang's face flushed with anger. Enough, brother Zhou, do not quarrel with him. Lin Chen approached, speaking calmly. If he desires it, let him take it. He holds no regard for such trifles. For him, the utmost priority now is to swiftly restore his spiritual power. Did you hear that? He has consented. A smug grin spread across Li Wei's face as he worked even harder on the disassembly. Chen Ping furrowed his brow. Although he disapproved of Li Wei's actions, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Everyone, hurry up, we are short on time. Amidst the flurry of activity, none noticed that as Li Wei dismantled the Wolf King's carcass, he secretly wrapped a small piece of flesh tainted with the Wolf King's blood in a specially crafted talisman paper and concealed it within his sleeve. Upon completing this deed, a glint of malevolence flickered in his eyes. Lin Chen, are you not capable? Just wait. I shall see how you meet your demise. Chapter 77. A fractured escape, concealed perils. Hurry. The wolf pack is closing in. The anxious voice of Sun Haozi resonated through the team channel. Everyone turned back to behold a dark mass of wolves surging towards them like a relentless tide, less than 2 miles away. The thunderous howls and the stampede sent shivers down their spines. Running like this is futile. It is only a matter of time before they are caught. Chen Ping, while sprinting, solemnly declared. The miasma of Heizhang Mountain drains our spiritual energy too severely. We cannot outrun these indigenous demonic beasts. What shall we do? Captain, you must make a decision quickly. Zhao Xiao cried out, her voice tinged with desperation. With the lowest cultivation level among them, she was already struggling to keep pace, her face pale as a sheet. Split up and run. Chen Ping gritted his teeth and made a difficult decision. We are too conspicuous. Staying together will only lead to our demise. Splitting up offers a glimmer of hope. Liu, you and Xiao form a group and head east. The terrain there is complex, providing ample hiding spots. Zhou Dazhuang, you are tough and robust. Go south and find a place to hide for now. The rest of you, pair up and choose your own escape routes. Remember, survival comes first. Once we shake off the wolves, we will regroup at Watchtower No. 5. Chen Ping swiftly issued his orders. Yes, Captain. Though fear gripped their hearts, they understood this was the only viable course of action. Li Wei, you and Lin Chen form a group and head west. Chen Ping once again paired these two troublemakers. In his eyes, while Lin Chen possessed formidable combat strength, his spiritual energy would likely be depleted, whereas Li Wei, despite his questionable character, was at the 7th level of qi refinement and still had ample energy. Together, they would provide mutual support. I have no issues. Li Wei readily agreed, a barely perceptible glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. An opportunity, has it not arrived? It is as if heaven is assisting me. Lin Chen glanced at Qin Ping, but did not voice any objections. He recognized Qin Ping's good intentions, yet was acutely aware of Li Wei's ulterior motives. However, he remained indifferent, as he too sought a secluded place to resolve this troublesome matter. All right, let us move. Wishing everyone good fortune, Qin Ping bellowed, choosing a direction and dashing forth. The others immediately dispersed, transforming into streaks of light that vanished into the dense forest. Lin Shidi, we shall go this way. Li Wei pointed towards a rugged mountain path to the west, calling out to Lin Chen before racing ahead without looking back. He sprinted swiftly, seemingly fearful of the wolves catching up. A cold smile crept across Lin Chen's lips as he followed at a leisurely pace. While running, he retrieved a perfect qi recovery pill from his storage bag and popped it into his mouth. The two raced through the forest, Li Wei appearing to flee in panic. Yet he was secretly observing Lin Chen and the approaching wolves with his spiritual sense. He chuckled to himself. Run, run. The farther you go, the closer your demise approaches. He discreetly pulled out a talisman wrapped in the flesh of the Wolf King from his sleeve, infusing it with a sliver of spiritual energy. The talisman ignited silently, releasing an almost imperceptible scent that wafted on the wind towards the rear. This is the Beast Summoning Talisman, a specialized talisman that amplifies the scent of specific demonic beast flesh, creating a lethal allure to its kind. Particularly for a wolf pack that has lost its leader and desperately seeks a new ruler, the blood tainted with the aura of the Wolf King serves as the perfect beacon. Having completed his scheme, Li Wei accelerated further, determined to find a suitable hiding place before the wolves caught up. Lin Chen, trailing behind, observed Li Wei's subtle movements with clarity, his spiritual sense far surpassing Li Wei's. Although the scent of the Beast Summoning Talisman was concealed, how could it escape his notice? What a fool. Does he think such trivial tricks can outwit me? Lin Chen scoffed within, yet his pace remained steady. He was curious to see what schemes Li Wei intended to play. After running for approximately the duration of an incense stick, they encountered a precipice ahead. Below the cliff lay an unfathomable valley, its gray miasma swirling like the maw of a beast eager to devour. No way forward. Li Wei halted, feigning panic. The wolf pack is almost upon us. What shall we do? He glanced back at Lin Chen, urgency etched in his features. Lin Chen shot him a sidelong glance and calmly replied, jump down. What? Jump down? Li Wei was taken aback. The cliff was at least several hundred feet high, and the miasma below was so thick that jumping down would be tantamount to seeking death. What? Afraid? Lin Chen mocked him. If you are scared, stay here and await your demise when the wolves arrive to claim your corpse. Saying this, he actually leaped into the abyss below. This guy has lost his mind. Li Wei was utterly perplexed by Lin Chen's actions. At that moment, a thunderous howl resonated from behind. The dark mass of wolves had appeared at the forest's edge, racing towards the precipice. Leading the pack were several massive wolves, comparable to late-stage first-tier demonic beasts. Their crimson eyes fixed hungrily on Li Wei, brimming with savagery and greed. They had caught the scent. The familiar aura of a king that compelled submission and stirred longing emanated from this human before them. Damn! Li Wei's expression shifted drastically, and he had no time to ponder. Staying here meant certain death, while leaping down might offer a sliver of hope. Gritting his teeth, he followed suit and jumped off the cliff. The howling wind rushed past his ears as his body plummeted rapidly. A chill enveloped Li Wei's heart. He could not fathom how events had spiraled to this point. He had plotted against Lin Chen. How had he ended up in this predicament? Unbeknownst to him, as he leaped off the cliff, Lin Chen's figure twisted midair. A wind array pattern on his swift wind boots, illuminated, gently supporting his descent, allowing him to land gracefully on a protruding rock along the cliff face like a feather. He gazed at Li Wei, engulfed by the gray miasma below, a hint of a playful smile gracing his face. The game had only just begun. He had no intention of allowing Li Wei to perish so easily. That would be far too lenient. He desired to see Li Wei tortured to death, slowly, amidst despair and terror. Lin Chen settled cross-legged upon the rocks, retrieving a medicinal pill to consume, commencing his vigorous restoration of spiritual energy. Above the precipice, several wolves approached the edge, gazing down at the swirling miasma below, letting out reluctant howls of anger. They lingered at the cliff's brink for an extended period, yet ultimately lacked the courage to leap. The miasma at the valley's base posed a lethal threat, even to them. Time passed unmeasured, and Lin Chen's spiritual energy was nearly replenished. Rising to his feet, he extended his consciousness toward the valley below. The valley was exceedingly deep, and his perception could only reach several hundred zhang. At the limit of his awareness, he spotted Li Wei. This fellow was surprisingly resilient. During his fall, he had adeptly utilized his flying sword to gain leverage against the cliff, slowing his descent, and ultimately landing in a marsh at the valley's bottom, narrowly avoiding a fatal impact. However, his current predicament was hardly preferable to death. The toxic miasma at the valley's base was over 10 times denser than that outside. Even a cultivator at the 7th layer of qi refinement, without a barrier pill, would struggle to endure in such an environment for long. Li Wei was desperately channeling spiritual energy to resist the encroaching miasma, his complexion pale and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had sustained significant internal injuries during his fall. To make matters worse, unsettling rustling noises began to emerge around him. Strange and terrifying beasts, residing at the valley's depths, were drawn to the presence of this outsider. The show is about to begin. Lin Chen chuckled softly, his form shifting as he silently descended along the steep cliffside. Chapter 78. A desperate battle at the bottom of the valley, the despairing Li Wei. Hiss. From the viscous swamp, a massive black python, as thick as a barrel, slowly emerged. Its body was devoid of scales, covered instead by a slick, mud-like skin, adorned with festering sores that exuded gray toxic fumes. A pair of murky triangular eyes fixated intensely on the solitary human struggling in the center of the swamp. Surrounding it were 7 or 8 smaller counterparts, also emerging from the mire, flicking their forked tongues, their eyes gleaming with greed. The Fu Ni Mang, a mid-tier first-stage demon beast, was one of the dominators of the Black Shuang Valley's depths. These creatures were not only physically formidable, but could also manipulate the toxic mud and miasma of the swamp, becoming the nightmares of any cultivator who stumbled into their territory. Get away. All of you, get away. Li Wei cried, his eyes brimming with terror and despair as he found himself encircled by the Fu Ni Mang. Desperately, he wielded his long knife, sending arcs of light slicing through the air around him. Yet, these cunning creatures would shrink back and submerge into the swamp, effortlessly avoiding his assaults. When his strikes missed, they would spring forth from the mire, spewing a foul, toxic sludge. This sludge was even more corrosive than the miasma of decayed bones. Li Wei's protective spiritual light crackled under the onslaught of the toxic muck, dimming visibly as his spiritual energy drained rapidly. He understood that his endurance was waning. Am I truly destined to perish in this wretched place, becoming a meal for these repugnant beasts? No, I refuse to accept this. I still have a bright future ahead. I must kill Lin Chen, that worthless fool. Fueled by an intense desire to survive and a burning resentment, Li Wei unleashed his final potential. He roared, fumbling in his storage bag for a talisman that shimmered with lightning. The first-stage Superior Thunder Talisman. This was his last card, a life-saving treasure he had exchanged a significant portion of his wealth for. Originally intended to ambush Lin Chen, he now had to use it against these creatures. His heart bled at the thought, yet he had no choice. Die. He poured the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the Thunder Talisman and hurled it with all his might toward the largest Fu Ni Mang king. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted in the valley. A massive silver bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Fu Ni Mang king squarely on its head. The supreme power of the thunder was the nemesis of these vile creatures. The Fu Ni Mang king had no time to scream before its enormous head was incinerated, its colossal body convulsing violently in the swamp. The furious electric force radiated outward, inflicting grievous wounds on the surrounding Fu Ni Mang, eliciting their anguished cries. The remaining few, terrified by this devastating display of power, hastily retreated into the depths of the swamp. Panting heavily, Li Wei collapsed in the mire, gasping for breath. He had been saved. Yet, his face bore no joy, only a pallor of despair. His spiritual energy was utterly depleted, leaving him too weak to rise. The protective light around him had dissipated, and the thick miasma began to invade his body with reckless abandon. Black spots appeared on his skin, his muscles began to wither and rot, and excruciating pain coursed through his limbs. No, I do not want to die. Tears of regret streamed down Li Wei's face. Had he known this would happen, He would never have followed that scoundrel Lin Chen down here. Just as his consciousness began to fade, believing his demise was inevitable, a figure appeared before him, like a wraith, silently emerging from the shadows. Who? Li Wei mustered the last vestiges of his strength to lift his head. Upon recognizing the face of the newcomer, his murky pupils contracted sharply. Lin Chen. He could scarcely believe his eyes. How could Lin Chen be here? Wasn't he supposed to have perished long ago, either from the fall or from the miasma? Lin Chen looked down upon him, a smirk playing on his lips. Li Shixing, you seem to be doing well. You're not dead? Li Wei's voice was raspy, as though a stone lodged in his throat. Thanks to you, I'm still alive. Lin Chen replied, crouching down and pressing a finger against Li Wei's stanchion. A pure surge of wood-type spiritual energy flowed into him. This energy, akin to a long-awaited rain in a drought, instantly revitalized Li Wei's parched meridians, temporarily suppressing the rampant miasma within him, granting him a sliver of strength. What do you intend to do? Li Wei gazed at Lin Chen in terror. He would rather believe that Lin Chen had come to kill him than accept that he might genuinely wish to save him. What do you think? Lin Chen chuckled. Of course, I'm here to save you. We are fellow disciples, after all. How could I stand by and watch you perish? He spoke while producing a pill from his storage bag and forcing it into Li Wei's mouth. This is an antidote pill. While it cannot neutralize the miasma at the valley's bottom, it will at least prolong your life for a while. Li Wei sensed a trickle of spiritual energy returning to him. Though still weak, he was no longer in immediate danger of death. His mind began to stir once more. As long as he survived, there was hope. Once I regain my strength, I shall return the humiliation I suffered today 100-fold. Thank you, Lin Shidi, for saving my life. Li Wei struggled to feign gratitude. No need for thanks. Lin Chen patted his cheek, grinning like a devil. Because my reason for saving you is simply to ensure that your death is not so swift. What do you mean? Li Wei's heart sank into despair. What I mean is, from this moment on, I will make you experience every conceivable pain and torment in this world, allowing you to slowly perish in endless despair. Lin Chen's voice was soft and gentle, yet to Li Wei, it felt colder than the icy depths of the abyss. You demon! Li Wei screamed in terror. Demon? Lin Chen shook his head. No, I am simply playing a game with you in the manner you so enjoy. Do you not enjoy using others as bait? Then it is your turn to serve as the lure. Together, we shall draw forth the malevolent creatures lurking in the depths of this valley and eradicate them entirely. With that, he secured a specially crafted rope to Li Wei's foot, the other end firmly gripped in his hand. The game has commenced. Lin Chen dragged Li Wei, who resembled a lifeless dog, deeper into the valley. He intended to use Li Wei as the perfect live bait to entice the lurking dangers and subsequently eliminate them one by one. This was not only an act of vengeance, but also a rare opportunity for arduous training. In the time to come, Li Wei would come to understand what it truly means to experience a fate worse than death. Chapter 79. Live Bait Fishing Beasts. Li Wei's Despair. Help me. Li Wei was dragged on the ground by Lin Chen, weakly wailing. The wounds on his body scraped against the rough terrain, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Yet, what terrified him more were the pairs of crimson eyes that emerged from the darkness surrounding them. Hush, do not scream so loudly. Lin Chen turned back and gestured for silence. Otherwise, we might scare off the prey. No sooner had he spoken than, rustle. A dozen large black scorpions descended from the stone walls on either side. Each of these scorpions was the size of a basin, pitch black, with bizarre patterns resembling human faces on their backs. The poisonous stingers at the ends of their tails glimmered with a ghostly green light in the dim illumination. Rin Mian Guaxia, a mid-tier beast of the first rank, known for its extreme toxicity and fondness for socializing in groups. They had been drawn here by the scent of blood from Li Wei. They are coming again. Li Wei was paralyzed with fear, warmth spreading in his trousers. A cultivator of the 7th layer of Qi refinement had been scared to the point of wetting himself. Do not be afraid. Lin Chen consoled him, then leisurely retrieved a stack of talismans from his storage bag. It was still the Bao Yin Fu. His spiritual energy had recovered significantly, making it economical to use these mid-tier first-rank talismans against such swarms of small monsters. Go. With a casual toss, 7 or 8, Bao Yin Fu flew out, accurately landing among the scorpion horde. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions erupted. The searing flames instantly engulfed those Rin Mian Guaxia. Their shrill screams echoed throughout the valley. In just a moment, the dozen scorpions were reduced to piles of charred remains. A pungent scent of burnt protein permeated the air. Li Wei stared dumbfounded at this scene. Once again, he was astonished by Lin Chen's audacity. How many talismans does this fellow possess? He uses them as if they cost nothing. A wave of intense regret surged within him. What had possessed him to provoke such a monster? Lin Chen paid no heed to his mental turmoil, stepping forward to skillfully pry off the poisonous stingers from the scorpion's tails. These were excellent materials for concocting poisons and crafting special artifacts. They must not go to waste. After collecting the spoils, he glanced back at the stunned Li Wei. Let us go, senior brother Li. We shall continue. He once more dragged Li Wei deeper into the valley. For the next hour, Li Wei experienced what could only be described as hell on earth. Lin Chen dragged him as if wandering in his own backyard. With each stretch of their journey, various bizarre beasts were attracted. There were Shun Yuan Chan Toa, that could spray corrosive acid, Gui Mian Emoju, that ensnared and drained life from their victims with webs, and swarms of Shirlingi, that could gnaw away at a cultivator's protective spirit light. Any one of these beasts would be a significant headache for an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator. Yet before Lin Chen, they resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Regardless of how many appeared or what types they were, Lin Chen always managed to dispatch them with the simplest and most effective methods. Talismans, an endless supply of talismans. Bao Yin Fu, Luo Shi Fu, Jing Lei Fu, Bing Ziwai Fu. Various mid-tier and high-tier attack talismans were tossed out like candy. Li Wei transitioned from initial terror to numbness, ultimately spiraling into complete despair. He watched Lin Chen, akin to a merciless reaper, harvest the lives of one beast after another. And he himself was but a pitiful bait luring the grim reaper's arrival. With each beast that emerged, he experienced the fear of death anew. Each time Lin Chen unleashed his power, he was buffeted by the violent aftermath of the spells, struggling to survive amidst pain and wails. His body had been tortured beyond recognition. His spirit teetered on the brink of collapse. Kill me. Please, just kill me. Li Wei lay on the ground like a heap of mud, uttering weak, almost pleading sounds. At this moment, all he desired was death. Kill you? Lin Chen halted, turning to look at him, shaking his head. How dull that would be. He retrieved a healing pill from his storage bag and placed it in Li Wei's mouth. It was a healing elixir. Though of low quality, it was sufficient to sustain Li Wei's life, preventing him from truly perishing. Do not worry, senior brother Li. This valley is vast, and our game has only just begun. Lin Chen wore a devilish smile. Despairing tears streamed from Li Wei's eyes. He realized he had fallen into the hands of a true demon. Just then, a thunderous roar resonated from the depths of the valley, shaking the earth. A powerful and ferocious aura approached from afar. Lin Chen's expression finally turned serious. He understood that the main entity was arriving. He expanded his consciousness to probe in the direction of the sound. At the end of the valley, a colossal beast, 3 zhang tall, covered in thick rocky armor and sporting a single horn, lumbered toward them. With each step, the ground trembled beneath it. Yin Jiaxi, a peak late-stage beast of the first rank, teetering on the brink of the second rank. It possessed immense strength and astonishing defensive capabilities. Its rocky armor could withstand most spells and spirit artifacts. It was the true ruler of this valley. Finally, a worthy opponent has arrived. A glimmer of combativeness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He tossed Li Wei aside like a dead dog and retrieved 2 items from his storage bag. One was a heavy ancient Pan Shi Dan. The other was the mid-tier spirit artifact, Qing Feng Jian, which he had yet to utilize. He positioned the Pan Shi Dan defensively in front of himself, gripping the Qing Feng Jian in hand, preparing for a confrontation. He sought to test his current strength against this formidable beast known for its defense and power. The Yin Jia also noticed him. A flicker of brutality and disdain flashed in its enormous single eye. Before it stood a diminutive human, who had the audacity to obstruct its path. With a thunderous roar, it charged forward, its hooves pounding the ground like an uncontrollable heavy truck, hurtling towards Lin Chen. The overwhelming force it exuded was enough to instill terror in any Qi refining practitioner. Lin Chen inhaled deeply, fervently channeling the restorative spiritual energy within him into the rock shield and his legs. Earth System Rock Prison Shield. He chose not to evade but to confront the beast head-on. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air. Lin Chen felt an irresistible, terrifying power emanating from the shield. He, along with the rock shield, was sent flying. carving a deep trench several dozen feet long into the ground before finally coming to a halt. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning ashen in an instant. His internal organs felt as though they had been displaced, causing excruciating pain. Such formidable strength. Lin Chen was astounded. The power of the rock-armored rhinoceros surpassed that of the previous corrupted bone wolf king by several magnitudes. Had it not been for the dual defenses of the rock shield and the rock prison shield, coupled with his own extraordinary physique, that impact alone would have reduced him to mere pulp. On the other side, the momentum of the rock-armored rhinoceros was abruptly halted by the collision. It shook its head, gazing at the seemingly unscathed diminutive human in the distance, a flicker of surprise flashing in its singular eye. With an impatient roar, it prepared to charge once more. At that moment, Li Wei, lying not far away, suddenly ignited with a glimmer of malice and madness in his eyes. This was his opportunity, the only chance he had. Summoning the last vestiges of his strength, he retrieved a black jade talisman from his storage pouch and, without hesitation, crushed it. Chapter 80. Xian Ningyu makes her appearance, the deadly trap. The black jade talisman in Li Wei's hand transformed into a wisp of black smoke, soaring into the sky, coalescing in midair into a bizarre scorpion pattern, only to vanish in an instant. This was a communication talisman, an exceptionally rare one, encrypted and possessed only by certain specific factions within the sect. Lin Chen, you are doomed. Ha ha. Li Wei cackled madly, his eyes brimming with vengeful delight. Today, no one can save you. Lin Chen furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Yet, he had no time to ponder, for the rock-armored rhinoceros was charging towards him once more. This time, its speed was even greater, its momentum fiercer. The sharp horn atop its head shimmered with a yellowish spiritual light, clearly indicating the activation of its innate divine ability. I cannot confront it head-on anymore. Lin Chen's thoughts raced. As he executed the Liu Guang Meiying step to its utmost, narrowly evading the rhinoceros's charge. Boom. The rhinoceros collided violently with the stone wall behind him, causing the entire valley to tremble. The hard rock was left with a massive dent, and fragments flew in all directions. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Chen moved like lightning, darting to the side of the rhinoceros, the Qingfeng sword in hand, unleashing a streak of sword light that fiercely stabbed at the joint of its hind leg. That was the weakest point of its rocky armor. Gold element. Jin Meng Lai Kong Zhan. Clang. A crisp sound echoed, sparks flying. The tip of the Qingfeng sword merely left a faint white mark on the rock armor. Such a hard shell. Lin Chen was taken aback, retreating without hesitation. The rhinoceros, in pain, let out a furious roar and violently swung its tail. The massive tail, akin to forged steel, swept towards Lin Chen with a howling wind. Lin Chen dared not to be careless, promptly raising the Panchi shield to block. Bang! Another resounding crash reverberated. Lin Chen was once again sent flying, feeling as though his entire arm had gone numb. This beast not only possessed formidable defense and strength, but also remarkable speed, making it a veritable fortress of war without any weaknesses. This is troublesome. Lin Chen's expression darkened completely. With his current strength restricted to the 6th level of Qi refinement, using conventional methods was utterly futile against this rock-armored rhinoceros. To deal with it, he would have to utilize his true trump card. Just as he hesitated over whether to reveal his strength, a seductive yet ice-cold voice unexpectedly echoed from above the cliff. Lin Zishishidi, you truly are hard to find. Lin Chen abruptly looked up, only to see a woman dressed in a pink palace gown, her graceful figure standing at the edge of the cliff, observing the battlefield below with a playful smile, her eyes cold and venomous like a serpent. Xian Ningyu. Lin Chen's pupils constricted sharply. How could she be here? She chuckled lightly, her form shifting like a pink butterfly as she gracefully descended from the hundreds of feet high cliff. Foundation establishment cultivators could already fly through the air. As she descended, a powerful aura belonging to the early stage of Foundation establishment instantly enveloped the entire valley. The once imperious rock-armored rhinoceros emitted an uneasy low growl under this pressure, its massive body involuntarily retreating 2 steps. It sensed a lethal threat emanating from this woman. What do you want? Xian Ningyu? Lin Chen's face turned frigid, raising the Panchi shield defensively in front of him. He had come to understand that the figure behind Li Wei was none other than Xian Ningyu. What do I want? Xian Ningyu covered her mouth and laughed, exuding charm, yet her words dripped with malice. Of course, I have come To kill you. Lin Chen, do you have any idea how much I despise you? Her expression gradually twisted into a grotesque mask of rage, her once beautiful face now contorted. If it weren't for you, that despicable servant, flattering that wretched Qin Ruoxiu with your filthy hands, the position of holy maiden should have been mine. It is you. You have ruined everything for me. She shrieked hysterically, her eyes ablaze with the flames of jealousy. Thus, today you must die. I will extract your soul, tormenting you with secret methods until you beg for life, yet cannot attain it. I want to see what secrets you possess that cause that wretched Qin Ruoxiu to regard you differently. Now it all makes sense. Lin Chen understood fully. He had always thought Xian Ningyu targeted him merely because he was the holy maiden's person. He never realized that beneath it all lay such profound resentment born of jealousy. Just based on you? Lin Chen scoffed. A mere waste who has just broken through to foundation establishment, still unsteady in her cultivation, dares to boast in front of me? Seeking death. Xian Ningyu was utterly incensed by Lin Chen's words. She loathed being told her cultivation was unstable. If it weren't for the reprimand from the sect leader at the grand ceremony, causing her family to lose face, she would not have taken so long to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I want to see what qualifications a mere ant at the 6th level of chi refinement has to speak such words. She flipped her jade hand, revealing a poisonous needle that shimmered with an eerie blue light at her fingertip. Go. With a flick of her finger, the poison needle transformed into a nearly invisible blue light, shooting towards Lin Chen's brow with a speed that was blindingly swift, leaving him no chance to evade. This strike was executed with all her might, intending to end his life in one blow. Yet, in the face of this lethal attack, an enigmatic smile crept onto Lin Chen's face. Finally, I need not pretend any longer, he murmured softly. In the next moment, a far more powerful aura erupted from within him. Chapter 81, the 10th level of Qi refinement, the power of the 5 elements. With a thunderous roar, a tempestuous wave of spiritual energy surged forth from Lin Chen, radiating outward in all directions. Qi refinement level 7. Qi refinement level 8. Qi refinement level 9. Qi refinement level 10. Lin Chen's aura soared, ultimately stabilizing at the pinnacle of Qi refinement level 10. What? Xian Ningyu's pupils constricted as the triumphant smile on her face abruptly froze. Her lethal needle, poised just 3 inches from Lin Chen's brow, was thwarted by an invisible barrier of spiritual energy. The needle clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Qi refinement level 10? How? Is this even possible? Xian Ningyu exclaimed in disbelief, her face a canvas of incredulity. How could a discarded spirit root, a mere servant elevated through flattery, cultivate to such a level in such a short time? This defied all reason. It shattered her understanding of cultivation. Li Wei, lying on the ground, was utterly petrified. He stared at Lin Chen with eyes wide as saucers, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Qi refinement level 10. Had he truly been challenging a master at this level all along? He had even contemplated schemes to eliminate him? An indescribable sense of fear and absurdity enveloped him. He finally comprehended that he had been nothing but a clown throughout this entire ordeal. Lin Chen was not toying with him. He was merely playing with a pitiful ant. With a thud, Li Wei rolled his eyes back and fainted from sheer terror. Surprised, Lin Chen regarded the astonished Xian Ningyu, a cold smirk gracing his lips. No, this cannot be. You must have employed some secret technique to temporarily elevate your cultivation. I refuse to believe it. Xian Ningyu, unable to accept this reality, screamed maniacally as she retrieved a pink flag from her storage pouch. The flag fluttered in the wind, adorned with an intricately embroidered image of a beautiful woman, exuding an eerie pink mist. The Shaohun fan, a malevolent mid-grade magical artifact, was sealed with the spirit of a female ghost. When activated, it could unleash a soul-chilling melody and fog, significantly affecting the minds of cultivators. One misstep could lead to a complete loss of vitality. Die for me. Xian Ningyu frantically infused spiritual energy into the Shaohun fan and shook it vigorously. A wailing, mournful cry emanated from the flag. A vast expanse of pink mist surged forth, enveloping Lin Chen. Within the fog, a seductive ghostly figure, dressed provocatively, flickered in and out of view, enticing Lin Chen with alluring laughter. Is this the extent of your prowess? A trace of disdain flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. Having vanquished inner demons before, he had no reason to fear a mere ghostly illusion. He could not even be bothered to defend himself. Instead, he chose to counterattack. Allow me to demonstrate what true power entails. Lin Chen formed a series of hand seals as the 5 elemental energies within him began to circulate in a mysterious manner. Wood and fire intertwined, the flame dragon ensnared. He first slammed his palm onto the ground. The earth trembled as dozens of thick green vines erupted like serpents, swiftly ensnaring the pink mist and the ghost within. This is a wood-type spell? Xia Ningyu gasped. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle. Lin Chen's right fist ignited with a blazing crimson flame. Fire system, heaven-burning flame explosion fist. He unleashed a punch. A roaring fire dragon, entirely composed of flames, surged forth from his fist, carrying with it an overwhelming heat that crashed into the green vines. Boom. Wood fuels fire. The green vines became the finest kindling. Upon contact, the fire dragon's might surged exponentially. The inferno incinerated the pink mist in an instant. The ghost, trapped within, didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes. With a gasp, Xia Ningyu's primary magical artifact shattered, delivering a heavy blow to her spirit as she coughed up blood, her complexion growing even paler. The look in her eyes when she beheld Lin Chen was now filled with terror. 2 elemental spells, and they fused flawlessly, complementing and countering each other to unleash greater power. This could only be achieved with techniques of at least the Xian rank. What manner of creature is this Lin Chen? Flee. The singular thought flooded Xia Ningyu's mind. She was stripped of all fighting spirit, turning to summon her flying sword and escape this terrifying place. Attempting to flee, Lin Chen scoffed coldly. Did you seek my permission? His figure vanished in an instant. Liu Gong Meiying Bu, augmented by the Qi refinement level 10 spiritual energy, propelled him to unparalleled speed. In the blink of an eye, he materialized behind Xia Ningyu. Xia Ningyu felt a chill run down her spine. Just as she turned around, a cold hand seized her delicate throat. Lin Chen's fingers, like iron clamps, rendered her immobile, preventing even a flicker of spiritual energy from escaping her. I warned you that I would kill you, Lin Chen's voice whispered in her ear, akin to the decree of death itself. No, please don't kill me. Xia Ningyu, feeling the unmasked intent to kill, was finally gripped by fear, her voice trembling as she pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, spare me. I can be your servant. I will do anything you desire. In a desperate bid for survival, she relinquished all dignity. It is too late. Lin Chen's eyes displayed no trace of compassion. Mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. He tightened his grip on Xia Ningyu's throat, gradually applying pressure. A sharp crack echoed. Her neck was brutally snapped. The light in her eyes faded swiftly, her stunning visage forever frozen in a mask of terror and resentment. Lin Chen casually discarded her lifeless body onto the ground, as if it were mere refuse. He then turned his gaze to the battlefield, focusing on the sole creature that remained standing, the rock-armored rhino. The colossal creature remained rooted to the spot as Lin Chen unleashed his formidable aura, seemingly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. At this moment, as it caught Lin Chen's gaze, a flicker of human-like fear emerged in its enormous singular eye. It let out a low growl, and, in a surprising turn, turned to flee, its massive hooves pounding the ground. Was it not too late to contemplate escape now? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Tu Jin Xiang Sheng Yin Shan Sui Yuji. With a forceful thrust of his hands to the ground, the earth trembled violently. The very ground beneath the rock-armored rhinoceros heaved upwards, transforming into a vast, earthy-hued cage that ensnared it within. Almost immediately, enormous boulders materialized in the sky above the cage, cascading down like a meteor shower with a deafening roar. Each stone was imbued with a sharp, golden radiance. Earth begetting gold. Boom, boom, boom. Countless massive stones struck mercilessly against the rock-armored rhinoceros. Its once proud rocky armor began to show fissures under the onslaught. It roared in a blend of agony and rage, desperately colliding against the cage, yet to no avail. As the final meteor descended, the cage dissipated. The rhinoceros's immense body lay in a grotesque state, bloodied and mangled, riddled with shards of golden rock, lifeless beyond recovery. Lin Chen exhaled slowly, expelling a breath of murky air. The power of this multi-elemental technique was indeed astonishing, yet the toll it took on his spiritual energy was equally daunting. The 2 maneuvers he had just executed had consumed nearly 80% of his vitality. Clearly, this technique could not be relied upon as a regular means of attack. He advanced, expertly beginning to scour the battlefield. Xian Ningyu's storage bag was undoubtedly a treasure trove, a veritable wealth belonging to a foundation-building cultivator, likely filled with numerous valuable items. Moreover, this rock-armored rhinoceros was a bounty in itself. Just as he reached towards Xian Ningyu's lifeless form, intending to claim her storage bag, an unexpected twist of fate occurred. Chapter 82. The reappearance of Shixin San, life and death on the line. The deceased Xian Ningyu suddenly opened her eyes. The once lifeless gaze now shimmered with an eerie violet light. Her body twisted at an impossible angle, and within mere breaths, the broken neck restored itself to its original form. A chillier, more malevolent aura emanated from her. A bizarre, androgynous laugh escaped her lips. What a splendid ice spirit Hehuan body. What pure, elemental energy. Young man, surrender your body to me. Possession? Lin Chen felt a surge of alarm and immediately retreated. He never anticipated that within Xian Ningyu lay an ancient monster. Now you wish to flee? It is too late. Xian Ningyu cackled, transforming into a violet shadow that swiftly pursued Lin Chen. Her speed had increased manifold. A dense purple poison mist unfurled from her, enveloping Lin Chen. This is Shixin-san. Lin Chen's expression changed drastically as he detected a sweet, yet foul odor. Shixin-san, a particularly sinister poison. Colorless and odorless, once inhaled, it silently infiltrates a cultivator's meridians and soul, corroding their energy and paralyzing their consciousness, ultimately reducing them to a pool of purple sludge. He immediately held his breath, channeling his energy in an attempt to expel the toxic mist. But it was already too late. He felt his body weaken. The energy within him growing sluggish, his consciousness blurring. Useless. Xian Ningyu's figure appeared before him, her purple tongue licking her lips, eyes filled with greed. My, Shixin-san, is crafted from the essence of ancient venomous insects. Even a Jindan cultivator cannot escape death, let alone a mere chi refining stage brat like you. Surrender and become my nourishment. She extended her claw-like hand toward Lin Chen's crown. Not a chance. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. At the brink of death, he unleashed a formidable willpower, forcibly channeling the remaining elemental energy in his body, disregarding the excruciating pain of torn meridians, and conjured a kaleidoscopic barrier before him. Ryuxing Suling Formation. Though only a simplified version, it was the strongest defensive measure he could muster. Oh, you still dare to resist? How amusing. A hint of surprise flickered in Xian Ningyu's eyes, quickly replaced by disdain. A speck of starlight dares to rival the full moon? Her claw struck the elemental barrier with ferocity. Crack. The barrier shattered in less than a breath's time. Lin Chen coughed up blood, his face pale as a sheet. His energy had been completely depleted. It's over. A sense of despair surged within him. Am I truly to perish here today? Just as the claw was about to descend upon him, Xian Ningyu's movement suddenly halted. A flicker of pain and struggle crossed her grotesque face. A weak, resentful voice that belonged to Xian Ningyu emerged from her lips. No. This is my body. You cannot take it. Get away, you wretched remnant. The ancient, malevolent voice echoed once more. A mere girl dares to defy me? Two distinct voices alternated within the same body. Xian Ningyu's form trembled violently, alternating between fierce and pained expressions, indicating the fierce struggle between two souls within her. It was Xian Ningyu. Her unwilling obsession erupted at the critical moment, battling the ancient monster for control of her body. Xian Ningyu let out two simultaneous, anguished cries. It was unclear who inflicted harm upon whom. Two fractured souls engaged in a final, frenzied struggle within the same body. Boom. Ultimately, Xian Ningyu's body could not withstand the clash of powers and exploded violently. Flesh and blood flew. Purple toxic blood splattering everywhere. A faint orb of light, mixed with violet and pink hues, emerged from the blood mist, attempting to flee. Those were the remnants of the two souls. Wishing to escape? A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he strained to rise, retrieving a talisman from his storage bag. First-grade superior soul locking talisman. He cast the talisman, which transformed into a golden net, ensnaring the orb of soul light. The orb thrashed within the net, emitting silent wails, but could not break free. Ultimately, under the searing golden light, it dissipated into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing from existence. Phew. Lin Chen could no longer bear it, and collapsed onto the ground. He had narrowly survived. Now, not only was his energy depleted, but his meridians were also damaged. To make matters worse, The poison of Shixin San had begun to erupt within him. The purple toxins had invaded his organs. His skin began to rot in large patches, seeping out purple-black toxic blood. An indescribable agony and a paralyzing sensation spread throughout his being. His consciousness began to blur. Hee ha. At that moment, a mad cackle echoed from nearby. It was Li Wei, who had fainted earlier and was now awake. Seeing Lin Chen's pitiful state, he wore a sickly, ecstatic grin. Retribution. This is retribution. Ha. Lin Chen, are you not capable? Are you not a monster? Why are you not moving now? Come, kill me. He struggled, attempting to rise, but his excitement caused him to aggravate his wounds, and he fell back heavily. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with a vengeful ecstasy. Even in death, witnessing your demise before my eyes would be worth it. Ha. Lin Chen gazed upon the seemingly frenzied Li Wei, a glimmer of helplessness and bitterness flashing in his eyes. Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. I never anticipated such a swift reversal. Before meeting my end, I must endure the mockery of a jester. His eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and his consciousness gradually sank into an abyss of darkness. Is this truly the end of my journey in cultivating immortality? There are still so many enchanting beauties awaiting me. Huajiu, Qinruoxiu. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness entirely, a voice, cool and ethereal like a celestial melody, echoed from above the precipice. Who dares to harm him? The voice carried a barely perceptible urgency and an overwhelming wrath. A beam of white sword light, akin to a shooting star from the heavens, sliced through the vast sky and descended into the valley in an instant. Chapter 83. The Arrival of the Saintess, a long-awaited reunion. The radiant sword light reached its zenith. Li Wei, who had been laughing maniacally, suddenly fell silent. A tiny blood hole appeared in the center of his brow. The ecstasy and malice that had filled his eyes froze forever, and his body collapsed backward, lifeless. The sword light spiraled gracefully through the air before settling firmly on the ground. As the brilliance faded, a figure emerged, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an unparalleled elegance. Her tall and slender frame, skin as pristine as snow, and features as exquisite as a celestial being depicted in a painting, radiated an aura of chilling grace. She was the Saintess of Hehuan's sect, Qinruo. Without sparing a glance at Li Wei's corpse, her gaze immediately fell upon the figure sprawled in a pool of blood, grotesquely decayed and barely clinging to life. As she recognized Lin Chen's face, now marred in a ghastly shade of purple-black, the eternal icy facade of her countenance cracked for the first time. An indescribable pang of anxiety and pain seized her heart. She trembled, scarcely able to believe her eyes. How could this be him? How could he be so gravely injured? In an instant, she flashed to Lin Chen's side, crouching down and extending her trembling jade hand, yearning to check for his breath. Yet, upon seeing the horrific wounds and the dark, poisonous blood coursing through him, her hand hesitated, suspended in midair. She feared that her touch might extinguish the already fragile flicker of his life. Lin Chen, she whispered, her voice laced with an unrecognized tremor and panic. Hastily, she retrieved a verdant pill from her storage pouch, its enchanting aroma wafting through the air. The Bai Ling Jiedu Dan, a low-grade Tier 3 antidote capable of neutralizing myriad poisons, was an invaluable gift from her sect for her protection. In that moment, she hesitated not, carefully placing the pill into Lin Chen's mouth. As the pill dissolved instantly, a wave of refreshing medicinal energy coursed through Lin Chen's limbs and bones. The Sure Xian San, poison that ravaged his body, encountered this antidote as if it were a nemesis and rapidly began to recede. Lin Chen's skin, once a ghastly purple-black, began to regain its normal hue at a visible rate. Though his injuries remained severe, at least his life was spared. Seeing this, Qinruo Shui exhaled a long sigh of relief, her anxious heart finally easing. She gazed at the unconscious Lin Chen, her eyes a complex tapestry of emotions: pain, fear, confusion, and a hint of an indescribable thrill of reunion after a long separation. It had been nearly a year since she last saw him. Ever since her last foundation establishment, she had been in seclusion to consolidate her cultivation and manage sect affairs. She thought she had gradually forgotten this man who had left an indelible mark on her life. Yet today, upon receiving urgent news from the sect about the disappearance of the 10th group in Heizing Mountain and the total absence of Lin Chen and Li Wei, she realized how impossible it was for her heart to remain tranquil. Ignoring the elder's warnings, she rushed to this valley. The moment she utilized a secret method to trace Lin Chen to this spot and found him bleeding on the ground, she felt as though her world was crumbling. The sheer terror that gripped her was unlike anything she had ever experienced. Thankfully, he was still alive. Qin Ruoshui reached out, gently brushing away the blood from Lin Chen's face, her movements tender, as if handling a rare treasure. As she gazed upon his chiseled features, her thoughts drifted back to the days he had massaged her, the night of her foundation establishment, when he had risked himself to combat his inner demons to save her, and that unexpected yet unforgettable dual cultivation session that had evoked both shame and delight. Without him, her breakthrough in foundation establishment would have been impossible. Without him, she could not have advanced to the peak of the early stage in merely a year, let alone reach the mid-stage of foundation establishment as she had now. This man had surreptitiously occupied an irreplaceable place in her heart. At that moment, Lin Chen's eyelids fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. His consciousness was still somewhat hazy. The first thing he beheld was a pair of voluptuous peaks. A hint of crimson lining visible. Why did this scene seem so familiar? A surge of confusion swept through Lin Chen's mind. As he fully opened his eyes, he beheld the breathtaking visage behind those peaks. The beauty, so stunning it took his breath away, was mere inches away. Saintess? Lin Chen's voice emerged hoarse and frail. You are awake? Qin Ruoshui's eyes gleamed with a flicker of joy upon seeing him conscious. But she quickly regained her icy demeanor, discreetly retracting her hand. How do you feel? Not dead. Lin Chen managed a bitter smile, struggling to sit up. Do not move. Qin Ruoshui immediately pressed him down, her demeanor serious. You are gravely injured. Though the poison is dispelled, your meridians and spirit have suffered severe trauma and require rest. It was only then that Lin Chen noticed he was lying on her lap, the familiar, cool aroma enveloping him. Thank you, Saintess, for saving my life, Lin Chen expressed sincerely. He understood that had it not been for Qin Ruoshui's timely arrival, he would likely be a cold corpse by now. Humph. Qin Ruoshui scoffed lightly, turning her head away. Her tone remained frosty. I merely happened to pass by and assisted. Why did you engage in a fight with Xia Ningyu? She paused before inquiring further. Also, what was that sudden outburst of cultivation at the 10th level of qi refinement all about? This question was what she truly longed to comprehend. A mixed spirit root reaching the 10th level of qi refinement was not just a fantastical notion, but also a deep-seated hope within her. Chapter 84. Coming for you. Analyzing the reasons. This is a long story. Lin Chen displayed a troubled expression. He understood that the matter concerning his cultivation could no longer be concealed, yet he had no intention of hiding it any longer. Thus, he decided to be succinct. Qin Ruoxu's voice was devoid of emotion, but her cold, piercing gaze scrutinized him, leaving no minute change in his expression unnoticed. Very well. Lin Chen sighed and began his performance. The truth is, my progress in alchemy has been remarkably swift. The Holy Maiden must be aware that my hands possess a certain magical quality. Upon hearing this, Qin Ruoxu acknowledged it inwardly, yet shot him a glare. Let us discuss serious matters. During my alchemical endeavors, my hands, being particularly sensitive to spiritual energy, have led to an exceptionally high success rate in concocting pills, even allowing me to create the fabled perfect elixir. So, what? You can concoct perfect elixirs? Qin Ruoxu interjected, her words shattering the atmosphere with astonishing news. It was merely a stroke of luck. Therefore, my cultivation speed has been extraordinarily rapid. As a wielder of 5 elements spiritual roots, reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement is not my limit. Only upon attaining the 12th layer can I hope for a chance at foundation establishment. Foundation establishment. Another term that detonated in Qin Ruoxu's mind. How she wished for Lin Chen to succeed in this, for then he would. At this thought, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Qin Ruoxu gazed at Lin Chen, her eyes flickering. After a moment of silence, she asked, what about Xia Ningyu? Why did she set a deadly trap for you here? This, you must inquire of the Holy Maiden herself. Lin Chen replied with a bitter smile. Inquire of me? Qin Ruoxu was taken aback. Indeed, Lin Chen said innocently. Xia Ningyu believes that it was I who assisted you with my massage techniques, enabling you to triumph in the Holy Maiden selection and solidify your position. Jealous of you, yet finding no opportunity to strike, she has vented all her resentment upon me, a mere servant. She proclaimed her intent to kill me, wishing for you to experience the pain of losing someone dear. His words were a blend of truth and fabrication, clearly indicating Xia Ningyu's motives while skillfully entwining himself with Qin Ruoxiu. As expected, upon hearing the phrase losing someone dear, a flush rose to Qin Ruoxiu's cheeks. Her hatred for Xie Ningyu deepened. That wretched woman dared to plot against her life. She deserves to perish. I see. Qin Ruoxiu's voice regained its icy tone. It is her own doing. She cast a glance at the remnants of Xie Ningyu and Li Wei's corpses on the ground, and with a flick of her jade hand, 2 flames of pure white appeared, reducing the bodies to ash. This is not a place for conversation. You are gravely injured. I shall escort you back to the medicinal garden for treatment. With that, she supported Lin Chen. Lin Chen, too weak to stand, collapsed against the holy maiden's shoulder. Qin Ruoxiu stiffened momentarily, but said nothing. 3 days later, Lin Chen had fully recovered. He sought out Qin Ruoxiu, inquiring if she had ever heard of Cui Ti Chao and Zhuan Linghua. I have not. Qin Ruoxiu shook her head, expressing her ignorance, before asking, are these 2 spiritual herbs of great importance to you? Lin Chen replied honestly, after reaching the 10th layer of qi refinement. Ordinary elixirs no longer serve me well. I obtained an ancient formula from Hongxiu, and I need to experiment with it. Qin Ruoxiu pondered for a moment, uttering a brief wait here, before departing. After a fragrant stick of incense, she returned. These 2 spiritual herbs may be found in a secret realm, left behind by an ancient powerful being. She relayed information she had gathered from an elder in the medicinal garden. Really? Lin Chen stepped closer, his excitement palpable. After so long, it was the first time someone recognized these 2 elixirs. Qin Ruoxiu nodded, but then scrutinized Lin Chen, shifting the subject. Are you quite familiar with Hongxiu? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, a woman's intuition is astute. Just from a title, she sensed something amiss. A little acquainted, Lin Chen replied awkwardly with a smile. I helped her out with a massage once. Lin Chen spoke the truth. Indeed, the massage had been quite beneficial. Qin Ruoxiu's instincts warned her that it could not be so simple, yet she hesitated to delve deeper. That as well. The atmosphere grew slightly awkward. Holy maiden, would you allow me to massage you? Lin Chen broke the silence first. Qin Ruoxiu's body tensed slightly. Massage? The mere mention of those words conjured vivid, blush-inducing memories. Her heart betrayed her, skipping a beat. Are you still thinking of that? She glared at Lin Chen reproachfully, yet her tone lacked any real admonition. I merely wish to alleviate the holy maiden's fatigue, Lin Chen said earnestly. Qin Ruoxiu hesitated. She was well aware of the remarkable effects of Lin Chen's massages. However, she had already reached the foundation establishment stage, while Lin Chen was still in qi refinement. Could his massage still be of use to her? Sensing her hesitation, Lin Chen fanned the flames. Holy maiden, did you not previously believe that my qi refinement level would be ineffective for you? Now I have reached the 10th layer, and the purity of the yang energy within me far surpasses before. Perhaps, it could benefit you at your current level of cultivation. His words successfully piqued Qin Ruoxiu's curiosity and a glimmer of anticipation. Perhaps this man could truly bring her another surprise? Very well. Ultimately, reason triumphed over modesty. Qin Ruoxiu nodded in agreement. She sat cross-legged, turning her back to Lin Chen. Come then. Her voice remained cold, yet the faint blush at her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. Lin Chen smiled inwardly, his goal achieved. He struggled to sit up, positioning himself behind Qin Ruoxiu. Taking a deep breath, he gently placed his hands upon her supple, resilient shoulders. The familiar sensation returned, yet this time it felt entirely different. Lin Chen unleashed his spiritual energy, cultivated to the 10th layer of qi refinement, without reservation. A surge of vitality, more robust, purer, and warmer than ever before, flowed gently into Qin Ruoxiu's being. In that moment, her delicate form quivered suddenly. The familiar sensation of comfort, absent for far too long, enveloped her. She felt as if the spiritual energy within her was stirred by this warm current, beginning to rejoice exuberantly. It works. It truly works. A mix of astonishment and delight filled her heart. Lin Chen's hands began to traverse her back with a soothing grace. His yin-yang harmonization technique, combined with the profound spiritual energy of the 10th level of qi refinement, unleashed unprecedented power. The Tongxian Daimai technique. He could distinctly perceive the circulation of spiritual energy within Qin Ruoxiu, as well as the subtle stagnation caused by her rapid cultivation. With his own warmth, akin to the gentlest stream, he meticulously washed away and smoothed those areas of stagnation. Qin Ruoxiu bit her lower lip, striving to suppress any sounds of embarrassment. Yet, Her increasingly rapid breaths and the deepening flush of her cheeks betrayed the profound ecstasy she was experiencing in that moment. Just then, Lin Chen's lips brushed softly against her ear. "Your Highness, the Saintess," he murmured in a voice imbued with magnetism and allure. "I miss you." Chapter 85. Closer Ties and the Gift from the Saintess. Boom. Qin Ruoxiu was utterly dazed. Lin Chen's words struck her like a thunderbolt, sending tumultuous waves rippling through her heart. "I miss you." These 4 words, suffused with a burning warmth, coursed through her ears and ignited a fire in her very soul. She could feel her heartbeat racing, erratic and frantic, as if it might leap straight from her chest. This scoundrel, this libertine, how dare he utter such words? How could he have said that? Qin Ruoxiu's body flushed a delicate pink, from her ears to her neck, resembling a perfectly ripened peach. She felt as if all her strength had been drained away, her body limp like a puddle of water, lacking even the energy to support herself. She could only surrender to the warmth of his domineering presence flowing through her. Her mind was a chaotic whirl, blank and empty. Embarrassment, anger, and a sliver of a secret delight she dared not acknowledge, akin to the joy of having stolen a sweet treat. Deep within her heart lay an uncontrollable sweetness and joy, so profound it frightened her, buried for so long. It was as if she had been waiting for these words to awaken her true self. She had waited for what felt like an eternity. Yet, the moment to awaken had not yet arrived. You scoundrel." Qin Ruoxiu, drawing upon an unexpected surge of strength, pushed Lin Chen away with a sudden force. She swiftly turned around, her once cold gaze now shimmering with tears, filled with both shame and anger as she glared at him. What nonsense are you spouting?" Her voice bore a tremor and a playful petulance she had not intended. This retort sounded more like an invitation cloaked in denial. However, her eyes lacked any real menace. Instead resembling a playful pout, Lin Chen staggered back, leaning against the edge of the bed, his face adorned with an expression of earnest innocence. He chuckled inwardly. It appeared that this icy Saintess was not as difficult to thaw as he had imagined. He refrained from pressing further, knowing that with a woman like Qin Ruoxiu, who was cold on the outside but warm within, one should not be overly forceful. It was better to coax her gently, like boiling a frog in warm water, allowing her to gradually acclimatize and succumb. "Your Highness, I merely spoke the truth from my heart. When I was trapped in the valley, teetering on the brink of life and death, the one I thought of was you. It was the thought of you that gave me the courage to live." This statement, half true and half false, resonated with Qin Ruoxiu more profoundly than any sweet nothings could. So, it was her he thought of during his most perilous moments. This realization stirred an indescribable sweetness within her, instantly dissipating her earlier embarrassment and anger. She even found Lin Chen's earlier declaration of missing her to be less intolerable than before. Taking a deep breath, she stifled the tumult of emotions within her and endeavored to restore her voice to its usual chill. "Smooth talker, you must not utter such words again." Though reprimanding, her tone had softened considerably. "Yes, I will heed your command," Lin Chen replied, resuming his massage of the Saintess. After a short while, Lin Chen gradually withdrew his hands, exhaling a sigh of relief. "All done, Your Highness." Qin Ruoxiu felt her entire body relax, the exquisite sensation of relief washing over her, leaving her with a tinge of unexpected melancholy. She felt an unprecedented lightness within, and her perception of Lin Chen grew more complex. This man had been an immense help to her. Yet, he was also quite audacious. In the brief span of that moment, embarrassment, anger, and relief surged within her. Rising to her feet, she turned around, her stunning face still flushed, enhancing her breathtaking beauty. Her gaze met Lin Chen's, her once cold eyes now flickering with a multitude of emotions. "What you mentioned earlier about the Cui Ti Chao and Zhuan Linghua, we might indeed find them within the ancient abode of that formidable being." She initiated a discussion of serious matters, seemingly intent on dispelling the lingering ambiguity in the air. "Your Highness, the Cui Yuan Dan is truly significant to me. The Cui Ti Chao and Zhuan Linghua are crucial for my foundation establishment." Observing his earnest demeanor, the remnants of her embarrassment faded considerably. She, too, hoped for Lin Chen's success in establishing his foundation. This thought was stronger than ever before. The secret realm is known as Yuxian Valley, nestled deep within the Hengduan Mountains in the southern region of the Song Kingdom. Qin Ruoxiu gathered her thoughts and spoke slowly. Legend has it that this was the place where a great being known as Baiko Jinren, who had attained the Yuanying stage, had met his end a millennium ago. This elder was well-versed in alchemy and spiritual plant cultivation, and his abode was said to house a legendary ancient medicinal garden. However, for countless years, numerous cultivators have ventured in search of it, yet none have succeeded in locating this fabled garden, and it gradually became regarded as a mere myth. The perimeter of Yuxian Valley is surrounded by formidable prohibitions, allowing only those at the Qi refinement stage to enter, and it opens once every 60 years. Calculating the time. Next month marks the day of the secret realm's opening. Lin Chen's heart raced with anticipation. Next month? What a coincidence. How can we gain entry? Lin Chen inquired eagerly. We need a token, Qin Ruoxu replied. The prohibitions of Yuxian Valley will repel all beings lacking the key. Each time it opens, only 108 tokens are revealed, scattered throughout the Hengduan Mountains. Our Hehuan sect, being nearby, has collected a few over the years as rewards for outstanding disciples. As she spoke, she retrieved a palm-sized black jade tablet, intricately carved with ancient cloud patterns, from her storage bag. I happen to have one here. Qin Ruoxu handed the jade tablet to Lin Chen. This, Your Highness, this is far too precious. Lin Chen protested, though his hands accepted it with sincerity. This was his hope for reaching the culmination of Qi refinement. Take it. You should have it, Qin Ruoxu asserted, her tone leaving no room for debate. If you can establish your foundation, it will also be beneficial for me. And for the sect. She nearly let slip her words. Lin Chen grasped the jade pendant tightly in his hand, a warm current surging from the depths of his heart. He lifted his gaze to behold the holy maiden before him, who appeared cold yet harbored warmth within. His eyes were filled with genuine gratitude. The holy maiden treats me so well. I am truly at a loss for how to repay her kindness. He deliberately elongated his tone, leaning in slightly, and whispered in a voice audible only to the two of them. Perhaps I can only offer myself in return. Qin Ruoxu's face flushed crimson in an instant. Get lost. Chapter 86. The Secrets of Zy Meng Hua and Qing Si Gu. A single word, roll, though uttered with a frosty tone, carried an undertone of embarrassment that Lin Chen could detect. He chuckled softly, deciding not to tease her further, and stepped back 2 paces, carefully placing the precious key into his storage pouch. Thank you, Your Holiness, he stated earnestly. Qin Ruoxu huffed lightly, turning her head away to avoid the sight of his infuriating smile, seemingly attempting to mask her racing heartbeat. After a brief pause, Lin Chen suppressed his playful demeanor and inquired about another matter of importance. Your Holiness, there is something else I do not understand. Regarding the recent turmoil in Heizhang Mountain's medicinal garden, rumors among the outer sect suggest that Xianqing sect is secretly orchestrating this. Is there any truth to this? He had overheard discussions about this on the flying boat, but they were merely hearsay. Now that he had the opportunity, he sought to inquire directly from Qin Ruoxu, who occupied a high position within the sect, to ascertain the truth. Upon hearing the question, Qin Ruoxu's expression turned grave. She turned to face Lin Chen once more, a flicker of seriousness passing through her icy gaze. The rumors from the outer sect are not entirely baseless. This matter is indeed inextricably linked to Xianqing sect. She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. This marked the first instance of such an in-depth discourse between the two regarding sect affairs. You are likely aware of our sect's specialty, Hehuan Ru. Qin Ruoxu began slowly. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Not only was he aware, but he had also personally experienced the remarkable effects of Hehuan Ru. The core ingredient in the crafting of Hehuan Ru is a vital herb known as Zy Meng Hua. The efficacy of Zy Meng Hua does not stem from the flower itself, but rather from a peculiar insect that only resides within its petals. Qin Ruoxu continued. This insect is called Qing Si Gu, sometimes referred to as the love bug. Love bug? Lin Chen mused internally, the name evoking a sense of intrigue. Indeed, Qin Ruoxu confirmed with a nod. This insect has an exceedingly brief lifespan, emerging from its chrysalis only to perish within a single night. Its sole purpose in life is to engage in frenzied copulation within the petals of Zy Meng Hua during its blooming night, thus ensuring the continuation of its lineage before succumbing to exhaustion. As she spoke the words frenzied copulation, her voice unconsciously lowered, and a slight, unnatural flush appeared on her usually pale cheeks, her gaze momentarily evasive. Lin Chen stifled a chuckle, amused by how knowledgeable the holy maiden was. Yet, he maintained a facade of earnest attentiveness. Ah, I see, he replied, as Qin Ruoxu cleared her throat and continued. The bodily fluids of these insects, along with the special substances secreted during their mating, infuse the petals of Zy Meng Hua, bestowing upon it a unique potency. This potency greatly enhances the yin and yang energies within cultivators, facilitating the amalgamation of qi and blood, thus making it an irreplaceable primary material in the crafting of Hihuan Ru. Lin Chen listened, astonished. He had not anticipated such an alluring and extraordinary backstory behind Hihuan Ru. No wonder its effects were so remarkable. This spiritual flower has exceedingly stringent growth conditions throughout the entirety of Song Kingdom. Only the unique environment of our Heizhang Mountains medicinal garden can successfully cultivate it. However, in recent decades, for reasons unknown, the population of Qingxi Gu has dramatically dwindled, resulting in a significant decline in both the quality and quantity of Zy Meng Hua. Consequently, the inventory of Hihuan Ru within the sect has become increasingly strained, and it is now nearly non-existent in the outer sect. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen finally grasped the situation. It was no wonder that the outer sect disciples were filled with resentment. Their core cultivation resources had been cut off. What does this have to do with Xianxing sect? Lin Chen pressed further. Because Xianxing sect's core secret technique requires Qingxi Gu as a catalyst. Qin Ruoxu replied, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. When the relationship between our sects was amicable, we would periodically supply them with a portion of Qingxi Gu cultivated from Zy Meng Hua. However, the newly appointed sect leader of Xianxing sect has become domineering, demanding that we increase our supply, nearly attempting to monopolize our entire output. Naturally, the upper echelons of our sect would not acquiesce. Given the scarcity of Qingxi Gu, we can barely sustain our own needs, let alone provide unlimited support to our rival, enabling their growth. Thus, in a fit of rage, they resorted to underhanded tactics, clandestinely disrupting our medicinal garden in an attempt to coerce us into submission. Lin Chen's understanding deepened. This explanation was far more detailed and precise than what the others had conveyed. Ultimately, it boiled down to a conflict of interests. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme, and profit takes precedence. For the first time, they engaged in such a lengthy and calm dialogue, the atmosphere becoming less tense than before. Qin Ruoxu seemed to adapt to this mode of interaction, her words flowing more freely. Lin Chen recognized that these sect-level conflicts were beyond his current capability to intervene. His most pressing task was to elevate his strength and swiftly locate the two primary herbs needed to concoct the Chui Yuan Dan. Preparing for his foundation establishment, he gathered his thoughts and bowed deeply to Qin Ruoxu. Thank you, Your Holiness, for elucidating my doubts. My injuries have healed considerably, and it is time for me to take my leave. He prepared to depart, but Qin Ruoxu stopped him. Wait, she called out, hesitating for a moment before retrieving an item from her storage pouch. It was a neatly folded piece of inner armor, a soft, light blue material that shimmered with spiritual light, clearly not an ordinary item. This is a second-tier lower-grade Qing Shui Xianjia. You should wear it close to your body. Within the Yunjian Valley, where treachery lurks, additional protection is always advisable. Her voice remained cool, yet the genuine concern she felt was unmistakable. Lin Chen's heart warmed at her kindness. Thank you, holy maiden, he replied sincerely, accepting the armor without any pretense. This time, he refrained from uttering any frivolous remarks. As Qin Ruoxu observed him donning the inner armor, she seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, but quickly reverted to her icy demeanor. Just as she was about to offer a final reminder, Lin Chen's actions left her momentarily speechless. He swiftly removed his outer garment and the Xianlin Ruanjia beneath, putting on the Qing Shui Xianjia directly against his skin. A refreshing sensation swiftly enveloped his entire being. As spiritual energy surged within him, a delicate azure veil of water materialized upon his surface, only to vanish almost immediately. The defensive prowess was astonishing. He then donned the exquisite Xianlin Ruanjia, a masterpiece crafted by his own hands. At that moment, he possessed 2 layers of unparalleled protection. As long as he did not encounter a full-force strike from a mid- to late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, his chances of survival had significantly increased. It was at this juncture that he became aware of Qin Ruoxu's vexation. He chuckled awkwardly. Your Highness, I was simply overwhelmed with excitement. This artifact seems tailor-made for my journey. Only then did Qin Ruoxu turn around, her teeth clenched in anger as she shot several glare-filled looks at Lin Chen. Do not be angry, Your Highness. I promise to return safely. Upon my return, I shall give you daily massages. What do you think? Lin Chen hastily offered his apologies and sought to soothe Qin Ruo Shui, fearing she might lose her composure. Perhaps his words struck a chord within her, for after a while, Qin Ruo Shui finally calmed down. Lin Chen quickly shifted the topic. How shall I depart? Chapter 87. Transformation. Hengduan Mountains. In the medicinal garden, there exists a secret teleportation array that can transport one to the vicinity of the nearest city, one city. I shall inform the law enforcement hall of our sect to arrange for you to undertake other tasks. Follow me. Qin Ruoxu turned and walked out. Lin Chen silently followed, as if ensnared by an unbreakable spell. Outside one city, amidst a secluded forest, emerged a figure resembling Li Wei to a remarkable degree. This man was none other than Lin Chen. Employing the technique of Qian Huan Wuxiang Ju, he transformed his appearance into that of Li Wei's anonymous brother, Li Wei. He donned a simple gray robe, concealing all sect insignia, and utilized the concealment technique to suppress his cultivation to the peak of the qi refining 8th layer. This level of cultivation qualifies as formidable among loose cultivators, capable of intimidating the unworthy while remaining inconspicuous. After orienting himself, he proceeded toward one city. He would need to utilize 2 long-distance teleportation arrays consecutively to reach the Hengduan Mountains with utmost haste. Half a month later, having expended nearly 8,000 spirit stones, Lin Chen arrived at the city closest to the Hengduan Mountains, Xianyang City. The sheer cost of teleportation alone is a burden too heavy for most, not only for ordinary loose cultivators, but even for disciples of sects, thereby limiting the scope of many cultivators. This reflection led him to reminisce about the days when he began his journey with spirit stones. Upon departing Xianyang City, Lin Chen journeyed southward without a moment's pause. With the aid of his windwalker boots, he moved with the swiftness of the wind, navigating the forest with remarkable agility. After 10 full days, he finally reached his destination, the Hengduan Mountains. The sight before him caused him to draw in a sharp breath. Before him lay an immense mountain range, resembling an ancient dragon sprawled across the heavens, its peaks piercing the clouds, shrouded in mist, exuding a primal and vast aura. The spiritual energy in this place was far denser than that of Hehuan's sect. Truly, it was the largest mountain range in the southern part of the Song Kingdom. Surrounding the mountains was a bustling marketplace, spontaneously formed by loose cultivators, known as Duanlong City. At this moment, Duanlong City was alive with the sounds of chatter and activity. The streets were filled with hurried cultivators, most of whom exuded a fierce aura, their eyes vigilant, and their bodies bearing traces of malevolence. Clearly, they were seasoned individuals accustomed to the dangers of life. Lin Chen recognized that most of these people were likely drawn by the allure of the fallen immortal valley. He lowered the brim of his hat, disguising himself as an inconspicuous loose cultivator, and blended into the crowd, quietly observing everything around him. This was indeed a lawless territory, where the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was vividly demonstrated. He witnessed individuals drawing blades on the street over trivial disputes, blood splattering in all directions. He also saw vendors peddling dubious artifacts and elixirs, engaging in deceitful practices. Each person cast wary glances at those around them, as if ever ready to strike or flee. Lin Chen remained acutely aware of his surroundings. In such a place, one must never let their guard down. He possessed a key, thus there was no need to compete for one. His primary objective now was to gather intelligence regarding the fallen immortal valley. He entered what appeared to be the largest tavern in the area. Such places are often the most well-informed. The tavern was filled with loose cultivators, gathered in groups, engaged in spirited discussions, the air thick with the scent of liquor and a cacophony of voices. Lin Chen found a corner by the window and ordered the cheapest spirit tea, then pricked his ears to listen to the conversations around him. Have you heard? Just yesterday, outside the city, the Black Wind, 3 fiends clashed with the Bloodhand Butcher over a key. What was the outcome? What else could it be? The Black Wind, 3 fiends were all slaughtered. That Zhang Kuang fellow is a formidable master at the 9th layer of qi refining. His blood fiend palm is incredibly domineering. How ruthless. Is it really worth it for a single key? Worth it. Brother, that is the fallen immortal valley. It only opens once every 60 years. Just finding a single ancient spiritual herb within could sustain our cultivation for years. If luck is on our side, obtaining the legacy of the herbalist would propel us to greatness. Indeed, but alas, the keys are too few, only 108 in total, and I suspect they are already in the hands of others, leaving us mid-stage qi refiners with little chance. Who could disagree? I've heard that even the 3 major sects have sent people. Tai Sword Sect, 10,000 Methods Immortal Sect, and Xiansha Demon Sect have all dispatched many elite disciples. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's heart sank. Even the 3 major sects are involved? It seems this venture to the fallen Immortal Valley will be more fiercely competitive than anticipated. Just then, a commotion erupted at the tavern entrance. An elderly man, seemingly familiar and even sporting a gentle smile, blocked a female cultivator's path. He donned a somewhat worn but clean elder's robe of the Baiko sect, exuding an air of refinement. However, the way his eyes occasionally roved over the female cultivator and the lewd smirk tugging at his lips betrayed his base intentions. The female cultivator appeared to be in her early 20s, with a voluptuous figure and a strikingly beautiful face. Her large, expressive eyes were filled with disdain and anger at this moment. "Elder Chen, please show some respect." The female cultivator's voice was tinged with fury. "Sister Johan, one cannot speak in such a manner." The old man smiled even more warmly, his small eyes flitting greedily over the young woman named Johan. "I am an elder of the Baiko sect, and I happen to possess a 300-year-old blood-condensing herb. Precisely what you require, I presume? If you would share a few drinks with me and discuss life and ideals, I could offer you this spiritual herb at a bargain." This old man seemed somewhat familiar to Lin Chen. After careful consideration, he recalled Elder Chunda, an outer elder of the Baiko sect. During Qin Ruoxiu's foundation establishment ceremony, it was this old scoundrel who attempted to embarrass her, trying to use inferior materials to challenge her, only to be humiliated in front of everyone. Who would have thought he would cross paths with him here again? Truly, it is a narrow road for enemies. The female cultivator, Johan, flushed with anger. "Chunda, you shamelessly think you can force a sale right under the sun? Force a sale? No. Chunda, with an expression of shamelessness, maintained a facade of hypocritical gentleness as he spoke. "I am merely engaging in a transaction with you. It is a mutual agreement, is it not? Should you decline, I fear that within the confines of Duanlong City, not a single soul would dare to sell you the Ningxiu grass. Am I not correct?" As he spoke, several disciples clad in Baiko men attire encircled him, casting sinister glances at Johan. The surrounding loose cultivators observed this scene unfold, yet none dared to intervene. Although Baiko men was merely a second-rate sect, it remained beyond the reach of these scattered cultivators. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Johan trembled with indignation, yet felt utterly powerless. As a mere 8th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, how could she contend with Chunda, a 9th-layer Qi refinement master accompanied by a retinue? Just as Chunda's lecherous hand was about to rest upon Johan's shoulder, a cold voice resonated from the corner, cutting through the tension. "Remove your filthy hands." Chapter 88. Standing up against injustice, drawing the sword to assist. This sudden proclamation rendered the previously boisterous tavern instantly silent. All eyes turned in unison towards the source of the voice. In the corner, a man clad in a gray robe and wearing a conical hat leisurely sipped his tea, as if he were not the one who had just spoken. Chunda's movements froze momentarily as he slowly turned his head, squinting at Lin Chen. "Who the hell are you to meddle in the affairs of our Baichao men?" A disciple behind him immediately leaped forward, pointing at Lin Chen and hurling insults. Lin Chen, barely lifting his eyelids, replied calmly, "I shall repeat myself. Remove your filthy hands from that fairy." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Chunda's expression darkened. As an elder of Baichao men, he had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner in this territory. "You are courting death." Chunda snorted coldly, unleashing a pressure equivalent to the 9th level of Qi refinement towards Lin Chen, intending to instill fear in this audacious youth. However, as the oppressive force approached within 3 feet of Lin Chen, it vanished as if swallowed by the sea. Lin Chen remained as steady as a mountain, not even stirring the hem of his clothing. "What?" Chunda was startled. A skilled practitioner could easily discern the strength of another. If this individual could effortlessly dispel his formidable pressure while claiming to be at the 8th level of Qi refinement, he must possess an extraordinary treasure. He began to scrutinize Lin Chen earnestly. Although the conical hat obscured his features, the calm demeanor he exuded was far beyond that of an ordinary rogue cultivator. Could he be a disciple from a major sect? Otherwise, how could he possess an artifact that disregarded the pressure of higher-level cultivators? Chunda's heart began to race. It would be wise to avoid provoking him if possible. With a quick thought, he donned a smile. "My friend, it is all a misunderstanding. I was merely discussing a business matter with this esteemed fairy, nothing more." finally lifting his head. Lin Chen's gaze from beneath the hat was as cold as steel. Is that so? Because from where I stand, it appears less like a business discussion and more like coercion. You. Chinda's face turned a mix of green and white as Lin Chen exposed him publicly. Friend, your words are excessive. I, Chinda, am a person of repute in Duanlong City. Do not slander me. Leave. Lin Chen dismissed him with a single word. You. Chinda's anger caused his beard to bristle. As an alchemist, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet, with the strength of his opponent still uncertain, he hesitated to act rashly. At that moment, the female cultivator, Zhou Han, who had been cornered, seized the opportunity and hurriedly took refuge behind Lin Chen. Thank you for your assistance. Chen's desire surged even more upon witnessing the situation. Was a cooked duck truly flying away? Gritting his teeth, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. Very well. I shall remember you, young man. We shall see. He spat out a venomous remark before leading his followers out of the tavern in defeat. The surrounding rogue cultivators gazed at Lin Chen with a mix of awe and curiosity. To dare to publicly humiliate an elder of Baichao men was no small feat. As the commotion subsided, the tavern quickly regained its previous clamor. Zhou Han, now relieved, bowed again to Lin Chen. My name is Zhou Han. I am grateful for your timely intervention. May I ask for your esteemed name? Her voice was melodious, and her lively eyes curiously assessed Lin Chen. Li Wei, Lin Chen replied robustly, providing his answer. His intervention was motivated not only by disdain for Chinda's demeanor, but also to establish a reputation for his identity as Li Wei, making it less likely for troublesome individuals to approach him in the future. Ah, so it is Li Daiyu, Zhou Han nodded appreciatively. If it were not for you today, I would have surely fallen victim to that old scoundrel. I will remember this kindness and repay it when the opportunity arises. There's no need for such formalities, Lin Chen replied with a slight smile. I merely found that old man displeasing. With that, he stood and prepared to leave, wishing to avoid any further entanglement with her. Li Daiyu, please wait. Zhou Han called out once more. She retrieved a jade slip from her storage bag and handed it to him. This contains valuable information regarding the inner workings of the fallen immortal valley, which I purchased at a high price. Perhaps it may be of use to you, as a token of my appreciation. Lin Chen glanced at the jade slip, pleasantly surprised. He had intended to spend time gathering information, but here it was presented to him. He accepted it without hesitation. Thank you. With that, he turned and exited the tavern without looking back. Zhou Han watched his departing figure, her lively eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. This Li Wei was formidable and mysterious. After leaving the tavern, Lin Chen sought out a deserted alley and probed the jade slip with his spiritual sense. The information within was indeed far more detailed than what he had overheard in the tavern. It not only outlined the known dangerous areas and the distribution of beasts surrounding the fallen immortal valley, but also mentioned several locations where high-level spiritual herbs might grow. Most importantly, it indicated that the restrictions of the fallen immortal valley would weaken significantly at noon 3 days hence. At that time, cultivators possessing the key would be able to enter. 3 days hence. Lin Chen pocketed the jade slip, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He found a secluded inn to stay at, deciding to seclude himself for the next 3 days, adjusting his state of being and making final preparations for his entry into the fallen immortal valley. Time passed swiftly. At noon 3 days later, the entirety of Duanlong City trembled. From deep within the Hengduan mountain range, a radiant 7-colored light surged into the sky, transforming into a colossal, slowly rotating portal in midair. An ancient, vast aura emanated from the portal. The fallen immortal valley had been opened. Chapter 89. The Secret Realm Opens, Encountering Pursuit Again. It has begun. The Yungxian Valley has opened. Charge forth. Seize the opportunity. Within Duanlong City, a fervent excitement erupted instantaneously. Countless beams of light soared from every corner of the city, surging towards the resplendent rainbow gateway like a tide. Inside an inn room, Lin Chen also opened his eyes. He pushed open the window and gazed at the breathtaking scene in the distance, his expression calm. He did not rush to depart. In such moments, those who lead the charge are often mere cannon fodder. He waited until most cultivators had left, and the city became tranquil, before leisurely exiting the inn. With a flicker, he transformed into a gray shadow, silently gliding towards the light gate. As he drew closer, the ancient and profound aura intensified. The gateway was colossal, towering 100 zhang, its surface shimmering with vibrant colors, as if it connected to another world. At the entrance, Countless unarmed cultivators stared longingly, their faces etched with envy and frustration. Lin Chen disregarded them and produced the pitch-black key. The key trembled slightly in his hand, emanating a gentle glow that enveloped him. He took a step forward and effortlessly crossed into the light gate. A sensation of swirling chaos enveloped him. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery before him had transformed dramatically. Here, it was an entirely different realm. The sky was a delicate shade of purple, and the air was thick with an almost tangible essence of spiritual energy, invigorating with each breath. Before him lay towering ancient trees, peculiar flowers and grasses, and rare beasts long extinct in the outside world. This place resembled an untouched virgin land, brimming with opportunities yet fraught with peril. What abundant spiritual energy! Lin Chen felt a surge of delight. To cultivate in such a place for a single day would surely equate to 10 days of training in the outside world. Truly, it was a place where a Yuaning master once attained enlightenment. He did not forget his primary objective, to seek out Quitico and Zhuanlinghua. Qin Ruoxiu had mentioned that these two spiritual herbs might be found in the legendary ancient apothecary garden. However, the vastness of Yungxian Valley made locating a mythical garden akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. He retrieved the informational jade slip from Zhou Han and began discerning directions. Wonky Jinmei Aishu. Lin Chen activated the system's auxiliary ability, and a faint glow appeared in his eyes. This extraordinary technique had been upgraded to Master High during the harmonious union of the holy maiden Qin Ruoxiu, a function he had scarcely employed due to previous cultivation limitations. At this moment, the colors of the world shifted in his vision. In the air, colorful particles of spiritual energy danced joyously, and in the distance, areas with particularly dense spiritual energy rose in thick beams of light. Those beams represented the presence of high-tier spirit plants or formidable beasts. Over there, Lin Chen quickly pinpointed a direction. In the southeast, several dozen li away, there was an unremarkable yet pure beam of wood-element spiritual energy. There, he might find what he sought. He concealed his aura and activated Liu Guang Meiying Bu, stealthily advancing towards that location. Along the way, he encountered numerous beasts. There were giant wolves with 3 heads, vividly patterned serpents capable of spewing toxic flames, and swarms of flying mantises resembling phantoms. These beasts were all at least late-stage first tier, with some even at early-stage second tier. If an ordinary qi refining cultivator were to encounter them, the outcome would likely be dire. However, Lin Chen, relying on his exceptional agility and keen perception, deftly evaded them without incident. He did not wish to waste time or energy on these creatures. Approximately an hour later, he crested a small hill and beheld a serene bamboo grove. The pure wood element spiritual energy emanated from deep within the grove. He cautiously infiltrated the bamboo thicket. After traversing for about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the sounds of clashing weapons and a woman's reprimanding voice faintly reached him from ahead. A fight? Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately slowed his pace, moving silently closer. He parted a dense cluster of bamboo leaves and peered forward. Before him, in a clearing, several disciples clad in by Chao Min attire were besieging a woman. The besieged woman was none other than Zhou Han, whom he had encountered 3 days prior at the tavern. Unexpectedly, she possessed a key. It seemed she had some genuine skill. At this moment, she was in dire straits. Her fair face was pale, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her attire was torn in several places. Gripping a long sword, she desperately resisted the onslaught of her attackers. Meanwhile, outside the encirclement, the elder Chunda finally revealed his true nature, arms crossed, a sly grin on his face as he watched. Zhou Han, my dear, you might as well surrender. Hand over that precious Ziyushin you just harvested, and perhaps I shall show mercy and leave you with a whole corpse. Chinda's eyes gleamed with greed and lewdness. Chinda, you shameless old scoundrel. I will haunt you as a ghost. Zhou Han spat furiously, yet her spiritual energy had waned significantly, her injuries mounting, and she was gradually losing her ability to hold on. Haunt me? I relish your fiery spirit. Chinda licked his lips and barked at his underlings. No more playing around. Finish this quickly. Don't kill her. I want to savor her slowly. Yes, elder. The disciples of Bai Chao Min intensified their assault. In a moment of carelessness, Zhou Han was kicked in the abdomen by one of the disciples, sending her flying backward, her sword slipping from her grasp. It's over. Despair flooded Zhou Han's eyes. Seeing this, Chunda erupted into triumphant laughter, extending a claw of spiritual energy towards the fallen Zhou. Sweet little beauty, let us see who can save you this time. Just as his hand was about to touch Zhou, a chilling voice, as if emerging from the depths of hell, echoed behind him. Old fool, we meet again. Chapter 90. Slaying Chunda, rescuing Zhou again, that voice. Chunda's body stiffened abruptly, the ferocious grin on his face freezing instantly. He turned his head mechanically and saw the gray-clad figure that had haunted him for the past 3 days. The man wearing a bamboo hat had appeared silently behind him at some unknown moment, watching him calmly. It's you. Chunda's pupils contracted sharply, his face etched with disbelief. How could he be here? This was one of the suspected locations of the herb garden provided by his sect elder. Although his sect, as an alchemy-focused sect, could not compare to first-rate powers, they had never given up searching for clues about the fallen Immortal Valley's herb garden. 20 years ago, a sect elder had risked his life to uncover related clues from a ruin, leading to the deduction of this route. And now, this mysterious young man had also found his way here. How could he not be shocked? You chose the path to heaven but refused to walk it. Now you've barged through the gates of hell. After a brief moment of shock, Chunda's face twisted with intense malice and ferocity. Brat, last time at the tavern, there were outsiders watching, so I couldn't make a move. Now that we're in this desolate wilderness, let us see who can protect you. Perfect timing. Let me teach you how to behave in the outside world on behalf of your sect elders. He assumed Lin Chen was merely a naive disciple from a prestigious sect, ignorant of the ways of the world. Here, with 4 Chi refinement 7th layer disciples to assist him, the odds were 5 against 1. The advantage was his. Attack. Kill him. Chunda barked the order. The 400 Herbs sect disciples, who had been besieging Zhou, immediately turned and charged toward Lin Chen with vicious grins. Blades gleamed and swords flashed, instantly enveloping Lin Chen. Zhou, lying on the ground, watched this scene unfold. The flicker of hope that had just risen in her eyes was instantly replaced by despair. It's over. Why is he so foolish? Why did he reveal himself? How could he possibly take on 5 opponents alone? Yet, in the next moment, a scene unfolded that left her utterly stunned. Facing the onslaught of the 4 attackers, the man named Liu Feifei stood motionless. As the enemies closed in, Zhou couldn't help but cry out in warning, "Run. You're no match for them." However, Lin Chen remained unmoved. He merely raised his hand. A single finger. Mystic ice, soul-freezing finger. For ice-blue streaks of energy, swift as lightning, shot silently from his fingertip. Thud, 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 thud. For soft sounds echoed. The 400 Herbs sect disciples, their ferocious grins still etched on their faces, were instantly encased in a thick layer of profound ice, transformed into lifelike human ice sculptures. The vitality in their eyes rapidly faded. Instant annihilation. With a single move, just one move, 4 Chi refinement 7th layer cultivators were slain without even a chance to scream. The entire scene plunged into dead silence. The very air seemed to freeze. The malice and ferocity on Chunda's face stiffened completely, replaced by bone-deep terror. He stared at Lin Chen as if beholding a monster, his body trembling uncontrollably. How is this possible? What kind of demonic technique is this? Who is he really? Chunda had only witnessed such a scene when his Foundation Establishment stage elder brother faced Chi Refinement disciples. How could it appear in a mere Chi Refinement 8th layer junior? How could he not be shocked, not terrified? Your turn. Lin Chen's icy voice snapped him back to reality. No. Don't kill me. Chunda was utterly terrified, turning to flee. Trying to escape? Lin Chen sneered. Flowing light phantom step. His figure left behind an afterimage in its original spot. In the next instant, he appeared like a ghost in front of Chunda, blocking his path. Who are you? Chunda shrieked in panic. Someone who will kill you. Lin Chen had no patience for further words. Golden radiance, sky-splitting slash. He pointed his fingers like a sword, and an intensely condensed golden sword radiance, carrying a sharpness capable of tearing through everything, descended upon Chunda's head. No. Feeling the lethal threat, Chunda let out a desperate roar. He frantically channeled all his spiritual energy, erecting a thick, earthy yellow spiritual energy shield in front of him, while simultaneously summoning a turtle shell-shaped defensive artifact. Yet, all of this was in vain. Crack! The golden sword radiance descended. His prideful spiritual energy shield shattered like paper. Immediately after, the mid-grade defensive artifact held out for less than a breath before a deep crack appeared on it, its spiritual glow dimming. Squelch! The sword radiance continued unabated, slicing cleanly through Chunda from head to toe. Chunda's south body froze in place. A fine line of blood appeared at the center of his forehead, rapidly extending downward. In the end, his body was neatly split into two halves, blood and internal organs spilling across the ground. Thus perished 100 Herb's Sect elder with a lustful disposition. Lin Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He walked over to the corpses and began meticulously looting the battlefield. Naturally, he would not overlook these individual storage pouches, especially Chindias. As 100 Herb's Sect elder, his wealth was surely considerable. He collected all the storage pouches, then flicked his fingers, sending out several fireballs that incinerated all the corpses and traces, leaving nothing behind. After completing these tasks, he finally turned to the woman who had been watching everything in a daze from beginning to end. Johan's mouth hung agape. Her lively eyes filled with shock and disbelief. So powerful. This Li Wei was incredibly powerful. With mere gestures, he had annihilated a Qi Refinement 9th Layer Elder and 4 Qi Refinement 7th Layer Cultivators. Such strength was likely comparable to a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Who was he really? Was he truly just an ordinary rogue cultivator? As she watched the gray-clad figure approach her step by step, her heart pounded uncontrollably. Gratitude, reverence, and a hint of inexplicable admiration swirled within her. He walking toward me. Chapter 91. Her request, offering herself? Lin Chen approached Johan, looking down at her from his elevated position. Are you all right? He inquired, his tone calm and detached. I'm fine, Johan stammered, as if awakening from a dream, hastily rising to her feet with a slight blush on her cheeks. The dazed expression she had just displayed must have been fully visible to him, leaving her feeling quite embarrassed. Thank you. Dao Yu Li, for saving my life once more, she expressed, bowing deeply in gratitude. Her appreciation was heartfelt. Had it not been for him, her demise was all but certain, and it would have been a rather disgraceful end. It was merely a trifling effort, Lin Chen replied, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. His intervention had been a mere convenience, primarily aimed at addressing the nuisance that was Chunda. He glanced at the purple jade ginseng Johan had harvested earlier, a spiritual herb of 500 years, undeniably valuable. No wonder Chunda had succumbed to greed. Is your injury serious? Lin Chen inquired again. No, it's not serious, just some external wounds and a bit of spiritual power depletion. Johan quickly waved her hand dismissively. She retrieved a medicinal pill from her storage bag and consumed it, her complexion improving slightly thereafter. Lin Chen nodded. Since she was all right, it was time for him to take his leave. Until we meet again, he stated succinctly, turning to depart. Dao Yu Li, please wait a moment. Johan called out to him once more. Lin Chen halted, turning back with a frown. Is there something else? Johan bit her lip, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts, yet ultimately mustering the courage to speak. Dao Yu Li, your strength is formidable, while I am but a weak woman. The Yuxian Valley is fraught with peril, and I find myself ill-equipped to face it alone. Might it be possible for me to accompany you, for mutual protection? I assure you, I will not be a burden. Should we discover any treasures, I am willing to share the spoils generously. She gazed at Lin Chen with sincerity, her eyes brimming with hope. It was evident to her that this man was an exceptional ally, and moreover, he possessed a kind heart. If she could secure his support, her journey through the Yuxian Valley would surely be much safer, and perhaps she could even gain considerable benefits. Lin Chen perceived her ulterior motives. I am accustomed to working alone, he replied without hesitation, firmly declining her request. Dao Yu Li, Johan, undeterred, hastened to follow him. A hint of desperation on her face. Please, take me with you. I possess a unique talent that allows me to sense the presence of nearby treasures. I can be of great assistance. To demonstrate her capability, she pointed in a direction. For instance, over there, beneath that stone 30 zhang away, lies a 200-year-old Xian flower. Lin Chen extended his spiritual awareness and, indeed, discovered a vibrant red spiritual herb growing quietly beneath the stone. He was somewhat taken aback by her acute perception. However, this alone did not warrant her inclusion in his journey, as his own sensing abilities surpassed hers. I have stated that I do not require companions. Lin Chen's voice took on a tone of impatience. Realizing he was about to leave again, Johan felt a surge of panic. She understood that if she missed this opportunity, she might never encounter this valuable ally again. Gritting her teeth, she seemed to come to a significant decision. Dao Yu Li, as long as you agree to let me accompany you, I am willing to do anything. She swiftly positioned herself in front of Lin Chen, determination etched across her fair features. Lin Chen felt a growing irritation. He halted, scrutinizing her with a frosty gaze, hoping to intimidate this unyielding woman into retreating. He resolved to propose a condition so unacceptable that she would withdraw of her own accord. I do not partner with others. Lin Chen's voice was as cold as ice. I only take servants. He anticipated that this statement would provoke her outrage or, at the very least, compel her to leave in indignation. After all, to suggest that a cultivator, especially a female cultivator, serve as another's subordinate was an affront beyond measure. Yet, he had miscalculated. Johan merely paused momentarily upon hearing his words. A flicker of conflict, hesitation, and even humiliation crossed her expressive eyes. However, these feelings were swiftly eclipsed by a resolute determination. She lifted her head, biting her lip tightly, seemingly summoning all her strength to utter a few words through gritted teeth. Very well. I will be your servant. Now it was Lin Chen's turn to be taken aback. He gazed at the woman before him, his mind swirling with questions. What was her state? Had she lost her senses? Was she truly willing to forsake her dignity in pursuit of an alliance? He scrutinized Johan, searching for even the slightest hint of jest upon her countenance, but found none. Her expression was utterly sincere. Chapter 92. Establishing a soul contract, an unexpected delight. Lin Chen found himself genuinely bewildered. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was his first encounter with a woman so astute. Had his regal aura grown to such an extent that mere words could inspire such reverence? Something was amiss. Unusual occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. This woman undoubtedly harbored some hidden agenda. Instantly, his vigilance heightened. Do you comprehend what it means to be my servant? Lin Chen's voice grew increasingly frigid. It signifies that your life and death, your dignity, and everything you hold dear will be under my dominion. Have you given this due consideration? Johan's body trembled slightly, clearly unnerved by the coldness in Lin Chen's words. Nonetheless, she resolutely nodded, biting her lower lip until it drew blood. I have thought it through. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, skepticism still lingering. In this world, there exists no love without cause, nor loyalty without reason, unless something could bind them irrevocably together. Mere words were insufficient. Lin Chen resolved to stoke the flames further, decisively extinguishing any remnants of her hesitation. I require you to establish a soul contract. Soul contract. Upon hearing these 2 words, Johan's complexion turned ashen. A soul contract is the most tyrannical and nefarious pact within the realm of cultivation. Once established, it would equate to surrendering one's very soul into another's hands. With a mere thought, the other could obliterate her essence, condemning her to eternal suffering. This was no longer servitude. This was slavery. Lin Chen gazed at her coldly, convinced that this time, the woman would surely relent. No sensible cultivator would willingly sign such a bond. However, what transpired next once again shattered his preconceptions. Johan's face paled momentarily, struggling for a brief instant. Then, she lifted her head, her eyes reflecting a near self-destructive resolve as she declared, All right, I shall establish it. Lin Chen was rendered speechless. This woman had truly lost her mind. He regarded Johan one last time, issuing a final warning. You shall serve as my subordinate. Should I harbor even a hint of treachery, you may invoke the contract at any moment and obliterate my soul. Regret will not be an option. Under the piercing gaze of Lin Chen, Johan instinctively recoiled a step. Yet, almost immediately, she stepped forward twice. I do not regret it. I believe you are a good person. I am willing. She closed her eyes, surrendering her spirit entirely. For a cultivator, relinquishing one's spirit signifies entrusting their life to another. Faced with Johan's determination, Lin Chen was compelled to reassess her. She was a capable female cultivator. An additional ally brought forth a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. An offered subordinate should not be dismissed lightly. He uttered a low command, channeling a thread of divine consciousness into Johan's brow, leaving an indelible mark upon her spirit. In Lin Chen's mind, a tenuous connection with her began to form. Master. Johan bowed gracefully. Lin Chen silently observed the slight reveal of her delicate form. The proximity of this view ignited a fervor within him, far surpassing the fleeting glance from before. Truly splendid, he mused inwardly. Very well, now you may disclose your identity, Lin Chen prompted, recalling the matter at hand. I am Johan, a disciple of the wise men of Hehuan Zone, adept in gathering intelligence in disguise. What nonsense! A disciple of Hehuan Zone? Lin Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He stared at Zhou Han, utterly dumbfounded. It turned out that a deluge had swept through the Dragon King's temple, leading to a family not recognizing its own. No, now it was a matter of family members becoming allies. What a peculiar situation. He felt a mix of laughter and tears. You are a disciple of He Huanzong? Lin Chen could not help but inquire. Zhou Han was momentarily taken aback by the question. However, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she softly replied, "Yes, master. I have also practiced a bit of the He Huan Heart Sutra in solitude." Ahem. Lin Chen interrupted her. "That was not my intention. What I meant was, are not the disciples of He Huanzong currently on compulsory missions? Why are you not within the sect?" As Lin Chen's inquiry sank in, Zhou Han sensed something was amiss, but could not quite grasp it. "Because I learned the general outline of the task before it commenced. I did not wish to partake in the compulsory mission at Heizhong Mountain, so I left the sect prematurely." "I see." His lips moved as his form shifted and transformed, reverting to Lin Chen's original appearance. Zhou Han gazed at Lin Chen in awe. Was this not the renowned Saintess steward? She had previously confined Lin Chen for 3 months, winning numerous spirit stones in the process. She had also collected information on Lin Chen, thus recognizing his face. "Master, you are Lin Chen." How could this not astonish Zhou Han? What, surprised? Lin Chen smiled slightly. "Now that you are aware of my identity, do you regret it?" Zhou Han experienced a tumult of emotions, but felt no regret. "Master, I do not regret it. Rather, I believe my choice was exceedingly wise. You may not know, but this compulsory mission is fraught with peril, and I did not wish to become cannon fodder, so I had no choice but to escape. Yet, having fled, life as a rogue cultivator becomes even more arduous. Villains like Chunde abound everywhere. Had I not encountered you today, my fate would have been dire. Rather than live in fear, uncertain of when I might meet an untimely end or be captured by an old demon to be used as a furnace, it is far preferable to follow a powerful individual like you, master. At least I can live with a semblance of dignity." Lin Chen understood. In essence, it was a gamble for survival amidst chaos by a small figure. She was wagering that he was not one of those bloodthirsty tyrants, banking on him becoming her support. From the outcome, it appeared her gamble had paid off. Yet, the price was rather steep. Lin Chen felt a surge of emotion while simultaneously experiencing relief. Having a disciple from He Huanzong, well-versed in intelligence and disguise, as one's servant was indeed an unexpected delight. From now on, within and beyond the sect, it shall be as though he possesses an additional pair of eyes and ears. This endeavor bears no loss, but rather a significant gain. His spirits soared, and he regarded Zhou Han with a softened gaze. "Very well, you shall accompany me from now on. As long as you remain loyal, I shall not mistreat you." "Thank you, master," Zhou Han exclaimed with overwhelming joy. "Yet, I remain quite curious." Lin Chen observed her and posed one final inquiry. "Even if you seek a pillar of support, would you truly dare to sign a soul contract? What if I were a nefarious villain of the worst kind?" Upon hearing this question, Zhou Han's delicate face suddenly flushed. She lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Because I trust my intuition." Moreover, she lifted her gaze, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Chen. "This humble girl also wishes to repay the master's life-saving grace with all that I possess." Chapter 93, Outdoor Massage, Intelligence Assistant. The words spoken were imbued with a certain spirit. Lin Chen instantly grasped her meaning. The phrase "my everything" encompassed an abundance of implications. He gazed at the woman before him, her cheeks flushed and her eyes alluring, and he could not help but acknowledge her undeniable charm. The enticing peaks she possessed stirred primal urges in any man, coupled with her animated gaze and clever demeanor. It was difficult for any man to resist, especially in this remote wilderness, rife with peril. Such raw impulses were amplified. Lin Chen was no saint. He was merely a vigorous and ordinary man. "Oh." A playful smile curved at the corners of his mouth as he approached Zhou Han step by step. "How do you intend to repay me?" Zhou Han felt her heart racing as he drew near, her palms sweating from nervousness. Unbeknownst to her, an unusual affection had begun to blossom for this powerful and enigmatic man before her. To be possessed by such a formidable figure seemed not entirely undesirable. She bit her lip, steeling herself, and boldly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's neck. "Master, you must be weary from your journey, right?" Her voice was laced with a feigned tremor and seduction. I have learned some massage techniques at the sect. Though I cannot compare to the professional attendants, perhaps I can alleviate your fatigue." "Massage?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A disciple of the Hehuan sect actually offered to massage him. The master of massage? How amusing. He was eager to see what tricks Zhou Han could conjure. Very well. Lin Chen did not push her away. Rather, he drew her into his embrace, savoring her astonishing softness and elasticity. Particularly, the firmness of her figure was quite striking. Then I shall thoroughly enjoy your service. He held Zhou Han and settled beneath a large tree, sitting cross-legged. Come, let me witness your skills. Zhou Han's face flushed deeper. Taking a deep breath, she moved behind Lin Chen, mimicking the attendants, and hesitantly placed her trembling hands on his shoulders. Her technique was indeed quite awkward, and she struggled to control her strength. Compared to Lin Chen's masterful yin-yang harmonization technique, it was akin to a child's play. Lin Chen closed his eyes, feeling her small hands aimlessly pressing on him, and a smile threatened to break free. However, he chose to remain silent. Instead, he actively guided the spiritual energy within him to align with Zhou Han's movements. At the same time, a stream of pure yang energy subtly flowed through her palms. Zhou Han felt a warm current radiate from her palms, instantly coursing through her entire body, leaving her weak in the knees, nearly crying out. To her astonishment, she discovered that her depleted spiritual energy from battle was rapidly rejuvenating. Moreover, some internal injuries and stagnation resulting from improper cultivation seemed to be smoothed away by this warm current. How marvelous! Her gaze towards Lin Chen brimmed with even more reverence. Who is he truly? That even a mere massage can bestow benefits upon the one administering it? Little did she know that Lin Chen's body, refined through the practice of the Wuxing Hun Yuan Gong and multiple dual cultivations, had become a vast yin-yang furnace. The scant amount of spiritual energy she provided was negligible to Lin Chen, whereas the stream of yang energy he imparted was a significant boon for her, a practitioner at the 8th level of qi refinement. After the massage, Zhou Han was left drenched in fragrant sweat, panting heavily. In contrast, Lin Chen felt rejuvenated, the fatigue from his earlier travels completely dissipated. Excellent. Lin Chen opened his eyes, nodding in approval. Though her technique was unrefined, her intent was commendable. Thank you for the compliment, master. Zhou Han shyly lowered her head. She sensed that her relationship with Lin Chen had grown significantly closer through this intimate interaction. Now, let us discuss serious matters. Lin Chen's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. He could not truly engage in the most primitive of activities in this desolate wilderness. From this day forth, you shall be my eyes and ears both within and outside the sect. I require your assistance in establishing an intelligence network to gather all necessary information. Whether it pertains to factional struggles within the sect or various secrets outside, I must be informed. Can you accomplish this? Zhou Han's eyes sparkled with excitement at his words. She understood that this was a test from her master, as well as an opportunity. This was precisely her forte. Rest assured, master. She promptly assured him, I possess some connections and channels in the outer sect. Provided you grant me sufficient support, I vow to establish a comprehensive intelligence network covering the entire Hehuan sect and even extending to surrounding forces within 6 months. Very well. Lin Chen nodded in approval. He retrieved half of the spiritual stones and pills from Chunda's storage bag, presenting them to Zhou Han. This is your initial funding. Should you require anything in the future, simply inform me. Zhou Han's eyes widened at the sight of the considerable amount of spiritual stones and pills. Her new master was exceedingly generous. Just these resources alone surpassed the savings she had painstakingly accumulated over several years. She accepted the spiritual stones and pills, her exhilaration simmering within her, while her gaze towards Lin Chen shifted from initial reverence to fervent admiration. With such a master, what great achievements could she not accomplish? Thank you, master. Zhou Han vowed not to disappoint his expectations. With the unexpected delight of having Zhou Han on his side, Lin Chen's spirits soared. He now possessed not only a loyal servant, but also a future intelligence leader. His influence was quietly taking shape step by step. His gaze turned to the tattered map found within Chunda's storage bag. A red dot marked in cinnabar indicated a location deep within the bamboo forest. It appeared that Chunda had also come in pursuit of a certain objective. Uncertain of the connection between Baiko Min and Baiko Jinren, the master, Zhou Han leaned closer, her voluptuous form inadvertently brushing against Lin Chen. The presence of Chunda from Baiko Min here, lurking with ulterior motives, surely was not merely to gather a few ordinary spiritual herbs. Lin Chen nodded and handed her the map. Take a look, what do you discern? Zhou received the map, scrutinizing it with great care. As an adept of the Hehuan sect, her expertise in maps and various clandestine symbols surpassed that of the average cultivator. After examining it for a while, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her lively eyes. "Master, observe this," she said, extending her delicate finger to a nondescript corner of the map. "These lines resemble natural leather patterns, yet their arrangement is remarkably systematic. If I am not mistaken, this may be an ancient encryption technique that requires a specific flow of spiritual energy to decipher." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Can you unravel it?" Zhou cheeks flushed slightly, and with a hint of shyness. She replied, "I once perused a rare tome in the sect's scripture repository that discussed related matters. I can attempt it, but I would need your assistance, Master." "How can I assist?" "You must transfer your spiritual energy to me, allowing me to guide it, operating along a specific frequency and trajectory on the map." Her voice grew increasingly soft. Lin Chen glanced at her and instantly comprehended her intentions. He chuckled, recognizing how Zhou had become increasingly adept at leveraging her advantages. "Very well." Chapter 94. The Secrets of the Map and the Mysterious Cave. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen extended his finger and gently tapped the center of Zhou back. A stream of pure and gentle spiritual energy gradually flowed into her. Zhou body trembled slightly as a warm current instantly spread throughout her being, clearer and more heart-stirring than the previous massage. She dared not dwell on it. Quickly centering her thoughts and guiding the spiritual energy along the path recorded in the ancient tome, meandering across the animal skin map. With a hum, as the spiritual energy was infused, the archaic map truly radiated a faint glow. The seemingly chaotic lines began to rearrange themselves in an enigmatic manner. Soon, a new, more intricate route appeared on the surface of the map. This new route pointed to a valley deeper within the bamboo forest, where a special symbol, a depiction of a cave, was marked at the valley's end. "Success!" Zhou exclaimed in delight, only to feel slightly embarrassed and quickly covered her mouth. Lin Chen retracted his finger, gazing at the new map with satisfaction. "Well done." This praise brought a sweet warmth to Zhou heart. The Baiko men, sharing a name with the legendary Baiko Genren from a millennium ago, perhaps indeed held some profound connection. Lin Chen mused. Chunda's possession of this encrypted map indicated that Baiko men's understanding of the fallen immortal valley far surpassed that of other second-rate sections. What they sought was likely the true legacy of Baiko Genren. His interest in the cave marked by the red dot deepened. "Let us proceed," Lin Chen declared as he stood up. "Now that we know the location, we shall seek out this so-called treasure." "Yes, Master." Zhou promptly followed, her demeanor respectful, akin to the most loyal of handmaidens. The two traversed deeper into the bamboo grove, guided by the new map. As they ventured further, the mist in the forest thickened and the light dimmed. The surrounding bamboo gradually transformed from ordinary green to a deep, inky black, resembling the famed Mouju. This type of bamboo was as hard as iron, utilized in the crafting of certain special magical artifacts. A faint chill pervaded the air. Zhou instinctively drew closer to Lin Chen, seeking the comfort of his presence. Employing his qi observation technique, Lin Chen's eyes shimmered with a subtle glow as he vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. In his view, the Mouju forest was suffused with a pale gray deathly aura, alongside flickering points of resentment. It was evident that many cultivators had perished here. After about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, their path was obstructed by a natural miasma. This miasma appeared in a soft purple hue, exuding a sickly sweet odor, clearly harboring deadly toxins. "Master, it's the Ziyunzhang." Zhou expression shifted, and she quickly warned him. This miasma possessed a potent corrosive effect on the soul. Ordinary detoxification pills were utterly ineffective against it. Inhaling it could induce hallucinations, ultimately leading to soul depletion and death within the illusion. Lin Chen nodded, having recognized the miasma's danger. Were an ordinary qi refining cultivator to encounter this Ziyunzhang, they would likely have to detour. However, he was no ordinary cultivator. He produced 2 emerald green pills from his storage bag and handed one to Zhou. "Consume it. This is a perfect detoxification pill." Zhou marveled at the pill in her hand, its rich fragrance and radiant aura surpassing any other she had ever encountered, prompting her to exclaim, "Master, could it be that you are also a master alchemist?" She felt a sense of numbness. Just how many secrets did this mysterious and powerful master conceal? Without hesitation, she consumed the pill. As the pill dissolved upon entry, A refreshing sensation coursed through her, completely isolating the chill of the Ziyunjiang. Lin Chen took one for himself and boldly stepped into the purple miasma. Zhou closely followed, mirroring his movements. Within the miasma, visibility was severely limited, restricted to less than 3 feet. The surrounding silence was eerie, only broken by the faint sound of their footsteps. Suddenly, Lin Chen halted. "What is it, master?" Zhou inquired nervously. "Something is approaching," Lin Chen replied calmly. As soon as he spoke, a rustling sound emanated from the thick fog surrounding them, growing louder and closer, as if thousands of insects were converging upon them. Zhou face turned pale. She harbored a deep fear of insect-like creatures. "Do not fear," Lin Chen's voice possessed a calming charm, steadying her racing heart. In the next instant, he raised his hand, conjuring a ball of crimson flames that ignited spontaneously in his palm. Fire element, blazing heaven's flame-burst fist. He did not throw a punch, but instead hurled the flames upward with great force. Boom! The flames erupted in midair, transforming into a torrent of fire that surged outward in all directions. The intense heat instantly evaporated a significant portion of the surrounding purple miasma. Sizzle! A sound akin to teeth grinding echoed as the black beetles, roughly the size of fists and armed with sharp mandibles, that surged from the fog were incinerated in an instant, collapsing to the ground like charred remains. With just one strike, all poisonous insects within a Tinjiang radius were eradicated. Zhou stood agape. Is this the extent of her master's power? It was astonishing. Lin Chen extinguished the flames without casting a glance at the insect carcasses on the ground, continuing onward. Having traversed through the miasma and the swarm of insects, the scenery before them opened up. They had emerged from the bamboo forest into a serene valley. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, the valley boasted a singular exit, with lush grass carpeting the ground and a babbling brook, starkly contrasting the ominous exterior, resembling a hidden paradise. At the farthest end of the valley, a dark cave entrance quietly appeared on a steep stone wall. Surrounding the cave were barren grounds, and the stone wall bore remnants of dark red stains, reminiscent of dried blood. A faint, eerie aura emanated from the cave's entrance. "Master, it is right there," Zhou exclaimed, pointing at the cave. A blend of excitement and apprehension evident in her voice. Lin Chen's gaze, however, was fixed upon the stone wall beside the cave entrance. He activated his qi observation technique, scrutinizing the area with great care. Soon, he discerned several anomalies. The energy flow around the cave's perimeter was exceedingly peculiar, as if deliberately arranged. "There is a formation," Lin Chen remarked calmly. "It is a remarkably intricate concealment and defense array, intricately linked to the valley's geomantic energy. Should one attempt a forceful assault, it could provoke a backlash from the valley's restrictions." Zhou heart sank at his words. "What shall we do?" Lin Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. "Every formation has a core. Once we breach the core, it will naturally collapse." He extended his finger, pointing to an inconspicuous protruding rock above the cave entrance. "That is the core. However, it is obscured by an illusion, imperceptible to ordinary senses." Zhou followed his finger's direction, gazing intently for an extended period, yet she could not grasp its significance. Her admiration for her master had reached unprecedented heights. Lin Chen offered no further explanation. He shaped his fingers like a sword, a fleeting golden radiance shimmering at his fingertips. Golden radiance slash. With a whisper, a nearly invisible golden sword beam shot forth silently, striking the protruding rock with precision. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The rock crumbled at once. As the stone disintegrated, the very air in the valley seemed to pause for a brief moment. Subsequently, the dark cave's surroundings distorted, revealing its true nature. This was no ordinary cave. Instead, it was an ancient stone door embedded within the mountainside. Towering 3 zhang high, the door was adorned with countless intricate patterns of mystical herbs, and at its center were 2 soaring dragons and phoenixes in ancient script, signifying a medicinal garden. A rich, inextricable fragrance of herbs wafted from behind the stone door. A medicinal garden. It truly is an ancient medicinal garden. Zhou trembled with excitement. The legend was indeed real. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with fervent light. He stepped forward, reaching out to push the stone door. Yet, just as his hand was about to make contact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom! The entire valley suddenly shook violently. Chapter 95. The Master of Herbs and the Inheritance of Alchemy. The violent shaking of the valley caused Zhou complexion to pale, nearly rendering her unable to stand. "Master, what is happening?" she exclaimed in panic, glancing at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's brow furrowed, his figure steady as a mountain. His gaze was fixed intently on the stone door that was slowly creaking open. This is not an earthquake. It is the defensive mechanism of this medicinal garden. After the array's core was breached, it has automatically entered its final activation sequence. It may either be welcoming us inside, or it seeks to confine us here eternally. His tone was remarkably calm, instilling a sense of composure in Johann. With a heavy groan, the stone door finally swung open fully. A wave of medicinal fragrance, 10 times more potent than before, surged forth. And merely inhaling it made every pore in one's body feel as if it were opening. Behind the door, rather than the expansive herbal fields they had envisioned, lay a deep passageway paved with green stones. On either side of the passage, the stone walls were embedded with moonlight stones that emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the entire corridor as brightly as day. At the end of the passage loomed a hazy light curtain, obscuring the view of the scene beyond. Johann hesitated. Everything before them was shrouded in mystery and peculiarity. "Let us proceed." Lin Chen, however, exhibited no hesitation and took the lead into the passage. "Fortune favors the bold. Since we have come this far, retreat is not an option." Johann promptly followed suit. As they stepped into the passage, the stone door thundered shut behind them, sealing their path of retreat. The corridor was eerily quiet, save for the echoing footsteps of the two. Besides the moonlight stones, the walls were adorned with numerous murals. The murals appeared to narrate a tale. A young cultivator, beginning as a mere herb-gathering boy, gradually ascended to become a renowned master of alchemy, ultimately establishing this fabled paradise. By Chao Zhenren. Lin Chen mused as he scrutinized the murals, his heart already convinced that this place was indeed the lair of the legendary Yuanying master. The final mural depicted by Chao Zhenren standing amidst a medicinal garden shrouded in ethereal mist, smiling as he gazed into the distance, seemingly awaiting someone. "Master, look!" Johann suddenly pointed at the light curtain at the end of the passage, exclaiming. The originally nebulous light curtain gradually became clearer as they approached. Upon it were inscribed several lines of ancient seal characters. "I am Bai Chao, devoted to the art of alchemy throughout my life. By chance, I acquired an ancient inheritance, glimpsing the creation of heaven and earth, only to realize that there are beings beyond beings, realms beyond realms. However, when a tree stands out in the forest, the wind shall surely fell it. Due to an unforeseen circumstance, I offended a mighty being of the upper realm and was cursed and pursued, forced to flee this realm in a desperate bid for survival. Now, as the end approaches, the inheritance must not be severed. I have left this secret realm of Bai Chao, establishing 3 trials for the fated. Those who can breach my outer gate's formation and behold this light curtain are already considered fated. They may enter the first trial, the path of heart. Those lacking resolve, insatiable in greed, or harboring ill intentions shall not pass. Remember. After reading the words on the light curtain, Lin Chen and Johann fell into silence. The weight of the information was overwhelming. This by Chao Zhenren had sought refuge here after offending a mighty being of the upper realm? The Suanyan Valley was not his place of demise, but rather his sanctuary. Furthermore, this so-called medicinal garden was not a treasure trove, but a trial set for potential inheritors. Master, this. Johann was at a loss. This was entirely different from the script they had imagined. How intriguing. A faint smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. "Are you afraid?" he inquired, turning to Johann. As she met Lin Chen's confident gaze, an inexplicable reassurance washed over her, dispelling her apprehension. She shook her head vigorously. "With you here, I am unafraid." "Very well." Lin Chen nodded, no longer hesitating as he stepped into the light curtain. Johann followed closely behind. A slight dizziness enveloped them, and when they regained their bearings, they found themselves in another realm. Before them lay an endless white jade bridge, beneath which roiled an abyssal sea of clouds. The bridge was devoid of any adornments, shrouded ahead in a delicate mist. Is this the path of heart? Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, internally vigilant. He understood that trials of the heart often proved more perilous than direct combat. "Stay close to me," he instructed Johann, stepping onto the bridge. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Initially, nothing seemed amiss. However, after traversing approximately 100 paces, an anomaly struck. Lin Chen felt a sudden shift, and the surroundings transformed. He was no longer on the white jade bridge, but back at Yihuan's sect, returning to his modest servant's courtyard. Around him were those who had once mocked and humiliated him, the lowly disciples. Oh, isn't that the useless Lin Chen with the 5 elements spiritual root? What? Did no senior brother or sister summon you for a massage today? Ha ha. With his qualifications, does he dare to cultivate? In the next life, perhaps. The harsh jeers pierced his ears. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy. An illusion? They dare to employ such juvenile tactics to rattle my composure? Foolish. Begone. He bellowed, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual consciousness. The scene before him shattered like a fragile dream, and he found himself back on the white jade bridge. However, Zhou appeared pale, her brow slick with cold sweat, her eyes glazed as if ensnared in some illusion. Awaken, Lin Chen commanded, placing a finger on her forehead. A refreshing stream of spiritual energy surged into her consciousness. Zhou body jolted, and she instantly regained her awareness. Gasping heavily, her eyes filled with trepidation. Master, you fell into an illusion, Lin Chen replied calmly. It seems that the path of heart unearths the deepest fears and obsessions within each individual. Zhou nodded, still shaken. Moments ago, she witnessed a harrowing vision of herself being relentlessly pursued by countless demonic beasts, ultimately meeting a tragic demise in the wilderness. The overwhelming despair and helplessness felt all too real. Thank you for saving me, Master. She gazed at Lin Chen with deep gratitude. Had he not awakened her in time, she feared she would have been lost forever in that illusion. Lin Chen uttered no more words. He simply grasped her hand firmly. Stay close, maintain your focus, and do not be swayed by external distractions. His palm was warm and strong, a peculiar sense of tranquility radiating from his touch, permeating through Zhou entire being, gradually calming her frantically beating heart. Zhou delicate face flushed instantly. This was the first time her master had taken the initiative to hold her hand. She lowered her gaze, allowing Lin Chen to lead her forward step by step. The path ahead grew increasingly arduous, with an array of illusions manifesting before them. Mountains of spirit stones, easily attainable legendary techniques, and alluring beauties offering their affections. Various desires were magnified to an infinite degree. Yet, Lin Chen's resolve remained unwavering. Having lived 2 lives, his character was forged into something as unyielding as rock. To him, these illusions were mere ephemeral wisps, incapable of shaking him in the slightest. He stood like an observer, coldly watching the scenes of illusion rise and fall before him, his heart unperturbed. Under the protection of Lin Chen's spiritual power, Zhou, though affected, managed to awaken in time each time. She looked at the tall figure ahead, filled with a profound sense of security. She realized that as long as she was held